Chapter 1. The Co-Renting Young Couple. Boom! A violent explosion reverberated through the surroundings, causing the buildings to tremble and the glass to emit a soft, mournful sound. Han Yang jolted awake and sat up abruptly on the bed. Instinctively, he felt his own body and found it intact. Then he surveyed his surroundings. The familiar room layout was simple yet clean. Apart from a refrigerator, a wardrobe, a table, and the bed he was lying on, there were no other sundries. Damn it! Was it just a dream? Or have I been reborn? Han Yang clearly remembered that just a moment ago, he was surrounded and attacked by a horde of zombies. His flesh was being torn piece by piece, and the dry, hard zombie claws were rummaging through his internal organs. The excruciating pain made him lose consciousness instantly. Yet, when he woke up again, he found himself back in his rental apartment. Han Yang immediately grabbed the phone beside him and glanced at it. His eyes widened in shock as he stared at the time displayed. A year ago. Have I really been reborn? Immediately afterwards, he slid off the bed and rushed to the window. Not far away, a commercial building was billowing thick smoke, with the wreckage of a passenger plane hanging on it. That was precisely the source of the explosion just now. The plane crash. It's exactly the same. I've really been reborn. Although Han Yang found it hard to believe, he heaved a sigh of relief. After all, being alive was the greatest fortune. However, soon, his brows furrowed once again. Judging from the time, today was the very first day of the zombie virus outbreak, and the exploding plane was the signal. He suspected that the pilot had been infected with the zombie virus, which led to the plane crash. And this day, before Han Yang could ponder further, a voice filled with extreme terror suddenly rang out. Help! Save me! Han Yang looked downstairs in the direction of the voice and saw a woman running frantically, shouting as she ran. Behind her, 3 figures were chasing her like rabid dogs. Among them, Han Yang recognized Oni hunched-backed old lady who lived on the first floor. She usually gasped after just taking a couple of steps, yet now she was more agile than an athlete. The woman exerted all her strength to shake off the 3 behind her, but suddenly, a figure emerged from the side and tackled her to the ground. This figure opened its mouth wide and bit hard into the woman's neck. Blood spurted out instantly, staining the attacker's face crimson, looking extremely hideous. Ah! The woman's shrill scream echoed through the building. At this time, the 3 who had been chasing also arrived in an instant, pouncing on the woman like wild beasts and tearing at her ugh. Ah! The woman's screams gradually faded away, and her body soon stopped struggling. Only a pool of blood slowly seeped out from beneath the 4 figures lying on her. The situation has started in the neighborhood too. Han Yang heaved a sigh and couldn't help muttering to himself. It would have been better if he had been reborn earlier. Then he could have gone to stock up on some supplies. Now, he could only stay holed up at home. Otherwise, if he was affected by some fool's actions, it would be a great loss. However, speaking of fools, bang, bang, a series of knocks on the door interrupted Han Yang's train of thought. Han Yang, are you there? A somewhat panicked female voice came through in Han Yang's mind. There immediately emerged the charming figure of Chun Fong, a girl in a short-sleeved shirt and hot pants showing her slender, white legs. Chun Fong was the wife of a young couple who rented a room with him. She and her husband had just come to this city to strive for their future. To save on rent, Han Yang, through someone's introduction, rented the master bedroom to them. Here it comes. A sense of unease welled up in Han Yang's heart. He knew that a crisis was impending. However, the threat was not from this woman, but her foolish husband. Maintaining an outward calm, Han Yang opened the bedroom door, and indeed, there stood Chun Fong outside. She wore delicate light makeup. On her upper body was a pale green short-sleeved shirt, slightly sheer, through which one could faintly glimpse her white underwear. Below, she had on a black waist, cinching short skirt, revealing her smooth and slender yet well-proportioned legs. 1 foot was in a slipper, while the other was clad in a white low-cut flat-heeled shoe. Judging from her attire, it was evident that she had been about to go out and was in the middle of changing her shoes when the unexpected situation interrupted her. Han Yang, you saw it too, right? Those monsters. This moment, she looked panicked, a bit terrified, and at a loss. Yes, I saw them too. Those downstairs are zombies. Yes. They're zombies, just like in the movies. The fear pent up in Chen Fang's heart finally found an outlet. What on earth is going on? What should we do? I don't know. Anyway, we can't go out now. The zombies outside are extremely dangerous. Thinking of the zombies downstairs and the tragic state of the woman, Chun Fong turned deathly pale. But the next moment, anxiety overtook her again, and my husband just went out. Will he be in danger? No, I have to call him. In a flurry, she walked into the living room and fished out her phone from her bag. But the next moment, she stood still, utterly stunned. No signal? How could there be no signal? Han Yang paid no heed to her astonishment. He shifted his gaze from her slender white legs and fixed his eyes on the security door outside the entrance. Just then, there came a loud bang. The security door was suddenly yanked open and bounced back off the wall. It gave Chun Fong such a fright that she jumped. Han Yang, however, had anticipated it. He merely watched calmly as the man at the door, gasping for breath, slammed the door shut. Husband, you're back. That's wonderful. Are you okay? Chun Fong trotted forward and supported her husband. I am fine, Fong Fong. It's such a relief that you're okay too. Su Zhongping hugged Chun Fong tightly, his emotions running high. I got stuck in traffic as soon as I left the community. I saw many people turn into zombies. I rushed back immediately. That was so dangerous. Thankfully, you're back safely. Chun Fong looked extremely frightened. Han Yang closed the door and ignored the two of them. Instead, he began rummaging through things to make preparations. So far, everything had happened exactly as it had in his past life. If nothing changed, that fool Su Zhongping had already been bitten by a zombie. In his past life, Chun Fong had noticed the bite mark when Su Zhongping was changing his clothes. Terrified, she had come to Han Yang to confirm whether he would turn into a zombie because of a result. Su Zhongping, who had followed closely behind, had launched a surprise attack on them. Although Han Yang had eventually killed Su Zhongping, both he and Chun Fong had been scratched and bitten in the process. In desperation and fury, Han Yang vented his grievances on Chun Fong. Unexpectedly, in the end, he withstood the corpse transformation and luckily awakened his supernatural power. Unfortunately, Chun Fong turned into a zombie and was controlled by his supernatural power. Thinking of his supernatural power, Han Yang instinctively tried to wield it, and a familiar energy immediately circulated within his body. An expression of ecstasy dawned on Han Yang's face. Has my supernatural power awakened ahead of time? Chapter 2. Ability Awakening. Han Yang awakened an extraordinary power named Seed of Consciousness. Its function is to parasitize into the bodies of other organisms through a medium and forcibly control them. This ability sounds quite formidable. Resembling the puppet masters in Naruto or the string fruit ability of Doflamingo in One Piece. If he were to send the Seed of Consciousness into the body of some unknown beauty, wouldn't he be able to do as he pleased? The ideal is full of grandeur, yet the reality is rather harsh. In fact, until his death in the previous life, Han Yang could only control zombies. The reason is that his control ability is achieved through suggestions and commands via the Seed of Consciousness. Zombies have no self-awareness, so he can fully control them. However, animals and humans are different. They all possess independent consciousness, especially humans. If his Seed of Consciousness cannot overpower the organism's own consciousness, the control attempt will fail. But it's not completely useless. He can exert a certain degree of subconscious suggestion, or in other words, hypnosis, on those who have the Seed of Consciousness planted in them, making them feel goodwill, fondness, or even loyalty towards him. Besides, if a person with the Seed of Consciousness suddenly turns into a zombie, they will immediately be completely under his control. This is what Han Yang values the most. The reason is simple. The zombie virus is constantly mutating. Humans are the perfect incubators for the virus. The zombie virus spreads, evolves, and mutates among the crowd, almost changing every day. The more densely populated an area is, the faster the virus mutates. This also means that even if you survive this wave of the zombie virus, you may not be able to withstand the next wave of mutations. Unless, like Han Yang, one becomes an awakener. Those who have awakened their superpowers possess an unusually high resistance to the viruses in the air. There is scarcely any risk of reinfection and subsequent death. The sole exception lies in the virus within the zombies. If scratched or bitten by a zombie, with the virus transmitted through the bloodstream, even an awakener's survival chances are slim. Due to these reasons, humanity can no longer gather in large numbers. For no one can guarantee that a comrade who was fighting side by side just a second ago won't suddenly turn and bite them. However, Han Yang's ability completely resolved this issue. Those who had the Seed of Consciousness implanted in them, even if they couldn't resist the mutated zombie virus and suddenly turned into zombies, would immediately come under his full control and be unable to attack others. Thus, In the apocalypse, he could recruit talents without restraint. Through subconscious suggestion, he could make his subordinates remain obedient, ultimately establishing his own power and dominating a region. Unfortunately, just as he began to take action, during a process of seeking to advance his ability, he was framed. Thinking of the person who caused him to step into the zombie horde and meet his death, a cold glint flashed in Han Yang's eyes. He was determined to make those who had offended him taste the despair of being torn limb from limb. But for now, thinking about these things was of no use. The most pressing matter at present was to overcome the immediate difficulties and ensure his own survival. A trace of ferocity flashed across Han Yang's face. It was the killing intent honed through countless brushes with death in the first year of the apocalypse. Since his ability had already awakened and he had no more concerns, then, damn it, Han Yang first changed his clothes, putting on jeans and a windbreaker to prevent being scratched or bitten by zombies. Subsequently, Han Yang wrapped several magazines around his two forearms with tape. The magazines were not thick. However, with the tape and clothes acting as a barrier, they could perfectly serve as a makeshift shield to fend off the bites of zombies. Han Yang definitely didn't want to be injured by zombies again if there was no need. In his previous life, he was fortunate enough to survive the zombification and awaken his abilities, but this time it might not be the case. He only learned later that the probability of awakening abilities after being bitten by a zombie was less than 1 in 10 million. Now that he had already awakened his abilities, he didn't want to gamble on that tiny possibility. After getting himself ready, finally, Han Yang picked up a long, handled umbrella and tucked a medium-sized claw hammer into his waist. Just at that moment, Chen Fong carefully pushed the door open and entered. There was anxiety on her face, yet she was terrified of making any noise. But when she clearly saw Han Yang's attire, she immediately froze at the door. Before she could think much, she saw Han Yang holding the umbrella in his right hand like a sharp sword and stabbing fiercely towards her. The metal tip of the umbrella came at an extremely fast speed, causing Chen Fong to let out an involuntary scream. The next instant, with a puff sound, the tip of the umbrella pierced into flesh and something burst. Without the expected pain, Chen Fong suddenly slumped to the ground. She involuntarily looked up and saw that the black umbrella shaft passed over her body and stabbed straight into her husband's eye. The broken eyeball was squeezed out, and turbid liquid mixed with scarlet blood kept flowing from the eye socket. But her husband showed no expression of pain at all. He just kept opening and closing his mouth, like a hunting beast, emitting a low growl, eager to tear apart the prey in front of him. Chen Fong was so frightened by this hideous scene that her legs kicked randomly, and she used her hands to support her body and retreated to one side. Han Yang was highly satisfied with this move. He pushed the umbrella with great force, causing the tip of the umbrella to sink deeper into Su Zhongping's head. Gradually, Su Zhongping ceased his movements and his body slumped weakly to the ground. Han Yang then smoothly pulled the umbrella out of Su Zhongping's brain, and a pool of red and white mucus spurted out. Not stopping there, he picked up a claw hammer and struck it towards the back of Su Zhongping's head. Dong! Dong! The hammer sank into the flesh and blood, splattering a spray of bloodstains, minced meat, and a mixture of turbid white brain matter, presenting a terrifying sight. Chen Fong's eyes widened and her mouth gaped. She was completely petrified with fear. However, soon Han Yang halted his actions and a tinge of joy appeared on his face. He discarded the claw hammer, not minding the disgust, and reached his single hand into the horribly smashed flesh of Su Zhongping. Subsequently, he pulled out a crystal that resembled a diamond. Casually wiping the blood plasma and mucus on his hand with toilet paper, Han Yang brought the crystal close for a careful inspection. This object was a rhombic crystal composed of numerous planes, slightly smaller than a fingernail, semi-transparent white in color, glistening with a crystal clear luster under the sunlight. Without a doubt, this surely couldn't be something that exists in a human brain. This was a zombie core that only a small number of zombies had the chance to form. Lucky me. Han Yang happily put it into his trouser pocket. He had great use for this thing. Of course, not for his own consumption. Although humans could eat it, the vast majority of those who ate it turned into zombies. Only a tiny fraction of those who survived by luck might, through a stroke of fortune, awaken an ability or have their ability upgraded. But that probability was even lower than the chance of surviving a zombie bite. Han Yang wasn't a gambler and didn't want to bet on that minuscule probability. He had a more secure approach. A year into the apocalypse, many things were no longer secrets. Yet at this moment, only he held this knowledge. It was the perfect opportunity for him to swiftly strengthen his own power and then establish his own faction. However, before that, Han Yang looked at Chen Fong, whose eyes were vacant, sitting slumped on the ground with her legs spread apart. TSK. Chapter 3. Everyone wants to be a traitor in his past life. After being bitten by Su Zhongping, Han Yang witnessed this very scene, coupled with the great terror of being on the verge of life and death. Thinking that it was better to die in the arms of a beauty than live a mundane life, he was enraged and forced himself on Chen Fong. As a result, he survived the zombification, while Chen Fong unfortunately turned into a zombie. But this incident led him to discover the power he had awakened. As for how he sent the seed of consciousness into Chen Fong's body, it was related to the medium of the seed of consciousness. Currently, he could confirm only two substances, such as semen and blood. The seed of consciousness could reside within them and leave his body for a period of time. If it couldn't find a host in time, it would disappear as the blood coagulated. Han Yang sighed with a click of his tongue and shook his head. Naturally, he wouldn't force himself on her now. That was beneath him and unnecessary. In the apocalypse, power was the absolute truth. With power came food. And there were those who would spend a whole day with someone, entertaining them in various ways, just for a meal. Soon, however, Han Yang made a new discovery. There seemed to be water where Chen Fong was sitting slumped. Was she so frightened? Was it that terrifying just now? He turned his head and pondered. It seemed it was rather terrifying. After all, the apocalypse had just begun. And ordinary people might not be accustomed to his rather unrestrained way of dealing with corpses. At the thought of the corpse, Han Yang scratched his head. Surely, it couldn't be left like this. It had to be disposed of, for otherwise, it would start to stink sooner or later. It was summer now, and without the impetus of the virus, the corpse would quickly decay. He still intended to stay here for a while. Han Yang heaved a sigh and forcefully dragged up Su Zhongping's corpse. As he dragged it, a bright red bloodstain was branded on the ground. Chen Fong finally came to her senses. Looking at this terrifying scene, she couldn't help but shiver and asked in a trembling voice, What are you going to do? Of course, throw it away. Do you want to keep it and give him a proper burial? Chen Fong seemed to want to say something but held back. It's no use thinking. It's too hot now, and currently, everyone is struggling to survive. Look outside. There are so many corpses. Before Han Yang could finish, a sudden scream came from the opposite building. Help! Zombies are eating people. Chen Fong was just facing the window and saw a woman being pressed against the glass on the opposite side. Behind her, a zombie was biting her neck tightly. Blood spurted out, splashing the glass a bright red. The woman's hands kept slapping the glass, leaving blood handprints. Soon, the woman's screams gradually grew faint and could no longer be heard, and her body stopped struggling and slowly slid down below the glass. Only the blood, red glass remained, telling of the tragic scene just now. Chen Fong's face turned deathly pale. She thought that if it hadn't been for Han Yang just now, she might have ended up the same way. So when she saw Han Yang dragging Su Zhongping's corpse to the window and then laboriously pushing it out of the window, she didn't say anything more. With a bang, the corpse fell heavily onto the ground outside the building. The loud noise alerted the nearby zombies, which immediately swarmed towards the corpse. When they approached and found it was a fellow zombie's body, the zombies slowly dispersed. Damn it! Han Yang felt rather frustrated. His body was in such poor condition that moving a corpse exhausted him to death. If he were to go out now, he might not be able to handle even a few ordinary zombies. It seemed that he had to step up his training. Han Yang immediately sensed the urgency of time. For those who have awakened their abilities, their physical fitness will be greatly enhanced, far exceeding that of ordinary people. However, this is not an overnight change. It requires a slow accumulation of time. Besides, it can only be strengthened through targeted training. The ability only increases the body's upper limit, and whether one can reach it depends on oneself. Although Han Yang has awakened his special ability, his current physical condition is still that of an ordinary person. He needs some time for training to strengthen his body. This is the main reason why he has to lie low here for a while. Han Yang. Chen Fong stood up tremblingly. Just as she was about to ask something, her body suddenly froze. What? Han Yang turned his head and saw a blush suddenly appear on her pale face. Nothing. I'll go back first. Chen Fong lowered her head, not daring to look at him, and returned to her bedroom in a strange posture. Han Yang first glanced at her skirt, then at the ground where she had fallen. TSK, she was really terrified. Han Yang shook his head. Subsequently, he started to clean the ground, sweeping the bloodstains while considering how to deal with Chen Fong. Killing her definitely wasn't appropriate. It would be a pity. Not to mention her appearance. In the apocalypse, every living person is. Well, let's talk about her appearance instead, especially her legs. They are long, straight, fair, and slender. The impression she left on Han Yang was truly profound, mainly because she liked to wander around in shorts when she had nothing to do at home. Han Yang simply couldn't avoid looking. If it weren't for the fact that she had a husband. At this thought, Han Yang glanced at the window with remaining bloodstains. Oh, it's gone now. TSK. It has to be said that everyone hates the treacherous Cao Cao, yet everyone secretly wishes to be like him. Han Yang didn't mind this at all. If one minded such things, it would be extremely difficult to find women in the apocalypse. Most of them had been with multiple men already. There's no shame in doing whatever it takes to survive. However, in this life, he has the strength and the ability. Naturally, he won't let his women suffer. And having a few more women is quite normal. Well, why not start with Chen Fang? Han Yang made up his mind. But for this kind of thing, using force is meaningless. It has to be that the woman is willing, so that they can get along well. Han Yang wasn't in a hurry either. A man and a woman, alone in the same room, and when she comes to terms with the reality, things will happen naturally. But for now, the most urgent thing is to plant the seed of consciousness in her. Otherwise, if she suddenly turns into a zombie and launches a surprise attack, even though Han Yang has the ability to deal with it, he can't guarantee that he won't get hurt. As the saying goes, a gentleman doesn't stand under a dangerous wall. Han Yang was lost in thought when Chen Fang finally emerged from the room. She seemed to have just taken a bath, and a hazy vapor was wafting around her, making her skin look even more supple. She was still wearing a short, sleeved shirt on the upper body, and had changed into a pair of hot pants on the lower body. Standing with her long legs close together, the delicate charm of her face lessened upon removing the makeup, replaced by a touch of languor. Her semi-dry hair cascaded casually, exuding a fresh and enchanting allure. Han Yang cast a fleeting glance at her fair and shapely legs, then resumed mopping the floor. Chen Fang felt a sense of relief seeing that the puddle of water on the ground had been rinsed away. Moments ago, in the room, she had agonized for a long while. She was somewhat at a loss as to how to face Han Yang. In her heart, there was both gratitude towards Han Yang for rescuing her, fear of his ruthless methods, and a tinge of shyness worrying that Han Yang might discover her being frightened. Yet, there were so many questions in her heart, along with a sense of dread and bewilderment about the future, compelling her to seek out Han Yang. Han Yang. Chen Fang stole a glance at the reddish, tinted sewage on the floor and approached gingerly. What's wrong? Han Yang halted his work and turned his gaze towards Chen Fang. Do you know what's going on outside? Chapter 4. Your way too skilled. Chen Fang chose her words carefully, refraining from directly asking about his unusual attire. Wearing jeans and a windbreaker in the sweltering heat was highly abnormal. Her speculation was that, most likely, the zombie virus had broken out, as if a movie plot had come to life. Naturally, Han Yang wouldn't disclose the secret of his rebirth to anyone. However, he was aware that his actions were somewhat out of the ordinary. Are you wondering how I knew your husband would turn into a zombie and got prepared in advance? Yes. Actually, I was just taking precautions. When I saw your husband, I thought of that woman being chased downstairs. Chen Fang was led by Han Yang's words, and upon recalling the woman's tragic state, her complexion paled noticeably. According to the time your husband entered the door, he and that woman should have arrived one after another. This inevitably makes me wonder if he was also chased by zombies, or even scratched or bitten. That's why you immediately changed your clothes after closing the door. Chen Fang followed Han Yang's train of thought and quickly understood. She couldn't help but be amazed at his meticulous thinking. Yes, so when I saw your husband was about to attack you in a hurry, I took the initiative to act without greeting. You won't blame me for killing your husband, will you? No. He had already turned into a monster. I haven't even thanked you for saving me yet. Chen Fang forced a smile. But later, why did you smash Zhongping's? She couldn't continue. Just thinking about that scene made her feel a chill in her heart. I was just afraid he wasn't completely dead, so I gave a few more blows. Han Yang laughed it off, not wanting to reveal anything about the zombie core. But you were way too skilled. Chen Fang muttered in her heart. So what should we do next? Chen Fang was a bit uneasy. I don't know if you've noticed, but there's a power outage now. Han Yang didn't answer directly but brought up something else. I noticed just now. When I was taking a bath, the bathroom light didn't work. And the hairdryer had no power either. It's so dangerous outside now. I seriously doubt the power won't come back. If it's just a short-term outage, it's okay, but if it's a long-term one, the water and gas will also stop. So now we should clean out the fridge, count the food, store water to ensure our survival. As for the future, we can only take things one step at a time. Observing Han Yang's composed expression and clear reasoning, Chen Fang felt a sense of relief wash over her. Then shall I start cleaning the refrigerator now? Sure, start with mine first. Since there are only the two of us here, there's no need to distinguish between yours and mine. Let's pull through this difficult time together. Okay. With that, The two began to act separately. Han Yang quickly cleaned the floor and then filled all the water, holding containers in the house with water. Chen Fang, on the other hand, gathered the food from both refrigerators and the kitchen, re-categorized them, separating items with a longer shelf life from those that had to be consumed in a short time. Here, have a bottle of drink. It's still cold. It's such a hot day. After a while of busyness, both of them were sweating profusely. Han Yang handed Chen Fang a bottle of cola that he had frozen in the refrigerator. Although it had melted a bit, it was still quite cool. Thank you. Chen Fang took a small sip first, savoring the refreshing feeling brought by the coldness, and then continued to drink. You have quite a lot of vegetables at home. Unlike me, I only have instant noodles and self-heating hot pots. Han Yang praised Chen Fang as he looked at the sorted food. Most of the food with a longer shelf life belonged to Han Yang, including instant noodles, self-heating hot pots, marinated eggs, sausages, pickled mustard, and other cooked or pre-made products. He seldom cooked at home, usually eating out or ordering takeout, and only stocked these foods when staying at home occasionally. Chen Fang's home had more normal food, such as rice, noodles, cooking oil, potatoes, tomatoes, celery, eggs, and meat. But now it became a problem. Without electricity, it was hard to store them. And if the gas also stopped these foods, Chen Fang looked rather worried. Where there's a will, there's a way. As noon is approaching, you'd better start cooking first and consume the items that are not easy to store. Han Yang wore a beaming smile on his face. In his field of vision, a beam of light, visible only to him, connected him and Chen Fang. This indicated that the seed of consciousness had been successfully implanted in Chen Fang's body. This beam was Han Yang's mental thread. If the other party were a zombie, he could manipulate it through this. If the other party were a human, he could also send commands and suggestions through it, and over time, achieve the effect of subconscious hypnosis. Currently, the suggestion Han Yang sent was to make Chen Fang think he was a nice person worthy of trust. Subconscious hypnosis must be a gradual process. One couldn't directly suggest something like fall in love with me, as it would have no effect and might even make the other party aware of something amiss. In his previous life, Han Yang had gone through long-term tests to find a reasonable extent and then started to form an exploration team loyal to him. Unfortunately, Han Yang's expression dimmed a bit, but he quickly rallied. The trick of putting the blood containing the seed of consciousness into cola really proved effective time and again. Now that his worries were dispelled, it was time to engage in training. As for Chen Fang, she walked into the kitchen with her fair and slender legs and began to cook. While Chen Fang was cooking, Han Yang stood in the open space of the living room and started practicing boxing. The boxing technique he practiced was called the dragon, elephant body forging technique. Although its name might seem rather vulgar, resembling the martial arts of players in second-rate martial arts novels, its effect was truly remarkable. He had learned it at a high cost in his previous life. It is said that an awakener who has awakened the sensory-type ability collected several classic boxing techniques of renowned masters, combining them with modern scientific training methods. The awakener perceived the dynamics of his own muscles, tendons, and bones, experimented, summarized, discarded the dross, and extracted the essence, thus formulating a set of extremely powerful body-forging boxing techniques. This set of boxing can enable an awakener to reach the limit of their physical potential in the shortest possible time. In Han Yang's previous life, his physique was enhanced half through the accumulation of time and half by this set of boxing techniques. In the living room, Han Yang first adjusted his breathing before slowly assuming a stance and practicing the boxing move by move. Each move he made was not very fast, and every action was accompanied by corresponding breathing. If observed closely, it could be discovered that during the alternation of motion and stillness, the muscles and tendons in different parts of his body would tense, contract, and relax in line with the corresponding actions and breathing. At the same time, a warm current would flow through every part of his body along with his movements, bringing him a tingly sensation and making him temporarily forget his fatigue. After finishing a set of boxing, Han Yang's body was slightly sweaty. He felt a bit weak, and the hunger in his stomach increased significantly. Just then, Chen Fang finished cooking the meal and called him to eat. Han Yang looked at the table, on which there were two dishes. One was stir-fried celery with meat, the other was stir-fried seasonal vegetables, and the staple food was steamed rice. The two sat down. Han Yang tasted the dishes and was surprised by their extraordinary deliciousness, so he couldn't help but give her a thumbs up. Even just for her cooking skills, it was worthwhile to keep her around. Chen Fang smiled slightly and asked curiously, "Were you doing physical exercises just now?" Chapter 5. Dependency indeed. The current situation remains unclear. All we can do is to diligently strengthen our physical fitness to acquire self-preservation capabilities. Only in this way can we be capable of going out to replenish supplies when shortages occur in the future. Han Yang spoke with sincerity. Chen Fang hesitated briefly before saying, "Won't intense physical exercise consume a substantial amount of food? Wouldn't it be more appropriate for us to conserve food and await rescue?" Under normal circumstances, that would be the case. However, as you've noticed, there's no mobile phone signal at all now. Han Yang took a bite of the dish and then continued, "Communication has been disrupted, power has been cut off. If water and gas supplies also cease, it indicates that the municipal infrastructure has completely collapsed, relying on the government for rescue. Although I firmly believe that the military, with its formidable strength, should be able to deal with these zombies, yet when will the rescue arrive? In 5 days? 10 days? Or 20 days? If we keep waiting for rescue while depriving ourselves of nutrition due to food conservation, leading to physical weakness, by the time there's no water or food left, it will be even more impossible for us to fend off the zombies. I place my trust in myself rather than pinning my hopes on uncertain outcomes." Chen Fang was slightly invigorated upon seeing the confident and resolute look in Han Yang's eyes. "If you're worried that I consume too much food, we can eat separately." "No. No need." Chen Fang quickly declined. "I'm just a bit concerned. Rest assured, I won't act recklessly without confidence. After all, no one desires to die. Moreover, if my speculation is correct, there might be a water and gas outage tonight. Currently, as the zombie virus has just broken out, quite a few people are still harboring the thought of waiting for rescue." Han Yang understood that in his previous life, he had to venture out and fight for his life only when he ran out of ammunition and food. However, since the heavens had granted him a chance to be reborn, he naturally ought to cherish every day and take each step carefully. The two of them ceased talking and instead conscientiously finished their meals. For now, every grain of food should not be wasted. After the meal, Chen Fang cleared away the dishes and chopsticks, while Han Yang fetched a long, handled umbrella, ready to practice stabbing proficiently. The only weak point of zombies lies in their heads, yet the human skull is the hardest part of the body. To eliminate zombies, one can either smash the head with a blunt object or pierce the brain through the eyes, ears, mouth, or nose with a sharp object. Cutting off the head with a sword or a knife is also feasible, but firstly, swords and knives have a short reach, making it easy to be scratched by zombies. Secondly, the blades of swords and knives are prone to breakage, and without corresponding maintenance tools, it would be a loss rather than a gain. In fact, the best method is to use firearms, yet the noise of guns is too loud, liable to attract more zombies. Moreover, firearm control in the country is strict, and it is extremely difficult to obtain guns even in the apocalypse. Therefore, most people in the apocalypse use steel bars, crowbars, or their equivalents. Those with great strength can swing them and blow the zombies' head off with one strike. Those with less strength choose to stab, able to kill zombies from a certain distance, yet the latter requires accuracy. Additionally, crowbars are suitable for prying open doors and locks, making them a necessary weapon for everyone in the apocalypse. Currently, Han Yang doesn't have a crowbar, and a long, handled umbrella is a good alternative. The tip of his long, handled umbrella is a metal point. Although not extremely sharp, it is sufficient for stabbing zombies. Theoretically, he has abundant experience in using such tools, but he cannot fully transfer this experience to his current body. Su Zhongping's being hit in one strike was somewhat due to luck. He still needs to practice diligently to regain his touch. Han Yang walked to the balcony and hung several bottle caps on the clothes, drying rope. The height from the ground was approximately 1.6 meters, representing a person's eyes, nose, and mouth respectively. Gently nudging the rope to make the bottle cap sway, Han Yang held an umbrella and assumed a stance, ready to strike. When the right moment presented itself, his thighs tensed, his waist and abdomen exerted force, and he raised the umbrella with both hands and thrust vigorously. Ding! The bottle cap was struck, emitting a soft sound and swinging backward. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. Although there was a significant difference in his physical functions compared to himself a year after the apocalypse, his grasp of timing and proficiency had not regressed. Han Yang continued to practice for a while, regained some of his touch, and when he felt his food had been digested to a certain extent, he assumed the stance again and continued to practice the dragon, elephant body, forging technique. The dragon, elephant body, forging technique consists of 4 sets of movements, with 8 postures in each set. In the morning, he mainly aimed to familiarize himself with the movements and the corresponding breathing methods and did not exert his full strength. This time, for each posture, Han Yang tried his best to mobilize the bones, muscles, and tendons all over his body, making them move in coordination, accompanied by breathing, sometimes short, sometimes long, constantly tensing, contracting, and relaxing. By the time he finished one set of movements, he was already sweating profusely and his body was slightly trembling. Han Yang did not stop there, but continued to rehearse the second time. Chen Fong quickly finished washing the bowls and chopsticks. She dared not return to the room alone. The occasional screams of humans in the community filled her heart with fear. Only when she saw Han Yang could she feel slightly at ease. After all, this man was not afraid of zombies. She sat on the chair in the dining room, watching Han Yang exercise. Although she didn't know what he was practicing, from Han Yang's soaked clothes and the continuously rolling sweat, she could sense that it seemed extremely strenuous. After finishing this set of movements, Han Yang could barely stand. He didn't dare to force himself to continue practicing and sat on the nearby sofa to rest. Wiping the sweat from his body with a towel, Han Yang gulped down mineral water to replenish the lost moisture. You're sweating so much. Just drinking water won't do. You also need to replenish salt in a timely manner. Chen Fong beside him suddenly spoke up. I overlooked that. Could you get me some salt? I'm feeling rather weak right now. Chen Fong turned around and took out salt from the kitchen, adding a spoonful to his water. Han Yang shook the water and took a few more sips. Although the taste wasn't great, it was bearable. You practiced so intensively just now. Your body will surely be so sore tomorrow that you won't be able to get up. Chen Fong sat beside him, chatting casually. Anyway, I'm idle. Getting a bit stronger is better, so that I can deal with zombies more effectively. Han Yang shifted his position, straining a tendon, and grimaced slightly. Seeing this, Chen Fong blurted out a sentence instinctively. How about, I give you a massage? As soon as she said it, Chen Fong felt a bit regretful. The sudden change today had made her instinctively rely on the man in front of her. She had an inner urge to do something to get closer to him, but a massage obviously wasn't appropriate. However, the words had already been spoken, and it was too late to take them back, because Han Yang immediately replied, that would be great. Thank you so much. Then he promptly turned over and lay prone. Chen Fong pursed her lips. Hesitating for a moment, in the end, she stepped forward, extended her hand, and began to knead the muscles on his legs. To be honest, it was really quite comfortable. Your technique is truly excellent. Han Yang felt the muscles gradually being kneaded loose, no longer stiff, with the flow of qi and blood. He couldn't help but exclaim, when my grandmother was ill and bedridden before, I took care of her. I specifically learned from videos. Chen Fong replied. Since she had already started the massage, Chen Fong let go of her concerns, and the two began to chat casually. After finishing the massage on the legs, Chen Fong started to massage his back. Due to the extreme comfort, gradually, Han Yang actually fell asleep. Chapter 6. Could there be hope? Seeing this, Chen Fong quietly left and laid down on the small sofa on the other side, lost in thought. More than half an hour later, Han Yang woke up, stretched his body, and immediately felt his condition restored, refreshed, and energetic. Moreover, he could clearly feel that his body had slightly strengthened. I really want to get to know the person who created this body tempering method. The effect is incredibly powerful. Han Yang muttered to himself. In his previous life, he had never felt such a rapid and obvious enhancement. Maybe my physique is too weak, so the effect of this technique seems so remarkable. You're awake? How do you feel? Chen Fong rubbed her eyes. She had also taken a short nap just now, but she slept lightly and woke up immediately at the slightest movement. Han Yang saw her white legs curled up on the sofa, forming a beautiful arc. He couldn't help but swallow hard. I still need to thank you. There's no more soreness in my body. Han Yang stared at her with burning eyes. The lazy charm of a beauty just waking up was particularly captivating. In his previous life, he wasn't unfamiliar with beautiful women, but few could compare with Chen Fong, especially after being tempered by the harshness of the apocalypse. Most people have dark and rough skin. How could they be like her, whose skin seems so delicate as if it could squeeze out water? Is that so? I'm glad I can help. Chen Fong subconsciously took a pillow and held it in her arms, adjusting her posture to cover most of her charming figure. I'll have to trouble you more in the future. I hope you don't mind. Han Yang averted his gaze, a faint smile gracing his face. No, anyway, I don't have much to do. Chen Fong replied somewhat uneasily, as she had already noticed Han Yang's slightly scorching gaze just now. I'm a bit hungry. Let's wash some fruits to eat, otherwise they won't last long. Han Yang touched his stomach. It hadn't been long since lunch, yet he already felt his stomach empty. Okay. Chen Fong rose to her feet, her fair legs carrying her into the kitchen, where she took out half a watermelon and some other fruits. These fruits will spoil quickly without a refrigerator. Let's eat them all if we can. Han Yang didn't stand on ceremony and started digging into the watermelon with a spoon. You eat too. Han Yang saw that Chen Fong was just watching and invited her. I'm not hungry. You go ahead. Chen Fong smiled gently. Han Yang paid no more attention to her and focused on eating the watermelon, as he was in urgent need of replenishing energy. After finishing half the watermelon and feeling slightly full, Han Yang walked to the balcony and practiced the thrusting spear technique to find his rhythm. When he felt the food in his stomach had been somewhat digested, he started practicing the body forging technique again. The greatest motivation for persevering in one thing is undoubtedly the most tangible gain. The strengthening of his body filled Han Yang with great motivation. This time, he practiced 3 times until he felt his body trembling slightly. It was much better than at noon. Having gulped down several mouthfuls of water, nibbled on some fruits, and taken a break for over 10 minutes, Han Yang gritted his teeth and rose to resume his exercise. He practiced the dragon, elephant body, tempering technique 3 times again. During the 3rd round, he distinctly felt that his body could barely maintain even its breathing, and the last few movements almost became distorted. Overcome with intense soreness in his body and unable to persevere any longer, Han Yang collapsed onto the sofa, drenched in sweat. With his muscles weak and limp, Chen Fong, who had been bustling about in the kitchen beforehand, emerged, carrying a large bowl of noodles. Han Yang, his stomach growling with hunger, promptly took it and began to wolf it down. It's really delicious, Han Yang exclaimed. The noodle soup was made with eggs, tomatoes, and cucumbers. The noodles were soft and springy, cooked to perfection. Some scallions and sesame oil were sprinkled on top at the end. It had a rich aroma and just the right amount of salt, which could effectively replenish the water and energy he had lost. After finishing the large bowl of noodles, Han Yang let out a long sigh. He handed the bowls and chopsticks to Chen Fong and lay on the sofa, motionless. Let me give you another massage. After washing the dishes, Chen Fong offered, stepping forward spontaneously. Since there had been one time already, a second time didn't seem to matter much. Sorry to trouble you. Han Yang smiled sheepishly. This time, she started massaging the front of his body. Han Yang half closed his eyes, only to feel a delicate fragrance waft into his nostrils. He stared at Chen Fong openly. Due to her half-bent posture, the force of gravity made her upper body particularly eye-catching. Chen Fong seemed to sense something, her body stiffening slightly, but she quickly resumed the massage. If it weren't for Han Yang's meticulous observation, he almost wouldn't have noticed. Could this mean there's a chance? Soon, after finishing the front, Chen Fong asked Han Yang to turn over and continued massaging his back. After about 10 minutes, Han Yang felt as if his body had come back to life. He rose to his feet and cast a couple of glances around, finally his gaze alighting upon the coffee table. The coffee table was made of solid wood at the bottom, with a glazed stone slab placed on it, which was of considerable weight. Previously, he could only manage to lift it slightly. He grasped the narrow end, exerted a great deal of force, and immediately the entire coffee table lifted off the ground, nearly perpendicular to the floor. Chen Fong was taken aback. Back then, when they tried to reposition the coffee table, her husband and Han Yang could only manage to lift and move it with one on each side. Yet Han Yang was able to lift it almost vertically all by himself. He had so much trouble carrying the corpse in the morning. Han Yang felt the explosive power within his body and slowly restored the coffee table to its original position. Fortunately, there was nothing on it. Otherwise, it would surely have been smashed to pieces just now. With my current physical condition, I should be comparable to an average athlete, right? Han Yang pondered to himself. And these changes had occurred in less than a day. However, the further along, the smaller the increase in physical fitness would be, eventually reaching the limit of an awakened one. What kind of training do you do? Your strength has increased so rapidly. Chen Fong looked at him with a somewhat strange expression. It wasn't just his strength that had increased. His recovery speed had also become significantly faster. In such a short time, he had recovered from a sluggish state to being full of vitality. Do you want to learn? I can teach you. Chen Fong's eyes brightened. Can I? Of course you can. This set of body training techniques can not only strengthen the body, but also help maintain a good figure. You can eat as much as you want without gaining weight, because its only drawback is that it requires a large amount of energy consumption. Han Yang had a beaming smile on his face, while in his heart he was thinking that some of the movements were rather complicated and would require close-up guidance. Chen Fong became even more intrigued. I shall first demonstrate the first set of movements to you. Follow me and practice once. Qin Fong pursed her lips and began to observe Han Yang's movements attentively. In fact, she didn't have a particularly strong motivation to learn. She just wanted to find something to keep herself occupied. Today's sudden change was so abrupt. From morning till now, her heart had been in suspense. Only when she was busy could she briefly forget the roars of the zombies outside and those tragic scenes. However, there always comes a time when things are done. Having been accustomed to the fast-paced urban life, she felt at a loss when it suddenly slowed down. Especially now that there was no electricity, most of the entertainment methods in modern society were suddenly gone. She could only find something to do to distract herself. Soon, Han Yang completed the 8-move set of the first group. His face remained unflushed, and he didn't even pant. Have a try? Han Yang looked at Qin Fong. Qin Fong recalled for a moment, then slowly stepped forward with her slender legs, slightly squatted down, and drew circles in the air with her hands, practicing each move one by one. Han Yang watched with enthusiasm. This beauty really had a different charm when performing. Every movement was full of a unique aesthetic feeling, especially when she bent down and raised her legs. Chapter 7. Do you think I'm not a man? When Qin Fong finished the first set of movements, her face was slightly red. It wasn't because of tiredness, but because of the burning gaze of Han Yang. How about it? Is it okay? Qin Fong tried to suppress her shyness. Not bad. The basic movements are almost the same, but there are still some differences in some minor details. Han Yang approached and asked Qin Fong to assume the first pose. For example, here, when bending over, you need to take a deep breath, adjust your center of gravity, and pay attention to the force exerted by the thigh muscles. Han Yang gently adjusted Qin Fong's thighs with both hands and pointed out the muscle groups that should exert force. Qin Fong's face turned even redder. But seeing Han Yang's serious expression, she pursed her lips and corrected her movements as he requested. Well, not bad. Han Yang stood aside, examined the movements he had corrected, and unconsciously rubbed his thumb and index finger. He couldn't help but sigh inwardly. Well, it's as smooth as a newly peeled egg. The key points for the previous movements were to pay attention to breathing and coordinate with the leg strength. Next, it was time to transition to the second form. Han Yang asked Qin Fong to continue. Whenever she made a mistake, he immediately stepped forward to correct her and indicate the corresponding breathing. After completing the 8-form movements, Qin Fong was slightly sweating. Han Yang looked outside. The sun had disappeared, and the sky was growing dim. Well, that's all for today. It's getting dark outside. Practice this first set of movements in the next 2 days. Once you're proficient, I'll teach you the subsequent ones. Now go cook, or you won't be able to see later. Qin Fong wasn't overly tired physically, but she did feel hungry, so she went to the kitchen to cook. Han Yang stretched his body, feeling quite delighted. While Qin Fong was cooking, he practiced twice more. Good, his body was strengthening rapidly. At this rate, perhaps he could go out the day after tomorrow. At least he could clear the corridor first. In fact, Han Yang felt he could go out tomorrow. But to be on the safe side, he thought it would be better to practice for one more day. For dinner, Qin Fong made braised pork with potatoes. Since the meat couldn't be stored, she stewed it all. Han Yang ate 4 big bowls of rice. Qin Fong also rarely had 2 small bowls of food. Usually, in order to maintain her figure, she would consume very little staple food at night. By the time they finished their meal, the sky had completely darkened. Without the colorful neon lights and light pollution outside, it seemed dim. Inside the house, it was pitch black. I remembered there was a candle in the TV cabinet. Light it up. While there's still water, you can take it and go wash up, I said. Han Yang groped around in the TV cabinet in the dark. Fortunately, since the environment didn't turn dark suddenly, his eyes had adjusted to the darkness and he could make out the general outlines. Soon, a glimmer of firelight lit up in the living room, illuminating the room. I'll wash the dishes first. Qin Fong remembered Han Yang saying that there might be a water outage at night, so she washed the dishes first before going back to her room to wash up. Han Yang looked outside. The roars of the zombies had become much louder. Compared to daytime, night was the zombies' domain, and they became more manic. The screams and wails of humans were also more frequent than during the day. I must step up my training. Han Yang felt a sense of crisis. He clenched his fists and continued to exercise in the dark. Qin Fong soon finished washing up. Seeing Han Yang practicing earnestly, she didn't disturb him. She placed the candle in the living room before slowly returning to her room. The candlelight shone on Han Yang, stretching his shadow long. As time passed, the candle somehow went out. Han Yang had also lost count of how many times he had practiced. He only knew that his body was sore and weak, and he could no longer exert any strength, so he had to stop. Looking at the time, it was nearly 11 o'clock. Then he dragged his weak body into the bathroom. A night of practice not only left his body aching and weak, but also covered him in sweat. Taking advantage of the remaining water, he needed to wash promptly. Han Yang managed to finish washing, changed into a new set of clothes, dried his hair, and finally dragged his weary body onto the bed and soon fell asleep. That night, he slept soundly, not even having a single dream. This was an extremely extravagant thing in the past year of the apocalypse. When Han Yang woke up again, the sky was already brightly lit. He checked the time, and it was only 7 o'clock. He got up feeling refreshed. Han Yang stretched a long stretch and only heard his bones crackling. The muscles in his body no longer ached, but instead had an indescribable sense of ease. It seemed as if there was an inexhaustible amount of strength in his body. Han Yang casually grabbed the bedside table, and the weight of the sundries plus the cabinet, which was nearly 50 to 60 caddies, was actually easily lifted by him with one hand. This made him feel extremely delighted. Before, he couldn't be said to be completely powerless, but he was just at an ordinary person's level. But now he felt that his strength was no less than that of a weightlifter or a boxing champion. Han Yang's current physical quality was almost at the limit that a normal human could reach. If he continued to exercise, it would belong to the inhuman level of virus enhancement. Just then, a sudden rumbling sound came from his abdomen. Han Yang's mood immediately turned sour, and every cell in his body was roaring at him with hunger. There was a price to getting stronger. However, he was more than willing to pay this price. He walked into the living room. Chen Fang's door was tightly closed, and she hadn't gotten up yet. Han Yang had to enter the kitchen by himself and heat up 2 packs of self-heating hot pots. As for why not cook? If the future hadn't changed, the water and gas had already been cut off by now. Having a simple breakfast, Han Yang resumed his workout. Today, he aimed to push himself to an inhumane level. However, not long after he started warming up, he saw a fair-skinned figure dash into the kitchen. He couldn't help but halt his exercise, watching with a tinge of amazement in his heart. This woman, she's getting more and more audacious with her attire. Does she think I'm not a man? Chapter 8, A Little Secret Pleasure. Chen Fang didn't sleep well last night. Fear and confusion about the future kept her tossing and turning. The roars of zombies and screams of humans that echoed in the darkness haunted her with nightmares, waking her up from time to time. It was not until the early morning that she finally dozed off in a daze. When she woke up again, the sun was already high in the sky. It was eerily quiet all around. If it weren't for the empty space beside her and the still, vivid red on the glass of the opposite building, she would have thought that all that happened yesterday was just a nightmare. Oh, right. She had closed the window last night to block out the outside noise. No wonder it was so stuffy. As Chen Fang's mind gradually cleared, the sweltering environment in the room made her break out in a layer of damp, sticky sweat, making her extremely uncomfortable. She struggled to get up and open the window. A rush of warm air greeted her. Outside, the sun was shining brightly, but the neighborhood was deserted, with not a soul in sight. There was no more the ear-piercing honking of cars, the boisterous square, dancing music, or the children's playful noises. Everything seemed so harmonious and quiet. In an instant, Chen Fang had an illusion that she was the only one left in the world. Fear and panic welled up in her heart. Fortunately, at that moment, a ding sound suddenly came from the living room next door. Chen Fang immediately thought of a name, Han Yang. A wave of joy surged within her, like a desert traveler who had discovered an oasis. He was working out. Chen Fang had watched for quite a while yesterday and knew that it was Han Yang practicing thrusting with an umbrella. I'm not alone. Chen Fang felt a bit calmer and then entered the bathroom, preparing to take a bath. But the next moment, she froze on the spot. Stop. Is the water supply cut off? She suddenly recalled what Han Yang had said. I don't know when the rescue will come. Now the power is out, and the water and gas will probably be cut off soon. Chen Fang immediately rushed to the kitchen and turned on the gas stove. All she could hear was the continuous pop sound of the ignition, but no gas came out at all. The gas is also cut off. An acute question involuntarily emerged in her mind. Is there really no hope for rescue? What's wrong? Han Yang stopped exercising, staring straight at Chen Fang without averting his eyes, and couldn't help muttering to himself. This woman is dressing more and more provocatively. Does she think I'm not a man? The water and gas are both cut off. Chen Fang pursed her lips, feeling her throat extremely dry. Fortunately, she had prepared some water yesterday. Thanks to this man, she had made preparations in advance. Chen Fang looked at Han Yang and found that his gaze was a bit strange, as if he was staring intently at her. Chen Fang lowered her head slightly, and then realized that she was dressed inappropriately. It was too hot last night, so she had changed from a short, sleeved shirt to a silk camisole with less fabric, and she wasn't wearing any underwear inside. Chen Fang's face flushed instantly, and she immediately ran back to her room. Han Yang watched the swaying curves, felt a rush of heat in his heart. And only after gulping down half a bottle of water did he suppress his impulse. Chen Fang returned to her room, closed the door, and leaned her body against the door, finally letting out a slight sigh of relief. Just now, I revealed a bit too much. Chen Fang lowered her head to glance at herself, a hint of shyness flickering across her face. However, upon second thought, she was surely wearing more than a swimsuit. This was nothing. She sat down by the bedside, took a sip of water, and comforted herself. Yet, the scorching gaze of Han Yang kept flashing through her mind from time to time. She had noticed before that Han Yang would stare at her legs. But his gaze was rather veiled then, unlike these past 2 days when it was completely undisguised. Since the arrival of the apocalypse, he seemed like a different person. Of course, it was also possible that she hadn't known him deeply enough in the past. Chen Fang took a deep breath, walked to the bathroom, used some water prepared yesterday, and simply wiped her body. After finishing washing up, Chen Fang hesitated for a moment, then found a slightly loose pair of sweatpants to change into. After getting dressed neatly, she finally stepped out of the room. Han Yang was still exercising. Whether it was an illusion or not, Chen Fang saw that his mouth seemed to twitch. Didn't he like her outfit? Chen Fang thought subconsciously, and to her surprise, a trace of little delight welled up in her heart. Have you had breakfast? Chen Fang asked him. Yes, I have. Now that the gas has stopped, there's no way to cook. You can have a self-heating hot pot too. Han Yang had just finished a set of the dragon, elephant body, tempering technique and stopped to take a short rest. What shall we do then? The cooked food will run out eventually. Chen Fang looked worried. I'll go out tomorrow to see if I can gather anything useful. We still have a lot of food. There's no need to go out so early. Chen Fang tried to dissuade him. What if Han Yang went out and couldn't come back? What would she do? I am aware, yet mere provisions are insufficient. What we lack most at present is water. Han Yang paused briefly and then continued. Although we've stored some, I engage in daily exercise, sweating profusely, thus necessitating a substantial intake of water. The water at home won't sustain the 2 of us for long. Moreover, I'm not acting rashly. I intend to clear the corridor first and lock the unit door downstairs. In this way, at least this building will be secure. By then, we can cook over a fire in the corridor, which is safer than doing so at home, free from the worry of igniting things. A living person surely won't be overwhelmed by trivialities. Even without gas or electricity, there's still the primitive method of collecting firewood and making a fire. However, there are too many flammable items in the room. A slight oversight could give rise to a catastrophe. In his past life, Han Yang witnessed an instance where a fire in a room led to the entire building catching ablaze. It's much safer in the corridor. The staircase railings are made of iron, and there's nothing combustible. Chen Fang pursed her lips. The worry on her face didn't subside, yet she remained silent. Oh, by the way, don't dispose of the wastewater after washing and rinsing casually. Save it for flushing the toilet, Han Yang added. This is the drawback of living in a building. Once the water and electricity are cut off, the most challenging issue is using the toilet. If it can't be flushed promptly and the toilet gets blocked, the room will soon become uninhabitable due to the stench. Therefore, in the future survivor gathering areas, most will be in villas, low-rise buildings, or bungalows near a water source. Areas like downtown with numerous high-rise buildings, on the contrary, will turn into havens for zombies. Han Yang had long made a plan. As soon as the period of virus mutation and outbreak passes, he can head to a place he has had his eye on for a long time. There's water, electricity, and numerous rooms there. As long as he takes control of that place, he can rapidly recruit followers and expand his power. Chen Fang went to the kitchen to cook for herself, while Han Yang continued his workout. After Chen Fang finished eating, she began to practice the moves she had learned yesterday with proficiency. When Han Yang took a break due to tiredness, he would offer some guidance, yet without the sight of his legs, there seemed to be a lack of impetus. Chen Fang quickly grasped the knack and performed in a decent manner. However, since she didn't possess an awakened physique, the effect wasn't as remarkable. On the contrary, through intensive training, Han Yang's strength became increasingly astonishing. He used the furniture in the room, such as tables, chairs, coffee tables, and the washing machine, to test his strength, moving them around as if they were toys. The day slipped by amidst continuous exercise and breaks. Although Chen Fang gave Han Yang 2 massages and prepared meals in the middle, which didn't allow her to exercise for long, she still felt extremely fatigued. After having dinner, she simply wiped her body and went back to her room, falling asleep quickly. When she woke up early the next morning, Fang found herself in an unprecedentedly good state of mind. It seemed that the exercise really had an effect. At least she had a good sleep. Fang felt delighted in her heart, but when she thought that Han Yang was going out today, she felt a bit flustered and worried. When she was about to step out of the room, she hesitated for a moment. Eventually, instead of putting on her sports pants, she found a pair of shorts that she felt most comfortable in and changed into them. In the living room, when Han Yang saw Fang come out, his eyes lit up. In the sunlight, her slender legs were so dazzling. Shorts. Chapter 9, Cleaning the Corridor on the third day of the apocalypse. Han Yang still got up early. Today, he didn't rush to exercise but had a hearty meal and started to prepare for going out. He was still dressed in a windbreaker and jeans, and the magazines wrapped around his arm hadn't been unwrapped. The long-handled umbrella has become unsuitable for him now. It feels too light. Yet, he possesses no better weapon and must make do with it. The pickaxe he had fastened to his waist has already been cleaned. And in addition, he has packed a few items that may prove useful, such as rope and a fruit knife. Finally, he slung a large, empty backpack over his shoulders, ready to collect any supplies he might find. Just as he completed his preparations, Fang emerged from her room. "Are you preparing to go out?" Fang initially averted her gaze, but upon seeing Han Yang's attire, her concern surfaced immediately. "Very nice," Han Yang remarked, casting a glance at her shorts with a bright smile. "You look wonderful today." Fang's cheeks flushed, and she dared not meet his eyes, stammering, "Well, I'll be waiting for you to return. Rest assured, for your sake, I shall return safely," Han Yang declared, moving towards the entrance door. He did not rush to open it. Instead, he cautiously surveyed the surroundings first. The commotion caused by Su Zhongping had been too loud, and considering his hurried return, it was hard to say whether any zombies might be trailing behind. Though his line of sight was limited, he could ascertain whether any shadows were lurking nearby. Once he confirmed that the outside was clear of zombies, he carefully opened the door. Fang, her expression tense, watched his every move. And upon seeing the coast was clear, she let out a sigh of relief. Han Yang did not shut the door immediately. Instead, he took a moment to scan the area, prepared to retreat should anything seem amiss. Their building was a 6-story structure without an elevator, with 2 units per floor, and they resided on the 5th floor. For now, the front door remained tightly shut, ensuring that the 5th floor was temporarily secure. Han Yang leaned his head over the staircase, surveying the surroundings above and below. There were no signs of life on the 4th floor, nor any disturbances on the 6th. Only then did he securely close the door behind him. To ensure a safe retreat, he chose not to descend, but instead ascended with a long-handled umbrella, pointing it towards the upper levels as he advanced step by step. The corridor was narrow, barely accommodating 2 people side by side. Should a zombie emerge from above, it would be exceedingly difficult for an ordinary person to evade. After climbing half a flight, he tilted his body to inspect further. Fortunately, both apartments on the upper floor were closed tight, and the corridor was devoid of anything but a shoe rack. Upon reaching the 6th floor and confirming there were no oversights, he turned to descend. The descent felt considerably safer from his elevated position. He could easily jab at any approaching zombies with his umbrella. The 4th floor was secure, with both households' doors firmly shut. However, as he reached the 3rd floor, he noticed one door ajar, yet no zombies lurked in the corridor, only a trail of dried blood snaking down towards the lower levels. The blood was dark and completely congealed, likely remnants from a couple of days prior. Han Yang refrained from recklessly entering the residence and instead closed the door. His priority was to ensure the corridor's safety. There would be ample time to explore within later. Continuing downward, Han Yang's expression hardened as he reached the 2nd floor. A figure stood silently on the platform between the 2nd and 1st floors. A zombie? Narrowing his eyes, he gently tapped the handrail with his umbrella. The sudden clang shattered the corridor's silence. The zombie turned and, upon spotting Han Yang, staggered towards him. Remaining motionless above, Han Yang waited until the zombie had ascended halfway up the stairs before suddenly unleashing his strength. The long-handled umbrella sliced through the air, aiming directly at the zombie's head. With a sharp pop, the sound of an eye bursting resonated as the tip of the umbrella swiftly and accurately pierced through the zombie's eye socket and into its brain. Regrettably, the umbrella lacked the requisite strength to delve deeper. Once it punctured the skull, it could not penetrate any further. Had he wielded a crowbar, Han Yang was confident that his prior strike would have been sufficient to penetrate the zombie's head entirely. Nonetheless, this was adequate, as the once howling and charging zombie immediately collapsed, lifeless. Without pausing, Han Yang noted that the door on the first floor was shut, prompting him to sprint towards the entrance of the unit. The earlier commotion had been considerable, potentially attracting more zombies. However, it was too late. A zombie lunged at him from the front. With a steely determination, Han Yang gauged the distance and thrust the umbrella forward. The zombie, attempting to bite, caused the umbrella to skew and inadvertently thrust it into its mouth. The tip protruded from the back of its head, yet the creature did not succumb. It continued to struggle, reaching for Han Yang. Unfazed, he swiftly retreated 2 steps, extracting the umbrella while simultaneously brandishing a crowbar in his left hand, bringing it down upon the zombie's head, which was propelled forward by its own momentum. With a resounding thud, the crowbar sank deeply into the zombie's skull, splattering dark crimson blood and putrid gray matter. The zombie was rendered utterly lifeless, twitching briefly before falling still. However, the threat had not abated. 2 more zombies, akin to rabid hounds, charged in pursuit. How could there be so many zombies at the entrance? Han Yang had no time for contemplation. He swiftly retreated to the first floor, which was elevated by 4 steps from the ground, providing him a vantage point. He did not look back. Instead, emboldened by his skill, he propelled himself forward, twisting and turning. The umbrella became an extension of his will, thrusting back towards the pursuing zombies with lethal precision. With a sharp sound, the arrow successfully pierced the eye of the zombie, rendering it immobile. However, another zombie did not hesitate and slipped past the first one. Han Yang swiftly delivered a powerful kick, striking the zombie squarely in the chest, sending it tumbling back alongside the one he had just dispatched. Holding the umbrella in his right hand, he advanced a few steps, seizing the opportunity before the last zombie could regain its footing, and thrust the umbrella towards its head. The impact was decisive, as the umbrella penetrated deep into its brain, causing the fallen zombie to cease its thrashing. Having dispatched 4 zombies in quick succession, even with his enhanced physique, Han Yang found himself slightly breathless. Yet, there was no time for respite. He glanced towards the entrance of the building, where, this time, no zombies emerged. He approached quickly, and to his relief, the area directly in front of the door was devoid of any undead. However, a sudden realization struck him as he scanned the surroundings. To the right of the entrance, adjacent to the first-floor balcony, 2 zombies were inexplicably lingering. Had they not heard the commotion? Or was it something else? Suddenly, his expression hardened, disbelief washing over his face. What is that? Below Han Yang's apartment, the first-floor balcony had once featured a green space, but it had been transformed by an elderly woman into a garden, complete with a fence and vegetable patches. Amidst the lush greenery, a peculiar plant stood out prominently. It was no taller than a hand's breadth, adorned with 3 broad leaves. Their vibrant green surfaces marked by pale veins that seemed to emit a faint glow, evoking an otherworldly aura. The 2 wandering zombies were fixated on this extraordinary plant, peering at it through the fence. No wonder there are so many zombies at the entrance, and now those 2 zombies are unwilling to leave. The corpse grass, indeed, is elusive and hard to find. Chapter 10. I shall care for your wife. The corpse grass is a miraculous plant newly discovered in the aftermath of the apocalypse. Its function is rather simple. It possesses a certain probability of allowing ordinary individuals to safely awaken their abilities without succumbing to zombification. Mature corpse grass can even facilitate the advancement of an awakened individual's powers. Coincidentally, Han Yang has mastered the method to mature this precious grass. Han Yang gazed intently at the corpse grass, his eyes shimmering with unprecedented brilliance. In the years since the apocalypse, humanity has struggled for survival, during which a group of awakened individuals emerged, each endowed with extraordinary abilities. They no longer feared the mutated viruses in the air. As long as they were cautious not to be bitten by zombies, they could rely on their enhanced physiques and unique powers to thrive in this desolate world, gradually ascending to positions of leadership within various survivor enclaves. Curious minds began to investigate how to awaken powers. Soon, it was discovered that, aside from natural awakenings and the rare few who survived zombification, an exceptionally small number of individuals gained their abilities through the consumption of certain plants. Natural awakenings are unpredictable, and surviving a zombie bite is a perilous endeavor. Thus, the method of consuming these plants proved to be remarkably safe. In a frenzy, survivors began fervently seeking out these miraculous flora. The corpse grass is one such plant. Typically, the corpse grass grows in shaded areas where the aura of death converges. How could it possibly be here? Han Yang felt a twinge of confusion. Yet it did not diminish the fervor in his gaze, which sparkled even brighter than when he beheld Chun Fang's smooth, slender legs. He needed to devise a plan to lure the two zombies over. Han Yang wished to avoid attracting too much attention, fearing that it might summon new zombies and hinder his efforts in harvesting the in-corpse grass. He retrieved a coin from his pocket and gently tossed it towards the two zombies. The coin emitted a crisp sound, drawing the attention of the undead. Upon noticing Han Yang, they let out a fierce roar and lunged at him like rabid dogs. Han Yang stepped back 2 paces, retreating into the entrance of the building, listening intently to the commotion outside, readying himself for action. As the first zombie peeked through the doorway, Han Yang swiftly thrust his umbrella forward. With a sharp thud, the tip pierced the zombie's brain. The entrance was narrow, preventing the second zombie from entering, which became trapped outside. Han Yang withdrew his umbrella and struck again, successfully hitting the zombie behind. Having swiftly dealt with the 2 undead, he dragged their bodies inside to prevent obstruction at the door. Carefully, he emerged from the building. The outside was eerily silent, with no sign of zombies in sight. Han Yang bent down and approached the balcony on the first floor, which was over a meter off the ground, casting a small shadow where the in-corpse grass thrived. He began to excavate the soil with a knife, intent on uprooting the grass along with its roots, while keeping a vigilant watch of his surroundings. Outside the railing lay a corpse. It was the very body of Su Zhongping, whom Han Yang had thrown down earlier. At this moment, Su Zhongping's body had begun to decompose, emanating a foul stench, with a faint yellowish wet stain seeping from beneath him into the surrounding soil. Understanding dawned on Han Yang. He realized why the in-corpse grass had flourished here. It was influenced by the corpse energy emanating from Su Zhongping. This Su Zhongping is truly my fortunate star, bestowing upon me not only a corpse core, but also nurturing a spectral herb to gift me. Han Yang clicked his tongue. Although spectral herbs often flourish near cadavers, they are typically found in areas where corpses are abundant. While it is not unheard of for a single body to give rise to such a plant, it remains a rarity. I am grateful for your generous offering. I shall not hold past grievances against you. Henceforth, I shall take good care of your wife. Han Yang was tempted to say, your wife shall be under my protection. Do not fret. However, reflecting on the absence of children between them, he refrained. Ultimately, there was no significant discord between him and Su Zhongping. Their only issue lay in a mutual sense of discontent. Han Yang had heard from friends that Su Zhongping's family possessed considerable wealth, owning several properties and storefronts in their hometown, which enabled him to marry Qin Fang, who was renowned as a beauty in their locality. Even in a cosmopolitan city like Jinghai, she would elicit exclamations of admiration. Nevertheless, both harbored lofty aspirations and were reluctant to remain in a small county town. Thus, they ventured to Jinghai, eventually settling in with Han Yang through mutual acquaintances. During their interactions, Han Yang discerned that Su Zhongping often carried an air of arrogance, presuming to critique the world while looking down upon the sales of his modest company. Naturally, Han Yang would not extend warmth to cold indifference, leading to a gradual cooling in their relationship, with communications primarily passing through Qin Fang. With the passing of time and the settling of debts, any previous animosities were of little consequence to Han Yang. Moreover, considering the generous gifts bestowed upon him even in death, he felt inclined to take extra care of Qin Fang. Han Yang emptied a nearby flower pot and buried the unearthed in-corpse grass within it, before retreating back into the corridor and locking the unit door. At last, he exhaled a long sigh of relief. He glanced at the haphazardly piled corpses at the corridor's entrance, set the in-corpse grass aside, and retrieved a crowbar and a knife to begin the delicate process of cranial extraction. This task resembled unboxing, even a year into the apocalypse. Survivors had yet to discern which zombies possessed a corpse nucleus. However, a tentative pattern had emerged. Zombies that had awakened supernatural abilities invariably contained a nucleus, and of a notably high grade. Hence, it was surmised that if a zombie had not perished initially, it was highly likely to have awakened powers. Consequently, some speculated that the nucleus might be the crystallization of such abilities. This led to audacious attempts to consume the nucleus in hopes of awakening powers, yet invariably, these individuals succumbed to becoming zombies. Although the existence of the nucleus had been recognized early on, its practical application remained a mystery, garnering little attention until research into the extraordinary plants deepened. After Han Yang had extracted the cranial contents from 6 corpses, he indeed retrieved a nucleus. He then placed this alongside another nucleus he had previously extracted from Su Zhongping, burying them together in the flower pot containing the corpse grass, originally somewhat withered from transplantation. The corpse grass soon perked up vibrantly. The patterns on its leaves became increasingly luminous, as if emanating light, and the density of the patterns visibly increased. Indeed, these remarkable plants, referred to as spiritual plants in the apocalypse, could achieve rapid growth by absorbing the corpse nucleus. This phenomenon was fortuitously discovered after various modern fertilizers had proven ineffective. Before Han Yang was reborn, the corpse cores, which had previously been neglected, had just come into widespread use and suddenly became highly sought after items, their value skyrocketing. In this life, only Han Yang knows these things, and this will be his trump card for self-growth. Han Yang, one in each hand, threw the 6 zombie corpses outside the unit building to keep Su Zhongping company, when he had just been reborn and didn't know that he had awakened yet. His original plan was to clear this building while piling up the corpses of the killed zombies in the shady area of the building, to see if there was a chance for the corpse grass to germinate. Then, he intended to awaken his abilities through the corpse grass. Now, not only did he save these troublesome operations, but he might also obtain a mature corpse grass. Han Yang took one last look at Su Zhongping, sighed inwardly, and completely locked the unit door. I will take good care of your wife. Thinking of Chen Fong, Han Yang felt a rush of eagerness in his heart. She had changed back into hot pants today, perhaps. Han Yang, holding the corpse grass, walked back, feeling almost impatient. Chapter 11. The future might be promising. When Han Yang reached the 3rd floor, he stopped upon seeing the bloodstains on the ground. It was unclear whether there were people in the other households of this building, and it was not appropriate to directly pry open the doors to collect supplies. But there was surely no one in this household. Why not collect some supplies first? Otherwise, returning empty-handed after going out would be a waste. Han Yang hesitated only for a moment before quickly taking action. He first placed the corpse grass aside, then took out a wire from his pocket. Subsequently, he walked to the previously open door household and inserted the wire into the keyhole. Han Yang's lock-picking skills were learned from a so-called master in his previous life's team who was specialized in lock-picking. In a post-apocalyptic world, the skill of lock-picking is highly sought after. After all, brute force can create too much noise and attract the undead. Unfortunately, he was not particularly adept at it, especially since he lacked professional tools. Fortunately, after some time fiddling with the lock, he managed to open it. Han Yang did not rush inside. Instead, he took a moment to observe his surroundings. The living room was barren, devoid of any signs of life. He deliberately tapped the doorframe with the tip of his umbrella, producing a sound. Clang, clang. Faintly, he could hear the groans of zombies, not from this floor, but rather from above. After waiting a moment longer without any zombies emerging, he ventured inside. He did not hastily begin collecting supplies. Instead, Han Yang first explored the various rooms, ensuring there were no hidden zombies lurking in the corners. Many exploration teams in his previous life had met their demise due to overlooking concealed zombies. Having confirmed the house was safe, he securely closed the door and began his search for useful items. The layout of this residence mirrored that of his own home. He first inspected the 2 bedrooms, initially harboring little hope, but was pleasantly surprised to discover some outdoor equipment on the main bedroom's balcony. Was that a climbing backpack, a trekking pole, and a portable camping stove? Han Yang opened the climbing backpack and found a substantial bundle of nylon rope. In addition, there were some emergency medications for inflammation and diarrhea, a solar-powered charger, a flashlight, binoculars, and more. He then picked up the trekking pole, testing its balance. It felt far superior to his umbrella. The pole was sturdy, with a metal tip, and with a bit of polishing, it could serve as a commendable weapon for self-defense. At last, he picked up the portable outdoor gas stove, resembling a miniature gas burner, with an additional section for attaching a gas canister. He had seen others use it before, but this was his first experience handling it himself. The operation was straightforward, not much different from a household gas stove. This truly alleviated his pressing need. With a cheerful demeanor, Han Yang packed these items into his backpack before heading to the kitchen. To his great satisfaction, the household not only had a complete stock of rice and flour, but also a string of cured meat, 2 packets of dried noodles, and an assortment of dried ingredients such as mushrooms and silver fungus. As for the items in the refrigerator, apart from a bag of potatoes and a bag of eggs, most of the fruits and vegetables had begun to rot. Han Yang collected the ones that were in good condition along with various seasonings, filling a substantial bag. The dining room also boasted a selection of beverages, beer, liquor, and snacks, all of which Han Yang eagerly gathered. It was only when both his own bag and the hiking backpack were filled to capacity that he began his return, carrying rice, flour, oil, and half a barrel of water. Naturally, he did not forget the incorpse grass. Altogether, the load weighed around 70 to 80 pounds, yet Han Yang felt no strain. Swiftly bounding back to the fifth-floor entrance. Since Han Yang had left, Chen Fong had been consumed with unease. This anxiety intensified upon hearing noises from downstairs and the chilling growls of zombies. She stood on the balcony, peering down, but due to the angle, she could not discern what was happening below or how Han Yang was faring. Soon, the external noise subsided, heightening her restlessness. She remained vigilant at the door, straining to catch any hint of sound. Yet, Han Yang did not return. It's fine. He must be all right. She silently expressed that if Han Yang were to encounter misfortune, she could hardly fathom how she would endure alone. Chen Fong paced anxiously in the living room. Time seemed to stretch indefinitely until suddenly, the sound of footsteps ascending the stairs echoed outside. Thud, thud. The sound was heavy and forceful, only ceasing upon reaching the fifth floor. Chen Fong fixed her gaze on the door, and with a creak, it swung open to reveal Han Yang, who appeared at the threshold, his arms laden with various items. Upon seeing him safe and sound, a look of delight instantly brightened Chen Fong's face. "Did you encounter zombies?" she inquired with concern, noticing the specks of blood on his clothing as she stepped forward to assist him with his burdens. "Yes, I came across a few at the entrance, but I dealt with them," Han Yang replied, handing her a backpack. Chen Fong grasped it with both hands, only to be taken aback as it sagged under its weight, nearly slipping from her grasp. "So heavy," she exclaimed, astonished. Han Yang chuckled, setting another backpack down on the floor before turning to retrieve the remaining items from outside. "So many things," Chen Fong exclaimed as she unzipped the backpack, her eyes narrowing with joy. Potatoes, eggs, apples, tomatoes, celery, eggplant, lotus root. With each item she pulled out, she muttered in delight, unable to contain her happiness. Meanwhile, Han Yang placed the incorpse grass in a corner and watered it. It thrived well without sunlight, requiring only water and a corpse core for optimal growth. "What is this plant? It seems to be glowing?" Chen Fong inquired, captivated by the peculiar appearance of the incorpse grass. "I call it incorpse grass. I found it at the entrance, surrounded by zombies, so I brought it back," Han Yang casually explained. Indeed, within another backpack lies a portable camping gas stove, accompanied by 4 gas canisters, sufficient for our needs for a considerable duration. Chen Fong, having never encountered such an item before, was delighted to discover a compact gas cooker upon opening the backpack. A smile graced her face as she pondered the prospect of a sumptuous meal at noon. "What shall I prepare?" she mused, glancing at the array of ingredients scattered on the ground, momentarily at a loss. This absurdity struck her just moments ago. She was fretting over the uncertainties of the future, and now she found herself troubled by the question of what to eat for lunch. Is this truly the end of the world? Yet, as she reflected upon the lurking zombies outside, consuming the unfortunate, she realized how fortunate she was to be comfortably sheltered, with ample food and drink, all thanks to the man before her. With him around, perhaps the future holds promise. Chapter 12. A test of intentions. What are you thinking about? Han Yang's voice jolted Chen Fong back to reality. She bit her lip, her cheeks flushing slightly, and murmured, "Nothing, nothing at all. Please help me take off my clothes." Han Yang extended his sleeve towards her. The duct tape wrapped around it made it bearable to wear, but uncomfortable to remove. "All right, okay." Chen Fong grasped the cuff and assisted Han Yang in shedding his outer garment. Beneath his windbreaker, he wore no additional clothing, revealing a well-defined physique that made her heart flutter. When did his figure become so remarkable? In the sweltering summer heat. The exertion of wearing a windbreaker had left him drenched in sweat. He tilted his head back to down a bottle of water, which provided a slight reprieve from the heat within. "Why don't you take a moment to rest? Shall I give you a massage?" Chen Fong carried 2 backpacks, one of which was so heavy that it made her weary just to ascend and descend the stairs. Observing Han Yang, who not only bore 2 bags but also held rice, flour, oil, and a large container of water, she knew he must be exceedingly fatigued. "Thank you for your trouble." Han Yang, however, did not feel tired. He merely found the heat uncomfortable. Yet, after a year of training in the apocalyptic world, he had grown indifferent to such discomfort. Still, since the beautiful woman had shown her goodwill, why should he decline? Han Yang reclined on the sofa while Chen Fong approached him and began to knead his legs. Compared to the previous days, her touch had notably strengthened, bringing him greater comfort. causing him to involuntarily close his eyes and immerse himself in the sensation. You can turn over now. Soon, after finishing his back, Han Yang obediently flipped onto his other side, continuing to relish the experience. Once she completed the massage on his legs, he sensed Chen Fong shifting closer, faintly catching the familiar scent wafting from her. Upon opening his eyes, he found himself gazing at her upright legs, standing beside the sofa. The thought of her having changed back into shorts stirred something within him. Uncertain yet intrigued, he decided to test the waters. Han Yang slowly raised his right hand, cautiously reaching out. He felt Chen Fong's body tense momentarily, but before he could fully gauge the moment, she suddenly exclaimed, "You. Rest well, I'll go prepare dinner." Her cheeks flushed, and a hint of panic crossed her features as she turned to leave him. Fortunately, her reaction wasn't too intense. Han Yang chuckled silently to himself, then glanced at the corner where the shadow corpse grass thrived. It had sprouted a fourth leaf, and once the fifth emerged, it would be ready for harvesting and consumption. At that time, he had a chance to elevate his supernatural abilities, a feat unattainable even in his past life. 2 months prior, he had languished in this rented apartment awaiting rescue, only to venture out in desperation when his provisions ran out. During that period, the zombies outside were far more formidable than they were now. Although his body had undergone natural fortification, now enhanced through training, he still treaded on thin ice, narrowly escaping death on several occasions. By leveraging his ability to control the undead, he managed to evade them for a month before finally exiting the urban confines. Arriving at a suburban area with fewer zombies, it was there that he began to engage extensively with other survivors in meaningful discourse. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, the dissemination of information was painfully slow. It was not until more than 6 months later that they grasped the awakening of supernatural powers. The knowledge of how to enhance these abilities came only before his rebirth. The corpse grass required, at the very least, a corpse core to mature. It appeared that he would need to scour the other units in this building. There were likely zombies on the 4th floor as well. Recalling the commotion he had heard on the 3rd floor, Han Yang formulated his next plan. Meanwhile, Chen Fong entered the kitchen with a panicked expression. The moment Han Yang's hand brushed against her leg, she felt a jolt of alarm. Particularly when she met his unabashed gaze, she understood the intensity that lay within. Should I change back into pants? Chen Fong bit her lip, ultimately choosing not to act. Since the moment her husband had passed, she had sensed an unspoken tension. A solitary man and woman, trapped in a building with no rescue in sight. The friction of dry kindling awaits only a spark. It was merely a question of how long they could endure. Lunch was swiftly prepared, featuring a delightful dish of 3 delicacies and a refreshing lotus root salad. The long-awaited stir-fried meal ignited both their appetites. As Han Yang ate, he observed Chen Fong, noting how her eyes darted away, hesitant to meet his gaze. A subtle stir of emotions welled within him, prompting him to unabashedly drink in her appearance. Today, Chen Fong donned a fitted short-sleeved top in a delicate shade of pink and white, accentuating her exquisite figure. Below, she wore cotton shorts that barely brushed her thighs, revealing 2 long, slender legs that seemed to be sculpted with divine precision. Pale, yet radiating a hint of rosy hue, gracefully proportioned. Any excess would render her plump, while any deficiency would render her gaunt. She was, in essence, a masterpiece of nature. One could not help but wish to hold and admire such beauty. This, as the seasoned drivers often say, is the allure of legs that could captivate for years. Sensing his gaze, Chen Fong buried her face in her meal, a faint blush creeping onto her cheeks, her ears tinged with a rosy hue. The two engaged in a silent dance, one observing while the other remained engrossed in her food. An inexplicable tension lingering between them. Before long, the plates were polished clean. "I'll take care of the dishes," Chen Fong declared, her movements swift as she fled her seat. Han Yang patted his belly, settling into his chair, too lazy to move. Watching the graceful figure bustling in the kitchen, he felt a stir of desire. They say that a full stomach breeds thoughts of beauty. The ancients were indeed not mistaken. Han Yang rose and made his way into the kitchen, causing Chen Fong to freeze momentarily, a flicker of anxiety washing over her at the thought of his potential mischief. What if he were to make an inappropriate advance? Her expression wavered, yet Han Yang merely sought a sharpening stone. This revelation allowed Chen Fong to instinctively exhale, her body relaxing as the tension dissipated. Han Yang observed with keen attention and found Chen Fong's demeanor rather intriguing. As he was about to leave, he playfully tapped her on the back with his right hand. Chen Fong exclaimed, turning her head to see Han Yang walking away nonchalantly. And she couldn't help but mutter, What a bothersome guy. Han Yang faintly heard her murmurs, and his heart soared with joy. It seemed that there was indeed potential for something to blossom. Perhaps good fortune awaited him this very night. With a peculiar sense of elation, Han Yang took the sharpening stone to the bathroom and began meticulously honing the tip of his trekking pole. Before long, Chen Fong had tidied up the dishes. Observing Han Yang engrossed in his task, she took the opportunity to organize the supplies she had gathered earlier that morning. Spotting the solar power bank brought her immense joy, prompting her to place it in a sunlit spot to charge her phone. This way, she would finally have some illumination for the evening. Once she completed her tasks, she was surprised to find herself devoid of any fatigue. Was the effect of the body tempering technique truly this remarkable? She pondered to herself and couldn't resist starting to practice in the living room. Meanwhile, in the living room and bathroom, Han Yang continued his sharpening. The tip of the trekking pole was beginning to take shape, and he couldn't help but feel a sense of excitement as he watched Chen Fong's graceful movements in the living room. Perhaps it was time to teach her the second set of movements? Some of those maneuvers were quite challenging and would require detailed guidance. Chapter 13. The female zombie. Once Chen Fong completed her first set of exercises, Han Yang emerged from the bathroom and remarked, "You've already mastered that set of movements quite well. Shall I teach you the second set?" Chen Fong's cheeks were slightly flushed from her recent exertion, and beads of sweat glistened on the tip of her nose as she recalled the physical contact from their last practice session. The inexplicable atmosphere between the two during lunch caused her heart to flutter. I feel a bit fatigued. Let us postpone for next time." She dared not proceed. Despite having mentally prepared herself, she remained conflicted, fearful of taking that step. Your own training is of utmost importance. Do not let my learning interfere with your progress. After all, it's perilous outside. The more you train, the better your protection. Chen Fong gently approached Han Yang, taking the trekking pole from his hands. "I shall take a moment to rest and polish this for you. You should focus on your training." Her consideration made Han Yang feel somewhat guilty. He had no choice but to channel all his energy and vigor into his workout until he was utterly exhausted. Chen Fong returned to assist him in loosening his muscles, consciously maintaining her distance this time. Once finished, she promptly returned to polishing the trekking pole without any hesitation. The day concluded amidst their peculiar behavior and atmosphere. On the fourth day of the apocalypse, Han Yang awoke early once again, surprised to find that Chen Fong had also risen quite early. The dining table was already set with dishes, with only the congee yet to be ready. "You can eat first," Chen Fong called from the kitchen. Today, she appeared as radiant as ever, despite the somewhat strange atmosphere between them the previous day. She wore short hot pants paired with a sleeveless t-shirt. Her alabaster arms were fully exposed, complementing her long, beautiful legs. "Are you heading out today?" Chen Fong brought the congee over and sat beside Han Yang, unlike before when they maintained distance. "Yes, we collected quite a bit of food yesterday, but not much water. We still need to search for more." As the two enjoyed their meal, engaged in conversation, an unsuspecting observer might easily mistake them for a married couple living harmoniously together. Breakfast concluded swiftly, and after a brief respite, Han Yang, with Chen Fong's attentive service, donned his attire. Equipped with the hiking stick that Chen Fong had polished the previous day, he prepared to venture out once more. "Be cautious. I shall await your return at home," Chen Fong advised him like a devoted wife bidding farewell to her husband. A warm wave of emotion surged within Han Yang, bringing him a sense of comfort. The feeling of being cared for and awaited upon returning home was indeed a pleasant sensation. The gentle embrace of tenderness felt like a hero's grave. Was he already beginning to indulge in such sentiments? Shaking his head, he closed the door, striving to regain clarity, his eyes now resolute and filled with determination. He proceeded directly to the fourth floor, recalling the faint sounds of a zombie emanating from the third floor the previous day. Rather than immediately unlocking the door, Han Yang opted to gently knock first. If someone were within, he could politely withdraw. If a zombie lurked inside, it might be startled. Growl. As anticipated, the unmistakable growls of a zombie resonated from within, though muffled through the door. Listening closely, the sound seemed somewhat distant, suggesting the creature might be confined in a bedroom. Han Yang refrained from jumping to conclusions. If the individual had been sleeping in the bedroom before their transformation and had lost their intellect post-transformation, they would not be able to open the door, potentially remaining trapped inside. Conversely, a zombie would likely rush to the entrance upon hearing noise, and he would be able to discern that clearly. After a brief pause, Han Yang knocked again, and the same sounds echoed back. Confirming that no one else was present, he finally began to manipulate the door lock. With a decisive click, the lock released, and Han Yang gripped his hiking stick tightly, cautiously opening the door. The room layout inside the house is the same as that on the upper floor. There is no one in the living room. The door of the side bedroom is banging loudly, and the growls of the zombie inside can be heard. As expected, Han Yang entered the house. Apparently, it was a girl's room. The overall decoration was rather pink. There were also numerous plush toys and several women's undergarments, which were of meager fabric, were hanging on the balcony. However, he didn't let down his guard. First, he made a brief tour of several rooms to confirm that there was no one there, and then he walked to the closed bedroom door. This was indeed a good opportunity to control this zombie. Currently, the most practical ability of Han Yang's special power was to control zombies for his own use. But the prerequisite was to send the seed of consciousness into the zombie's body. When clearing the corridor earlier, they suddenly encountered the zombie, and there was no time to do so due to the urgency. Now it was different. With the help of the environment, he could control the zombie well. Han Yang returned to the living room, moved the sofa and chair to block the bedroom door to prevent the zombie from pouncing out when the door opened, and then took out a rope from his backpack and tied it to the doorknob. The bedroom door opened inwards, and he could control the size of the door gap through the rope. Everything was ready, yet Han Yang felt a faint unease in his heart. He always had the feeling that someone was watching him. However, when he was moving things just now, he had checked the house again, and there was simply no place to hide. Could it be an illusion? Han Yang shook his head, didn't think much more, and slowly turned the doorknob. When the door just opened a tiny crack, a woman with a hideous face stuck her head out. Her facial veins bulged, her sclera was black and red. Her pupils were gray and devoid of luster. Blood still lingered at the corner of her mouth, and her mouth opened and closed involuntarily, like a wild beast. She let out terrifying roars. Her body kept trying to squeeze through the crack, intent on biting Han Yang. Han Yang, by means of a rope, firmly grasped the doorknob with one hand, preventing the door from opening completely. Subsequently, he bit through his finger and casually flicked the seeping blood into the open mouth of the female zombie. He completed this set of actions with great proficiency and seamless fluidity. Once the blood containing the seed of consciousness entered the female zombie's body, an invisible thread immediately connected the female zombie and Han Yang. The female zombie, which had been in a riot just moments ago, instantly quieted down. Han Yang controlled the female zombie to move away from the door. Then he fully opened the door and peered into the room. There was no other figure in sight. At this moment, the female zombie's figure was fully revealed. She was only wearing a pink camisole on the upper half of her body, exposing a large expanse of snow-white skin. On the lower half, she had an extremely short pair of hot pants. Her long legs were standing together, straight and well proportioned. TSK, do girls these days dress so casually at home? Chen Fong was the same, always wandering around in hot pants, giving him a feast for the eyes. After sighing twice, Han Yang moved the sofa aside and entered the room. The bedroom, filled with a pink hue, was very much in tune with the young girl's sentiment. Other than that, there was nothing particularly noteworthy. Come to think of it, I seem to have an impression of this girl. Han Yang carefully observed the female zombie. Her face was now serene, without the terrifying appearance of bulging veins, having regained her original appearance, except that her eyes were still like those of a zombie. At first glance, she didn't seem much different from a normal person. Was her name Sasha perhaps? Sasha possesses a striking beauty and an admirable physique, being a neighbor both above and below. Despite having endured a year in the apocalypse, certain memories of Han Yang have become hazy. Yet, upon gazing at the individual before him and reflecting carefully, he begins to recall. An unsettling sensation lingers, as if something is amiss. Pondering this perplexity, Han Yang gestures for Sasha to proceed to the living room while he embarks on a search for useful items. The kitchen is cleaner than my own visage. Upon entering, Han Yang discovers that the cooking facilities appear untouched. He then inspects the two bedrooms, only to find a solitary bag of chips in the female zombie's quarters, with no other food or drink in sight. Something's not right. The feeling of strangeness intensifies within him, and a sudden realization strikes. He comprehends what is awry. The female zombie bears blood at the corner of her mouth, which cannot be self-inflicted. Her attire is scant, devoid of any corresponding markings. This suggests that there must have been another person in the house initially. Chapter 14. A new ability. The food and water within the residence are excessively pristine. The trash bin contains the remnants of open snack packaging. The zombie Sasha exhibits blood at her lips. An array of information converges in Han Yang's mind. leading him to a singular hypothesis. What if another individual resides in this dwelling? One who has been bitten by zombie Sasha, hence the blood at her mouth. This individual, fortunate enough, like Han Yang, has not succumbed to zombification or death. Instead, they are thriving, having consumed all the snacks and depleted the water supply. If this person has not ventured out due to a lack of resources, they remain unseen. Perhaps they, too, have awakened some form of extraordinary ability? Invisibility? Camouflage? Wall passing? No wonder I always had the feeling that someone was watching me. Han Yang quickly figured it out. He continued to pretend to look for things calmly, with his body fully focused on perceiving every slightest anomaly around him. This direction, although not a perception type ability user, after the physical enhancement, his alertness had improved. He soon detected the direction of the anomaly. Han Yang didn't turn around directly. Instead, he changed his angle and glanced in that direction with his peripheral vision. He didn't miss every inch of trace. Soon, he found a vague figure in the shadow of the corner. This figure was completely integrated into the shadow, and only at the edge contour was there something a bit. If one just swept by in a hurry, it wouldn't be noticed at all. Even if it were a bit darker, Han Yang might have overlooked it. An interesting ability. Han Yang clenched his hiking stick and stabbed fiercely at the figure. "Ah, no!" a female voice exclaimed. The corner, which had seemed empty just now, immediately revealed a beautiful girl. The girl was about 1.7 meters tall, with an oval face. Her cheeks were a bit round and chubby, like a child's, exuding a bit of cuteness. At the same time, the overall facial contour was quite distinct, combining softness with a modern beauty. She was wearing a pink camisole of the same style as the female zombie Sasha on the upper body, with half of her chest exposed, which was particularly eye-catching. Below, she wore a pair of white hot pants, revealing her white long legs, seemingly no less attractive than Chin Fong. She had a pair of simple flat, heeled slippers on her feet, and her chubby little feet seemed to curl up and tense slightly due to nervousness. At this moment, the girl furrowed her brows, her large, glistening eyes reflecting a hint of timidity as she gazed nervously at Han Yang. Nan. Upon seeing her visage, Han Yang immediately recalled the name. After all, as neighbors living on the same floor, who could possibly overlook two stunningly beautiful girls with alluring figures? Han Yang had once contemplated pursuing her, but the outbreak of zombies interrupted their budding acquaintance. "Brother Han." Chen Nan looked at Han Yang with a pitiful expression, yet her next words nearly made him burst into laughter. "Do you have something to eat?" Han Yang retracted his hiking stick, responding with mild annoyance. "You recognized me ages ago. Why didn't you greet me then? Now you're asking for food. At first, I didn't realize it was you, but then I saw how you dealt with Sha and momentarily forgot." Nan pouted, but excitement quickly returned to her demeanor. "Brother Han, have you awakened your abilities? How did you make Sha obey? You'll find out if you lick it." Han Yang extended his finger, where a wound had yet to clot, and with a firm squeeze, a drop of blood emerged. Without hesitation, Nan curiously extended her tongue to lick it. This girl. Han Yang shook his head, marveling at her audacity. Well, she certainly has a generous figure. Observing her leaning forward, he couldn't help but touch his nose. "It's nothing much." Nan wrinkled her nose, clearly not fond of the taste of blood. "It doesn't have much effect on people, but it can compel zombies to obey." Han Yang watched as an invisible spiritual bond formed between them, casually retrieving a bottle of water and a packet of biscuits from his backpack. "I did not bring anything else with me. You may have to make do with what is available for now. By the way, could you explain your situation?" Nan took the water and biscuits, disregarding her image, and began to devour them voraciously. Between bites, she recounted, "On the night of the zombie outbreak, Sha was frightened, so I stayed with her to sleep. In the middle of the night, she suddenly developed a high fever and then bit me. I was terrified and ran out, locking her in the room. Deep down, I understood that Sha had transformed into a zombie. After being bitten, I felt increasingly dizzy, my mind clouded, and my body burning with fever. I thought I too was doomed to become a zombie like her, and I contemplated that perhaps it was better to feast on others than to be devoured myself." Han Yang was almost bewildered by her peculiar thoughts. Could this be the legendary notion of beauty without brains? She seemed utterly unafraid in the face of such calamities. "When I awoke again, I found that I was unharmed, but indeed, my arm bore the marks of the bite. Look, there are still impressions." Nan extended her fair arm, revealing distinct teeth marks on her smooth skin that they had begun to scab over. I then felt an overwhelming hunger and began searching for food within the house. Puffing her cheeks in frustration, Nan lamented, "Usually, We hardly cook at home. And apart from a few snacks, there isn't much to eat. There's barely any water, and I haven't eaten for a day. I'm on the verge of starvation. The self-sufficiency of modern girls. Han Yang felt utterly exasperated. He suddenly realized that a girl like Chen Fong, who could navigate both the social and domestic spheres, was truly impressive. So what ability did you just use? How come I couldn't see you? Upon hearing this, Nan Nan became excited once more. I too indulge in watching series and reading novels, and thus, I pondered that surviving such a calamity might bestow upon me extraordinary abilities. Out of sheer boredom, I decided to experiment. And to my astonishment, I truly sensed a remarkable energy within me. This energy allows me to merge with shadows, particularly at night, rendering me almost invisible. Even Sha Sha could not detect my presence. With a sense of pride, Nan Nan demonstrated her newfound ability, gliding to the corner where she had just been. Fading from view right beneath Han Yang's nose, blending seamlessly into the shadows. Were it not for the daylight, which weakens the shadows, one could barely make out her hazy outline, making her difficult to spot. Han Yang initially overlooked this phenomenon. How much more formidable would this ability be under the cover of night? It is indeed a skill fit for nefarious deeds. If I possess such capabilities, many challenges would become far more manageable, and I would not find myself ensnared in this predicament. However, possessing this ability and nurturing it would render me quite formidable. Suddenly, Han Yang felt a surge of confidence in his own strengths, contemplating how to sway other powerful beings to his side. But how to persuade Nan Nan? A flurry of thoughts raced through his mind. Just as he was about to extend an invitation for Nan Nan to join him, she unexpectedly uttered a phrase. Brother Han, why not be my boyfriend? Han Yang was momentarily taken aback, utterly flummoxed. Chapter 15, The Neighboring Girl. This way, I will always have something to eat. Nan Nan, munching on cookies, nodded to herself, applauding her own cleverness. Han Yang, however, appeared utterly bewildered. Is there no food involved in being your boyfriend? Noticing Han Yang's dazed expression, Nan Nan couldn't help but feel a tinge of confusion. Nature indeed provides sustenance. He has one at home. Are you unwilling? Nan Nan, somewhat perplexed, instinctively straightened her posture and muttered, It's strange. I am so beautiful, with such an admirable figure, and many men are enamored. Moreover, Han Ge, you were just staring at my chest, weren't you? Sha Sha even mentioned that you like me and wished to pursue me. Could it be a mere deception? Han Yang instinctively cast another glance at her chest. Truly, it was both ample and alluring, seemingly even grander than Chen Fong's. With the conversation reaching such a point, he had no reason to decline. Of course, I am willing. However, why do you presume that being with me guarantees sustenance? Being my girlfriend is not without its responsibilities. Han Yang's words carried an implication, yet as soon as he finished, Nan Nan leaned in and pecked him, leaving crumbs scattered across his face. Han Yang found himself momentarily speechless. It felt as though every one of her actions was designed to bewilder him. After all, he was only 4 or 5 years her senior, yet the gap between them seemed wider than the chasm between her well-defined muscles. Wiping his face clean, he watched as Nan Nan skipped away with a lightness in her step, igniting within him a desire to introduce her to the martial arts of the Han family. Meanwhile, unbeknownst to Han Yang, a sly smile crept upon Nan Nan's lips before she quickly composed herself. Sha Sha often called her foolish, but she considered herself quite clever. A soft huff escaped her as she recalled the previous evening, when, under the cover of twilight, she had stealthily ventured out, using her abilities to observe the pile of zombie corpses at the entrance of the building. At that moment, she was unaware that it was Han Yang who had acted, only feeling that this person was truly remarkable. However, she had her suspicions, as she knew all 12 residents of the building. Upon witnessing Han Yang skillfully break in and subdue Sha Sha while gathering supplies, she immediately understood the situation and entertained the idea of relying on him. As for becoming his girlfriend, that was merely a brilliant notion that had popped into her mind. She often heard Sha Sha mention that the older brother upstairs seemed to have a liking for her. Every time they encountered each other, he would greet her while overlooking Sha Sha, leaving the latter to question her own charm. She had long harbored a desire to experience love, but her family's strictness had denied her any opportunities. Now, having finally stepped out to attend university, she had her good friend Sha Sha looking out for her. Yet, nearly a year into university, she had attracted numerous suitors, none of whom had succeeded. Now, amidst what seemed like the end of the world, one could hardly tell how many souls remained. Nan Nan herself did not harbor any dislike for Han Yang. On the contrary, as neighbors living on different floors. She found herself occasionally troubling him for various matters and had developed a fondness for him. Han Yang was somewhat handsome and quite capable. What more could she ask for in seeking support? Besides, becoming his girlfriend and sharing a kiss would suffice, right? At most, perhaps an embrace. She observed that the couples at school seemed to be just like that. Nan Nan shook her head, lost in her thoughts. Yet soon, a sense of despondency washed over her as she gazed at Sha Sha's lifeless eyes, turning to Han Yang with hopeful eyes. Brother Han, will Sha Sha be able to wake up? Uncertain, yet since both of us have awakened our abilities, perhaps one day Sha Sha will regain consciousness too. Who can tell for sure? Han Yang isn't certain either. In his past life, he had seen numerous formidable zombies, some of which even possessed a certain level of intelligence. However, he had never encountered a zombie that truly retained its memories. But perhaps his experiences were limited? Exactly, perhaps someone has the ability to awaken memories. Nan Nan suddenly had an epiphany. Subsequently, she wrinkled her nose as she looked at Shasha's clothes. One of Shasha's shoulder straps had slipped off at some point, revealing most of one of her breasts. Sha, you've been completely seen by Big Brother Han, Nan Nan murmured, and then proceeded to tidy up her clothes. It's still early. I'll go check other households. If I find food later, I'll save some for you. Seeing that there was nothing much to do here, Han Yang prepared to continue searching for zombies. This morning when he woke up, the fourth leaf of the Een corpse grass had fully grown, and the fifth leaf was just emerging. Yet, for it to mature, a zombie core was still needed. This was the top priority at the moment. I'll go with you. I know which household has a lot of stored food. Nan Nan was eager to go. Oh, how do you know that? Han Yang didn't object. Sooner or later, he had to train the team members. He was glad to see Nan Nan being so proactive, but he was just a bit curious. The two households on the first floor are occupied by the elderly. Old people tend to have the habit of stockpiling a lot of food. Nan Nan explained as she walked. I used to live here when I was a child. Later, I moved away. Now that I'm in college and this place is close, I moved back. Apart from those households like Elder Brother Hans that have been rented out, I know everyone else. Even for the few rented out units. I've often heard the grandma on the first floor chatter, so I'm quite informed. Since that's the case, let's start from the first floor. First, knock on the doors to see if there are humans or zombies inside. Han Yang decided to follow Nan Nan's idea. The first floor. There should be no one left. Nan Nan paused for a moment before saying somewhat sadly, I saw the grandma on the first floor turn into a zombie outside. The grandpa in another family has poor legs and uses a wheelchair, but he has the habit of going out for a stroll in the morning. Han Yang remembered that when he was just reborn, he indeed saw the old lady on the first floor turn into a zombie chasing a woman. The two soon arrived at the first floor and knocked on the door. As expected, there was no response. Han Yang opened the door lock, made a round inside, and after confirming there was no danger, he let Nan Nan in. Entering the kitchen, Han Yang was quite astonished. There were indeed a lot of things. Grains. Cooking oil were needless to say. There were also various dried vegetables, cured meat, and many pastries and nutritional products that were probably bought by the younger generations to visit the elderly. Han Yang asked Nan Nan to sort out the supplies by herself, and then he went to another household on the first floor. There was also no response from inside. But there seemed to be some movement, yet it didn't quite seem like that of a zombie. When Han Yang opened the door and saw the scene inside, a chill ran down his spine. The originally tidy living room was in a mess, with dark, dirty blood everywhere. In the living room not far from the entrance, a wheelchair stood quietly, on which sat a figure. No, it could no longer be called a human, nor even a zombie, because there was only a skeleton that had been gnawed to pieces left. Meanwhile, a low silhouette stealthily emerged from the bedroom, gradually approaching Han Yang. If it weren't for Han Yang's vigilance, he might not have noticed its presence. Zombie dog. Chapter 16. Zombie dog. Han Yang fixated intently on the zombie dog before him, slowly closing the security door. No one understood these creatures better than he did. In his previous life, he had controlled two of them. Ordinary human zombies, unless in large numbers, posed little threat. Many individuals succumbed to fear and trepidation, unable to confront human zombies effectively. However, if one could overcome this fear and possess adept skills, dealing with human zombies could be a trivial matter. Yet, animal zombies were an entirely different challenge, particularly the most common urban menace, the zombie dog, which adhered to the primal instincts of animal hunting. Each one was exceedingly troublesome. Seeing the door nearly shut, the zombie dog lunged with all its might, its hairless, crimson muscles rippling as it charged at him. Han Yang firmly grasped the doorknob, leaving only a fist-sized gap instead of fully closing it. Encountering a zombie dog in a confined space could indeed prove daunting. But now he had a door. Han Yang was unperturbed. Thud. The zombie dog collided with the door, which remained steadfast. Soon, a gaping maw filled with sharp teeth emerged from the crack. Due to the narrowness of the opening, the zombie dog's mouth, covered in crimson muscle and dark, twisted sinew, could only slightly part as it attempted to bite Han Yang. Controlling the door with one hand, Han Yang flicked a drop of blood into the zombie dog's mouth with the other. As his ability activated, the zombie dog quickly ceased its movements, falling silent. What's wrong? At that moment, hearing a commotion, Nan Nan approached. You've tamed a little creature. Han Yang slightly opened the door, allowing the zombie dog to emerge, startling Nan Nan. How ugly. So you merely find it unattractive rather than frightening? Han Yang had grown somewhat immune to her bluntness, yet still found it remarkable. The grotesque appearance was enough to incite fear. I have always been unable to tolerate the sight of such hairless creatures. After overcoming her initial discomfort, Nan Nan crouched down to observe it. Animals can also become zombies. Its mouth was stained with flesh and blood. Had it devoured a human? A girl, who appeared sweet and charming, squatted beside a zombie dog, exposed flesh and sinew glistening, its terrifying visage devoid of any fur. She spoke of cannibalism. This scene, regardless of how one viewed it, felt profoundly bizarre. At one moment, Han Yang questioned who among them had truly endured a year in the apocalypse and returned reborn. However, recalling that in his previous life, none who had awakened their abilities from zombie bites were normal individuals, he felt a sense of understanding. Perhaps, influenced by the virus, they had gradually ceased to be human? Indeed, the occupants of another unit on the first floor had been consumed by it. Han Yang opened the door to reveal the scene within, confident that Nan Nan could withstand it. This was also an essential training in navigating the apocalypse. Poor grandfather. Brother Han, hurry and perform the craniotomy. This unexpected remark nearly caused Han Yang to twist his back. Nan Nan realized she had said something wrong. She stuck out her tongue and chuckled, saying, "Yesterday, I heard some noise outside. I went out to take a look in the dim evening. Then I found that the heads of the zombie corpses outside the unit entrance had all been trepanned. Is Brother Han looking for something in their heads?" Nan Nan looked curious. Quite observant. Han Yang was a bit surprised. It seemed that although Nan Nan was rather careless in appearance, she wasn't really negligent. This was crucial in the apocalypse. Those who were heedless wouldn't survive long. I'm looking for a kind of crystal. You'll know once I find it later. Han Yang sent the zombie dog into the house to scout the way, creating a great deal of noise. When no other zombies emerged, he entered the room and briefly toured several rooms. In the master bedroom, he discovered another deceased corpse. The entire bedroom was covered in blood, which was extremely discomforting. Although Nan Nan seemed carefree, she wasn't as indifferent as she appeared. She just stayed outside the door and had no intention of entering at all. Han Yang searched both dead zombies but found no zombie corpse. Then he gathered the usable supplies in the house and moved them to the corridor before locking the door. There was no need to look at such a terrifying and oppressive room anymore. There are so many things. It'll be enough for me to eat for a long time. Nan then also moved the supplies from the old grandma's house on the first floor to the corridor, piling up a large heap. But there's still too little water. Han Yang sighed. These two elderly households didn't have much bottled water or beverages, just one barrel of bottled water each. Let's leave things here for now and continue to check other households. Which one do you think might still have people in it? There should be no one on the second floor. The occupants of 201 just moved out. I heard they went to take care of their grandson. The family in 202 consists of 3 members. The child is in high school and doesn't come home, and both parents have jobs, so they should be at work. Nan Nan counted on her fingers. The door of 301 is open. I saw yesterday that the things inside had been taken away. It should be you, Brother Han. 302 is rented out to a young couple. They should not be at home either, but they have a dog. Soon, Nan Nan introduced all the other households in the whole building. Except for one vacant unit on the 6th floor, the rest are occupied. But most of the people should not be at home. Han Yang thought carefully and agreed. By the time the zombie virus broke out, the rush hour for work had already passed, and most people who were working or studying had gone out. Take Chin Fong, for example. She goes to work at 9 o'clock. Since her workplace is nearby, she went out late, but she almost managed to get out. Han Yang just came back from a business trip a few days ago and is on leave, otherwise he wouldn't be at home either. As for Nan Nan, as a college student, she has more freedom when she has no classes. This has led to the situation that, apart from the 3 of them, there are no other living people in this building, and perhaps not even many zombies. Han Yang explored the whole building according to the procedure. Sure enough, just as Nan Nan said, apart from picking up a little stray dog that was almost starving to death in 302, he didn't encounter any other people or zombies. Nan Nan followed all the time, bustling about to collect all the supplies into the corridor. Quite a lot of food and water were collected. There's no need to worry about that for the time being. Standing in the corridor on the 6th floor, Han Yang let out a sigh of relief, only to be soon engulfed by a sense of worry. The final corpse core had yet to be located. Was it necessary to venture out in search of zombies? Glancing at the clock, he noted it was already past 1 in the afternoon. At 11 o'clock, he and Nan Nan had been so famished that they had hastily consumed some pastries, and now their stomachs were growling in protest. Their current state was far from ideal. After they finished their meal, they would need to organize the supplies downstairs. Han Yang's gaze shifted towards the zombie dog. This creature had feasted upon 2 corpses. Could it possibly possess a corpse core? Chapter 17. A sense of crisis under normal circumstances. Zombies show no interest in the remains of their kind. However, there are exceptions. According to future research, zombies are essentially rational beings stripped of their intellect. The virus commandeers the human body, ensuring minimal energy expenditure to sustain life. They too require external sources of energy. Consequently, zombies harbor an intrinsic craving for blood and flesh, exhibiting aggression towards living beings. Yet, in confined environments devoid of other life forms, some zombies may resort to consuming their own kind. Those that partake in such cannibalism become anomalies among zombies, often evolving into more ferocious variants, some even awakening certain extraordinary abilities akin to those of humans. And with these abilities, the presence of a corpse core is inevitable. The zombie dog before him had not yet reached such a threshold, but the likelihood of it possessing a corpse core had significantly increased. Although the zombie dog proved to be quite useful, there would always be opportunities to seek another in the future. Moreover, downstairs, a stray dog had just been rescued, serving as a perfect backup. Furthermore, no creature can compare to the utility of a human being. This is a lesson gleaned from my past life experiences. After all, zombies lack consciousness, relying solely on their own mechanical movements, which are constrained and often flawed. Humans, on the other hand, especially those with special abilities, are entirely different. Reflecting on this, Han Yang glanced at Nan Nan, who was busily hauling items with a strength that surpassed even his pre-training capabilities. Her clothes were drenched in sweat, subtly revealing her graceful figure. "What's wrong, Brother Han?" Nan Nan paused to wipe the sweat from her brow. "Nothing. Please move the items to the 5th floor, and then we shall have a meal before continuing to bring down the things from the lower floor this afternoon." "Okay." Upon hearing the mention of food, Nan Nan immediately regained her vigor, darting downstairs with her burden. In comparison to Chen Fong, she was a remarkable asset. Chen Fong excelled in household chores and cooking, while Nan Nan possessed immense strength and an audacious spirit when facing zombies. She could be gradually trained, allowing her to accompany him on outings in the future. With her abilities in mind, Han Yang envisioned numerous tasks that could be accomplished in advance, freeing him from the confines of their current situation. I must also focus on enhancing my own strength. Han Yang resolved to bring the zombie dog into the vacant apartment on the 6th floor. For now, he would ascertain whether this zombie dog possessed a core. If not, he would consider venturing out to hunt zombies. Without resistance, Han Yang struck the dog's head, breaking it open. "Fortune favors me." He extracted a core from the zombie dog's skull. Today's mission had concluded successfully. Han Yang secured the corpse core and, together with Nan Nan, transported the supplies from the 6th floor to the ground below before finally unlocking his own door. Chen Fong had been waiting by the entrance for some time. In truth, she had heard the commotion outside and was reassured of Han Yang's safety. She even caught a glimpse of Nan Nan through the peephole. However, she refrained from opening the door, adhering strictly to Han Yang's instructions. He had his own key, and no matter who knocked, they were not to open it or venture outside. "Are you Nan Nan from downstairs? Let me assist you." Chen Fong stepped aside, allowing Han Yang to enter, and immediately noticed Nan Nan behind him. The sight of another survivor filled her with joy, and she hurriedly stepped forward to lend a hand. "Fong Jia, you're safe. That's wonderful," Nan Nan exclaimed, recalling Han Yang mentioning that another person resided in the household, and she greeted Chen Fong warmly. Before long, with the cooperation of the three, all the supplies at the entrance were brought inside. "I'm famished. Let us eat." Han Yang observed that the dining table was already set with 3 sets of chopsticks and bowls, with portions sufficient for all 3, prompting a silent nod of approval. Chen Fong immediately approached to assist Han Yang in removing his tactical jacket, which he found exceedingly satisfactory. Earlier, while scavenging supplies from another apartment on the 5th floor, he could have summoned Chen Fong for assistance, but he chose not to, wanting to assess her adherence to his directives. She had followed his instructions to the letter, even recognizing the need to prepare an additional meal. Now, the moment he spoke, she promptly helped him remove his clothing. Such a dutiful, understanding, and capable companion. Both aesthetically pleasing and industrious. What more could one desire? If only she could also be proficient in the bedroom. That would be even better. Meanwhile, Nan Nan, like a curious child, began to examine the interior of the room. Subsequently, observing Chen Fong attending to Han Yang like a dutiful young bride, her expression shifted to one of peculiar intrigue. I recall that Fong Jia is married, is she not? Yet, what does it matter? As long as there is food to enjoy. Nan Nan quickly dismissed such thoughts, eagerly taking her seat at the dining table, anticipating the meal with great enthusiasm. It had been several days since she had savored a warm meal, let alone congee. Once everyone was seated, Nan Nan began to devour the food voraciously. This is delicious, she exclaimed, praising Chen Fong between mouthfuls. Brother Han is fortunate, having Sister Fong cook for him daily. It was hardly an exaggeration. The fare was quite ordinary. Chen Fong felt a surge of joy. The presence of another person in the household instantly invigorated her, momentarily allowing her to forget the grim reality of the apocalypse. Han Yang hastily joined in the feast, cognizant that Nan Nan, with her insatiable appetite, would consume everything if he did not act swiftly. Although Chen Fong had prepared enough for 3, she had not anticipated that Nan Nan, also an awakened one, possessed such a hearty appetite. Hey, Brother Han, I am your girlfriend. After all, could you at least show me a little consideration? The two engaged in a playful tug-of-war with their chopsticks, and seeing the dwindling food, Nan Nan voiced her discontent. Girlfriend? Chen Fong, not particularly hungry, had taken a few bites and was now observing the spirited competition for food with an affectionate smile, feeling an unprecedented sense of tranquility within. Suddenly, upon hearing Nan Nan's words, her expression faltered momentarily. Ah, this girl, having no food of her own, wishes to become my boyfriend's girlfriend, seeking my support. Han Yang offered a calm clarification. I see. Chen Fong gently bit her lip, her gaze scrutinizing Nan Nan with newfound curiosity. The girl, in terms of attire, appearance, and physique, is by no means inferior to her, and in fact, surpasses some. She embodies youthfulness, beauty, and vivacity. Being a university student who has yet to step into society, her thoughts are relatively pure. She may even still be in the process of. She and Han Yang have become close. What path should she take in the future? If she opposes her cohabitation with Han Yang? A sudden wave of crisis surged within Chen Fong. What should she do? Should she let things unfold naturally, or, furthermore, Han Yang had just suggested she be his girlfriend, promising to support her. Am I not already being supported now? No. We are engaging in a division of labor. Moreover, I must not underestimate myself. I am not lacking in worth. You initially made a promise, so allow me to enjoy the remaining benefits first. Nan Nan and Han Yang were unaware that a single remark had prompted Chen Fong to contemplate extensively, as they argued over food. Eventually, Han Yang, amused by Nan Nan's protective demeanor over the meal, readily conceded to her. Having eaten heartily at noon, it was time to work harder in the afternoon. Han Yang left his seat to tend to the shadowy corpse grass. Let us get to it, Having emerged victorious, Nan Nan joyfully continued her meal. Chapter 18. Learning dance. Han Yang buried the core of the zombie dog in the pot where the shadowy corpse grass was planted. The vibrant green leaves swayed gently, as if expressing joy. What kind of plant is this? It glows. How extraordinary. Only then did Nan Nan notice the shadowy corpse grass, curiously holding her bowl and chopsticks, asking questions as she ate. As for the uses of the shadowy corpse grass, you will know in due time. Han Yang carefully placed the corpse grass and addressed Chen Fong. I have eliminated all dangers within this building. As long as we remain inside, we shall be safe. Once Nan Nan finishes her meal and takes a brief rest, we can work together to retrieve the useful supplies from downstairs in the afternoon. Nan Nan, will you join us upstairs, or will you choose to remain on the 4th floor? Without a moment's hesitation, Nan Nan replied, I think I will stay on the 4th floor. Are you not afraid to be alone? Chen Fong inquired. For reasons unknown, this question filled her with an inexplicable joy. Yet, she couldn't help but admire Nan Nan for her courage to live independently. I'm not afraid. I have Sha Sha to keep me company, and oh, there's also Xiao Wang. Nan Nan patted her chest, causing it to quiver slightly, which caught Han Yang's eye. Sha Sha? Xiao Huang? They're my roommates. Although Sha Sha has transformed into a zombie, she has been restrained by Brother Han. Xiao Huang is a stray dog we found on the 3rd floor. Nan Nan chattered about the events downstairs and divulged the details of their awakened abilities. Awakened abilities, you say? Chun Fong felt a mix of surprise and envy, while a certain resolve within her began to waver. Around 3 p.m., the 3 of them, having rested well, commenced the task of moving items upstairs. Chun Fong was not an awakened individual, and her strength and recovery capabilities were considerably inferior. After several trips, she was left breathless and exhausted. However, she said nothing and persevered through her fatigue. Han Yang decided to let her search through the room he and Nan Nan had already scoured, in hopes of uncovering any overlooked treasures. Remarkably, they indeed found a substantial number of valuable items. Indeed, some items are utterly unnecessary for Han Yang. Yet they hold paramount significance for women, such as sanitary napkins. While moving to the 3rd floor, a scrawny little mutt captured Chun Fong's attention. Upon spotting Nan Nan, it immediately stumbled over, its tail spinning like a windmill, nuzzling against her repeatedly. Oh, little Huang is all right, Nan Nan exclaimed, lifting it into her arms with great delight. This little dog belonged to the vacant household on the 3rd floor. Having gone several days without food, it had been famished until Nan Nan discovered it and offered a bit of milk. Now it had regained some strength. Yet it had not eaten much earlier and was likely still hungry. She decided to provide it with some liquid food, mindful not to let it overindulge at once. Han Yang, meanwhile, planted a seed of consciousness within it. If Nan Nan wished to keep it, she needed to be wary of the potential for it to become a zombie. If it truly transformed into one, wouldn't they have a zombie dog on their hands? Han Yang chuckled mischievously, causing the little dog to burrow deeper into Nan Nan's embrace, which evoked a tinge of envy in him. He hoped it wouldn't suffocate. Han Yang muttered under his breath. By 5 o'clock, they finally cleared out all their belongings. After a brief respite, Chun Fong began to organize and categorize their supplies. A considerable portion of the amassed items lay in the dining area and kitchen, including rice, flour, oil, as well as some dried vegetables. A smaller collection was stored in Han Yang's bedroom, consisting of alcohol, beverages, snacks, and instant food. Once she had arranged everything, she took out some perishable items and commenced cooking. Meanwhile, Han Yang and Nan Nan were not idle. He began teaching her the dragon and elephant body forging technique. What is that? Nan Nan wondered, eager for the meal to be ready, completely disinterested in moving. A set of physical training techniques designed to swiftly enhance the physical capabilities of the awakened, which also proves effective for ordinary individuals, albeit with less pronounced results. While Chun Fong was selecting vegetables, she faintly overheard this and immediately grasped the reason behind Han Yang's rapid increase in strength. Could I possess strength akin to Brother Han? Nan Nan's eyes sparkled with excitement. Not just that. Let me first demonstrate the initial 2 sets of movements for you to observe. Han Yang stepped into the spacious area of the living room, executing 2 sets of movements with agility. Nan Nan watched intently, occasionally mimicking his actions beside him. Once Han Yang finished, Nan Nan, still yearning for more, began to recall the movements. Now you practice on your own, and I'll point out any mistakes. All right. Brother Han. Nan Nan positioned herself where Han Yang had just stood and soon began to move. Han Yang was taken aback. It wasn't that Nan Nan was performing poorly. Rather, her imitation was remarkably accurate. Every gesture and motion was almost flawless, with only minor discrepancies in her breathing techniques and the angles of her exertion. Impressive, Nan Nan. To learn to this extent after just one observation. Han Yang felt a twinge of jealousy. Well, we often memorize movements in dance, so I have some experience. Nan Nan replied with a playful smile. So you study dance? No wonder. Han Yang felt a sense of relief. All right, practice again, and I will point out any issues. Since she was his girlfriend, Han Yang felt at ease, touching her where appropriate, all the while marveling inwardly. Indeed, a dancer's grace. Such remarkable flexibility. When it comes to the bed, Nan Nan remained undeterred, diligently perfecting her movements. Once the first 2 sets of actions were mastered, Chun Fong had also prepared the meal. Why do I feel so ravenous after practicing this? Upon seeing the food, Nan Nan immediately lost her focus on practice. You were such a glutton. What can I say? I am simply hungry. The 2 exchanged playful banter as they settled at the dining table. The sun dipped below the horizon, signaling the end of another day. In the warm glow, the 3 of them joyfully finished their dinner. I am so full. Leaning back in her chair, Nan Nan stretched languidly, her figure accentuated by the motion. Capturing Han Yang's rapt attention. Having consumed 3 meals today, shouldn't Nan Nan fulfill her duties as a girlfriend? Clearing his throat, he ventured, Nan Nan, tonight. Before he could finish, Nan Nan suddenly clenched her fist and struck it against her other palm. Oh no, I forgot to feed Xiao Huang. Brother Han, I must rush home to take care of him. I will return tomorrow. With that, Nan Nan dashed down the stairs with astonishing speed. Uffed. Chen Fang couldn't help but chuckle. As the saying goes, a smile can illuminate the room. Han Yang's eyes sparkled. With one gone, there is still another. Looking at Chen Fang's radiant smile, he playfully suggested, Fang, since you've had your fill and are well rested, why don't I teach you the second set of movements of the dragon elephant body forging technique? Han Yang only intended to tease her for her earlier laughter, never expecting her to agree. However, to his surprise, Chen Fang hesitated only slightly before responding, sure. Han Yang glanced outside. The sky had darkened, and within the room, visibility was nearly non-existent. The dim light rendered distant objects indistinguishable. Such a lack of illumination offered no educational value, a truth Han Yang understood, as did Chen Fang. Yet, she had chosen to agree. Could it be? Han Yang scrutinized Chen Fang, noticing her lightly biting her lip and her eyes glistening, avoiding his gaze. She appeared somewhat bashful, yet there was an unspoken suggestion lingering in the air. Chapter 19. Double Blessings on the 5th Day of the Apocalypse. Han Yang awoke early once more, just as dawn began to break. However, this morning was unlike any before. He was no longer alone. In his embrace lay a delicate beauty, serene as jade. Her eyelashes fluttered gently, caught between wakefulness and slumber. Han Yang reminisced about the previous night. Akin to savoring an ice cream on a sweltering summer day, exhilarating and refreshing. Now, gazing at her enchanting visage, he pondered the idea of indulging once more. Bang! Bang! After an indeterminate period, a knocking resonated from outside. Brother Han, open the door. I'm here for breakfast. Nan Nan's melodious voice called out. Within the bedroom, Chen Fang urged, you should get up quickly. Wait until I return to my room before opening the door. With a playful glare directed at Han Yang, Chen Fang gathered her scattered garments and carefully wrapped them in a bedsheet, delicately returning to her own room. Nan Nan, that glutton, will surely teach you a lesson soon. As Han Yang watched Chen Fangjiao's charming silhouette fade away, a surge of irritation welled up within him. He then proceeded to open the door. Hanggu, why are you opening the door so slowly? Nan Nan, rubbing her little belly, stepped inside. Is dinner ready? A small yellow dog trailed behind her, its tail wagging incessantly as it greeted Han Yang with 2 enthusiastic barks. I'm starving, Nan Nan exclaimed, glancing around the room. Stop looking. Your sister Fang hasn't woken up yet. Today, Nan Nan sported a fresh ensemble, donning a cropped white t-shirt that barely reached her navel, paired with shorts that accentuated her long legs, making it difficult for anyone not to resist the urge to reach out. Han Yang's eyes lit up at the sight. This girl had taken the initiative to be my girlfriend. She had just disrupted my good fortune. Perhaps a little touch would serve as compensation? Han Yang rubbed his fingers together, unable to suppress his impulses. Seemingly aware of Han Yang's gaze, Nan Nan playfully wrinkled her adorable nose and leaned closer to him. To his astonishment, she planted a kiss on his cheek with a soft smack. This is today's girlfriend benefit, she said with a cheerful grin. But then her expression turned serious. Hanggu, haven't you washed your face? It's quite salty. Full of mischief, Han Yang touched his face, which bore traces of drool, and casually replied, I did some warm-up exercises this morning and worked up quite a sweat. Hanggu still has the energy for warm-up exercises? I'm starving and have no desire to move at all. Nan Nan plopped down onto a chair, adopting a lazy posture reminiscent of a sloth. Ever since my abilities awakened, I feel constantly famished. Strengthening my body comes at a price, and this is the cost. At this moment, Han Yang recalled the Een corpse grass. He approached the flower pot and discovered that the 5th leaf of the Een corpse grass had fully developed, its surface adorned with densely packed grayish-white patterns, emanating a soft glow and a subtle fragrance. Finally, it had matured. Han Yang smiled widely, now preparing for its consumption. Just then, Chen Fang, dressed and refreshed, emerged from her room. Her new attire remained crisp and invigorating. She wore a white shirt on top and a JK pleated skirt below, barely grazing her thighs, evoking endless imagination as she walked. Nan Nan, catching sight of Chen Fang, joyfully rushed over. Are you hungry? I'll make breakfast. Absolutely, Chen Fang replied enthusiastically. Let us prepare for 2 today. I'm in need. Han Yang interjected. All right. Chen Fang shot him a playful glare before turning towards the kitchen. Today, with the in-corpse grass having matured, the extra meal was to ensure ample energy for the impending power advancement. Following the progression of their relationship last night, Han Yang realized that his subconscious influence over Chen Fang had reached a new level. While it could not be deemed absolute loyalty, human hearts are far too intricate. Betrayal was unlikely. The same applied to Nan Nan, though her situation was somewhat peculiar. From the onset of his subconscious suggestions towards her, he encountered no noticeable resistance, gradually increasing the intensity. He remarkably fostered a sense of trust. Han Yang found this perplexing, ultimately concluding that this open-hearted girl might simply be unfamiliar with the concept of betrayal. Thus, he felt no hesitation in revealing certain truths to both of them. Breakfast was swiftly prepared, and the three of them gathered around the dining table, indulging heartily until there remained a considerable amount of food. Brother Han, what shall we do with the leftover dishes? Nan Nan inquired, her curiosity piqued by every matter. Naturally, we shall consume them. Just wait a moment, Han Yang replied, as he transferred the ghostly herb onto the table and retrieved a pair of scissors, skillfully severing the exposed roots. Crack! The ghostly herb snapped, its upper portion firmly held by Han Yang, while a milky white sap immediately oozed from the wound, dripping into the soil below. There remained a final corpse nucleus, a small remnant, with hopes of nurturing another ghostly herb from it. Han Yang deliberately refrained from uprooting it entirely, leaving a portion of the stem in the earth, harboring a glimmer of expectation. In his previous life, this method proved effective only on rare occasions, with most attempts resulting in failure. This was an inevitability, as the ghostly herb neither bloomed nor bore fruit. Its means of reproduction shrouded in mystery, leaving behind a stem occasionally yielded another. Otherwise, if the ghostly herb could be cultivated on a grand scale, awakened individuals with abilities would be abundant. In his past life, he would not have been ensnared while seeking to advance to the second tier of plant cultivation. Brother Han, why did you cut it? Do you intend to use it? Indeed. Under the watchful gazes of the two women, Han Yang chewed the ghostly herb voraciously, stuffing the entire plant into his mouth and chewing heartily. The ghostly herb was far from palatable. It had a slightly bitter taste, which soon transitioned to a chilling sensation, akin to mint. Yet, the bitterness quickly intensified to an almost unbearable degree, reminiscent of drinking bitter melon juice infused with mint. Han Yang grimaced in discomfort, yet he persevered, chewing and swallowing with determination. A chill coursed down the esophagus and into the stomach, instantly transforming into a ball of fire that merged into the body, forming a warm current that continuously wandered through the body. The energy of the consciousness seed that Han Yang controlled also meandered within the body along with the warm current, growing stronger with each passing moment. Wherever it went, the muscles and bones of the body seemed to roar, and an intangible devouring force attracted the energy within Han Yang's body. Han Yang, who had just stuffed himself, immediately felt pangs of hunger. He picked up the chopsticks and bowls, and once again began to devour his food ravenously. In no time, to the astonishment of the two women, the remaining food on the table was cleared away. At this moment, when he sensed that abnormal devouring force within his body, it finally dissipated. Han Yang felt a sense of relief in his heart. It worked. Chapter 20. A new ability. Han Yang excitedly waved his hand, but failed to control his strength. His hand struck the dining table, producing a loud thud. The table, unable to bear the weight, let out a creak, and a crack appeared in the middle of the wooden surface, on the verge of breaking completely. Ah! Chen Fang let out a startled cry. Fortunately, Han Yang came to his senses in time and held up the table with both hands, preventing the bowls and chopsticks from falling. Sorry, my ability was just enhanced, and I haven't gotten used to it yet. Wow, so amazing, Brother Han. I want it too. Nan Nan was overjoyed. She planted a big kiss on Han Yang's face and jumped up and down while hugging him. After the initial shock, Chen Fang had more thoughts in mind. The charm and tenderness in her eyes were like a gushing stream, seemingly about to overflow. Finally, with the cooperation of the two women, the bowls and chopsticks were quickly tidied up. The dining table was completely ruined. Han Yang tossed it aside, planning to go to another floor to get a new one. Meanwhile, he also carefully perceived the changes in his abilities. In terms of his physical condition, his strength had almost doubled compared to before, which was something he could directly sense. His speed, endurance, and resilience had all been enhanced, though the exact extent remained to be tested. However, He could distinctly feel that his body had become much more relaxed, almost returning to the state before his rebirth. Back then, it had taken him half a year of natural growth and another year of continuous training to reach the peak physical ability of a first order. Now, after merely a few days of exercise combined with the advancement of his abilities, he had already reached the same level as before his rebirth. More importantly, he still had great potential to be tapped. Besides, Han Yang noticed that the consciousness seed had undergone earth-shattering changes. Previously, he could only transmit information unidirectionally through the consciousness seed to control zombies and give suggestions to humans. Now, his mind was constantly receiving information from Chen Fong, Nan Nan, Sha Sha, and the little earth dog. These complex pieces of information did not impede his thinking. Just as the eye see things, his mind only refined and retained the important information and fed it back to him. Regarding Chen Fong, Han Yang could sense her distance, breathing rate, and the intensity of her heartbeat. As for Nan Nan, apart from the above, he could also feel the flow of energy inside her body. Wait, Han Yang's spirit jolted. Just now, when he felt the energy flow in Nanan's body, the energy of the consciousness seed in his body subconsciously imitated it. In an instant, Han Yang developed an inexplicable affinity for the shadows. Could it be Chen Fong and Nanan had just finished tidying up the bowls and chopsticks and were about to ask Han Yang? They had a lot of questions, especially Nanan. As a result, Han Yang drew all the curtains, and the room instantly darkened. At the same time, Han Yang's body, like a drop of water falling into a river, swayed for a moment in the shadow of the curtains and gradually vanished. My ability. Nanan was extremely astonished. Subconsciously, she also exerted her ability. In Chen Fong's sight, Nanan disappeared like a fish diving into the water. Is this the shadow concealment? Chen Fong covered her mouth. Although she had heard Nanan mention it before, seeing it in person made her realize how miraculous it was. Envy and yearning welled up in her eyes. Han Yang, who had merged with the shadow, was extremely excited at the moment. The advanced ability truly gave him a huge pleasant surprise. He could actually imitate abilities. In that case, as long as there were enough ability users with his planted subconscious seeds, wouldn't he become an all-round ability user? Big Brother Han, what's going on with your ability? At this time, Nanan also merged into the shadow. Although their figures were not clearly visible from the outside, the two people who had merged into the shadow could see each other. Han Yang canceled his ability, and his figure immediately reappeared in the room. He said to the two girls, "My ability has advanced. My second order ability is to imitate the abilities of others. Of course, this imitation is not without limitations." Han Yang calmed down a bit. Through his recent attempts, he had also discovered some drawbacks. First of all, I can only imitate the abilities of those who have made a subconscious contract with me, like Nan Nan. The consciousness contract is the name of the ability he mentioned to Nanan previously. It can control mindless zombies, yet it is ineffective against conscious humans and animals. Naturally, he also informed the two of them that using the consciousness contract on them was to prevent anyone from suddenly turning into a zombie and attacking others violently. Secondly, I can only utilize one ability at a time. If you, Chen Fong, also awaken an ability, I can only choose to imitate either yours or Nanan's ability, not both simultaneously. Finally, there is a distance limitation to this imitation. If Nanan is too far away from me, I won't be able to imitate her ability. The specific distance remains unclear for now. That's still quite remarkable. I wonder what my ability will be like after it evolves. Nanan clapped her hands happily, fantasizing with a hint of anticipation. Was it because of eating that corpse grass just now? Chen Fong had a different focus. She looked at Han Yang with a tinge of expectation. Correct. I discovered that corpse grass among a group of zombies. They were constantly surrounding it, seemingly eager to devour it. Both Nanan's and my abilities awakened due to the zombie virus. Moreover, the plants that can attract the attention of zombies have a rather peculiar appearance. So I wondered if it would also be beneficial to us. Now I know that this miraculous plant can enhance our abilities. It's even possible for it to enable ordinary people to awaken their abilities. Upon obtaining Han Yang's confirmation, Chen Fong's heart began to thump violently. She even disregarded the fact that Han Yang had caused her to flee back to her room in a sorry state after 2 incidents early in the morning. Then what are we waiting for? Brother Han, let's go out and search. First, help Sister Fong awaken her ability so that all 3 of us will be awakened once. Nanan is eager to have a try. Don't be hasty. We don't know where else the relevant things are. I deliberately left a part of the rootstock in the flower pot. Let's first see if it can grow. That's right. Nan Nan excitedly rushed to the flower pot. How can we make it grow faster? Does it need some watering? Nan Nan stared at the rootstock that only showed a small section. No, it only needs the zombie cores from the zombies' brains. However, I don't have any in my hand now. Let's try burying it in the soil when we find some in the future. So the zombie cores can be used like this. Nan Nan suddenly realized. Chen Fang also thought of that scene that had once scared her. Apparently, at that time, Han Yang pounding on her husband's head was not just some kind of finishing move, but looking for this zombie core. At that time, the zombie virus had just broken out. Chen Fang pursed her lips and didn't think further. As long as Han Yang treats her well, she doesn't care. Han Yang isn't worried that they will associate anything. At this moment, he has more confidence in his ability. After his ability was promoted to the second level, not only did new abilities emerge, but the original ability was also strengthened. For example, his ability to control zombies. Originally, he had an illusion of controlling a marionette, being sluggish and making mistakes. Now it's more like controlling a character in a game, much smoother. He can even occasionally receive the images seen by the zombies he controls. Just like Shasha. What is Shasha looking at? Chapter 21. The future gathering placed the image relayed by Sasha depicted an open wardrobe, brimming with a kaleidoscope of vibrant garments. Most of these outfits resembled the distinctive styles of various anime characters, with some daringly avant-garde and revealing. Whose clothes could these be? Nan Nan's or Sasha's? Was Nan Nan treating Sasha as a Barbie doll for a costume change? Han Yang clicked his tongue in contemplation, pondering the opportunity to see Nan Nan adorned in such attire in the future. His attention then shifted back to his own abilities. Han Yang realized that, in addition to the previously mentioned enhancements, his influence over others had also intensified. He could now implant subconscious seeds instantaneously, allowing him to perform profound suggestions and even instill trust and loyalty directly. This confirmed his suspicions. Given time, should his powers continue to evolve, it was conceivable that he could dictate the very lives and deaths of others with but a thought. Moreover, the upper limit of the subconscious seeds he could plant had doubled, increasing from 10 to 20. In a post-apocalyptic world, a group exceeding 10 individuals could already be deemed a small gathering. After all, a larger number brings greater consumption, complicating management and exponentially increasing danger. The ever-mutating zombie virus weighed heavily on everyone's minds, fostering a constant vigilance towards those nearby. Thus, in the aftermath, most groups consisted of 3 to 5 individuals, banding together for warmth and resource sharing, forming clusters devoid of a definitive leader. Originally, Han Yang had intended to establish a survival team. Now, he could strive towards the ambition of creating a gathering place. However, due to the newly added abilities of the Second Order, Han Yang decided to adopt an elite soldier strategy. In the future, the recruitment targets would prioritize those with special abilities, and secondly, beautiful women. After all, women are not only pleasing to the eye, but also easier to control. Men have too many desires and overly large ambitions. Even if it's possible to impose suggestive restrictions on them, Han Yang didn't plan to recruit many, unless a person or their ability was extremely special. But all this was premised on having a suitable base that could ensure safety and accommodate personnel. It was time to start preparing the next step plan. Well, let's discuss the matter of the Een corpse grass later. Next, I have something to say. Chen Fang and Nan Nan saw Han Yang's serious expression and immediately assumed an attentive posture. It was the 5th day after the outbreak of the zombie virus. This world was becoming less and less like the one we once knew. Awakened abilities, zombies everywhere, miraculous plants. No one knew what would emerge in the future. At present, communication was interrupted, electricity was cut off, and gas supply was halted. I don't know what you think, but I believe that no one would come to our rescue in the future. We could only rely on ourselves. You are all aware of the situation here. We don't have to worry about food for now, but eventually, it will run out. There isn't much gas left, and we don't know how long it can last. Water can only be collected by going outside. Without rescue, this place isn't suitable for long-term habitation. So, I plan to leave here in a few days and find a different place, a place more suitable for long-term survival. What about you? Do you plan to stay here waiting for rescue, or come with me? Han Yang finished speaking in one breath. Of course I'll come with you. I'm already yours now. Don't even think about running away after having your way. To Han Yang's surprise, Chen Fang answered without hesitation, her tone resolute, and at the same time, she gave him a coquettishly reproachful glance. Did I just hear something extraordinary? Nan Nan stared at the two of them with a strange look in her eyes. The first boyfriend I ever had was a scoundrel. What should I do? Waiting online, it's urgent. Shen Fang's face turned slightly pink as she looked aside. Han Yang, on the other hand, felt a twinge in his liver. Women are never easy to deal with. What Shen Fang said just now might have been heartfelt. But there was also a possibility that she intended to confront Nan Nan. After all, nominally, Nan Nan was his girlfriend, although their relationship was only established yesterday. In reality, however, it was Chun Fang who had an intimate relationship with him, which happened just last night. Han Yang took a deep breath, about to speak to break the awkward silence, when Nan Nan suddenly blurted out another question. Netizens are asking if this scoundrel will provide meals? Yes. Then there's no problem. Nan Nan hummed twice and moved on from the topic. Brother Han, have you decided where to go? If not, I do have a place to recommend, though it's rather far. Han Yang's expression changed. Could it be such a coincidence? Oh, where? Brother Han, have you heard of Shuixi Huaching? The townhouse community near the sea in Binhai district? Han Yang pondered briefly and immediately recalled it. Before his rebirth, that place was quite a well-known gathering spot. Indeed, not only was there water, but also solar water heaters and solar power systems. It wasn't just about the water. There was a river flowing through the community, and the population density was low, so there were relatively fewer zombies. Therefore, quite a number of people in the vicinity fled there to live. However, that was not Han Yang's final destination. Nevertheless, compared to his ultimate destination, the two places were not too far apart. By following the coastal highway, it was only about a few kilometers. Nan Nan was quite familiar with that place. Shen Fang didn't know much about it. Just from the description, it seemed rather wonderful. In fact, my parents live there. Nan Nan rarely showed a worried look. I want to go back and have a look. Is that okay? Brother Han. Looking at Nan Nan's pitiful eyes, Han Yang replied firmly, of course. Great. Nan Nan jumped up excitedly. Then when shall we set off? There's no need to rush. We still need to make some preparations. Moreover, Han Yang took out his mobile phone, opened the offline map, and found a place not far from Shuixi Huading that Nan Nan mentioned. This is where we're going. Nan Nan stretched her head over and stared closely at the map. Then she let out an ah. I know this place. Isn't it still under development? Shen Fang also looked carefully and found that Han Yang was pointing at a small island not far from the coastline. Where's this? She had never heard of it at all. After all, she had been in Jinghai for too short a time. Jinsha Island, also known as Jinsha Island Resort. Han Yang recalled carefully and continued. It should have just been completed and not yet started to operate to the public. It is said to be a private island resort specially prepared for the wealthy. The island not only has an independent power generation system and a seawater purification system, but also 10 detached sea view villas and a luxurious resort hotel. Most importantly, apart from the waterway, there is only one road leading to the outside world on the entire island. Once this road is blocked, there is no need to worry about a siege of zombies, ensuring absolute safety. Han Yang briefly described the island's facilities and environment, immediately making the two of them yearn for it. With water, electricity, and a beach, it's decided this is the place to go. Nan Nan was full of enthusiasm. The crucial point was that it wasn't far from her parents' home, and she could drop by to visit. Shen Fang was a bit envious. Her hometown was in the north, too far away, and she might never be able to return in this lifetime. Thinking of this, she felt a tinge of sadness. Usually, she had tried her best not to think about these things, for she understood that even if they met, the result might not be what she expected. Well, now that the goal is determined, the next step is the specific arrangement. Chapter 22. Cosplay. Our current location is Qingbei District, Jinghai City. The destination is over 30 kilometers away, requiring us to cross almost half of Qingbei District and a large part of Binhai District. Under normal circumstances, it might not be a long distance, and it would only take half an hour to drive there. But things are different now. Leaving aside the number of zombies outside, the virus broke out during the rush hour, so the traffic conditions surely won't be ideal. In the living room, Han Yang took out a map obtained from the mountaineering bag on the 3rd floor and explained to Nan Nan and Chen Fang. Therefore, we need to explore in advance which places are passable, which are not, and where there are more zombies, and plan a suitable route. Han Yang paused for a moment and looked towards Chen Fang. Chen Fang pursed her lips and had already guessed what he was about to say. Thanks to Nan Nan's ability, this plan could be carried out. My idea is that Nan Nan and I will set out at dusk, make use of the ability to conceal ourselves, evade zombies, and explore the route. After we have scouted the way, we'll come back, find a vehicle, load it with supplies, and head straight there. Won't that leave Sister Fang alone at home? Yes, this journey would be too dangerous for her. Only after scouting the way can we ensure safety to the greatest extent. After hearing this, Chun Fang's gaze towards Han Yang was filled with tenderness and gratitude. She understood that if it weren't for her being a burden, Han Yang and Nan Nan could have explored all the way without coming back. Now, for her sake, making a round trip added a lot of danger. It's all right. You guys go ahead. I'll wait for you to come back at home. Sister Fong Fong. Woof. Woof. You two don't have to act like this. It's not like we're leaving right now, Han Yang said helplessly, seeing the two of them feigning a sad farewell, with even the dog joining in. Then when do you plan to set off? The night after tomorrow, I think. Han Yang thought for a while. Before setting off to explore, some preparations were still needed. First of all, Nan Nan needed to learn the dragon and elephant body forging technique to enhance her strength. Secondly, I also needed to wander around the vicinity to look for some suitable weapons. What are we waiting for? Teach me quickly. Nan Nan couldn't wait. Get familiar with the first 2 sets of movements again. I'll go and replace the dining table. Okay, Sister Fong, let's practice together. Han Yang threw the broken dining table into the unoccupied room on the 4th floor and incidentally went to Nan Nan's room to take a look at the zombie Sha. He was somewhat curious about what kind of outfit Nan Nan had changed for her. When he entered Nan Nan's room, he was immediately stunned by Shasha's look. Her originally jet, black and shiny hair had turned into short white hair, with a black hairband in the middle. She was wearing a black Gothic-style dress. There was a hollowed-out pattern at the collarbone position, through which a part of her snow-white skin could be seen, a bit lower than the collarbone. A piece of fabric was directly cut out, revealing a small part of her chest. Further down, the skirt was divided into several pieces, and through the gaps, one could faintly see her white thighs. On her feet were a pair of black over-the-knee leather boots. Above the boots was a small section of black stockings, partially covered by the skirt of the dress. Was it the look of the protagonist in Nier Automata? Han Yang had never played the game, but had watched videos of it. If she put on an eye patch and held a long knife in her hand, it would be even more perfect. Han Yang dared to say that this was definitely the most beautiful cosplay he had ever seen. Approaching her, he found that the back was also quite true to the original, with a large area of skin exposed. He just didn't know about the lower part. Thinking of the video content he had seen before, Han Yang couldn't help but lift a piece of the skirt. As a result, it was a pair of flesh-colored safety shorts. Negative review, Han Yang remarked, and then started to distinguish the cosplay costumes in the wardrobe. This one seemed to be Raiden Shogun's, and this one was Ram's? This is the night market. The array of garments dazzled him with their variety. In the end, Han Yang could only recognize a small fraction. If Chun Fong were to don these outfits, he couldn't help but swallow hard. There would be plenty of opportunities in the future. These garments represented wealth, and he was determined to take some with him. Resolute, Han Yang ventured to another floor and retrieved a similar dining table to bring back. In the living room, the two women were diligently practicing. Han Yang set down the table and, observing their movements, was momentarily captivated, particularly Chun Fong, whose JK skirt was rather short. Moreover, having already shared intimate moments with him, she showed no hesitation. With her bent waist and lifted leg, she revealed an abundance of allure. Let me teach you the next few sets of movements. Han Yang, unsatisfied with merely watching, strode forward to offer guidance to the two. The morning swiftly passed. Nan Nan grasped the techniques quickly, mastering all 4 sets of movements. Han Yang taught her earnestly, as he intended to accompany her frequently. Every bit of improvement in her skills mattered. Chun Fong, however, lagged significantly. During his instruction, Han Yang often took the opportunity to touch Chun Fong in places when Nan Nan was not looking. Chun Fong, somewhat entranced by the thrill of it all, did not resist him too vehemently, merely casting him several eye rolls. Ultimately, she learned the movements in a muddled fashion, panting heavily and blushing profusely. I will go prepare lunch. You two continue practicing. Observing Han Yang becoming increasingly daring, Chun Fong decided to halt and retreated to the kitchen. I'll help with the cooking. You keep up the good training. Han Yang reminded Nan Nan before entering the kitchen as well. Nan Nan wrinkled her nose and let out a soft huff. They thought she was oblivious, but in truth, she was acutely aware of Han Yang's subtle antics. How dare they engage in such flirtations before the legitimate girlfriend? What a pair of scoundrels. It seems my status as a girlfriend was rather casually mentioned, but who cares, as long as there's food to eat. From childhood to the present, Nan Nan had not experienced a life of luxury, yet she had always been well-fed and clothed, without the burden of weight loss concerns. She possessed a physique that remained slender regardless of her diet. She had never truly known the pangs of hunger. However, The recent days of the virus outbreak had left her famished. Especially after her powers awakened, an overwhelming hunger nearly drove her to gnaw at the furniture. Fortunately, there had been some food at home to alleviate her distress. Yet, this had resulted in her enduring days of hunger thereafter. The scant snacks she possessed were rationed carefully. She dared not consume them all at once, leaving her perpetually ravenous, which fostered an obsession with food. All she desired was to make a living and perhaps return to see her parents, not to concern herself with those two lovebirds. Despite her outward dismissal, Nan Nan felt a twinge of discomfort and an undercurrent of curiosity. Were they truly cooking? Were they secretly plotting something nefarious behind her back? Her thoughts wriggled like a tickle in her mind. Unable to resist, she stealthily approached the kitchen, careful not to draw their attention. She faintly discerned voices within. Why are you here? I came to help you. The initial exchange seemed innocuous, but then Chen Fong gasped. Nan Nan is outside. It's fine. She's engrossed in practice and can't see us here. What does it matter to me? Nan Nan was utterly perplexed, yet there was no further sound of conversation, leaving her completely bewildered. Saying she couldn't see? Well, she was determined to take a look. Nan Nan stealthily stretched her head out and stole a glance from afar into the interior. Chapter 23. Sha Sha is the key. In the kitchen, Chen Fong was picking over vegetables. Han Yang was embracing her from behind, resembling a couple deeply in love, glued to each other at every moment. Nan Nan took a cursory look, detected no obvious abnormalities, and fearing discovery, promptly retreated. Was it really necessary to hug each other just for picking vegetables? And hold on so tightly? Nan Nan pouted. Returning to the living room, she resumed her practice. After a morning of intense exercise, she noticed a remarkable increase in her strength. Moreover, her speed had also augmented significantly, coupled with her lithe and graceful figure. She had managed to approach the kitchen without making a single sound. If it were at night, and she were to exert her abilities, no one would even notice her. Nan Nan, sensing the newfound agility and strength of her body, became increasingly elated and trained even more assiduously. Time seemed to slip by unnoticed. Having completed another set of movements, Nan Nan felt utterly exhausted and ravenously hungry. Hadn't the meal been ready yet? Nan Nan murmured to herself, feeling that today's cooking was taking an unusually long time. Sister Fong, Brother Han, is the meal ready? Nan Nan called out. Almost ready. Chen Fong's voice drifted faintly. Suddenly, Chen Fong let out a startled cry. Sister Fong, are you all right? Nan Nan immediately rushed towards the kitchen. It's okay. There seemed to be a mouse just now. It gave me quite a scare. In the kitchen, Chen Fong, her face flushed, explained with a lingering sense of fear. Behind her, Han Yang supported her. It's good that you're all right. What strange smell is this? Nan Nan walked into the kitchen, wrinkled her nose slightly, looking rather puzzled. Maybe some food has gone bad and is giving off this odor, Chen Fong said, then couldn't help giving Han Yang a sidelong glance. Well, since Chen Fong is fine, you can go out and wait for the meal. You can't be of much help here anyway. Han Yang promptly pushed Nan Nan out. Only then did Chen Fong heave a sigh of relief. Why is the meal taking longer today when Brother Han is helping? After leaving the kitchen, Nan Nan looked at Han Yang with a suspicious gaze. Were you there to help or to cause trouble? Han Yang felt a bit awkward and mumbled. I didn't cause trouble. I was just helping. What? Nan Nan didn't catch it clearly. It's nothing. I'll go to the restroom first. Han Yang fled in a hurry. He first returned to his bedroom, took a clean pair of boxer shorts, then entered the restroom, had a quick wash, changed into fresh clothes, and immediately felt refreshed. Indeed, this is the proper use of a JK pleated skirt. Lunch was rather late today. By the time they finished eating, it was already 2 in the afternoon. During this time, Chen Fong also went back to her bedroom to change into another piece of clothing. But it wasn't noticeable on the surface. Only Han Yang happened to notice it in the afternoon when the two of them were exercising. In the afternoon, Chen Fong refused Han Yang's guidance, and instead asked Nan Nan to teach her the movements. This made Nan Nan very happy as she finally got to be a teacher. Han Yang had no choice but to retreat to the side, admiring the graceful figures of the two while also intensifying his own workout. By evening, despite Han Yang's offer to help being firmly declined by Chen Fong, dinner was served as usual. After finishing the meal, the sky was just beginning to dim. Han Yang called Nan Nan over. Come out with me tonight. Let's stroll around the neighborhood, collect some supplies from the convenience supermarket, and by the way, look for a hardware store. Okay, she replied. I'll go change my clothes. Xiao Huang, come with me. Nan Nan was quite enthusiastic. She called the small mongrel dog and returned to her home. Han Yang also started changing his clothes and tidying up his equipment. Chen Fong was helping him aside. Before long, Nanan came back. Like Han Yang, she changed into a long, sleeved fleece jacket on the upper body, wore skinny jeans on her legs, and sports shoes on her feet, exuding youth and beauty. Especially her legs, outlined slender and straight by the skinny jeans, were so captivating that one couldn't take their eyes off. Here's your bag and the hiking pole. Han Yang handed Nan in a large backpack and a hiking pole for self-defense. In the afternoon, Han Yang had briefly taught her how to attack the vital parts of zombies. Whether she had a good foundation or was exceptionally gifted, she performed quite well. One couldn't say her hit rate was 100, but it was around 80 to 90. However, that was practicing against immobile objects. In actual combat, facing constantly moving zombies. If she could achieve a 50 hit rate, it would be an outstanding performance. Of course, Han Yang didn't expect her to be extremely sharp at killing zombies. Her current ability was sufficient. Everything being ready, the two were about to set off. You too, be careful. Seeing Chun Fong's worried expression, Nanan went over and gave her a hug. Sister Fong, don't worry. Han Yang also nodded, indicating that she didn't need to worry too much. Only then did the two step out of the door. They walked downstairs and soon arrived at the entrance of the apartment unit. Han Yang gently opened the door, striving to minimize any sound. Outside, the twilight cast a dim light, reducing visibility. However, neither Han Yang nor Nan was affected. Their affinity for shadows allowed them to adapt to the dark surroundings. Although they could not see as clearly as during the day, their vision was not hindered. At this moment, Han Yang's sight was devoid of color, perceiving the world in shades of black and white, reminiscent of footage captured by night vision cameras. It's safe outside. After observing for a moment without detecting any danger, Han Yang signaled for Nan to emerge, subsequently closing the unit door. The door locked automatically, ensuring that it could only be opened with a key card or a key from the outside, thus securing the building. After enduring 5 days in the apocalypse, the community was filled with an eerie silence, as the cries of humanity had become a rarity. Most of the survivors had come to terms with the grim reality, abandoning reckless behavior. They had learned to lie low and await rescue. Consequently, the neighborhood was tranquil, save for the distant groans of the undead echoing from all directions. Let us clear the zombies from the unit to the community entrance. Han Yang activated his ability, melding into the shadows and beckoning Nan to follow, while outlining their forthcoming strategy. This would not only facilitate their comings and goings, but also allow them to collect some corpse cores, which were essential for the withered corpse grass and for Sha as well. She had gone too long without sustenance, and her hunger would increasingly become a challenge to control. Even though my second-tier ability could forcibly suppress her cravings, her body would only grow weaker. Surely, you would not wish to resort to feeding her flesh and blood. Beyond that, it was imperative to provide her with a corpse core at regular intervals. The core of the corpse not only replenishes the energy required for her actions, but also enhances her prowess. I comprehend. Upon hearing this, Nan immediately felt invigorated. Han Yang smiled with satisfaction. He would not exploit Sasha, this zombie, as he had in his previous life unless absolutely necessary. After all, if she were to sustain injuries, it would be a considerable loss. Nan's abilities were of utmost importance to him, and having her by his side as merely a nominal girlfriend was not a secure arrangement. Sasha was the key. Chapter 24. Initially not hot unlike Chen Fong, who possessed no survival skills in the apocalypse, Nan's extraordinary powers were remarkably suited to this environment. Thus, matters such as providing meals or being a girlfriend could easily be overlooked if better circumstances arose. However, Sasha was different. She and Nan had grown up together as close friends, not sisters, but closer than sisters. Under Sasha's control, Nan would never casually abandon her. Of course, that alone was insufficient. Han Yang treated Nan as family. Whatever requests she made, he would not refuse as long as he was capable of fulfilling them. For instance, if she expressed a desire to visit her parents, even if it were out of the way, Han Yang would agree. With her abilities at hand, it was merely a matter of spending a little extra time. By treating others with sincerity, one earns sincere treatment in return. Han Yang and Nan stealthily slipped into the shadows, undetected in the dimly lit night. Soon, as they approached the main road of the community, they finally spotted several zombies. One by one, Han Yang halted Nan, picked up a small stone from the roadside, and threw it far away. The sound of the stone striking the ground resonated sharply in the stillness of the night. The two nearest zombies, upon hearing the sound, stirred into action and lunged towards them. However, upon reaching the location where the sound originated, there was nothing. The two zombies, bewildered, halted in their tracks and began to wander aimlessly. One each. Han Yang gestured to Nan Nan, indicating that he would deal with one, and then the two of them stealthily approached. It was Nanan's first time to fight a zombie, and she was both excited and nervous, yet devoid of fear. She firmly remembered Han Yang's instructions, stepped in front of the zombie, and fixed her gaze on the area of its eyes. This zombie seemed to have been bitten to death by someone, with more than half of the flesh on its face missing, looking extremely hideous and terrifying. Nan Nan completely disregarded its appearance, focusing only on its vital point. In an instant, the hiking stick in her hand left an afterimage. Poochie. The sharp tip of the polished hiking stick instantly penetrated the zombie's eye socket. He, the zombie, didn't even have time to struggle. Its brain was mashed. And with a couple of low growls, it collapsed to the ground. On the other side, Han Yang had been keeping an eye on Nan Nan. Seeing that she neatly disposed of the zombie, he also raised his hand and took down the zombie in front of him. Well done. Pay attention to concealment. Han Yang called out to Nan Nan, and they hid in the corner. The only drawback of her ability was that in order to attack an object outside the shadows, she had to emerge from the shadow, thus losing the effect of concealment. And to activate the ability again, she had to pause for about 10 seconds. It was somewhat like a skill in a game, with a cooldown time. This was already quite good, as far as Han Yang knew. Most of the supernatural abilities had flaws. Some had little power, some were not practical. And those with great power consumed a lot of physical strength and couldn't be used many times. Han Yang's abilities are nearly ineffective against humans at the first tier, only proving useful against zombies. However, upon reaching the second tier, the situation transforms. Nan Nan's powers may no longer encounter such limitations. After a brief wait without the appearance of additional zombies, Han Yang instructed Nan Nan to keep watch while he proceeded to strike the heads of the undead. Regrettably, neither of the two zombies possessed a core. The duo continued their endeavor, systematically eliminating over a dozen zombies until they finally traversed from the narrow alley between the buildings to the main road of the community. They successfully acquired 2 cores in the process. Taking refuge in the corner of a building closest to the entrance of the community, they allowed themselves a moment to recuperate while surveying their surroundings. At the entrance, a multitude of vehicles was jammed together, severely obstructing the roadway, with some cars exhibiting significant deformation. Among these vehicles, one could still discern struggling figures, zombies trapped within. Additionally, many more zombies wandered in the vicinity of this vast array of cars. Han Yang could vividly imagine the chaos that ensued following the outbreak of the virus, as the residents of the community, in a desperate bid for survival, rushed to escape, frantically driving away. They were ultimately stalled by other drivers with the same intent or those who had succumbed to zombification, all bottlenecked at the entrance. Perhaps behind them, a horde of zombies pursued relentlessly, and in their desperation, some individuals resorted to ramming into the vehicles ahead, attempting to forge a path to freedom. The outcome of such efforts was, of course, predictable. Brother Han, what should we do? First, we must gradually clear out the zombies, then devise a strategy to create an exit for at least one vehicle. Han Yang found himself at a loss, as the sidewalk at the entrance of the community still permitted passage, yet vehicles were unable to traverse. This was merely the entrance. He knew that certain areas on the road were far more congested. Unless he relinquished the idea of driving and opted for a lengthy walk, the prospect ahead was fraught with uncertainty over the potential dangers of traversing over 30 kilometers on foot. A vehicle not only served the purpose of transporting supplies, but, more importantly, ensured the safety of its occupants. Han Yang and Nan Nan employed the same method, taking over an hour to gradually clear the entrance of the community of the wandering undead. During this endeavor, they collected 3 more zombie cores, and Nan Nan's movements became increasingly adept. Han Yang gathered all the zombie bodies and disposed of them in the shaded greenbelt, hopeful for future rewards. Subsequently, he and Nan Nan collaborated to eliminate all the trapped zombies within the vehicle, a task that proved to be significantly simpler, rendering stealth unnecessary. For those with open windows, they dispatched them with a swift blow to the head, dragging the corpses aside. The same method applied to those whose doors they could open. For those that remained locked, Han Yang shattered the glass with a crowbar before following the established protocol. The commotion attracted a few more zombies, but the duo easily dealt with them. How exhausting. I'm famished. After their laborious efforts, Nan Nan plopped down onto the ground. Han Yang, though feeling a tinge of hunger, was relatively unfazed due to his superior constitution compared to Nan Nan. The primary exhaustion stemmed from the significant energy drain of his shadow availability. Otherwise, he wouldn't have felt this hungry so soon. Fortunately, he came prepared, retrieving water and some chocolate bars from his backpack. What a delight to have something to eat. Upon seeing the food, Nan Nan's eyes sparkled with delight as she swiftly removed her gloves and began to indulge ravenously. Delicious. It has been ages since I savored chocolate. Nan Nan squinted her eyes, savoring the sweet richness that exploded in her mouth. Soon, we shall visit the convenience store at the entrance of the community, and you can indulge to your heart's content. Isn't the vehicle blocking the way? Nan Nan's mouth was thoroughly occupied, yet it did not hinder her from speaking. Han Yang truly admired her. After a moment's contemplation, he decided not to rush the removal of the vehicle. With it in place, the zombies would be unable to enter. It's getting late. Let us first explore the supermarket. What are we waiting for? Let's go? The mere thought of the supermarket brimming with delectable treats invigorated Nan Nan instantly. The convenience store lay just at the community's entrance. The two swiftly employed their skills, slipping into the shadows, and soon arrived. Noticing the convenience store's door ajar, Han Yang cautiously surveyed the surroundings. The store was modest in size, featuring only 2 aisles and 4 large shelves, allowing for a clear view of the entire space. Inside, 2 employee zombies meandered aimlessly. Han Yang exchanged a knowing glance with Nan Nan, who understood perfectly. One for each of us. Let us dispatch them swiftly, he suggested. After they efficiently eliminated the zombies, Han Yang secured the store's entrance, binding the handles of the glass doors with rope. Once assured of their safety, Nan Nan promptly unzipped her tactical jacket and fanned herself with a nearby box. I'm so hot. So hot. In the darkness, Han Yang could not see clearly. Yet he discerned that beneath her jacket, Nan Nan wore only a simple undergarment, exposing large swathes of her fair skin before him. He retrieved a flashlight, illuminating the interior with a beam of light that brightened their surroundings considerably. Nan's figure became clearer. By the light of the flashlight, he distinctly observed that beneath her jacket, she wore only a sports bra. Her delicate collarbone and flat abdomen were fully exposed. At that moment, due to prolonged exertion, beads of sweat glistened upon her fair skin. Brother Han, aren't you hot? I really wish I could have an ice pop or a cold drink. Nan showed no awareness of her revealing appearance. I wasn't hot until I saw you. Now I feel a bit warm. Chapter 25. Exploring the supermarket. Han Yang possessed a greater tolerance than her. Having already acclimated before his rebirth, his warmth stemmed from a desire to help and wipe away her perspiration. Unfortunately, the power had been out for many days, causing the ice pops in the freezer to melt and the beverages in the cooler to lose their chill. Nan felt a tinge of disappointment, but her spirits quickly lifted upon spotting a plethora of snacks: potato chips, rice crackers, dried plums, crunchy snacks, shrimp chips, Oreos, cookies, wafers, and Snickers. She eagerly grabbed one after another until she could barely hold them all. Don't take everything. Our backpack space is limited. We should prioritize high-energy, easily storable foods. After saying this, Han Yang stuffed Snickers, wafers, chocolates, and more into their backpack, filling it to the brim. Nan obediently packed similar items. After all, they were all her favorites. With their backpacks overflowing, they procured 2 additional bags from the supermarket to continue their collection. The supermarket also housed various grains, oils, bottled water, cases of beverages, pre-cooked meals, and an array of condiments. However, they found it impractical to take it all, nor was it necessary. They must leave here sooner or later, and it would not be too late to seek out a supermarket for supplies at their final destination. Once they filled the 4 backpacks, Han Yang wandered around the supermarket and made a delightful discovery in the innermost compartment, a generator, which appeared to be brand new. Filled with excitement, Han Yang realized this meant they could finally have a fan to cool off and enjoy cold drinks. It made sense. The supermarket housed numerous perishable items requiring frozen storage. A sudden power outage might be manageable for a brief period, but prolonged disruption would spoil the goods. After all, it's all money. Thus, having a generator was entirely justified. Han Yang swiftly cut the output line of the generator and effortlessly lifted it out. The generator contained little fuel and was relatively lightweight, likely unused, and conveniently, a small barrel of diesel was nearby, which Han Yang gladly accepted. What are you carrying? Brother Han, a generator. By tomorrow, you'll be able to enjoy cold drinks. Wow, that is fantastic. Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully, immediately assisting Han Yang in transporting the items to the entrance. There was too much to carry back, so they needed a vehicle. While a large truck was out of the question, a tricycle would suffice. Nan Nan clapped her hands. I remember there's an electric tricycle at the entrance. We can use it to bring back more supplies. All right, let us go and start it. Han Yang and Nan Nan returned to the community. Along the way, they encountered zombies drawn by the noise from the supermarket, which they swiftly dealt with, even acquiring a zombie core as a reward. Fortunately, the electric tricycle still had power, with Nan Nan taking the driver's seat, albeit a bit clumsily. Han Yang remained vigilant in the cargo space, ready to defend against any lurking dangers. The tricycle smoothly navigated through the pedestrian path at the entrance of the neighborhood before being driven directly to the supermarket by Nan Nan. Stay vigilant. I will move the items, Han Yang exclaimed as he leapt from the vehicle, opening the supermarket door. He first loaded the generator and diesel, followed by several bags of rice, flour, and oil. Then he began to pack bottles of water and beverages until the tricycle could accommodate no more. All right, let us depart. The two adjusted their bags, leaving 2 excess ones on the vehicle, still under Nan Nan's control. Due to the heavy load of water and drinks, the tricycle struggled to propel forward. Han Yang gave it a gentle push, and it slowly began to move, while he remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any potential dangers. Fortunately, they had dealt with the zombies along the way, allowing them to return safely to the building. Upon reaching the entrance, Han Yang opened the unit door and unloaded their supplies into the corridor. Observing the abundance of water and beverages alongside the provisions gathered from the entire building, he felt reassured. Even if they were to remain holed up in this building without venturing out, they had enough supplies to sustain themselves for quite some time. Should we fetch more items? Nan Nan, equally exhilarated by the bounty, seemed eager to make another trip, almost wishing to empty the supermarket entirely. Let us hold off until we are ready to leave this place. If there is room, we can gather more then. For now, it is unnecessary. This is already sufficient. All right. As the thrill wore off, Nan Nan began to feel fatigued. Glancing at the clock, she realized it was nearly midnight. Let us lock the unit door and leave the supplies here. I trust no one would dare to take them. It's best we return home to rest. Indeed. Nan Nan nodded in agreement. Naturally, the two could not return empty-handed. Han Yang, utilizing his formidable strength, lifted both the generator and the fuel and, with unwavering determination, carried them up to the 5th floor. Nan Nan followed closely behind, carrying 2 additional backpacks. Chen Fong stood at the door with a flashlight in hand, and upon hearing commotion outside, promptly switched on the light to illuminate the entrance. As Han Yang opened the door, he was greeted by Chen Fong's beaming smile as she directed the light towards him, inviting him inside. Is this a generator? Chen Fong, possessing a bit more knowledge than Nan Nan, refrained from questioning its identity. Excellent. Sister Fong, tomorrow we shall indulge in cold beverages. Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly as she stepped in and set down her backpack. Allow me to examine how it operates. Han Yang placed the generator in the dining room, where the distribution box was conveniently located, and retrieved the accompanying manual. The first page detailed the types of generators: diesel generator sets for home use, 220V single-phase, 3568 kilowatts, and 10 kW 3-phase silent models. Han Yang skimmed through it briefly before skipping ahead to the instructions for use and applicable scenarios. This generator not only operates with minimal noise, but can also simultaneously power a refrigerator, air conditioner, washing machine, hairdryer, and light bulbs. Quite impressive. Han Yang grasped the operational mechanism, fetched a screwdriver, and connected the generator's output terminal to the main switch of the distribution box, while also disconnecting the incoming main line. Consequently, only their residents would have electricity. Han Yang poured diesel into the generator, turned on the ignition switch, and located the pull cord nearby, pulling it vigorously. With a single tug, the generator roared to life with a resounding hum. Han Yang illuminated the voltmeter with his flashlight and discovered that the voltage remained steady at 220V. He promptly activated the power switch on the generator. In an instant, the room was awash with light, accompanied by the various alert sounds of appliances springing to life. The sudden brightness left the 3 individuals momentarily blinded, and it took a while for their eyes to adjust. Oh, I find it hard to part with this place. Nan Nan gazed up at the lights, feeling a twinge of reluctance. Then why not stay here? You can sleep with me tonight. Chen Fong grasped her hand, which caused Han Yang to feel a pang of discontent. What about me if you two share a bed? Well, Chen Fong's bed is quite spacious. Surely we can all fit, she suggested. Chapter 26. Too innocent Nan Nan felt a flicker of temptation, yet she soon touched the corpse core in her pocket and declined. I still need to return to accompany Sha Sha and little Huang. The little dog had followed her home earlier when she was changing clothes and had since been confined in the house. All right, it's getting late. We should get some rest. Chen Fong expressed her disappointment. After bidding farewell to Nan Nan, Han Yang wandered around the room, unplugging unnecessary appliances. Soon, the generator would need to be turned off as well, for fuel was scarce, and if it continued running, there might not be any left by tomorrow. One must wisely allocate resources. The gas canisters were depleting rapidly, so in the future, cooking would rely on electricity. He resolved to seek out some diesel the following day. Having completed his tasks, Han Yang caught sight of Chen Fong standing gracefully under the light in her short JK skirt, her long, fair legs seemingly aglow. Memories of their earlier encounter in the kitchen ignited a fervor within him. Upon entering the restroom, Han Yang swiftly removed his garments and began to vigorously cleanse the sweat from his body. When he emerged once more, Chen Fong's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. Why are you not wearing any clothes? She stammered. After all, you will have to undress again shortly. Han Yang stepped closer and enveloped her in a tight embrace. I am still organizing things. Chen Fong weakly protested, attempting to push him away. There is no rush. We can take care of it tomorrow. We didn't fully enjoy ourselves at noon, so let us continue now. Don't worry about Nan Nan suddenly appearing. Just then, an image flashed in Han Yang's mind, reminiscent of what Sha Sha had witnessed. Under the moonlight, Nan Nan gracefully approached Sha Sha, her lips slightly pursed as she offered a corpse core from her hand. Nan Nan had likely just finished cleansing herself, for she wore nothing but a pair of tiny shorts. Han Yang was immediately filled with excitement, swiftly lifting Chen Fong and heading toward the bedroom. On the 6th day of the apocalypse, Han Yang and Chen Fong rose rather late. Unlike the previous day, when Nan Nan had burst in energetically at dawn, she had opted for a rare, leisurely slumber, having indulged a bit too much in snacks the night before and not yet feeling hungry. Han Yang and Chen Fong, on the other hand, had exhausted themselves with their late-night activities. Chen Fong was puzzled by Han Yang's exuberance, which had nearly overwhelmed her. She had gained a profound understanding of the immense strength and remarkable recovery that Han Yang possessed after his enhancement. A sense of worry crept over Chen Fong. If his powers were to increase further, how could she possibly endure? With this thought, she pinched Han Yang rather hard. What's wrong? As Han Yang donned his attire, he couldn't help but feel a stirring at the sight of Chen Fong, who was partially concealed. Alas, Nan Nan was soon to arrive. He sensed her movement. She first visited the 1st floor and then swiftly ascended to the 5th. Hangge, open the door. I crave a cold drink. Nan Nan's vibrant voice echoed shortly thereafter. Just as Han Yang finished dressing, he went to grant her entry. Is the generator not operational? Nan Nan inquired as she stepped inside, clutching 2 bottles of cola. It turned out she had ventured downstairs early to fetch beverages. There wasn't much fuel left, so it was halted after a trial run yesterday. Han Yang promptly restarted the generator and placed the drinks in the refrigerator. Just a while longer. I reckon once Sister Fong finishes breakfast, they will be perfectly chilled. All right then. Nan Nan pouted playfully. Soon, Chen Fong emerged, her attire reminiscent of the previous day, soft and translucent on top, paired with a JK miniskirt below. She noticed Han Yang's particular fondness for this ensemble, as he had insisted she wear it all night long. Thus, she decided to don it once more. True to form, Han Yang's gaze inevitably wandered to her figure, especially her skirt and legs. Chen Fong felt a surge of delight in her heart as she greeted Nan Nan and proceeded to the kitchen to prepare breakfast. Let us take this opportunity to bring up all the water from downstairs, Han Yang suggested to Nan Nan. Together, they descended and transported the water and drinks to Han Yang's room in several trips. By the time they finished, Chen Fong had completed breakfast. The trio joyfully shared their meal, and afterward, Han Yang entrusted 3 corpse cores to Chen Fong, instructing her to bury them in a pot. Now, the remnants of the corpse grass had been entrusted to her care. As for whether it can grow again, that truly depends on a miracle rather than mere watering. Last night, we acquired a total of 6 corpse cores, 3 of which were given to Nan Nan for Sha Sha to consume. Throughout the morning, the 3 of us engaged in our respective training, when suddenly, just before noon, a loud crash resonated from outside. We gathered on the balcony to investigate and discovered that a painting board had fallen to the ground. Since Han Yang and Nan Nan had cleared the nearby area of zombies the day before, the commotion only attracted a few zombies from the opposite corridor. Han Yang, look at the 12th floor across. Chen Fong reminded him. Han Yang looked up and saw a man in a white short-sleeved shirt waving at them from the 12th floor. Shortly thereafter, the man produced a canvas that bore the words, "Help me." Ah, a painter. Quite clever. Han Yang quickly deduced the situation. The previous night, they had powered on the lights for a while, making their presence in the otherwise dark community glaringly obvious. Moreover, the building across had a clear view of the entrance to their complex and could easily spot the tricycle parked below and the tightly shut unit doors. With a little imagination, it became evident that there was someone capable within that building. Should we go save him? Chen Fong inquired, sensing Han Yang's admiration. Deep down, she was reluctant to have a strange man join them. Why should we save him when no one is coming to our rescue? Moreover, one man is sufficient for this place. Exactly, we shouldn't save him. Nan Nan echoed, her tone laced with indignation. A Nan Nan, do you know him? Upon hearing her displeased tone, Han Yang instinctively inquired, "What's wrong?" "Humph, I have no desire to become acquainted with him. That worthless scoundrel, a complete womanizer." Han Yang's interest was piqued. "What happened? Do tell." "He is the art teacher at our school, and with his modest charm and talent, he frequently flirts with the students. It is rumored that he has left several students pregnant, only to irresponsibly abandon them in the end. Once, I encountered him in the neighborhood. Upon learning that Sasha and I attended the same school, he narcissistically appeared before us, harassing us without realizing that Sasha had already discerned his true character." Nan Nan expressed her frustration vehemently. Chapter 27. Mutated Zombies. Han Yang took out his binoculars for a closer inspection. The man wore round glasses and exuded an artistic aura. His physique appeared quite commendable. Even in a simple white shirt, he possessed an undeniable charm. Such a man is undoubtedly captivating to women, particularly the university students who might regard him as a heartthrob. It is no wonder his reputation is so tarnished, as female students continue to fall victim to his deceit. Yet, perhaps it is a case of mutual consent. Regardless, what does this have to do with him? In this apocalyptic world, all such matters are trivial. Nothing holds significance compared to strength. How despicable. Enough of this, let us focus on cooking. Han Yang drew the curtains, prompting an immediate smile from Nan Nan. Han Yang's assumption proved accurate. Song Ji had a penchant for staying up late. As an artist, inspiration often struck in the stillness of the night. Last night, he was thrilled to see the lights illuminating Han Yang's home, mistaking it for a sign of rekindled connection. Upon inspecting all the switches within his abode, he discovered an utter absence of electricity. Outside, apart from Han Yang's residence, there were no other glimmers of light. Song Ji surmised that the opposing party might have procured a generator, though he remained perplexed as to its source. The only plausible establishments nearby that could possess such an apparatus were the property management office and the supermarket. As dawn broke the following day, Song Ji noticed a three-wheeled cart positioned below the opposite building, while the entrance to the unit was firmly secured. He glanced through the southern window, only to find that the horde of zombies that had lingered at the community's entrance had vanished. It dawned on him that the occupants of the opposite unit might have ventured to the nearby convenience store. He retrieved the binoculars he had purchased for the purpose of surveillance and began observing the scene across the way. To his astonishment, he discovered a substantial cache of food and beverages nestled in a corner of the room, accompanied by 2 women and 1 man. One of the women he recognized as Chen Nan Nan, a student from his school. The first time he laid eyes on her, he had been thoroughly captivated. Her alluring figure, long and elegant legs, and a face that could effortlessly embody sweetness or allure surpassed any woman he had previously encountered. Thus, he feigned an accidental meeting, soliciting her assistance while subtly revealing his identity and talents. In prior encounters, a mere 2 or 3 flirtatious exchanges would lead women to virtually leap into his bed. However, Chen Nan Nan proved to be rather unappreciative of his advances. Initially indifferent, she later escalated her response by threatening to accuse him of harassment. This humiliation festered within him, prompting him to acquire binoculars to clandestinely capture some private photographs. Yet now, witnessing their abundance of sustenance and electricity, Song Ji resolved to swallow his pride. He conceived a plan to create a commotion by tossing objects to attract their attention, followed by displaying a canvas emblazoned with a plea for help. Song Ji pondered that since the other party dared to venture to the supermarket, being closer to him, they would not remain indifferent to his plea for help, nor could they possibly turn a blind eye to his plight. However, after raising his hand for an extended period, he was met with utter disregard. They even drew the curtains shut. "Very well, I shall remember this. When the opportunity arises, I will ensure those two women pay dearly for their indifference. As the day swiftly passed, evening fell, and Han Yang and Nan Nan set out once more, this time with the intention of locating diesel and hardware stores. Nan Nan once again took the wheel of her beloved tricycle, and the duo headed straight for the outskirts of their community. Throughout the day, as they traversed the path from their building to the community entrance, a few zombies unexpectedly emerged from the shadows, but the pair easily dispatched them. Upon exiting the community, however, the zombie presence began to swell. Brother Han, there's a small truck parked over there. Their search for the truck was aimed at procuring diesel. The spot Nan Nan referred to was precisely where their community met the main road. Outside the community lay a broad, east-west thoroughfare, with 6 lanes accommodating traffic in both directions. Under normal circumstances, it would be quite spacious. Yet, due to the frantic exodus of residents and a subsequent traffic accident, it was now a chaotic snarl. Fortunately, there were not many zombies around. Han Yang observed that numerous drivers had taken refuge inside their vehicles to avoid being bitten by the undead. Ironically, while they escaped the immediate threat, they could not evade the viral mutation that ultimately transformed them into zombies themselves. Let us proceed carefully. Han Yang and Nan disembarked from the tricycle and, adhering to their strategy from the previous day, began to meticulously clear the wandering zombies outside. They refrained from venturing too deep into the sea of vehicles, opting instead to lure and eliminate zombies in open spaces. Han Yang was acutely aware that within the confines of the parked cars, one could never predict from which hidden nook a zombie might emerge. At that moment, they were taken aback. This was all part of his hard-earned wisdom, learned through experience. Soon, the ground was littered with corpses, and no more zombies approached. Han Yang began the process of cranial dissection, casually discarding the zombie bodies into the adjacent green belt, while Nan Nan stood guard. Today's harvest was quite fruitful. They had dispatched over 20 zombies and procured 4 cores, a commendable 1/5 probability. He allocated 2 of the cores to Nan Nan, who was currently tending to Sha Sha and needed to stockpile some resources. Nan Nan gratefully accepted them, recalling how much more responsive Sha Sha had become after she had fed her a core the previous day. She harbored a hopeful premonition that with persistent feeding, one day Sha Sha might recover. The zombies in the vehicle could wait. After all, they were unable to escape. Their priority was to acquire diesel first. Han Yang and Nan Nan slipped into the shadows, cautiously approaching the small truck. Along the way, they passed numerous vehicles, many of which contained trapped zombies. Some of these interiors were gruesomely bloodstained, the glass smeared with crimson remnants. One could only imagine the terror that had unfolded. Family members or passengers in the back seat had suddenly transformed into zombies, while the driver in the front or beside them remained oblivious. Then, seizing the moment, the zombies would strike, tearing through veins. Amidst the splattering blood, people struggled in vain, ensnared by seat belts or locked doors, unable to escape, ultimately succumbing to the virus and transforming into mere husks driven by primal instincts. Suddenly, as they passed a rugged vehicle, a zombie inside lunged violently against the glass. Roaring at the two, Han Yang and Nan were startled. They were ensconced in shadows. Not even a human could discern their presence, let alone a zombie. What made this particular creature so perceptive? Han Yang felt a stirring in his heart and turned his gaze toward the interior of the vehicle. Indeed, for mangled corpses lay in a disarray, while within the confines of the vehicle, the zombie exhibited a most peculiar form. It appeared devoid of bones, its body slithering like a serpent in the cramped space. A mutated zombie? As the creature failed to shatter the glass, Nan's courage began to swell. A mutated zombie? It seemed that this aberration retained a semblance of perceptual awareness. Otherwise, it would not have detected our presence. What a bizarre physique it possesses. Nan observed the zombie's contorted form, its face nearly touching its posterior, maneuvering effortlessly within the vehicle, and found it astonishing. Though her own flexibility was considerable, she could not replicate such inhuman movements. The confined space of the car likely led it to forego strength during its mutation, opting instead for enhanced agility and suppleness for navigation. Han Yang watched the zombie's grotesque writhing as it continuously battered the car windows, formulating hypotheses. What shall we do next? I will attempt to exert control over it. This presents a splendid opportunity. Chapter 28. Elemental Vision with its current display of flexibility and awareness. Encountering it in an open environment would render our capture uncertain. The mutated zombie, often referred to as a first-tier zombie, corresponds to the first-tier awakened humans. Some of these creatures possess exceedingly formidable and bizarre physiques, while others, akin to human awakened beings, exhibit extraordinary abilities. In his previous life, Han Yang had endeavored to control such entities, but each attempt met with fierce resistance, akin to dealing with animals. The cost of being uncontrollable is that it allows the zombies to instinctively hunt him down. On one occasion, he nearly fell victim to their relentless pursuit. At that time, Han Yang believed his abilities were insufficient, which led him to refrain from experimenting with the corpse nucleus, fearing that not only would he end up with nothing, but he would also jeopardize his own life. Now that he has reached the second tier, he feels somewhat emboldened. He cannot shatter the glass directly, lest the zombies seize the opportunity to escape. Han Yang carefully examined the vehicle and quickly devised a plan. Near the side mirror of the car, there was a small triangular piece of glass, roughly the size of 2 hands, through which the zombies could not possibly escape. He retrieved a crowbar and struck it decisively, shattering the glass with a couple of blows. The zombie inside initially recoiled in fright, but, upon seeing the opening, charged forward with fervor. It collided with the vehicle, the flesh and blood on its face becoming a grotesque blur, rendering it even more terrifying. Han Yang bit into his fingertip, allowing the blood, which harbored the seed of consciousness, to drip into the gaping mouth of the zombie. A mental tether connected him to the creature. Indeed, Han Yang felt a faint resistance from the zombie as the seed of consciousness took root within its body. The contrast with his previous attempts to control mutated zombies was stark. The process was significantly easier this time. Soon, Han Yang began receiving feedback from the zombie. One aspect regarding the utilization of energy immediately capturing his attention. His speculation was correct. This zombie possessed supernatural abilities. Unlike the systemic circulation of energy within Nan Nan, the energy within this zombie primarily concentrated in its head, particularly around its eyes and ears. As Han Yang simulated the abilities of his opponent, he immediately sensed a surge of warmth flooding towards his eyes and ears. The scene before him shattered and reassembled, as if veiled by a thin mist, rendering everything indistinct, save for humans and zombies. No, they should be referred to as large, living entities. They glimmered like luminous fireflies, radiantly bright against the darkness. Whether visible or obscured by obstacles, all were vividly displayed within his line of sight. It resembled radar, or rather, an elemental vision. Han Yang recalled a certain game he had played. Is this what it feels like to be subdued? Each time he witnessed it, it felt utterly astonishing. Nan Nan observed the subdued zombie with curiosity, noting it was a female. What a pity her face was marred. After slightly acclimating to the zombie's abilities and realizing there was no immediate danger, Han Yang shattered the glass window and opened the door, allowing the zombie to emerge. Having been confined in the vehicle for an extended period, the zombie appeared disoriented upon exit, contorting its body into an odd posture reminiscent of a twisted pretzel. Yet, the primal instincts of the creature soon prevailed. Its skeletal structure began to writhe rapidly, gradually restoring a semblance of human stature. At that moment, Han Yang was able to discern the zombie's form. It was indeed a female zombie. Inside the car, amidst the splattered blood and the creature's contorted form, it had been difficult to ascertain. Once it stood upright, its gender became immediately apparent. The upper garment, whether snagged or torn, hung from her like tattered rags, rendering any attempt to conceal her gender utterly futile. Regrettably, her visage had become utterly unrecognizable after the relentless collisions with the vehicle. Compounded by the blood and foul stench that marred her body, Han Yang was too disheartened to linger on the site. Well, the danger has passed. Let us fill the diesel. He approached the truck, locating the fuel cap to unscrew it, and retrieved a previously acquired hose from his backpack, inserting it into the fuel tank. With a vigorous inhalation, diesel began to flow steadily into the 2 water buckets they had brought along. After successfully filling 2.5 buckets, nearly 50 liters of diesel, he ceased the operation as no more fuel would spill out. There is quite a substantial amount of fuel in this vehicle, Nan Nan exclaimed with delight, sealing the buckets with tape. Together, they transported the containers back to the tricycle. Han Yang remained vigilant, utilizing the zombies' abilities to observe their surroundings and ensure safety. With this newfound power, they could potentially evade numerous dangers in the future. Finally relieved from the constant exertion of maintaining the abilities, Nan Nan felt a sense of ease, acknowledging that overuse could be quite exhausting. Yet, they could not afford to be overly complacent. After all, it was the zombies' keen senses that had initially detected them. Who knows what other abilities might circumvent this power's scrutiny? Han Yang cautioned. All right. Nan Nan pouted, Yet she understood that Han Yang's concerns were rooted in their safety. Shall we continue searching for more diesel? After securing the diesel, Nan Nan noted the empty bucket remaining on the tricycle. This fuel should suffice for our move. Let us now scout for a hardware store. She expressed no objections, and instead of riding the tricycle, they decided to walk eastward. The female zombie led the way. As they attentively assessed the road conditions while searching for the hardware store, I recall there being a shop in this vicinity. Han Yang's memories were somewhat hazy. After all, considering the year spent in the apocalypse before his rebirth, a considerable amount of time had elapsed. Was Brother Han searching for weapons at the hardware store? Nan Nan recalled that Han Yang had mentioned something before. Indeed, the weapons we possess are woefully inadequate. Han Yang shook the umbrella in his hand. After days of relentless combat, the tip had become somewhat crooked, but the umbrella's frame still provided support, which was fortunate. Nan Nan also examined the climbing stick she held. As her strength increased, it had indeed become unwieldy, feeling light and insubstantial. At times, when she exerted too much force, the stick would bend, and she feared it might snap. A hammer would be far more practical, if only it could be larger and longer. Nan Nan tightened her grip on the hammer in her other hand. The combination of a long and a short weapon was their standard configuration, allowing them to adapt to combat at varying distances. With your strength, you could wield a long-handled fire axe or a mountain axe, ensuring a clean strike with each swing. Alas, such items are not easily found. The city is unlike the village or the mountains. Who would need a mountain axe in everyday life? A mountain axe? Nan Nan envisioned a long-handled, double-edged axe in her mind. Had she seen one somewhere? Ah, I know where to find it. Suddenly, Nan Nan leaped up in delight. I know someone who has a vast collection of weapons. Chapter 29. A Master. A collection of weapons? Nan Nan. What we truly need are real knives and guns, not weapon replicas. But they are real. That axe is particularly heavy. I could hardly lift it before. And there are broadswords, long spears, swords. Nan Nan danced with excitement. Teacher Qingqing has collected a myriad of weapons. Han Yang is skeptical. Teacher Qingqing? Yes. Qingqing is our physical education instructor. We can seek her out. Where does your teacher Qingqing reside? Han Yang feels a stir of excitement. If this teacher Qingqing truly possesses the so-called myriad of weapons, it would indeed alleviate their pressing predicament. She resides in the staff dormitory of our school. Han Yang's brow furrows instantly. The school. That is not a favorable locale. Regardless of any institution, it teems with countless students, which inevitably means a horde of zombies could easily arise. No matter how powerful an individual may be, they would find themselves helpless against such a tide. Han Yang feels a phantom pain, recalling how he perished amidst a zombie swarm. Sensing his unease, Nan Nan reassures him, patting her chest. Brother Han, you need not worry about encountering too many zombies. The staff dormitory is located on the southern side of the Sunshine Sports Field. While the student dormitory lies to the north, the distance is considerable. Moreover, we can traverse in the shadows the entire way. Upon hearing this, Han Yang finds it reasonable. It seems he has been overly burdened by psychological shadows, momentarily startled. He momentarily forgets the convenience of their extraordinary abilities. Furthermore, Nan Nan's school happens to be to the east, which is not far and is indeed on their path. Then let us set forth. Han Yang shifts his abilities, and together with Nan Nan, they meld into the shadows, allowing the female zombie to lead the way, with the two of them trailing behind. The female zombie stumbles as she walks, swaying as if about to topple at any moment. Yet, at critical junctures, she astonishingly maintains her balance. Remarkably, she moves with a certain swiftness, gliding silently without a whisper. Not only does she possess a perception ability akin to visual systems, enabling her to detect prey in advance, but her bizarre mode of movement is equally unsettling. If they were outside rather than inside the car, a moment's inattention could lead to disaster. Han Yang's attention shifted to the female zombie, and he felt a wave of relief wash over him. Upon returning, he might consider attempting to elevate Xia-Xia's abilities. Perhaps she too could awaken some extraordinary powers. However, he was unsure of the number of corpse cores required, excluding the one designated for Qinfang. They currently possessed 6 corpse cores. According to the standards for nurturing corpse grass, approximately 4 should suffice. Yet, Han Yang had never attempted this before, leaving him uncertain of the outcome. He shared his thoughts with Nan Nan, which filled her with excitement. I have already fed Nan Nan 1. Tonight, I shall try giving her 4 more. As they conversed, they swiftly navigated through another congested intersection. A few hundred meters ahead lay the entrance to Nan Nan's school. Let us not take the main entrance. Nan Nan grasped Han Yang's arm, and pointed towards a nearby alley. If we go this way, we can scale the fence and reach the staff dormitory directly. Han Yang immediately comprehended. This was a one-way path adjacent to the school's fence. It was common for delivery personnel to traverse this route, passing food to teachers and students through the barrier. At that moment, a few delivery riders meandered aimlessly ahead of them. Han Yang concealed himself behind the female zombie, activating his elemental vision to scan the area beyond the fence. Finding no immediate threats, you stay on guard outside while I scale the fence first. As Han Yang awaited the return of Nan Nan's abilities, he urged her to proceed first. He remained vigilant, scanning the surroundings for any unexpected developments. With a firm grip on the railing, Nan Nan leapt gracefully, effortlessly vaulting over to land lightly on the ground. Han Yang was somewhat astonished, not anticipating such agility from her. He himself struggled to ensure a silent landing. "Brother Han, it's your turn," Nan Nan stated, immediately adopting a defensive posture upon touching down, while softly encouraging Han Yang. He too grasped the railing and swung over, landing with a thud that startled the nearby delivery workers, who rushed towards them in alarm. Suddenly, a female zombie let out a fierce roar, causing the delivery workers to halt abruptly, hesitating momentarily before ultimately retreating. Are they afraid of the mutated zombies? Nan Nan pondered with curiosity. It was not fear per se, but rather a territorial instinct akin to that of animals. Mutated zombies, after all, were significantly stronger than their ordinary counterparts. Although one could not command the regular zombies, a subtle intimidation was indeed possible, Han Yang elucidated. "Let us proceed. You shall lead the way from here." "Certainly." Upon arriving at the school, Nan Nan navigated the familiar terrain with ease. The two meandered through, soon reaching an impressive cluster of buildings. "Is this the staff dormitory?" Han Yang inquired, gazing at the grand dormitory structure before him. "Yes, though Teacher Qingqing is not here," Nan Nan replied, guiding Han Yang deeper into the premises where, in a more secluded area, stood several 2- to 3-story townhouses. This is the residence of the dean, professors, and other esteemed staff members. Teacher Qingqing's father is also a teacher at the school, and she resides with her parents. Just as Nan Nan finished speaking, she was immediately pulled back by Han Yang. Nan Nan, somewhat puzzled, followed Han Yang's gaze and discovered several corpses of zombies lying there. These zombies had met a similar fate, most having their necks severed. Even those whose necks remained intact bore evident signs of having been stabbed in the head. "This indicates a skilled hand," Han Yang murmured, noting the hacking marks and the precision of the stabs, which clearly revealed that the individual was adept with a blade. "It must be Teacher Qingqing. She is safe," Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly. "If it weren't for the absence of any cranial wounds, I would have thought this person was someone who, like me, had been reincarnated." Han Yang pondered quietly. With only 6 days into the apocalypse, most individuals possessing even a morsel of food were still clinging to survival. Those who dared to venture out and slay zombies at the onset of the viral outbreak were either mentally unstable or exceptionally formidable. He was eager to make the acquaintance of this individual. Nan Nan approached the front door. Knock, knock, knock. The crisp sound of knocking echoed. Han Yang remained vigilant of their surroundings. After a short while, the sound of footsteps could be heard from within. "Who is it?" A clear female voice called out. Just hearing that voice, Han Yang could sense the calmness and composure of the person on the other side. "Sister Qingqing, it's me, Nan Nan." Nan Nan replied cheerfully. "Nan Nan? You're safe. What brings you here so late at night?" The door creaked open, revealing a tall figure at the threshold, towering even over Nan Nan, nearly matching Han Yang's height. "Who is he?" Under the moonlight, Teacher Qingqing cast a glance at Nan Nan and quickly noticed Han Yang, who was on guard not far away. "He is my boyfriend." Nan Nan hesitated for a moment before revealing an unexpected truth to Han Yang. "Hello, my name is Han Yang." Han Yang introduced himself first. "I'm Shengwan Qingqing." Qingqing replied, then turned to Nan Nan and said, "This is not a place for conversation. Let us go inside." Shengwan Qingqing. Why does that name sound somewhat familiar? Chapter 30. It can't be impossible, right? Han Yang pondered quietly, yet he couldn't recall ever having met such a woman. Once both entered, Shengwan Qingqing closed the door and lit a candle. The dark room was instantly illuminated by a warm, flickering glow. Only then did Han Yang truly observe Shengwan Qingqing's appearance. She wore loose loungewear, concealing her figure, but her long legs hinted at an impressive physique. Her features were not as delicate as Nan Nan's, nor as refined as Chen Fang's. Rather, they possessed a slightly more rugged quality, with sharp brows and striking eyes. Nevertheless, her femininity was unmistakable, leaving no ambiguity regarding her gender. Her hair was tied back in a ponytail, giving her an air of confidence and composure. While Han Yang assessed her, Shangwan Qingqing silently scrutinized the two. Nan Nan was the first to speak, her vibrant voice clear and enchanting. Sister Qingqing, did you slay the zombies outside? MHM. Shangwan Qingqing responded affirmatively. I knew it. Sister Qingqing is truly formidable. You are quite impressive as well, daring to roam outside at such a late hour. Qingqing affectionately patted Nanan's head. Humph. That's because I've awakened superpowers. Nan Nan exclaimed, brimming with pride, akin to a child boasting to their parents. Shangwan Qingqing feigned surprise. Superpowers? Indeed. Nan Nan chattered excitedly about her abilities, carefully omitting any mention of Han Yang's powers. Han Yang made no effort to stop her, observing the deep trust Nan and held for Shangwan Qingqing. No wonder you managed to come over in the dead of night. Your boyfriend has awakened superpowers too, hasn't he? Shangwan Qingqing suddenly turned to Han Yang. Aren't you as well? Han Yang offered a slight smile. From her unperturbed expression, he had already surmised the truth. Sister Qingqing has awakened powers too. Nan Nan was taken aback. Shangwan Qingqing chuckled softly without responding, instead asking, when did you get a boyfriend? And what about Shasha? Nanan's mood soured as she replied, Shasha. Shangwan Qingqing immediately sensed her distress and consoled her. Everyone has their own fate. The fact that we are alive is a tremendous fortune. There is no need to be too sorrowful. Shasha would certainly wish for you to live happily. Nanan nodded, then inquired about Shangwan Qingqing's parents. I buried them in the garden, Shangwan Qingqing replied casually, as if discussing a trivial matter. Yet, Han Yang could discern the strength veiled within her words. He understood the grim fate of the zombies outside. To risk one's life, to bury one's parents spoke volumes of filial piety, far more than any display of sorrow could convey. Uncle and auntie. Amid her sentimentality, Nanan couldn't help but think of her own parents, which made her even more heartbroken. Well, I'm not that sad. Look at you. Shangwan Qingqing embraced Nanan, consoling her while casting a glance at Han Yang and starting to change the subject. You came here at great risk in the dead of night. Surely it wasn't just to visit me? Oh, well, Nanan said that you have real cold weapons here. We don't have suitable weapons, so we thought we'd come and take a look. I see. It's not impossible. Shangwan Qingqing pondered for a moment. Follow me. Let's see what you want. She picked up the candle and walked to the stairs. Besides the stairs going up, there was also a passage leading to the basement. Shangwan Qingqing turned and walked into the basement. Han Yang and Nanan followed. When they reached the basement, it was rather spacious. The faint candlelight could only illuminate a small area. Han Yang looked around. This place must have been renovated. It's unclear what it used to be like, but now it more resembled a dance studio or a martial arts training room. And against the wall at the very end stood several huge wooden racks. On them were a great many weapons, which could only be seen in martial arts movies, TV dramas, or anime before. Swords, forks, halberds, axes, battle axes, hooks, and spears. There were indeed the 18 types of weapons, and even more. Take swords for example. Han Yang saw 7 or 8 of them, besides the most common large-ringed sword. Like the one in anti-Japanese war TV dramas, there were also tank swords, meow swords, horse-chopping swords, and poo swords, etc. Are these all real? Han Yang was somewhat incredulous. There were as many as 7 or 8 of each type of these weapons, and at least 1 or 2 of the least numbered ones. Altogether, there were nearly 100 weapons. What kind of person would amass so many real bladed and real spear-like weapons? You can pick one up and have a look. Shangwan Qingqing snorted. She didn't care much about other things, but when it came to weapons, she wouldn't allow others to question. Sister Qingqing was a martial arts enthusiast. She had loved brandishing weapons since childhood. Don't question her weapons. These were collected over several years. Nanan approached Han Yang and murmured a few words in a low voice. Han Yang nodded, walked to the weapon rack, and picked up the seemingly heaviest weapon, which was the axe that Nanan had mentioned. This axe had an exaggerated shape, like a crescent moon, as large as a fan's surface. It had 2 blades, one large and one small. The handle was about 1.5 meters long, made of metal. There was no visible welding point at the connection with the axe body, as if they were cast integrally. When Han Yang took it down, he realized it was truly heavy. He could only lift it with one hand, and to wield it, he had to hold the handle with both hands. This must weigh at least 100 caddies. It was made of solid material. With this weight, even without a sharp edge, if it was brandished and someone was hit, they would either die or be severely injured. Han Yang marveled in admiration, liking it immensely. if this were used to chop at zombies. With a whirlwind of sword-like attacks, no zombie taller than 1.5 meters could stand in front of him. However, it was too heavy, inconvenient to carry, and not suitable for long-term combat, as it would consume a great deal of physical strength. Shangguan Qingqing, who was standing aside, was so astonished that her mouth fell open when she saw him lift the Xianhua axe with one hand. When she saw him wield the axe freely with both hands, her eyes seemed to shine. See, isn't Brother Han amazing? Nan Nan gazed at the astonished expression of Qing Qing, a triumphant smile gracing her lips. How impressive! Where did you find such a boyfriend? You haven't mentioned it yet. Shangguan Qingqing swiftly composed herself, yet her eyes remained fixated on Han Yang. Well, he's just my neighbor upstairs. He agreed to take care of my meals, so I decided to be his girlfriend. Nan Nan responded hesitantly. Qing Qing was taken aback by Nan Nan's peculiar reasoning. You. She found herself at a loss for words. You didn't suffer any loss, did you? Humph. I'm not foolish. By the way, I haven't given him today's girlfriend benefits yet. What benefits? Qing Qing struggled to keep up with the thought process. Just a little kiss. If I'm his girlfriend, I should offer some perks, right? A daily kiss. Is that all? Indeed. Shangguan Qingqing immediately regarded Han Yang in a more favorable light. After all, he was able to maintain a relationship with such a stunning beauty like Nan Nan with just a simple kiss. If I were Nan Nan's boyfriend, I wouldn't settle for mere kisses. I'd certainly want to explore further. I wonder if Han Yang is incapable? Chapter 31. Qingqing's abilities. How could a man claim he is incapable? If Han Yang were aware of Shangguan Qingqing's internal musings about him, he would surely invite her to experience the prowess of the Han family. Unfortunately, Han Yang was too engrossed in his own enjoyment, having switched to wielding a larger weapon, completely oblivious to the conversation between the two. Strength without technique is but a hollow endeavor. Shangguan Qingqing felt a tinge of disappointment. Hangu, you haven't studied martial arts, have you? Nan Nan came to Han Yang's defense briefly before moving towards the weapon rack. I shall choose a weapon too. Nan Nan recalled that Han Yang had previously mentioned an axe, and she decided to pick it up and give it a try. Lacking the strength of Han Yang, she found it somewhat challenging to lift with one hand. Ultimately, she steadied it with both hands and managed to wield it a couple of times before her arms began to ache. Nevertheless, this was sufficient to astonish Shangguan Qingqing. Since Han Yang could lift it, she assumed he possessed considerable strength and perhaps even awakened an ability that enhanced his power. She herself had experienced a comprehensive augmentation after her awakening. However, Nan Nan was acutely aware of her original strength. She could hardly lift the axe. Even moving it slightly from the ground required every ounce of her effort. It's far too heavy. It doesn't suit me. Nan Nan puffed her cheeks in frustration. Nan Nan, how has your strength increased so significantly? Shangguan Qingqing inquired directly. For someone as passionate about martial arts as she was, strength was the sole priority. However, at a certain level, it became paramount. As the saying goes, one force can break myriad laws. No matter how intricate the technique, it would be rendered ineffective against a swing of that axe. Nan Nan hesitated as she glanced at Han Yang. Is it permissible to disclose? Han Yang set down the knife in his hand. Allow me to elaborate. He surveyed the room filled with weapons, his excitement peaked. Yet, recognizing they were not his possessions, he considered Nan Nan's goodwill. It would be acceptable for the two of them to each take one, perhaps compensating her later with some resources. However, seeking more would be inappropriate. Thus, he felt inclined to extend an invitation. After all, aside from the weapons, Shangguan Qingqing had also awakened her abilities. These two factors alone were compelling. Not to mention she was quite the beauty. What are your thoughts on the future? He inquired. Qingqing raised an eyebrow. How should I view it? Naturally, I intend to lie back and observe. Just kidding. Qingqing chuckled lightly, acknowledging that your question was rather broad, yet she understood your intent. I hold a pessimistic view. The city is overrun with zombies, and water sources are scarce, making it unsuitable for long-term survival. Thus, we seek to relocate and have identified a suitable destination. I wish to inquire whether you would be willing to join us in leaving this place. Join your group. And all I need to know is how to enhance my strength? Correct. Wait, what group? It's a team. Han Yang felt a slight twitch on his forehead. Very well. I shall join. Shangguan Qingqing agreed with such decisiveness that Han Yang was taken aback. A multitude of words stuck in his throat. Aren't you going to inquire further? For instance, how many members are in our group? What will be required of you? It is our team. Qingqing corrected Han Yang. Han Yang was at a loss for words, led astray. Hurry up. I've already agreed. Why so many questions? Just tell me. However, it's not merely a verbal agreement. Han Yang smiled faintly, extending his finger to break the scab on a wound, allowing a drop of fresh blood to emerge. You need to consume this drop of my blood. Shangguan Qingqing glanced at Nan Nan, observing her cheerful demeanor, realizing the matter was not too serious. She quickly understood. Is it related to your abilities? Correct, but only by consuming it will you receive the reward. Without hesitation, Qingqing lowered her head and took his finger into her mouth. Han Yang felt a small tongue deftly lick his finger, and before he could savor the moment, it swiftly retreated. An invisible tether connects the two individuals. After savoring her meal, Shangguan Qingqing remained acutely aware of the changes within her body. She dared to consume Han Yang's blood, driven by her trust in Nan Nan and her own capabilities. Her awakened abilities, unlike Nan Nan's extraordinary powers, merely allowed her to conduct a microscopic examination of her own physiology. To put it simply, or perhaps in a more mystical manner, she possessed the gift of introspection. Thus, she was eager to discern the tricks Han Yang was employing. Once the blood coursed through her veins, it swiftly transformed into an intangible energy that penetrated the back of her head. Shangguan Qingqing closed her eyes, her consciousness extending beyond the confines of her brain, tracing the energy that beckoned her. Soon, she discovered that this energy was anchored at the back of her head, embedding itself within her nerves, gradually siphoning her vitality to sustain itself. Concurrently, her awareness was imbued with a sense of voyeurism, as if someone were perpetually observing her. Shangguan Qingqing immediately contemplated expelling this energy, feeling capable of doing so. However, after a moment's reflection, she refrained and instead directed her consciousness toward the source of the intrusive gaze, plunging into the core of the energy. After a whirlwind of sensations, she was astonished to find her spirit extricating itself from her physical form, flowing through an invisible conduit towards Han Yang. At that very moment, another consciousness met hers head-on. It belonged to Han Yang. Upon receiving the feedback from Shangguan Qingqing's abilities, his spirit, too, began to extend along the meridians, though his control was less adept. Consequently, it surged forth along the mental tether that was exchanging information fervently. The two spirits converged in the ethereal void, merging into one. In that fleeting moment, both individuals experienced an overwhelming sensation of vulnerability before one another. They left profound imprints upon each other's consciousness, only to hastily retreat back into their corporeal forms. Simultaneously, they opened their eyes, their bodies involuntarily shuddering. A rosy hue blossomed on Shangguan Qingqing's face. She began, but faltered, uncertain of how to continue. Han Yang, on the other hand, felt a sense of relief. Fortunately, it had merely been a fragment of his spirit, devoid of substantial thoughts or information, purely curiosity. Otherwise, the secret of his rebirth might have been revealed. Yet, what a delightful sensation this merging of spirits was. However, the thought of having laid bare his every thought and feeling before her in that instant evoked a tumult of emotions, both love and resentment. Welcome to our team. Han Yang extended his hand, and after a moment's hesitation, Shangguan Qingqing accepted his handshake. Finally, I can breathe easy, Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully. Though the mental exchange felt prolonged, it had transpired in mere moments. To Nan Nan, their reaction seemed entirely normal. So, what exactly is your awakened ability, Sister Qingqing? I wanted to ask, but didn't dare. Nan Nan inquired curiously, gazing at Shangguan Qingqing. Han Yang smiled gently. It must be the ability to perceive the flesh, akin to what is described in martial arts or fantasy novels. By the way, my ability is contract. At the first tier, I can control zombies that have signed a contract with me. At the second tier, I can mimic the abilities of those who have entered into a contract with me. So that drop of blood was the medium for the contract? Shangguan Qingqing suddenly comprehended, including how Han Yang and the others managed to evade the numerous zombies outside and arrive here safely. Wait, second-order abilities? Shangguan Qingqing's eyes widened instantly. Chapter 32. Show off one's skills to an expert. Exactly. We not only have a method to enable ability users to rapidly enhance their power, but also a way to advance to second-order abilities. Han Yang finally uttered the words pinned up in his heart and felt much more refreshed. Shangguan Qingqing immediately regarded Han Yang with new eyes. She had already thought highly of him, but it seemed she still underestimated him. At this moment, she finally became somewhat interested in this team, not merely for the method to become stronger. Besides you and Nan Nan, are there any other people in our team? There's one more person. So, does that mean I'm also a co-founder? Is that person male or female? Female. Shangguan Qingqing's expression when looking at Han Yang became somewhat strange. There are only 4 people in a team, 3 of them are female. No matter how one thinks about it, there seems to be something off. However, she liked it. She didn't want to live with strange men either. As for Han Yang, now he was not only no longer a stranger, but also, due to the spiritual fusion, there was a kind of indescribable sense of intimacy. Has she also awakened her abilities? Not yet. Not yet. Yes, we've also mastered a method for safe awakening. But it requires some things that are not easy to find. Han Yang didn't hide anything, although they had just met after the spiritual integration. He found that Shangguan Qingqing didn't resist his mental suggestions. Perhaps there was a shape of him in her spirit? Shangguan Qingqing was so shocked that she was somewhat numbed. It's only the 6th day since the zombie outbreak, right? Rational individuals predominantly remain at home, awaiting rescue. Even someone like her, who could effortlessly confront zombies, has never considered venturing outside. Yet, Han Yang, not only has he begun to roam outside, but he also possesses knowledge on how to awaken abilities, enhance the strength of those with powers, and even advance those capabilities. It is utterly astonishing. Could it be that he is connected to the outbreak of this virus? Or does he possess some insider information? Shangguan Qingqing is left with no choice but to entertain such conjectures. Time is of the essence. Nan. Please demonstrate the Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Technique for Sister Qingqing, while we select a couple of weapons to take back. Certainly. Brother Han. Nan joyfully approached Qingqing. Typically, she is the one teaching, but today she finally has the opportunity to instruct her. Humph. The Dragon Tiger Body Refinement Technique? Shangguan Qingqing's expression appeared somewhat peculiar. Indeed, this is what Brother Han taught us. It has remarkably beneficial effects, and my strength has increased through its practice. Upon finishing her words, Nan moved to an open area and began her demonstration. As Nan executed her movements, Shangguan Qingqing's expression grew even more unusual, making Han Yang feel somewhat uncomfortable. Is there an issue? No. Well, there is one. From whom did you learn this body refinement technique? Shangguan Qingqing fixed her gaze on Han Yang. That information is classified. Shangguan Qingqing refrained from confirming or denying. After Nan completed her series of movements, she bounced over. So, Sister Qingqing, have you mastered it? Remove the word ma. Shangguan Qingqing stepped to the spot where Nan had just been, closed her eyes, and reflected for a moment. After a brief pause, she made her move. Unlike Han Yang and Nan, Shangguan Qingqing's movements are agile and elegant, as graceful as a swimming dragon. When the whole set is completed, it is like floating clouds and flowing water, without the slightest pause. Nan exclaimed in surprise, finding it incredible and hard to comprehend. This is not just about learning. It's truly a case of the pupil outshining the master. Moreover, some of the movement details are different from what Big Brother Han taught. But they are not at all discordant. Instead, they give the impression that this is exactly how it should be. Han Yang was stunned at this moment. I thought this name sounded so familiar. Shangguan Qingqing. And inner vision. It can also be counted as a perception-type superpower. It all fits now. Shangguan Qing, the founder of the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique, is Shangguan Qingqing. Han Yang had always thought it was a man, so he didn't think in this direction. At the same time, he cursed in his heart the person who sold him the body forging technique. For what was taught was actually incorrect. Isn't this like Li Gui meeting Li Kue, with the counterfeit being sold right to the manufacturer? How embarrassing. How do you think my learning is? Shangguan Qingqing had a half-smile on her face. Sister Qingqing, did you learn this before? Nan finally realized it too. She didn't believe that one could practice to this extent just by watching once. Even if Shangguan Qingqing was a PE teacher, had specifically practiced martial arts, and was a martial arts fanatic who loved to study these things usually. Yes, I learned it from an ancient book. But it's not called the Dragon Elephant Body Forging Technique, just the Body Forging Technique. It is said that when practiced to the great completion, one can possess the strength of a dragon and an elephant, not self-created. Han Yang was astonished. It seems that the whole story, including the name, was a hoax. Was there anything else written in that ancient book? Han Yang's heart stirred. Humph. No comment. Shangguan Qingqing returned the words. Han Yang touched his nose. Women truly hold grudges. Since you have also studied body refining techniques, have you not seen what lies beyond? Or perhaps you have learned from another source. Shangguan Qingqing narrowed her eyes, scrutinizing Han Yang. All I have seen is this particular set of body refining techniques. Han Yang replied calmly. Very well. I have practiced this set before. Akin to the Ba Duan Jin and similar methods, it merely strengthens the body. I never anticipated it could possess such effects. The subsequent content is somewhat enigmatic. I require experimentation, and I shall inform you of the results once I have them. Han Yang chose to trust her and did not press further. It is getting late. Let us select a couple of weapons in return for now. Tomorrow, I shall bring you some supplies. All right then. Shangwan Qingqing acquiesced, as she too wished to practice her body refining techniques alone. The trio approached the weapon rack, and Han Yang had already set his sights on a target. He directly picked up a long spear crafted entirely from metal, the moon staff, the year knife, and a lifetime of spears. Do you know how to wield a spear? What use is spear technique against zombies? It is not as if we are fighting against people. Moreover, you are here, are you not? You can teach me later. Han Yang chuckled. He merely sought a suitable weapon. In his previous life, he always used a crowbar to poke at zombies, and it should be quite similar. Perhaps. Furthermore, wielding a spear is quite impressive. If only there were a horse. Well, the spear you have chosen is actually for decorative purposes. It is forged entirely from special steel and is too heavy to maneuver, but it suits you well for now. Han Yang hefted the weight. It was probably several dozen caddies, truly quite heavy. However, with his current strength, it was of no consequence. Then he looked at the spearhead. The overall shape was rhomboidal, with a high ridge, thin blade, and a sharp tip, as if integrated with the spear shaft. Stabbing zombies with it must be extremely smooth. The more he looked at it, the more he liked it. This is the one. Subsequently, he glanced at the weapons rack again, hesitated for a moment, and said, "May I pick another close-range weapon? Although the claw hammer is useful, there are better ones here." "Sure. These weapons are meant to be used. It's just that there was no opportunity before. Now that they can shine in your hands, I'm also very happy." Since that was the case, Han Yang was not polite. He turned around and picked up two short-handled hammers from another weapons rack. These were lying, melon short-handled hammers, also cast integrally from all metal. In ancient times, they were specifically used to break through heavy armor. Han Yang had seen them in movies. It seemed that some golden melon warriors wore them. Now, holding them in his hands, they were quite heavy. The combined weight of the two hammers was no less than that of the long spear. "I've made my choice. Nan, what weapon do you want to use?" Nan hesitated for a while. She originally wanted to use an axe, but it was too heavy. Soon, her eyes lit up. "I'll use this." Chapter 33. Quite sweet, the seventh day of the apocalypse. Han Yang and Chen Fong got up very late. Perhaps it was the moment of departure. Chen Fong was particularly proactive, giving Han Yang an unprecedented new experience. If it hadn't been for Nan knocking on the door again, the two of them would still be lingering in bed. Unfortunately, nothing could stop Nan from having a meal. Han Yang went to open the door. Chen Fong walked to the wardrobe, looked at the dazzling array of clothes, thought for a while, and picked out a rather professional-looking dress. The skirt was rather short, and two buttons on the blouse remained undone, revealing a large expanse of snow, white skin, and half of her bosom. Her legs were clad in black silk stockings, and she was stepping on small leather shoes. A highly alluring professional beauty emerged in the mirror. Chen Fong smiled faintly. Compared to the innocent Nan, she also had her own advantages. Yesterday evening, after Nan had selected her weapons, the two of them retraced their steps. There were no unexpected incidents, and the journey was fraught with danger, but ultimately without mishap. When they reached downstairs, she couldn't wait to return to her own home and feed the zombie cores to Sha. Han Yang, on the other hand, carried back the collected diesel. Incidentally, he placed the mutated female zombie outside the building for sentry duty. How was Sha? Had there been any changes? Han Yang opened the door, and Nan walked in carrying two knives. He could also observe Sha through his abilities, yet he couldn't detect any external changes. Sha seemed to be overfed. After being fed 3 zombie cores yesterday, she refused to eat any more, and only the last one was fed this morning. Nan said with a tinge of regret. Presumably, she hadn't fully digested them yet, so there were no changes. After all, not many people are like you, only knowing how to eat. Han Yang quipped. If you say that again, there'll be no girlfriend benefits today. Humph. Nan huffed. On the way back yesterday, she had still kept her promise and kissed him as a girlfriend benefit. Where's your third knife? Why are there only 2? Yesterday evening, Nan finally chose 3 knives. She wanted to become a 3-sword-style swordsman. As for why a swordsman used knives instead of something else, Nan didn't understand either. Anyway, that's just how it was. Do you really think I need to wield 3 blades? One is more than sufficient for me. The other one is reserved for Sasha, as her cosplay character is in need of a weapon. The last one is for Fong Jie's self-defense. Nan Nan cast a sidelong glance at Han Yang. Surprised that the girl was still thinking of her Fang Jie, Han Yang felt a twinge of guilt. He had only chosen for himself yesterday and completely overlooked preparing something for Qin Fang. What do you have for me? Qin Fang finally emerged, having changed her attire. Han Yang's eyes widened in astonishment. He had not anticipated that Qin Fang would don a professional office lady outfit at home. Naturally beautiful, she now exuded an exquisite charm, accentuated by her attire. Particularly captivating were her long, graceful legs, which, coupled with black stockings, were utterly enchanting and irresistibly alluring. If it weren't for Nan Nan's presence beside him, he would have longed to sweep her away to his bed. "Sister Fang, you look stunning today," Nan Nan exclaimed as she approached and linked her arm with Qin Fang's. "I haven't done laundry in a while, and didn't know what to wear. How could I possibly compare to my sister's beauty?" Qin Fang smiled gently, feeling pleased with Han Yang's reaction, his eyes nearly popping out in admiration. Today, Nan Nan and Han Yang were set to embark on their exploration. Although she knew they would return to fetch her, a hint of anxiety lingered in Qin Fang's heart. What attracted Han Yang most about her was her figure, which is why she had gone to great lengths to adorn herself today, seeking to bolster her appeal. "Sister Fang, this is a gift for you. Please, take a look and see which one you prefer." Nan Nan presented 2 blades before Qin Fang. Qin Fang recalled Han Yang's mention of the situation yesterday. She also beheld Han Yang's new weapon, an exquisitely crafted spear. Aware that Nan Nan had acquired a new weapon as well, she was pleasantly surprised to discover one intended for herself. A warmth enveloped her heart as she slightly bowed her head to conceal her expression. Simultaneously, she scrutinized the 2 weapons. Blades. They should be blades, right? Qin Fang was not well versed in weaponry. Merely observing the scabbards, they appeared to possibly be swords too. "May I draw them out for a closer look?" Of course. The 2 blades presented themselves, one adorned with a black and gold scabbard, the other entirely crimson, with a metallic cloud pattern embellishing its base. Qin Fang instinctively chose the red one. Grasping the hilt firmly, she exerted a forceful pull. The blade was entirely freed from its sheath. This was a Tang Dao, approximately 70 centimeters in length, with a hilt extending around 30 centimeters. The blade was straight, smooth, and polished, reflecting a dazzling brilliance under the sunlight. Although unfamiliar with weaponry, Qin Fang was immediately captivated. Was this a sword or a blade? However, she soon found herself perplexed. The initial 2/3 of the blade near the hilt featured a single-edged design, yet at the tip, it mirrored a sword's form, displaying a double-edged edge. Sister Qingqing mentioned this is a Zerhan Hungdao, characterized by its unique silhouette. "Isn't it beautiful?" Nan Nan remarked, as she withdrew the other blade. This one was a standard Tang Hungdao, while the weapon Nan Nan reserved for Xia Xia was a slightly curved Miao Dao. The Miao Dao was not a knife used by the Miao people, but rather a blade resembling young rice shoots, somewhat akin to a samurai sword. The scabbard and hilt of that knife were white, which she felt complemented Xia Xia's ensemble perfectly, thus she chose to gift it to her. "Thank you, Nan Nan. I absolutely adore it." Qin Fang embraced her and accepted the exquisite Tang Dao, a sort of mini blades. "Are you hungry? I shall prepare something delicious for you." "All right." Qin Fang strutted into the kitchen, her slender legs clad in black stockings, captivating Han Yang's gaze all the while. "Humph." Nan Nan, sitting nearby, let out a soft huff. Han Yang, feeling the weight of her stare, turned to look at Nan Nan. Today, she was dressed as usual, sporting a delicate camisole on top and short shorts below, epitomizing a sense of coolness and breathability. Her legs were long, fair, and elegantly straight. One could only wonder how she would appear in black stockings. She lacked the mature charm of Qin Fang. Perhaps white would suit her better? "What are you thinking about?" Nan Nan questioned, noticing his unwavering gaze on her legs. "I was pondering how you would look in stockings." "Oh, wait. I meant to consider what mode of transportation we should take tonight." "Perverted wolf." Nan Nan pouted. Her cheeks puffed up. "Oh dear, with your words, if I don't do something, I might feel unjustly accused." Han Yang showed no sign of being deterred by her reprimand. Instead, he rubbed his hands together, a grin spreading across his face as he gazed at her. "You dare?" Nan Nan puffed out her chest, letting out a delicate huff. "You are my girlfriend. What is there for me to fear?" Han Yang retorted, stepping forward until their bodies were nearly touching. "Ah, indeed." Nan Nan seemed to realize the implication, her expression momentarily dazed. Han Yang, utterly enchanted by her adorable demeanor, couldn't resist pulling her into a tight embrace. "Oh," Nan Nan gasped, only for her exclamation to transform into a soft murmur. Her words caught in her throat. Nan's eyes widened in astonishment, for this was her first experience. She felt somewhat bewildered, lost in a daze. Is this what kissing feels like? Such a peculiar sensation. Oh no. Nan regained her senses and was about to struggle when Han Yang, sensing her discomfort, immediately released her. This was the girlfriend benefit of the day. Perhaps it would be like this in the future. Han Yang decided to take his leave at the opportune moment. You wish, Nan retorted, wiping her lips and casting a fierce glare in his direction. I shall ignore you. I'm off to find Sister Fong. Han Yang watched as Nan fled in disarray, smacking his lips. That was rather sweet. Chapter 34. Waiting for your return with breakfast prepared, Nan remained somewhat sulky, incessantly competing with Han Yang for food. Chen Fong watched their playful banter with a smile. After finishing breakfast, the trio took a brief respite before resuming their practice in body techniques. Although aware of their imperfections, the efficacy of their training was undeniable. Once they reunited with Qingqing, they could seek her guidance on their mistakes, which was not a pressing concern. Among the three, Nan was already exceptionally proficient. Chen Fong had finally mastered the complete set of movements. Observing and providing guidance from the sidelines, Han Yang could not help but commend, Fong, you performed splendidly today. Your efforts in my thorough instruction have not been in vain. Chen Fong rolled her eyes at his comment. Is your so-called thorough instruction even serious? You should practice more daily. Although your strength may not increase significantly now, it will certainly enhance your physique. When the opportunity arises for you to awaken your abilities, your strength will undoubtedly be elevated. Chen Fong nodded in agreement. Nan, you don't need to practice the body forging technique for now, since we've both changed our weapons. Let's get familiar with them first. Han Yang paused for a moment and then continued, after having lunch at noon. We'll take an afternoon break to regain our energy and discuss the route by the way. Okay. Then the two of them each took their weapons and began to get used to the weight, feel, and usage methods. Nan chose a knife. It wasn't just for the playful three-sword style and the idea of giving one knife each to Chen Fong and Sha. Instead, she had learned some basic knife, using techniques from Qingqing, although she learned them in a playful manner. Among the weapons at Qingqing's place, originally, she could only handle knives and swords. Influenced by the anime, both she and Sha preferred to use knives. So occasionally when they went a play with Qingqing and watched her practice martial arts, the two of them would also have a go. Inspired by this, they choreographed a dance combined with some knife techniques. This dance made a great splash at the New Year's Eve party of the school last year. However, at that time, they mostly used wooden knives for practice. Real knives were too heavy and they couldn't keep it up for a long time. Now Nan's strength is far beyond what it used to be. The real knife feels even lighter in her hand than the wooden knife did before. Nan didn't draw the knife from its sheath, but made some gestures with the sheath on. Different from the agility and elegance of a sword, a knife is more about wide, open, and forceful movements, emphasizing the power of the knife strokes. Nan remembered Qingqing's instruction before she left last night. Beginners shouldn't be confined to the so-called forms and routines of knife techniques. First, they should practice the basic usage of the knife. Sweep, chop, parry, slice, brush, press, hack, thrust. All knife techniques evolve from these 8 basic movements. Only by mastering the basic movements of the saber technique to the point of instinct can one avoid panicking in the face of the enemy and reach the state of countering every move. Nan had learned these movements before, but her understanding was rather hazy, merely regarding them as an extracurricular supplement and a folk dance. Fortunately, she had a foundation. At this time, her physique had significantly improved, and she had engaged in several direct confrontations with zombies, though mostly relying on her abilities. Now, when practicing the saber technique again, she felt entirely different. In the past, when practicing each basic movement, she was merely going through the motions. Now, she would consider, when facing a zombie, whether the angle of her saber sweep was appropriate, whether the force was sufficient, and whether it could kill the zombie with one strike. Also, due to the body forging technique, she began to understand the force, exertion techniques of each movement, wondering if they were as Qingqing had taught, and if there were any areas for improvement. This was precisely the sign of getting started with the saber technique. In contrast, Han Yang didn't care much. He didn't know any of the 3 core movements of the spear technique, blocking, parrying, and thrusting. However, he had the experience of stabbing zombies with a crowbar in the apocalypse for 1 year. He could use the spear like a crowbar, and it was applicable. Moreover, with the weight of this spear, even if he swung it like a stick, he could smash the brains of zombies. At this moment, His primary task was to get familiar with the weight and length of the spear, enhance his feel for it, and strive to use it as skillfully as if it were an extension of his arm. As the space in the room was limited, Han Yang practiced thrusting on the balcony. His left arm was in front, his right arm behind, both hands gripping the fine, steel-long spear. He exerted force with his legs, twisted his hips, and turned his waist. The spear thrust was like a dragon, a glint of cold light piercing through the air. Even the air whistled due to the friction. So powerful. Han Yang felt this strike just now, and he had an intuition. Even if a slab of iron were placed before him, he could pierce it with a single strike. He could not help but grip the gun in his hand, growing increasingly fond of it. Thus, he eagerly practiced once more. The two continued their training until noon, drenched in sweat. When Qinfang prepared the meal, she activated the generator, allowing them a small taste of electricity, relishing in the modern way of seeking relief from the heat. Alas, how wonderful it would be if there were electricity every day, and water too. It has been quite a while since I last bathed. Nan slumped in her chair, savoring the cool breeze from the air conditioner. In a bid to conserve water, despite being soaked in sweat, she could only wipe herself down with a damp towel, and the used water had to be poured into the toilet. Thankfully, this was the case. Otherwise, the three of them would surely be unbearable to smell. Even a little fairy would quickly become odious in the sweltering summer without bathing. Yet, this only intensified the urgency of their water supply. Soon enough, once we reach our destination, there will be an entire ocean for you to revel in. Yes, I want to play in the water at the beach. I've heard that the most famous feature of Golden Sands Island is that stretch of golden beach, complete with a pier lined with luxurious yachts. At that time, we could even sail out to sea for some fun. Nan squinted her eyes, lost in delightful daydreams. I can hardly wait for what you've described. Qinfang emerged with the dishes, her heart also stirred by the thought. Although staying here might be safer. All right, let us eat. After lunch, we shall plan our route. If all goes well, everything you envision will come to fruition. After finishing their meal, Han Yang took the map, and the three of them collectively strategized their route. The most expedient route undoubtedly lies in heading directly east from their neighborhood, walking for approximately 7 or 8 kilometers until reaching the coastal highway. Continuing south along this highway for roughly 30 kilometers will bring them to their destination, Jinsha Island. However, the journey is fraught with numerous traffic lights, each presenting the potential for delays and obstructions, necessitating the consideration of alternative paths. They must devise a strategy for swiftly circumventing any roadblocks that may arise. The trio deliberated until dusk, preparing various plans, yet a definitive decision would only be made after a thorough reconnaissance of the actual conditions. After dinner, Nan returned to her home to change into more suitable attire for the outing. Han Yang, under Qinfang's attentive care, donned his clothing with meticulousness. Do not venture outside until we return, and do not open the door for anyone, he instructed. The food and water at home should sustain you for several months. Suddenly, Qinfang placed a finger over Han Yang's lips. I do not wish to survive alone for months. You must return for me. I will. Han Yang reassured her, noticing the concern etched on her face, and lowered his lips to hers. Qinfang reciprocated by embracing his neck. It was only when Han Yang sensed Nan ascending the stairs that they finally parted. Do you like my outfit today? Qinfang asked shyly, her gaze fixed on Han Yang. I do, he replied without hesitation. When you return, I will wear this, and you can do as you please. Chapter 35. It was said that you could have your way. Really? Han Yang's eyes sparkled at the sight of her rosy lips, his imagination already painting a vivid picture. Over the past few days, they had grown familiar with one another, yet beyond that, no further advances had been made. Han Yang had some thoughts. Unfortunately, Qinfang was not quite willing. At this moment, Qinfang slightly turned her head aside, looking a bit bashful, and murmured, I've said you can do as you like. Han Yang was overjoyed. Then you stay at home obediently and wait for me. When I come back. What for? Were there still some tasks unfinished? At this moment, Nan returned. Han Yang looked at Qinfang, and everything was understood without words. Qinfang burst into a laugh, left Han Yang, and embraced Nan. Pay attention to safety along the way. Don't worry, Sister Fang. Nan also hugged Qinfang in return and patted her back. All right, let's go. Han Yang adjusted his backpack and picked up the long spear, ready for everything. We're leaving. Nan also put on her backpack, held the Tang Dao in hand, waved to Qinfang, and closed the door. Qinfang stood in front of the door and didn't leave for a long time. How was Shasha? When they reached the 4th floor, Han Yang glanced into Nan's home. The little mongrel dog was squatting in the nest that Nan made for it in the living room, eating, as they didn't know how long they would be out. Nan had prepared plenty of food for it. Now the dog was overjoyed and even ignored Nan. There wasn't much change. Nan was a bit dejected. Perhaps Shasha still needed time to digest it. After all, the Corpse grass didn't grow in a single day. Nan also understood this truth, so she wasn't disappointed. Was the inner door closed properly? This journey was too far. I don't know if, at such a long distance, my ability can still control her. In his previous life, the farthest distance between Han Yang and the zombie he controlled was only a few kilometers, so he truly had no idea of the limit of his abilities. In the event that control failed, it might endanger others. Therefore, Han Yang asked Nan to keep Shasha locked in Shasha's room. It's done. The two then continued downward and soon arrived outside the unit building. The mutated female zombie from yesterday was still on guard here. After confirming that the unit door was locked properly, Han Yang had the zombie scout the way ahead. Only then did the two ride the tricycle and head out. After 4 rounds of clearance, there were no more zombies from their unit building to the entrance of the community. There must still be zombies in other parts of the community, but since it didn't affect their going out, they couldn't be bothered to care. First, they went to the supermarket to load some high-calorie food and water, partly for themselves to eat on the way and partly to bring some to Ching Ching. Ching Ching still had some rice and flour at home, but without gas and electricity, it was inconvenient to cook. If Han Yang and the others had gone there 1 or 2 days later, she would have even thought of cooking with firewood. The two filled their backpacks to the brim and then returned to the entrance of the community once again. There were cars blocking both the entrance and exit inside the community, while the road at the outer entrance of the community could still be used for driving. All they needed to do was to move 1 or 2 cars inside the community, and then they could drive the vehicle out along the entrance. Han Yang already had a plan in mind. The key question was, what to do after leaving the community. Nan was also observing the surroundings. Normally, the vehicles in their community would go out from the exit lane, then turn right and merge onto the west-bound main road. If they wanted to go east, they could only go west for about 100 meters first, where there was a special turning, around intersection, and then turn around to head east. Now that Han Yang and the others wanted to go east, going west and then turning around was not an option because the road was already blocked. However, when going directly eastward, the vehicles on the main road are all moving westward, and right at the entrance of the community, it is congested tightly. Going in the opposite direction on the non-motorized vehicle lane is also not feasible because of the traffic jam here. There are some conceited drivers on the main road who want to pass through the non-motorized vehicle lane, but they end up being blocked as well. Han Yang recalled this section of the road he had traversed last night. It seems that the only option is to take the sidewalk. It should be barely passable. Han Yang called out to Nan and they measured the width of the sidewalk again. Whenever there were obstructive shared bikes or other vehicles, the two of them would move them aside and walked about 100 meters. Here, there are fewer vehicles on the main road. They can drive from the sidewalk onto the main road and move in the opposite direction. Han Yang let out a long sigh of relief. Anyway, there is no one checking now, so they can drive however they want. Let's speed up. The opposite direction lane on the main road is smooth. Even if there are a few vehicles occasionally, it doesn't affect the passage. The two of them entered the stealth state and ran forward quickly. The mutated female zombie followed behind. There are quite a few zombies wandering on the road along the way, but the two ignored them. They didn't stop until they reached the next intersection and were blocked by the cluster of vehicles across the way. There are more zombies here. The two observed the surroundings cautiously. The middle of the road is in a complete mess, but most of the vehicles are in the north-south direction. At that time, the north-south green light should have been on. In the vehicles on the east-west lane where Han Yang and they are walking now are parked obediently within the stop line. They can turn right. There are not many vehicles on the southbound lane. Then they can make a U-turn to the north. Return to the intersection and turn right to the east again. It is equivalent to making a detour to the north and then returning to the east-bound main road once more. There was no other way. They still needed to go to the school ahead, so this was the only route they could take. The two of them followed the planned path. Although in some places there were rather a lot of vehicles and the roads were somewhat narrow, fortunately, they could pass through. Returning to the main road heading east. This time on the right-hand side of the forward driving lane, there were similarly not many cars. While the lane they had driven in the opposite direction just now was so congested with cars that they couldn't move. Thus, they drove unimpeded all the way to the school gate. There were not many cars here, but there were a great number of students and hordes of zombies. Approximately 50 or 60. What should we do? Nanan was a bit stunned. TSK, don't you college students have classes? Why are you all running outside? Hanyang felt rather vexed. It was unrealistic to clear these zombies slowly, as it would waste too much time. But they had to be able to drive in. He was coveting all of Qingqing's weapons and wanted to load them all onto the vehicle and take them away. It was precisely because of classes that there were so many people at the gate. Nanan retorted, if there were no classes, who wouldn't want to stay in the dormitory? Running to the gate early in the morning was just because most of the teaching buildings were near the school gate. These zombies had to be lured away. Otherwise, with so many people crowded together, it would be easy to be discovered even if they entered using their abilities. HM. So, does Big Brother Han have any good ideas? Ideas? Well, there's not none. Chapter 36, it's getting more and more interesting. Hanyang stroked his chin and recalled a certain plan adopted in his previous life. Come on. Let's go back and find a car with zombies first. Nanan followed Hanyang and walked a short distance back. On their way here, there were some cars parked sparsely. Most of them had trapped zombies inside. Hanyang found the nearest car, which was an SUV. The window was half open, and the driver inside had turned into a zombie, sitting there blankly. Hanyang dispelled his stealth, and the zombie in the car immediately noticed him. Its body started to struggle violently, its mouth wide open, emitting an unpleasant growl. Hanyang bit his finger and flicked a drop of blood into the zombie's mouth. Controlling it, the driver zombie calmed down. Hanyang opened the car door and took a look inside. Finding it was an automatic transmission, he felt fortunate. No need to change cars. Subsequently, he took out tape and firmly tied the zombie's right foot to the accelerator. He also bound its hands tightly to the steering wheel, with one hand deliberately stuck to the horn in the middle. Brother Han, what are you doing? Nanan looked at him curiously. You'll know soon. Hanyang smiled mysteriously and asked Nanan to stay away. He turned the key and tried to start the vehicle. Fortunately, the engine started with a hum. The driving lights in front of the car also lit up, illuminating a small section of the road ahead. There happened to be a zombie there, seemingly a bit stunned by the sudden light, staring blankly without moving. Hanyang immediately closed the car door, activated his stealth ability, and hid aside with Nanan. Then he concentrated on controlling the zombie in the car. The right foot gently stepped down, and the steering wheel was adjusted. The vehicle began to accelerate. At this time, the zombie in front finally reacted and lunged at the vehicle, waving its claws. Bang! The car knocked down the zombie and ran it over directly. The commotion here gradually attracted the nearby zombies, and one by one, they started running towards this direction. Hanyang couldn't precisely control the zombies, only being able to simply command which foot of the zombie should exert force, and whether the hand should move upward or downward. Thus, the car moved jerkily, with its speed fluctuating. Fortunately, it slowly entered the opposite lane. As the distance to the school was getting closer, Hanyang told the zombie to exert force with its right hand and press the horn. At the same time, its right foot also stepped on the gas pedal to the floor. In the quiet night, the shrill sound of the car horn and the roar of the engine immediately resounded. The SUV started to accelerate, and the horde of zombies at the school gate became restless. The car's speed increased more and more, and the sporadic zombies blocking the way were knocked aside with thuds, without reducing its speed at all. With the screeching of the horn, it passed by the school gate. The horde of zombies was in an uproar and frantically ran towards the vehicle. Hanyang and Nanan then walked slowly behind the horde of zombies. As the vehicle was getting farther and farther away, Hanyang could no longer distinguish the road conditions ahead. So he simply stopped caring and just told the vehicle to keep accelerating. Soon, there was a loud bang in the distance. The SUV seemed to have crashed into some other vehicle and stopped. But the horn, by a stroke of luck, survived and kept blaring tirelessly. Brother Han, you're amazing. How did you come up with this idea? Especially using the zombies as cannon fodder. Nanan couldn't help but admire as she looked at the school gate, which was free of zombies. It's all about wisdom. Hanyang pointed to his head. In fact, in his previous life, he had seen some crazy people doing this. Only, it was live people driving, and there were two cars. A vehicle in the front honked specifically to draw away the zombies, while the one behind took the opportunity to stop in front of some supermarkets, tobacco, and alcohol stores, and frantically carry supplies. The vehicle in the front faced great risks and might never return. After seeing this, Hanyang applied what he had learned in a practical way and attempted to use a zombie as a driver. The effect wasn't as good as that of a real person, but it still benefited him a great deal. Humph, I know you're very smart. Nanan pouted and led the way in front. The two tried to avoid the teaching building and took some secluded paths, turning left and right. They soon arrived outside Qingqing's house again. The few dead zombies outside the house had their skulls cracked open, which was what Han Yang did when he left yesterday. Unfortunately, there was no gain. This time, before Nanan could knock on the door, Qingqing opened it first. I faintly heard the sound of a car honking in the direction of the school gate, so I guessed you were coming soon. Shangwan Qingqing said as she let the two in and closed the door. It was Brother Han who came up with the idea of using the controlled zombie as a driver to lure away the zombies at the school gate. Nanan blurted out the situation just now in a rush. Shangwan Qingqing's eyes on Han Yang took on a tinge of admiration. He's quite resourceful. Oh, we brought you some food. Right after that, Nanan emptied the contents of her backpack. A large quantity of chocolates, Snickers bars, marinated eggs, marinated chicken legs, etc., scattered and spread on the sofa. Since they knew Qingqing's place wasn't short of water for the time being, they only brought food. Thank you. You're so considerate. We're like a family. No need to say thanks. Han Yang also emptied some of the contents of his backpack, leaving only half for the two of them to eat on the way. Are we not like a family? Qingqing smiled slightly. Then I won't stand on ceremony. Exactly. Sister Qingqing, why be so polite? Nanan unceremoniously unzipped her windbreaker, picked up Qingqing's fan, and started fanning herself. She was really hot. Qingqing looked at Nanan's upper body, which was only wearing an undergarment. Then she saw Han Yang staring intently without averting his eyes. So, this was the way to be not polite? Shangwan Qingqing shook her head, separated the two of them. When Han Yang's gaze fell on her, she said indifferently, Did you come here to scout the way tonight? Yes, we've already confirmed the route from here to the school gate. We'll come back to pick you up when we return. How long will it probably take? If everything goes smoothly, we can arrive tonight. If not, maybe tomorrow night. Adding the return time, it could be the day after tomorrow or the day after tomorrow. Even with your abilities, it takes that long and the distance is so far. Shangwan Qingqing hadn't asked them where their destination was yesterday. Now, hearing Han Yang's words, she became rather curious. Ordinarily, it's not far, but now, with zombies outside, we can only move at night. So it takes some time. Then I'll wait for you to pick me up. I'll give you a surprise then. A surprise? Can't you say it now? Han Yang was a bit surprised. No. Shangwan Qingqing shook her head. Well, then I'm looking forward to seeing what kind of surprise you can give me. Han Yang stood up and packed his backpack. Nanan, let's go. Do we have to set off so soon again? Nanan reluctantly adjusted her clothes. Goodbye, Sister Qingqing. We'll come back for you. Be careful on the way. After leaving Qingqing's house, Han Yang and Nanan's figures quickly merged into the night and disappeared before her eyes. What a miraculous ability. However, mine is not inferior either. Qingqing closed the door and walked towards the basement. A faint, barely audible voice drifted over. This world is becoming more and more interesting. Chapter 37. Chewed by a pig. Han Yang and Nanan retraced their steps back to the school gate. The car's horn had stopped blaring, and even the driver zombie had lost its connection. They didn't know what had happened there, but it was certain that the driver zombie was gone. The two advanced cautiously, because there was a fence blocking the middle of the road. Although numerous zombies had been attracted to the opposite lane, their lane was quite quiet. After walking a short distance, they reached the place where the driver zombie had an accident. Sure enough, it had crashed into a car. But with the densely packed zombies surrounding it, they couldn't clearly see the specific situation inside. The two didn't stop, relying on the stealth ability. They passed safely and continued moving forward. They walked like this for 4 or 5 kilometers, passing 2 small intersections. The congestion there wasn't as severe, and they could barely pass by detouring through the non-motorized vehicle lane and the sidewalk. Han Yang made corresponding marks on the map, indicating where to detour and how. After all, the best memory is no match for a pen. There are so many zombies ahead. After walking a bit further, although they were only 2 intersections away from Binhai Road, Han Yang and the others were blocked again. This time, it wasn't by vehicles, but by too many zombies. I shall test my abilities. Han Yang switched to the power of the female zombie, and before his eyes appeared a multitude of luminous figures, densely packed together. Their numbers unknown, stretching infinitely, resembling a wall of humanity that completely obstructed the path. A chill ran down Han Yang's spine. He never anticipated encountering a horde of zombies here. Judging by their numbers, there were at least 10,000. How could such a horde exist in this place? He found it perplexing. Passage was impossible. Faced with a horde of this magnitude, the only option was to circumvent it. A horde? Nan exclaimed in shock, having expected the situation to be reminiscent of the one at the school gate. Indeed, there were far too many zombies, at least tens of thousands. We should retreat and take a detour. The two cautiously began to backtrack, only daring to make significant movements once they were at a safe distance. Upon returning to the previous intersection, they redirected their course southward. This north-south road was a two-way, four-lane thoroughfare, with fewer vehicles, yet it was relatively more congested. They had to frequently navigate around the sidewalks, maneuver past obstructing bicycles and electric scooters, all while remaining vigilant of the surrounding zombies, which consumed a considerable amount of time. Upon reaching the next intersection, they turned eastward once more, resuming the correct direction. After traversing a bit further, Han Yang noticed a peculiar phenomenon. The number of zombies on the road had dwindled. He recalled the horde he had just witnessed. Had all the zombies here migrated elsewhere? What could have drawn them? They pressed forward a bit further until they arrived at the next intersection. Although this area was also severely congested, there were hardly any zombies wandering about. Why were there so few zombies here? Nan also sensed that something was amiss. Who knows? It certainly makes it convenient for us to pass through. The two swiftly identified an alternative route. Although Han Yang initially intended to head north at the intersection and return to the main road near their residential complex, he hesitated, fearing that the horde of corpses might extend to that junction. Thus, they decided to continue eastward along the narrower path. Though the road was somewhat constricted, the presence of zombies was notably scarce, allowing them to afford a brief respite on the sidewalk. As they ambled toward the next intersection, Nan's stomach audibly protested with grumbling sounds. "Are you hungry?" Han Yang inquired, noticing her silence with a tinge of concern. Despite her usual complaints about hunger and eagerness at mealtime, the young girl exhibited remarkable resilience when it came to exertion. Checking the time, he realized they had departed around 8 p.m., and it was now past 2 a.m. Nearly 5 hours of continuous exertion of their abilities had taken a considerable toll on their stamina. Nan replied, pouting slightly. "Let us find a place to rest." With the intersection deemed safe, they pressed on, aware that the coastal highway lay ahead, which promised easier passage. After traversing the intersection and advancing a short distance, they entered a clothing store at Nan's insistence. The store's entrance stood wide open, and there was no one inside, no zombies either, only an array of women-esque clothing on display. They secured the door with rope, and Han Yang conducted a brief inspection, discovering a staircase leading to the second floor. "Let us head upstairs and take a look." He beckoned to Nan, who lingered reluctantly over the garments. The wooden staircase creaked underfoot, echoing with a resounding thud as they ascended. Concerned about the potential presence of zombies above, Han Yang kept his spear pointed upward. Soon, the two ascended to the upper floor, discovering a modest lounge area. Aside from a small sitting room, there were two additional rooms. One contained a bed, while the other served as a storage space for clothing. Safe. After inspecting the rooms and confirming their security, they finally relaxed. "Let us eat. I'm famished." Nan eagerly opened Han Yang's backpack, retrieving food and indulging without hesitation. Han Yang also grabbed a braised chicken leg, tearing open the packaging and savoring the meat. In no time, they had devoured half the food in the backpack, at which point Nan patted her belly and leaned back on the sofa to rest. Now that we're well fed, a shower would be splendid. As the temperature dropped in the latter part of the night, Nan refrained from unbuttoning her clothes for ventilation. Yet, the stickiness of her skin was uncomfortable. "I see there are barrels of bottled water here. You could use it to wipe down your body." Han Yang began to pack away the remaining food into the backpack, but noticed Nan's silence. Upon looking back, he realized she had already fallen asleep on the sofa. She must truly be exhausted. Han Yang also felt a sense of fatigue. Physically he was fine, but he was mentally drained. After all, they had scarcely rested throughout the day, effectively having pulled an all-nighter. It was now 3 in the morning, and with only 2 hours until dawn, Han Yang decided to rest. Rejuvenating now would provide them with more energy for the night ahead. The sofa was too small, and seeing Nan sleep in an awkward position, he gently lifted her and carried her to the room with the bed, carefully placing her down to sleep. Nan had just fallen into a light slumber, awakening at the slightest movement from Han Yang. Yet, she kept her eyes closed, relishing the sensation of being cherished. Han Yang was acutely aware of this. He could sense the rhythm of Nan's heartbeat through the essence of his consciousness. Unable to resist the charm of her pretending to be asleep, he leaned down and captured her lips. Nan protested softly. But her struggle was futile as she was held in his embrace. She decided to dismiss it, thinking of it as merely a playful nibble, especially since she had already experienced such affection once before. Comforted by this thought, her body gradually relaxed. Chapter 38. Clearly not serious, Han Yang detected her somewhat inexperienced response and felt a surge of joy. However, he refrained from progressing further, keeping his hands respectfully still. The setting was not quite appropriate, and unlike Chen Fong, who was seasoned in such matters, Nan Nan was evidently still innocent. Han Yang feared that advancing too quickly might alarm her. After all, time was on their side. Having tasted this moment, he released Nan Nan, considering it a little gift for his girlfriend. Wishing to spare her any embarrassment, he offered her an easy exit. Humph. Nan Nan scrunched her little nose. Next time. No more surprise attacks. Understood. I shall inform you in advance next time. As long as there is a next time, all will be well. Rest well here. Sleep deeply. And we shall act again by nightfall. As Nan Nan watched him leave the room, a wave of relief washed over her. Yet, she soon felt a pang of unease. No, there might not be a next time. She murmured something, but her voice was too faint for anyone but herself to hear. Han Yang returned to the small living room, reclining on the sofa where Nan Nan had just been sleeping, and soon succumbed to slumber. On the 8th day of the apocalypse, the sun hung high in the sky. Han Yang was abruptly awakened by the blaring of a car horn. What is happening? He rolled over, instinctively crouching down, and cautiously approached the window to peer outside. An SUV sped past, its piercing horn attracting the surrounding zombies, who began to trail behind. Who in their right mind would dare to honk in a city swarming with the undead? Surely, this person must be insane. Brother Han, there is someone outside. At that moment, Nan Nan was also roused by the noise. She glanced out of the bedroom window and was instantly taken aback, immediately calling for Han Yang. He hurried into the bedroom and looked out the window. Before him lay a narrow alley, barely wide enough for 2 vehicles to pass. Their shop was positioned right at the alley's entrance, with the bedroom window facing the alley and the living room window overlooking the street. In the alley, a pickup truck stood idling, ready to spring into action at any moment. Inside the vehicle were 4 individuals, one in the driver's seat, one in the passenger seat, and the remaining 2 in the truck bed. The vehicle remained silent, lurking quietly. The distant honking continued to echo, gradually fading into the distance. Han Yang stared in astonishment at the scene before him, suddenly comprehending their intentions. His attention was soon drawn to the emblem on the pickup truck, police insignia, emblazoned with the word police. Is that a police car? Nan Nan murmured softly. However, the individuals inside the vehicle appeared anything but respectable. Han Yang squinted, meticulously scrutinizing the 4 occupants. The 2 individuals in the back of the truck seemed somewhat ordinary. One donned a dress shirt and trousers, while the other wore a casual t-shirt and long pants. Despite wielding machetes, they appeared timid, constantly surveying their surroundings. In stark contrast, the 2 robust men in the front seats, clad in tank tops and shorts, bore imposing tattoos, their muscular frames exuding a menacing aura. At first glance, one might hesitate to label them as criminals, yet they undoubtedly seemed at odds with the insignia on the vehicle. It would not be far-fetched to speculate that they frequented the precinct for discussions. At that moment, the driver, a burly man with a fierce countenance, glanced at the time and immediately pressed the accelerator, propelling the vehicle out of the alley and onto the main road in a swift surge. What could they possibly be up to? Nan Nan pondered, though Han Yang refrained from answering immediately and instead gestured for her to look deeper into the alley. Further in, 2 imposing iron gates loomed ahead, flanked by signs that read Jinghai City, Qingshan District Bureau. Behind these gates stood 2 similarly unsavory-looking men, positioned on either side, poised to close the entrance at a moment's notice. It appeared that a band of thugs had taken control of this area, potentially armed. As for their intentions, a recollection of how she had manipulated zombies to drive them towards others the previous night crossed her mind. Nan Nan's confusion deepened. Did they also possess the ability to control the undead? Why could it not be actual humans? One person could drive to lure the zombies while the others seized the opportunity to scavenge for supplies in nearby stores. The thought of such a tactic had never crossed Nan Nan's mind. Could it be that those in front are, perhaps dead, perhaps alive? Everything hinges on luck. Nan Nan could hardly believe it. Were they not comrades? How could they betray their own companions in such a manner? Who claimed they were allies? Did you not notice the 2 individuals behind the Pikachu earlier? Their attire and demeanor starkly contrasted with those of the driver, co-driver, and the guard. Indeed, those 2 appeared to be refined scoundrels, while these few resembled ruffians. Thus, the truth becomes apparent. These thugs force individuals who are not part of their gang to drive, drawing the zombies towards them. If they perish, so be it, but should they miraculously survive, they will be absorbed into the fold. How does Han Yang possess such clarity? He, too, was slow to realize, recalling a trivial matter. if he is not mistaken. Among those individuals is the so-called master who taught him the art of lock-picking in the squad he formed in his past life. This master, surnamed Zhou, is shrouded in obscurity. Others refer to him as San-gu or Ah-san, and some even call him the thief Che Guevara. It is said this moniker arose from his resemblance to the historical governor of the Paran River region, Che Guevara. As for the thief and his title, his expertise in thievery makes that evident. He frequently proclaims that he would never engage in honest labor, declaring it an impossibility in this lifetime. Lacking the skills for legitimate business, he resorts to clandestine means to scrape together a living. Consequently, he often finds himself in police custody. Yet for him, being in jail feels akin to returning home, perhaps even more pleasant than home, for not only is there sustenance provided, but the company within is filled with talent and pleasant conversation. He utterly adores being there. Unfortunately, at the time of the zombie virus outbreak, he happened to be confined within the precinct. It was precisely due to this circumstance that he narrowly escaped peril, avoiding the onslaught of the undead outside. Later, utilizing his skills, he successfully unlocked the door and made his escape. Subsequently, amidst the enthusiastic praise and requests of his fellow inmates, he assisted in opening all the doors, including those of a recently apprehended group of gamblers and individuals linked to organized crime. By that time, only a handful of staff members remained alive within the precinct. When the zombie virus initially erupted, chaos ensued, with infected personnel and inmates biting indiscriminately. The uninfected staff, in their desperation, sought only to subdue the assailants without resorting to firearms, resulting in the tragic transformation of most of them into zombies. Only 2 individuals managed to take refuge in the office. This group of criminals, with their prior offenses, were bold and unyielding, displaying no fear in the face of the undead. With rudimentary tools, they resolutely cleared the cells of zombies. The remaining surviving inmates, witnessing the ferocity of these individuals, began to rally behind them, following their lead with unwavering loyalty. In Chapter 39, titled I Am Quite Clever, these surviving criminals acquired some police equipment from the deceased staff, such as capture devices and riot shields, further enhancing their capabilities. Gradually, they began to cleanse the precinct of the zombies. During this process, some inmates were unfortunate enough to sustain injuries, but the group of organized criminals dealt with them swiftly and decisively, showing no mercy even to their own brethren, which only heightened the fear among the others. The 2 surviving staff members, recognizing the overwhelming numbers against them, could only emphasize the importance of cooperation for mutual benefit. The thugs, witnessing the pervasive presence of zombies outside, feigned agreement with the staff. Seizing the opportunity, they subdued the 2 individuals and compelled them to disclose the location of their firearms and other weapons. Subsequently, they eliminated the staff, thereby gaining complete control of the precinct. Han Yang's mentor, the cunning Zhou Laosan, had managed to remain unscathed, having been the one to liberate everyone, which earned him the esteem of the notorious leader, Huang Bingfa, who affectionately referred to him as Third Brother. He was thriving amidst the chaos. However, this fortunate circumstance was short-lived, as they found themselves ensnared within the precinct, surrounded by a horde of zombies and facing a scarcity of food. Among the survivors, some unexpectedly transformed into zombies, although they were ultimately dealt with. Several lives were lost in the process. Huang Bingfa, a man of both audacity and intellect, devised a strategy. He instructed everyone to retreat to their cells at night, with each person occupying a separate room. Those unable to find space in the cells were to utilize the interrogation room and other available quarters, ensuring there was no congregation and maintaining self-isolation. He and a few trusted brothers claimed the most advantageous position, the staff office, while the others would collectively open the doors in the morning. This method effectively contained the internal zombie crisis. Even if someone succumbed to transformation, they posed no threat to the others, being confined to their rooms. A handful of individuals equipped with capture devices could effortlessly resolve any emerging threats. Huang Bingfa also organized rotating teams to clear the zombies outside, gradually reclaiming the alleyways. Initially, they cautiously gathered supplies, but as they grew familiar with the zombies' behaviors, Huang Bingfa formulated a plan. One vehicle would draw the zombies away, while another transported the supplies. The leading vehicle faced the greatest peril, and devising a means to extricate itself from the ensuing chaos became a pressing concern. Huang Bingfa contemplated a route in the shape of a character, positioning themselves at the lower right corner, with a single circuit. Upon reaching the intersection at the lower left corner, he intended to toss a loudspeaker to lure the zombies, allowing the preceding vehicle to cease honking. thereby increasing their chances of evading the undead and returning safely. The idea was commendable. However, the practical execution was hindered by traffic conditions and individual driving skills, leaving no one able to guarantee a secure return. Reluctance permeated the group. In a fit of determination, Huang Bingfa executed a particularly obstinate patron. Subsequently, he decreed that each member must operate the leading vehicle, with choices determined by lot. He and a few of his companions were exempt, opting instead to drive the trailing vehicle while enlisting 2 others to assist in gathering supplies. As days passed, apart from 2 individuals whose reckless driving plunged them into a horde of zombies, the operations progressed smoothly, with supply collection becoming increasingly efficient. The surrounding zombies dwindled in number, having been drawn to an alternate route. This led to the scenes that Han Yang witnessed today, illuminating the nature of the massive horde encountered the previous night. Oh, Brother Han, you guessed correctly. That pickup truck has indeed returned, laden with numerous items. Nan Nan whispered, pointing to the pickup truck that had turned into a narrow alley. Han Yang glanced at the time. It had only been about 5 or 6 minutes, indicating a swift operation. The pickup truck did not linger, driving directly through the gate, followed by several zombies emitting low growls and roars. The 2 sturdy guards, upon assessing the modest number of zombies, chose not to close the gate. Instead, they brandished their machetes and swiftly dispatched the few zombies that approached. At that moment, the SUV that had initially departed returned, trailed by a dozen or so zombies. The 2 individuals promptly returned to the courtyard, swiftly closing the door behind them as the SUV drove in, securing it with a chain lock. This entire sequence of actions was executed seamlessly. The zombies that had pursued them arrived at the entrance, unable to breach the barrier, resorting to slamming against the iron door while emitting guttural growls of ho, ho. Meanwhile, the occupants of the pickup truck disembarked, commencing the transfer of supplies. In addition to staple goods such as rice, flour, and oil, there was an abundance of alcoholic beverages and refreshments. As the door of the front SUV swung open, a pallid middle-aged man stepped out. The 2 burly men who had opened the door patted him on the shoulder, seemingly exchanging lighthearted banter. "Where's Zhou Laosan?" Han Yang pondered, a tinge of confusion washing over him. Had he already fled? Han Yang recalled Zhou Laosan mentioning that he had escaped during his second trip in the front vehicle. He felt an unsettling sense of foreboding about remaining with such a group, believing that their end was inevitable. He preferred solitude, relishing in his freedom. Before he met Zhou Laosan, he would simply find a convenience store to slip into, locking the door behind him to stay hidden for 10 days or more. However, as more scavengers began to roam, the convenience stores became less hospitable, with frequent attempts to break in. It was then that Zhou Laosan took a liking to Han Yang, leading him to settle down with the group. If Zhou Laosan were indeed absent, it would facilitate my plans, sparing me from any unintended harm. Various thoughts flickered through Han Yang's mind. "Brother Han, do you harbor any thoughts?" Nan Nan remarked, noticing Han Yang's intense gaze fixed on the individuals within the compound. A hint of realization dawning upon her. "Did you observe the items strapped to the waists of those brandishing machetes?" Nan Nan scrutinized closely. Han Yang was referring to the 2 individuals who had been seated in the pickup truck, as well as the 2 who had opened the door. Some of them were wearing vests, while others were bare-chested. Each of them looked extremely robust, with tattoos on their bodies. And they didn't seem like good people at first glance. There were 4 of them, each holding a machete, and even had a pistol tucked into their waist. Han Ge wanted their pistols? Nan Nan understood instantly. Not so stupid after all. Han Yang stroked her head. "Humph, I'm quite clever." Nan Nan pouted discontentedly. Firearms were extremely precious in the apocalypse. They didn't pose much of a threat to zombies. Instead, they were likely to attract them. Their real threat was to humans. Han Yang had considered getting a couple of pistols from the police station, but he had no experience with police stations. He didn't know which stations had pistols or where the pistols were stored. Moreover, if he went to the police station and encountered surviving staff members, it wouldn't be easy to obtain the pistols. So he had always just thought about it and never actually considered taking action. After all, as a weapon, it was somewhat inadequate and wasteful for dealing with zombies. For dealing with humans, he had better methods, such as his ability. However, now that he had encountered these people, who were extremely vicious, he naturally didn't want to miss this opportunity. These were all thugs. Look at the man who just came out. I heard his name is Huang Bingfa, and he has several human lives on his hands. I guess they must have been caught by the staff and brought here. Later, when the zombie virus broke out, they took advantage of the chaos to kill the staff members inside, snatched the guns, and occupied this place. Han Yang pointed at a burly man with a fat head and big ears who had just walked out of the police station. Do others call him Brother Fa? Nan Nan asked curiously. How do you know? Han Yang was even more astonished. Chapter 40. These two are quite good. I heard it from Sha. Nan Nan's voice involuntarily softened a bit. Some girls in our school are vain, having no earning ability, yet fond of high consumption. What to do about this? Some of them resort to taking loans. Eventually, when they are unable to repay, they are forced to take compromising photos and even engage in a certain form of performance. Sha said the mastermind behind this is this Brother Fa. Han Yang was somewhat speechless. He had seen such things online before, but never expected it to be so prevalent. It was happening right in the school nearby, and Sha, she could really dig up anything. So you don't oppose my dealing with them, do you? This will take up a little of our time. Go ahead, Brother Han. But how exactly should we get rid of them? Do you have any ideas, Brother Han? There are naturally ways. In fact, even if left alone, this gang is bound to collapse sooner or later. Old Zhou encountered a gambler within the group later. According to what the gambler said, these people didn't treat them as human beings. In a small den, there were 3 classes. At the top were the gang leader Huang Bingfa and his 4 brothers. They monopolized everything, including the only girl who sold her body but not her dignity. Next were those petty thieves who fawned on Huang Bingfa and his ilk, acting as lackeys. At the bottom were those few clients and gamblers. Usually, they had no share of the good food and drinks. They were given just enough to keep them from starving, like alms to beggars. But whenever there was something dangerous, they were pushed to the front. Since the guns were in the hands of the others, they could only swallow their anger, until it in their awakened superpowers, and when no one was watching. He killed Huang Bingfa. Then he successively eliminated 2 of Huang Bingfa's brothers, and was finally discovered due to the excessive commotion. The gang immediately fell into internal strife. And in the end, the entire mafia, like gang, was wiped out. The few survivors divided the supplies and went their separate ways. Han Yang naturally didn't have the time to wait for their internal strife, not even for a single night. So the best way was to utilize Nanan's ability to sneak in and eliminate the leading figures. Han Yang shared his idea, and Nanan had no objections. Strangely enough, in the past, when hearing about killing or seeing blood, she would feel somewhat scared and resistant. But since the virus outbreak, Nanan couldn't be said to be numb to such things. Rather, she didn't have much of a reaction, as if it were the most ordinary thing. That's why when she stabbed zombies, she felt no fear at all. Sometimes she wondered if something was wrong with herself. But then she thought that it was already difficult enough to be alive, so she didn't pay much attention. What she was more concerned about now was, she was hungry. Brother Han, what time is it now? I'm hungry. It's almost 11 o'clock. The food is in the backpack outside. Go get it yourself. Aren't you going to eat? Nanan was a bit puzzled when she saw Han Yang didn't move. I'll keep observing for a while. You go eat first. Han Yang took out the binoculars and continued to look towards the police station. Okay, inside the police station, several people came out following Huang Bingfa and were ordered by him to move supplies together. Soon, the supplies on the pickup truck were all moved into the house. Soon, everyone returned to the courtyard, where 4 burly men armed with guns distributed weapons to the others, supervising them as they began to deal with the zombies at the entrance. This was to facilitate future expeditions for gathering supplies. Han Yang murmured to himself, were these all the people present here? The leader, Huang Bingfa, had also emerged, indicating that no one else was allowed to be idle. No, there was also a woman, but she was of little consequence. Indeed, there was no sign of Zhou Laosan. He had slipped away rather swiftly. Han Yang had even contemplated the possibility of persuading him to join their ranks. Now, it was a matter of fate. Despite this assertion, Han Yang estimated that it would be difficult to encounter him again. In his previous life, he had ventured north, operating near the outskirts of Qingbei district, close to the vicinity of Nancheng City. If the trajectory of the future remained unchanged, Zhou Laosan would gradually meander toward that area. Currently, however, Han Yang and his group intended to head south, a direction entirely opposite. Yet, who could predict what might transpire in the future? Perhaps one day, they would cross paths again. Although Zhou Laosan engaged in petty thievery, he was not inherently malevolent. On the contrary, in the apocalypse, he upheld a moral code that surpassed that of many others. Han Yang had witnessed this old rascal discreetly aiding a few orphan children. Yet, some individuals, who appeared virtuous, cast off their shackles in the apocalypse, revealing a malevolence that was more chilling than anyone could imagine. Han Yang recalled a certain heartless wretch, gritting his teeth in anger, and found that compared to Huang Bingfa, this figure seemed far more benevolent. Revenge can wait. It is essential to cultivate oneself first, as the inevitable will come in due time. Han Yang took a moment to steady his emotions, observing the individuals within the station as they cleared the zombies from the entrance. The bodies were collected and discarded into a corner of the yard, giving him a sense of assurance. Now he awaited the night. Han Yang put away his binoculars, feeling a pang of hunger, and decided to seek sustenance. However, as he entered the small living room, he was instantly captivated by the sight of Nan Nan. Her hair was damp, suggesting she had just emerged from a shower. Her body enveloped in a veil of steam, and she was clad only in a bath towel. The towel, quite lengthy, concealed her exquisite figure, revealing only her delicate collarbone, rounded arms, and slender calves. Yet, her skin appeared more hydrated than ever. Though devoid of makeup, she radiated the vibrant allure of youth. "Brother Han, are you not looking?" Nan Nan noticed him but paid little mind, busily sifting through her clothes. Unbeknownst to her, she had ventured downstairs at some point to retrieve a pile of garments. Seeing the pair of panties in her hand, Han Yang pondered whether she was entirely unclad beneath the bathrobe. Had he known she was changing, he would have turned away much sooner. As he stepped closer, he caught a whiff of a fragrant aroma emanating from her. Likely the scent of some kind of shower gel. Humph. Nan Nan thought to herself, aware that he was engrossed in observing her. She had hurriedly washed off without even having a meal. This was her first proper shower since the outbreak. Previously, she had only managed to wipe herself down, which hardly counted as bathing. Had it not been for the potable water they had managed to bring along, she would not have dared to indulge in such luxury. "Where did you find the shower gel and bath towel?" Han Yang found it rather peculiar. He was aware of the water situation. The barrel of bottled water had been depleted. He had also visited the restroom, which contained merely a toilet and a wash basin, devoid of any such items. Did you not notice upon entering? This establishment offers gifts with stored value, which includes summer quilts, laundry detergent, body wash, bath towels, and tissues. "I never enter women's lingerie stores," Han Yang wished to say, but he reconsidered, as he had not paid attention to such details in other clothing shops. "I believe these two pieces are rather appealing." Observing her as she sifted through the selections, Han Yang picked up a set of sheer lingerie adorned with lace, crafted from minimal fabric. "Ugh, I would never wear that." "You lecher, let Feng Jia wear it instead," Nan Nan exclaimed. A glance at the ensemble instantly flushed her cheeks. Wearing that would be akin to wearing nothing at all. Just moments ago, she had hastily grabbed various garments without scrutinizing them, only to discover such audacious pieces within. "Hey, that suggestion is rather intriguing." Han Yang chuckled, as if envisioning some unspeakable scenario. Nan Nan wrinkled her petite nose, promptly snatching the clothing away and huffing. "No one is allowed to see this." She then selected a sporty set of lingerie along with a t-shirt and shorts before retreating into the restroom. "No peeking," she warned, her head poking out just before she closed the door. "TSK." Han Yang shook his head, then began to ponder seriously whether he should discreetly acquire a few sets on his way out. With laundry being an ongoing issue, Chen Fong would undoubtedly be in need of undergarments. He couldn't help but wonder what she would look like in them, before he could indulge further in his daydreams. Nan Nan emerged, fully dressed. A refreshing bath indeed. Feeling rejuvenated, Nan Nan set aside her changed clothes, stretched her limbs, and cheerfully exclaimed, "Time to eat. Is there any water left?" Upon hearing her words, Han Yang felt an itch all over. There was barely enough left. A bath was certainly insufficient. "I'll just wipe myself down. In this weather, a day without washing is unbearable," Han Yang remarked as he stepped into the bathroom. The bathroom was rather small, accommodating only a toilet and a wash basin. Just enough space for one person. Any additional occupant would find it cramped. A jug of water sat atop the toilet seat. With only about 1/10 remaining, Han Yang poured it into the wash basin and used the towel that Nan Nan had previously utilized to wipe himself down. To his surprise, the shower gel had a delightful fragrance. "Brother Han, I've placed your new clothes at the door." Nan Nan's voice suddenly called from outside. Han Yang opened the door to find a fresh set of clothes waiting for him, including men's underwear and a t-shirt with shorts. His heart warmed at the thoughtful gesture. Quickly changing into the new attire, he stepped out, only to notice, perhaps by coincidence, that his outfit mirrored Nan Nan's. "Couple's attire, is it?" I just grabbed what was handy," Nan Nan retorted, stubbornly munching on her food. "I believe you." Han Yang's face lit up with a smile, causing Nan Nan to blush with embarrassment. She turned away, focusing on her meal and ignoring him. "Make sure to eat well. After dinner, we can replenish our supplies at the station." Han Yang sat across from Nan Nan, admiring her adorable demeanor, his heart brimming with affection. Well then, I shall not hold back. Nan Nan had initially been apprehensive about overreading and finishing everything in her bag, but upon hearing him speak, she immediately let go of her inhibitions. From now on, there's no need to hold back. You are my girlfriend, and my duty is to nurture you into a plump and healthy version of yourself. Han Yang also began to indulge in the meal. I certainly do not wish to be chubby. Nan Nan protested, her cheeks stuffed with food, her words muffled and indistinct. Sister Fong has already declared you as hers, so I won't be your girlfriend. Though her words were somewhat vague, Han Yang understood her clearly. He grasped Nan Nan's delicate hand and earnestly declared, Sister Fong never claimed you as my girlfriend. You are the only one for me. Moreover, you all are my family, including Qing Qing. I will do everything in my power to care for you and ensure we all survive in this apocalyptic world. Feeling shy, Nan Nan turned her head away, refusing to meet his gaze, and muttered, Who said I'm your family? Yet, she quickly regained her composure, withdrawing her small hand, and indignantly retorted, No. Sha said that a scumbag is someone like you, straddling two boats, sweet-talking everyone, falling for each one he meets. Now, you even have your eyes on Sister Qing Qing. Scumbag. Han Yang felt a vein throb on his forehead. That Sha, if there truly comes a time of restoration, I shall have to reevaluate her. And when did I ever have designs on Qing Qing? I merely wished to ensure I did not overlook her collection of weapons. Of course, knowing she is the possessor of the dragon elephant forging technique makes her a person of significance not to be missed. It seems I might indeed be harboring some interest in her. However, that is entirely different from what Nan Nan suggested. Han Yang let out a long sigh. A scoundrel may be a scoundrel, but do not think of leaving me. As long as I have sustenance, I shall ensure you do not go hungry. Nan Nan's lips curled into a smirk, but it quickly faded. You said it. With a swift motion, she gathered more than half of the food before her, claiming it for herself. You little glutton. Han Yang chuckled in exasperation. Amid their playful banter, they devoured the remaining provisions from their backpack. Once satisfied, Han Yang resumed his observations of the personnel dynamics within the precinct, while Nan Nan ventured downstairs to select some clothing, discreetly stashing it in her bag. In the precinct. No one wants this, right? At a table, 3 heavily tattooed men gathered, one with a scarred face forcefully tossing down his cards. 3 9s and a 3. Anyone else? He proclaimed arrogantly. 3 queens and a 5. I'll show you who's bold. A bald man beside him grimaced. A king. Ha. A 4. I win. Hurry up. It's my turn. The scarred man laughed heartily. Damn. I was so close. Not quite enough. The bald man, though reluctant, kicked the table in frustration. A woman immediately emerged from the throng, and the bald man shoved her towards the scarred man. Come on, let us keep going, fellas. Meanwhile, on the opposite sofa, Huang Bingfa observed the scene with a satisfied smile. 6 days prior, at 3 in the morning on the day of the outbreak, Huang Bingfa had the misfortune of encountering a crackdown on illegal activities, resulting in the capture of him and his comrades. Beforehand, there was not a hint of what was to come. He believed he was implicated in several homicides. It was only upon arriving at the precinct that he realized it had all been a false alarm. Alongside him were numerous clients, gamblers, and escorts, all similarly apprehended. By dawn, instead of facing interrogation, they found themselves in the midst of an apocalyptic event. Fortunately, he was confined with most of his comrades in the same cell. Upon hearing the anguished screams from outside, they immediately grew alert. After the first abnormality was detected, they lost several brothers before grasping the gravity of the situation. They then began to monitor one another closely. Should anyone exhibit suspicious behavior, they would swiftly subdue and eliminate them. Ultimately, only he and 5 of his brothers remained in the cell. One brother met his demise while clearing out zombies. It was now clear they were indeed facing the onset of the apocalypse. Chapter 42. The Art of Utilization with no sign of rescue for an extended period. The administrative system had collapsed. The law had become mere scraps of paper. They were no longer constrained. This realization brought immense satisfaction to Huang Bingfa, akin to a fish returning to water. Although the outside world was overrun with zombies, these were trivial issues that could be gradually addressed. There would eventually come a day when it would all be cleared away. However, restoring social order was not something that could be easily achieved. Henceforth, they would revel in unrestrained freedom and indulgence, provided they possessed and controlled ample resources. Only then could he maintain authority over those beneath him. Presently, progress was commendable. Each outing yielded an increasing bounty of supplies. Particularly noteworthy was yesterday's acquisition of a tobacco shop, which finally allowed the brothers to indulge in cigarettes and alcohol. Before the apocalypse, Huang Bingfa and his comrades had spent their days in nightclubs, lost in a haze of intoxication, with an insatiable appetite for wine and women. Originally, wine was scarce, and a woman was but one. Huang Bingfa naturally could not monopolize her. A woman ought to be shared with brothers, after all. Brothers are akin to family, akin to a fraternity. Yet, he advised his comrades to exercise moderation, lest they ruin the experience. Only by ensuring that his brothers had ample food, drink, and entertainment could they remain true brothers, willing to follow him without reservations. Huang Bingfa possessed a profound understanding of leadership. He gazed at the middle-aged man standing beside him, the very driver who had paved the way for today's journey. "Old Wang," he remarked, "your performance today has been commendable. We are quite familiar with each other, and I recall there is still some ode to me." "Indeed, indeed. Brother Fa, I have kept that in mind." The middle-aged man replied with a bow and a smile. "In this day and age, money has lost its value. So I thought it prudent to contribute more to make amends. Such intentions are appreciated. We are all in this together." Huang Bingfa continued. "In a moment, you may fetch 2 bottles of wine from Xiangzi as a reward for your efforts." He gestured towards the only man not engaged in the card game, a heavily tattooed giant guarding their supplies. "Certainly. Thank you, Brother Fa." After sending the middle-aged man on his way, Huang Bingfa lit a cigarette, contemplating whether to cultivate another ally, providing his subordinates with a visible path for advancement. Yet, to be candid, he found himself somewhat disdainful of these individuals. They were all timid ruffians. No, they could hardly be classified as ruffians. They were merely petty thieves or gamblers. His admiration lay with San, a peculiar character he had heard much about. He was at home in prison. San was truly skilled, particularly with his lock-picking abilities. However, he was not greedy, taking only what sufficed for a few days' sustenance. Thus, despite frequent arrests, he only served brief stints in confinement. At times, people are left to ponder whether this young man is intentionally enigmatic. Huang Bingfa appreciates his lack of greed. He finds contentment in mere sustenance and drink. With a mind to promote him, Huang planned to wait until he had completed 2 perilous tasks to serve as a paragon before inducting him into his circle. However, little did he anticipate that the second time, the young man would not return, leaving his fate uncertain, alive or dead. With a sigh, Huang Bingfa resigned himself to the situation, deciding to promote whoever caught his eye thereafter. In the afternoon, Han Yang and Nan Nan indulged in a brief slumber to rejuvenate themselves, not awakening until dusk. Their biological clocks had thoroughly adjusted, rendering their days and nights inverted. After dressing, they refrained from rushing out, choosing instead to wait until around 11 or 12 at night. Han Yang observed that the flashlight within the station had extinguished completely before he and Nan Nan descended the stairs. The mutated female zombie remained vigilant on the first floor, and Han Yang instructed her to scout ahead. The duo, accompanied by the corpse, navigated through a narrow alley, unhindered, until they reached the station's entrance. Fortunately, the marauders inside had conducted another sweep earlier that afternoon, sparing them from encountering any zombies. The concrete walls flanking the station's entrance were not particularly high, allowing Han Yang to scale them effortlessly without the need for a key. As he landed, he made every effort to remain silent and gestured for Nan Nan to follow. Her movements were even more agile, reminiscent of a graceful leopard, as she elegantly traversed over the wall. Upon landing, she adeptly absorbed the impact using both hands and feet, executing the entire maneuver fluidly and soundlessly. A fleeting thought crossed Han Yang's mind. Did Nan Nan possess enhanced agility? Together, they proceeded further inside, leaving the mutated female zombie outside to deter any potential escapees. This group of individuals might possess a considerable degree of confidence in their own capabilities. Or perhaps they have not contemplated the possibility of zombies breaching the doors. Consequently, the main entrance of the police station as second floor was left unlocked, which inadvertently facilitated Han Yang's entry. They cautiously opened the door and stepped inside. Han Yang did not linger. He made his way directly to the second floor. Having observed for an entire afternoon, he had already discerned the positions of the 4 armed men and Huang Bingfa, all of whom occupied the offices on the upper level. According to the accounts from his previous life at the hands of old Zhao, come nightfall, Huang Bingfa would command everyone to retreat to their rooms, instructing a few of his comrades to secure the locks. This precaution was intended to prevent anyone from turning into a zombie and posing a threat to the safety of others under the cover of darkness. The keys were placed in the lobby on the first floor, allowing them to reopen the doors the following day, and if anyone had transformed into a zombie, it could be dealt with accordingly. Huang Bingfa and his 4 associates resided in the staff office upstairs, which did not necessitate locking the doors. Yet they could not venture outside at will. Therefore, Han Yang only needed to eliminate the 5 thugs on the upper level, leaving the individuals downstairs unperturbed. When Han Yang first heard of Huang Bingfa's method of handling the situation, he felt no particular emotion. In that apocalyptic era, all gathering places operated similarly. Of course, locking the doors was an exaggeration. Simply closing them would typically suffice to keep ordinary zombies at bay. This is also why most survivors banded together in small groups of 3 to 5. With larger numbers, room allocation became a challenge. Reflecting on Huang Bingfa's strategy, it was indeed a clever approach to consider such measures at the onset of the viral outbreak. However, the outcome made things easier for Han Yang. Han Yang and Nan silently ascended to the second floor, where numerous rooms awaited them. Uncertain of the specific location of the thugs, they commenced their search. Room by room, the first room was opened, revealing an empty space, prompting Han Yang to search for the second. Upon reaching the third room, before even opening the door, a strong scent of alcohol permeated the air. Once the door was ajar, he indeed spotted a familiar figure slumbering on the floor. Han Yang instructed Nan to wait at the entrance and stealthily stepped inside. The floor was adorned with blankets, atop which lay a cooling mat, and there, with a scarred face, a man lay sprawled near the door, deep in slumber. This was quite convenient. Han Yang approached, grasped the man's head, and twisted it with force. The crisp sound of bone snapping echoed, and the scarred man did not emit a single cry, being dispatched in silence. Han Yang let out a long sigh of relief. This exemplified the terrifying prowess of Nan. In the night, while dealing with zombies may pose some challenges, executing a silent assassination proved to be an effortless endeavor, leaving the victim oblivious to their demise. What good is a gun if it offers no room for action? Were it not for the fear of making noise, utilizing a dagger would have been even more efficient. Han Yang extracted the scarred man's dagger, plunged it into his brain, and stirred it slightly, ensuring he would never rise as a zombie. He then confiscated the firearm from the man's possession. Once Han Yang emerged, they proceeded to the next room. This pattern continued, and Han Yang effortlessly dealt with 4 henchmen, all of whom were inebriated, causing him no strain whatsoever. Now, only the leader, Huang Bingfa, remained. Han Yang scrutinized the last 2 rooms, remaining vigilant. The first room was locked. He refrained from acting hastily and directly approached the second room, gently turning the doorknob. It too remained steadfast and unyielding. Huang Bingfa was indeed quite cautious. Han Yang instructed Nan to pay attention to the door across from them. He retrieved his lock-picking tools and, with growing proficiency, swiftly unlocked the door. To his surprise, the room was unoccupied, yet it contained a plethora of supplies. Han Yang even discerned some police equipment. They had stowed their weapons and provisions here. Realization dawned upon him. If he were in their position, he too might choose a nearby location for a sense of security. He must certainly be on the other side. Han Yang turned around and continued his efforts to unlock this door. Everything proceeded smoothly, and the lock yielded effortlessly. As per his usual caution, he gingerly opened the door. However, midway through, it suddenly encountered an obstruction. Who? A man's voice erupted unexpectedly. Recognizing that he had been discovered, Han Yang promptly reacted, delivering a forceful kick to the door. With a resounding crash, the door and part of the frame flew into the room. Ah! The man's scream echoed in response. Fearing that the occupants might open fire, Han Yang initially intended to remain outside. However, upon witnessing the door's feeble resistance and the subsequent scream, he swiftly darted inside. The sight that greeted him was amusing. Huang Bingfa's corpulent body was firmly pinned beneath the door, his legs grotesquely contorted, clearly broken. It soon became evident to Han Yang that this Huang Bingfa was considerably more astute than his companions. Having also slept on the floor, he had positioned his feet against the door and was situated perilously close to it. Not only had he locked the door, but he had also placed a chair behind it, effectively preventing anyone outside from gaining entry. Even if someone, like Han Yang, were to unlock the door while he was sound asleep, they would inevitably stumble upon his foot and be obstructed by a chair, granting him a moment to react and draw his weapon. Yet, who could have anticipated that Han Yang would defy expectations? Unbeknownst to them, They underestimated Han Yang's strength. The outcome was that with a single kick, the door splintered. What an unexpected turn of events. Nan Nan, initially vigilant outside, turned her curiosity inward upon hearing the commotion. Perhaps she exerted too much force. As Han Yang moved the door aside, Huang Bingfa let out a wretched howl. Yet he still had the audacity to reach for his gun. Fortunately, Han Yang and Nan Nan's vision remained relatively unaffected by the night, allowing them to discern his furtive movements. Han Yang promptly placed his foot upon the man's hand, amplifying Huang Bingfa's cries. He then pressed down on his head, twisting with force. With a resounding crack, this notorious mob boss of the Qingbei district was silenced forever. Never to learn the identity of his assailant, only a blurred shadow would haunt his final moments. At last, tranquility returned. Now, let us inventory our supplies. Han Yang exhaled a sigh of relief, having no intention of confronting the individuals confined in other rooms below. Instead, he and Nan Nan rummaged through the weapons on Huang Bingfa's person before retreating to the adjacent room. So much food. Nan Nan switched on the flashlight, eagerly seizing a can of meat and devouring it. They had yet to dine that evening. Han Yang, meanwhile, was captivated by the array of police equipment within, with daggers, pistols, bullets, batons, capture devices, bomb-proof shields, handcuffs, tear gas sprayers, powerful flashlights, police water bottles, first aid kits, multifunctional belts, cut-resistant gloves, walkie-talkies, bulletproof vests, stab-resistant clothing, and police gear bags. There were items that Han Yang could scarcely name. Little foodie, come here, let me equip you. Han Yang called over Nan Nan, helping her don a bulletproof vest and fastening a multifunctional belt around her waist. He then proceeded to attach various other usable equipment to her. How does it feel? Are you accustomed to it? Despite being laden with so much gear, Nan Nan took a few steps without feeling discomfort. Her strength now rivaled that of an average weightlifter. Very good. Nan Nan nodded and turned back to resume her snacking. Ah, well, this is a man's romance. Han Yang sighed, beginning to equip himself. Once he had donned the stab-resistant clothing, bulletproof vest, and multifunctional belt, he strode confidently across the room, feeling quite satisfied with himself. He picked up the confiscated pistol for inspection. It was a classic Type 54 pistol, measuring approximately 20 centimeters in length, 3 centimeters in width, and 13 centimeters in height, with a weight of about 1 kilogram and a magazine capacity of 8 rounds. Han Yang removed the magazine and effortlessly pulled back the slide, causing a bright orange bullet to fall out. He reinserted the bullet back into the magazine and reloaded it. Pulling back the slide once more, he chambered a round. The mechanism operated similarly to that of a toy gun, yet this real firearm possessed a safety feature, unlike the purely decorative safety of toy guns. There were 2 such pistols, along with over 60 corresponding bullets. Just as he and Nan Nan each had a revolver, it was unnecessary to provide her with one for the time being, as she was not yet adept at using it. In addition, there were 5 Type 05 revolvers, comparable in length to the Type 54 pistol but lighter in weight, with a chamber capacity of 6 rounds. Approximately 100 rounds of corresponding ammunition were available, along with some rubber bullets. Han Yang packed these pistols and ammunition into his backpack, along with any other usable equipment he could fit. That's sufficient, Nan Nan. Your bag is filled with provisions. Let us depart. Shouldn't we be concerned about the people downstairs? As Nan Nan busily filled her bag with food. Her mouth was not idle either. Don't worry about them. By dawn, when no one comes to open the door, they will find a way to escape. The inmates in the cells may be trapped, but the office door downstairs is not particularly sturdy. A couple of kicks will certainly free them. Once Nan Nan's backpack was also filled, the two began their journey back. Upon reaching the lower level, the noxious odor in the air caused Han Yang to pause. Wait for me a moment. I shall go check the area where the bodies are stored. Han Yang quickly made his way to the corner where the corpses of the zombies were kept. His powerful flashlight illuminated the space as brightly as day. A multitude of zombie bodies lay haphazardly, some already beginning to decay, emitting a foul stench. Yellowish pus flowed freely. Han Yang suppressed his discomfort and began to search inch by inch with his flashlight. Suddenly, a particular plant caught his attention. It bore 2 broad leaves, vibrant green with pale veins, seemingly glowing. It was the corpse grass. At last, he had encountered another specimen. Chapter 44. Disappointment. Han Yang was filled with immense joy. He cautiously approached, using a dagger to excavate the corpse grass along with the soil. Subsequently, he produced a police-issued water cup, placing a corpse core within it, covering it with earth, and then inserting the corpse grass. Although the water cup was not the most suitable vessel, it was the best option he had at hand for transport. He had no intention of nurturing it to maturity. As long as it grew 3 or more leaves, it would suffice for Chen Fong to attempt to awaken her abilities. He stowed the cup containing the Een corpse grass into the side of his backpack and meticulously searched for any other valuable items, but found none. Thus, he returned to reunite with Nan Nan. Observing his cheerful demeanor, she inquired, "Did you find something good? You seem quite happy." "Indeed, I discovered another Een corpse grass. Now, Sister Fong can finally awaken her abilities." "Wow, that's wonderful," Nan Nan exclaimed with genuine delight. The two did not linger any longer and scaled the wall to leave. Along the way, Han Yang suddenly realized that the individual who awakened abilities in his previous life might have consumed this very Een corpse grass. Although he no longer had that opportunity, he felt he had assisted them in breaking free from their shackles. What happened next would depend on them. The pair continued eastward. Thanks to the continuous efforts of the people in the precinct over the past few days to gather supplies, the eastern route had been cleared exceptionally well, requiring no further effort from them. Soon, Han Yang and Nan Nan reached the coastal highway. The people in the precinct had drawn the zombies northward, while they were headed south. Fortunately, this road was exceedingly broad, a dual-direction 8-lane expressway, surpassing even some of the best highways. The journey ahead remains lengthy, and the two companions have no intention of walking. They locate an electric tricycle on the street. Nan Nan takes the initiative to drive while Han Yang sits in the back, vigilant as they head southward. Han Yang occasionally pulls out a map, sketching various routes. At last, as dawn approaches, they catch sight of a small island on the horizon. Han Yang exhales deeply. At last, we have arrived. In the early hours past 4. After a night of arduous travel, Han Yang and Nan Nan are nearing their destination. In the distance, where the sea meets the sky, a glimmer of golden light begins to emerge, casting a soft glow over the dark night. The sun has risen. How beautiful, Han Yang exclaims. However, Nan Nan's enthusiasm is subdued, responding with a mere hum. Han Yang gazes toward the shoreline, where the vague outline of an island comes into view. He subsequently checks the map, estimating that they are still about 4 or 5 kilometers away. But before that, we are almost at Shui-Xie-Hua-Ting. Let us rest there for a while to rejuvenate ourselves before heading to the island. Upon hearing this, Nan Nan's spirits lift. Thank you, Brother Han. Foolish girl, did I not say that family need not express gratitude? Han Yang gently ruffles her hair. Nan Nan pouts, reluctantly allowing him to do so. As they approach the next intersection, Nan Nan adjusts their course and turns westward. The residential area here is sparse, with fewer people around, and there are hardly any vehicles or zombies on the road. Under Nan Nan's skilled driving, they swiftly arrive at the entrance of Shui-Xie-Hua-Ting. The parking barrier at the entrance has been knocked askew, but unlike Han Yang's residential complex, there are no cars blocking the way. In the security booth, a zombie guard, upon noticing the approach of a tricycle, emitted a chilling howl, its hands incessantly striking against the glass. Regrettably, it was confined within, unable to escape. To avoid alarming more zombies inside, the two individuals disembarked from the tricycle. Han Yang instructed the mutated female zombie to keep watch over the vehicle while he and Nan Nan entered the shadow, slowly making their way into the community. Nan Nan led the way, and after traversing a certain distance, they paused before the entrance of a villa. This was a 3-story villa, adjacent to another. Yet not a single structure, as a courtyard wall separated them. Each household possessed its own independent yard, spacious enough to accommodate 2 vehicles. Standing at the entrance, Nan Nan's expression reflected a tinge of sorrow. Observing the wide-open iron gate and the bloodstains scattered on the ground, Han Yang discerned that Nan Nan harbored ominous suspicions. He stepped forward and embraced her shoulders. "Perhaps I should enter first and take a look. You wait for me outside for a moment." "No need, Brother Han. I have already prepared myself for the worst. Regardless of the outcome, I must witness them with my own eyes." Nan Nan's gaze was resolute. "All right, I will stay by your side." Han Yang believed in her strength and resilience. The two entered through the door, the bloodstains leading them inside. Han Yang intentionally created some noise, eliciting the growls of zombies from the adjacent room, yet there was an unsettling silence emanating from Nan Nan's parents' home. Could they be absent within? The yard was conspicuous, devoid of any hiding places save for a single vehicle. Han Yang glanced into the car, but found no signs of life. Moreover, there were no traces of blood leading towards the vehicle. The security door of the house stood ajar, and they cautiously entered. At the threshold, the blood abruptly ceased. No one. A glimmer of hope ignited within Nan Nan. She swiftly led Han Yang through several rooms, leaving no corner, including the basement, unexplored. Not a single shadow was present, nor were there any signs of zombies. The interior was meticulously arranged, devoid of any indications of disturbance. If there had been a zombie within these walls, there would surely have been some chaos. The current state could only imply that her uncle and aunt were not home, Han Yang concluded. But why was the door left open? And what of the blood? Nan felt a tumult of joy and despair. The absence of her parents' corpses suggested they might still be alive, yet the blood in the yard gnawed at her heart. Perhaps someone had been injured, seeking help from her uncle and aunt, thus the blood could belong to another individual. There was also a grim possibility that this person had succumbed to zombification without her parents realizing it. They might have been bitten at the door and transformed into a zombie, were subsequently lured away by some other noise. Yet Han Yang refrained from voicing such a conjecture. Nan might deduce it herself. But isn't it better to hold on to a sliver of hope? After all, they had not encountered any corpses. All right. Nan inhaled deeply. Brother Han, shall we depart? Aren't we resting here for a while? Han Yang was taken aback. No, while the dawn has not yet fully broken, we must hasten to Golden Sands Island. Nan steeled herself. If we miss this moment, we will have to wait until nightfall to utilize our abilities. We still need to return for Sister Fong and Sister Ching. There is no time to waste. Moreover, had she moved in a day earlier, she would have possessed more time and energy to search the community for her parents. She had long since abandoned any significant hope, finding solace in the mere prospect of burying her parents' remains. Han Yang seemed to grasp some of Nan's sentiments and chose to remain silent. The two hastened back to the entrance of the community, reuniting with the mutated female zombie, and boarded the electric tricycle, turning back onto the Binhai Road to continue their journey. In the final few kilometers, they managed to complete their trek just before dawn. Chapter 45. The deceitful pair turn left. Han Yang exclaimed as he noticed Nan had missed the turn. Are we there yet? Nan inquired, glancing towards the left side of the road, where a stunning scenic park unfolded. Such sights were commonplace alongside the Binhai Road, renowned as the coastal avenue of Jinghai City, with a lengthy stretch constructed adjacent to the shoreline, passing through several wetland parks and tourist attractions. Do you see that little path? Han Yang pointed, and it was then that Nan discerned an inconspicuous road hidden among the lush trees. How well concealed it was. After all, it was a private resort area catering to high-end clientele, and individuals like them were not part of their target demographic. But then Han Yang recalled Nan's family's villa. Were they indeed considered commoners? Nan adjusted her direction, steering towards the path, where they soon encountered a very understated sign, Golden Sands Island Coastal Resort. The two proceeded along the path, enveloped in silence, with not a soul in sight. The resort had yet to open its doors, so it was unlikely there were many visitors at this time. Han Yang pondered. In his previous life, this place had become a notorious den of vice during the apocalypse, home to a myriad of entertainment venues. In the bar, casino, auction house, and among the beautiful women who perform and prostitute themselves, the focus is on high-end. Just the entrance fee is daunting. But that was a matter half a year after the end of the world. Han Yang wasn't sure which group had taken over this place, yet he knew that at this point in time, surely no one had had the time to occupy it. What could be here were only some surviving staff members. Truly, there were no zombies. The two walked about 100 meters along the forest path and finally saw a cluster of buildings. First was a parking lot surrounded and separated by green trees. A little further in from the parking lot was a uniquely shaped service hall. Only when they reached here did the two see a few sporadically distributed zombies. There might be people inside. Let's get out of the vehicle and observe first. Han Yang was alert and noticed that there seemed to be shadows moving inside the service hall. The two stopped the vehicle. With the half-person, high greenery for cover, the tricycle wouldn't be easily discovered. They both bent over and crouched behind the greenbelt. The mutated female zombie followed closely behind. Her body was more flexible, bending in a strange way. With the cover of the greenbelt, no one could detect her. Subsequently, Han Yang took out binoculars and carefully looked forward. Nan followed suit. Starting from the main entrance of the service hall, Han Yang didn't miss any details. He had already determined that there were people inside because the hall door was locked from the inside, and a lot of sundries were piled up to block the door. Ah, what's that? At this time, Nan said curiously. Where? Han Yang put down the binoculars, glanced in the direction Nan was looking at, and then looked through the binoculars again. He vaguely saw a figure. Before Han Yang could take a closer look, beside him, Nan suddenly grasped his telescope. Exclaiming, "Stop looking." Han Yang turned to her, noticing the blush on her cheeks, feeling quite perplexed. "What's the matter?" "Nothing. Just don't look," she stammered, mumbling under her breath. "A pair of shameless lovers, so early in the morning." "What shameless lovers?" Han Yang was utterly confused. Though he was curious to investigate further, Nan's peculiar gaze dissuaded him from taking any action. Is there nothing else occupying the minds of men? Nan seemed to be speaking to herself while simultaneously challenging Han Yang. A thought struck Han Yang as he reflected carefully. Hadn't he seen not a single figure, but rather two? And they appeared to be unclothed? Regrettably, he had only caught a fleeting glimpse, barely remembering the presence of two prominent shapes. This revelation explained Nan's mix of embarrassment and anger, as well as her insistence that he refrained from looking. Indeed, they were shameless lovers, engaging in such acts right in front of the window, as if fearing no one outside would notice. Oh, but now it seemed that outside was deserted, save for the zombies. No wonder they behaved so recklessly. Han Yang glanced back at Nan. The young girl wasn't as naive as she appeared. Sensing his gaze, her face flushed deeper, and a hint of annoyance crept in. "When can we observe again? We can't just linger here." "Wait, I'll look again in a moment." Nan pouted. After a few minutes of hesitation, and with Han Yang's urging, she reluctantly picked up the telescope once more. However, she soon set it down again, casually stating, "Now you may continue looking." Han Yang lifted the binoculars and gazed intently at the scene before him. 3 figures emerged in his line of sight. Among them, 2 were men clad in shorts, their torsos exposed to the elements, while the third was a woman, simply draped in an oversized t-shirt. 3 individuals? This seems rather audacious. Although such encounters have become commonplace in the post-apocalyptic world, it is only the 9th day since the catastrophe began. Han Yang's eyes widened in astonishment, regrettably missing the live spectacle. Currently, it appeared that the trio were survivors of this place. As he continued to observe, he mused aloud. "So, what shall we do next?" Nan's tone softened slightly. "We are unaware of their weaponry or whether they possess any abilities. Just to be cautious, let us quietly approach and assess the situation." "Understood." Han Yang commanded the mutated zombie to remain in place as he and Nan stealthily advanced towards the service hall, concealed by the greenery. The daylight had grown bright outside, diminishing the efficacy of their stealth abilities, yet it still provided a modicum of cover for their forms. Particularly beneath the shadows of the trees, they remained difficult to detect without careful scrutiny. Han Yang and Nan quickly neared the window, faintly catching snippets of conversation within. "Lily, how much food do we have left?" "Not much, Minggu. At most, will last until tomorrow." "By the heavens, how can it be running out so quickly? We could have held on for another 2 days, had it not been for Lu Bin. Moreover, you and Xiao Fei have been tirelessly clearing zombies these past few days. The depletion of energy has been severe, and our consumption has increased." "Understood." Han Yang and Nan swiftly positioned themselves before the window. Through the glass, one could observe a man pacing restlessly within. He then addressed another man, saying, "Xiao Fei, do not deliver food to Lu Bin today. Since he refuses to cooperate, let him starve. Furthermore, we must clear the zombies from the bridge today. Only by entering the island will we find sustenance. Lily, you shall accompany us today." The woman named Lily was taken aback by his words. "Can I not go?" "I'm afraid. What is there to fear?" he retorted. "You have seen me slay zombies before. They are merely a mass of mindless flesh. As long as they do not swarm, I can fell them one by one." Minggu seized a nearby cleaver and struck the table with tremendous force, embedding the blade deeply, demonstrating his strength. The woman was left speechless in terror. "If you do not wish to join us, so be it. There are plenty of women on the island, and I am in the mood for a change." Chapter 46. Survivors Luli. "Minggu isn't sending you to kill zombies. Just follow behind us," another man named Xiao Fei interjected to ease the tension. "All right, fine." Luli reluctantly consented. "Very well, prepare yourself. We shall depart shortly." Upon hearing this, Luli, as if under a spell, promptly exited the room. Once she was a distance away, Xiao Fei swiftly closed the door. "Minggu, why must she accompany us today?" he inquired. "You understand nothing. Previously, we took turns clearing the zombies, and there was always someone here, hence she appeared compliant. Today, with our combined efforts, we can swiftly eliminate the zombies on the bridge." "Can you truly leave her here alone? Or do you think that having been here with her a few times has made her develop feelings for you?" "Naturally not. I'm not the only one." Xiao Fei gave a sheepish smile. "Even if it were just you, do you think she'd be completely devoted to you? In this day and age, women are so fickle. As long as you can ensure her safety and provide her with food, she'll be obedient to you. But if there's someone stronger than you, she'll turn on you in an instant. Have you forgotten the expression on that woman's face when Lubin showed up? Xiao Fei's face darkened immediately. When the virus just broke out, he happened to be with Lu Li. Many people around turned into zombies and were biting everywhere. If he hadn't pulled Lu Li and desperately got into an office to hide, she probably wouldn't have survived until now. At that time, Lu Li was terribly frightened and kept holding on to him, saying words of gratitude and pleading not to abandon her. Lu Li worked as a front desk receptionist, and her appearance was undoubtedly charming. Usually, she was amiable to him, the little security guard, but it was clearly just the courtesy between colleagues. But at that moment, Lu Li was extremely gentle, pleading softly, almost clinging to him. How could Zhong Xiaofei have experienced being treated so affectionately by such a beauty? Thus, he was eager to show his whole heart to her. When she was thirsty or hungry, he risked his life to find supplies for her. Later, Minga gradually cleared the zombies in the service hall. The survivors gathered together, and there were only 4 of them in the end. Minga naturally became the leader. Since Zhong Xiaofei and Minga were from the same island, Minga took good care of him, seeing that he had an intimate relationship with Lu Li. Minga suppressed his thoughts about Lu Li. In the following few days, the 4 people led a rather comfortable life, constantly awaiting rescue. However, as the food supply was running low, Minga and another survivor decided to venture out for a look. Just after they left, a vehicle suddenly emerged from the island, and a man named Lu Bin entered the service hall to seek help. Lu Li knew Lu Bin and became incredibly enthusiastic towards him immediately, leaving Zhong Xiaofei aside. Later, Zhong Xiaofei learned that this Lu Bin was a senior executive of Xinjiang Group, specifically in charge of the security work for the eldest daughter of the group, Yi. No wonder Lu Li changed her attitude. Xinjiang Group was one of the top-notch large-scale corporate groups in Jinghai City, and it was also the developer of this resort area they were in. Strictly speaking, they could be considered employees of Xinjiang Group, albeit belonging to a small department under a subsidiary company. If Lu Li could get on good terms with Lu Bin, even if she couldn't achieve extraordinary success, she could at least rise several social strata. Although Zhong Xiaofei understood this, he couldn't accept it. Clearly, in the past few days, the 2 of them had been affectionate, on the verge of taking their relationship to the next level. But now she left him aside and was extremely attentive to another man. Was she treating him like toilet paper in a latrine, to be discarded after use? At that time, Lu Li briefly recounted what had happened in the past few days. Upon hearing this, Lu Bin simply decided to wait for the 2 who had gone out to return and see what the situation was outside. Soon, Minga and the other man returned, both with gloomy faces. Minga had met Lu Bin several times and knew that he was a security personnel around Yu Xiaoqiye, the daughter of the chairman of Xinjiang Group. When Lu Bin opened his mouth to ask about the situation outside, Minga didn't answer but instead asked about the current situation on the island. Without much thought, Lu Bin revealed the truth in just a few words. Just as he was about to question Ming again, unexpectedly, Ming suddenly struck, knocking him unconscious. Lu Li was taken aback and rushed forward to check. She shrieked, questioning what he was doing and whether he knew who Lu Bin was. Ming was extremely annoyed and slapped her. The world fell silent. Subsequently, Ming recounted what he had seen and heard. Zhong Xiaofei learned that there were zombies everywhere outside, not a single living person in sight. It was a scene of the end of the world, and the so-called laws had become worthless scraps of paper. Now, there might only be a few of them left alive. Thus, anger welled up in his heart and evil thoughts emerged. He broke free from the shackles of law and the bonds of morality. Stirred by Ming, he, together with Lu Li, acquired a great deal of knowledge. In the following days, they opened new horizons and, along with Ming, relearned the saying that when 3 people walk together, there must be one who can be my teacher. They benefited a great deal. Since then, Lu Li became completely obedient to him. It's true that Lu Li had feelings for him, but those feelings could only be hatred. Brother, you understand. Women are like clothes, while men are like hands and feet. Ming patted Zhong Xiaofei. Ahao unfortunately died while clearing the zombies. Now, only the 2 of them were left, so they should take care of each other and never abandon one another. As for women, didn't Lu Bin say there were several more? Which one isn't better than Lu Li? When we reach the island, apart from Miss Yi, you can choose any woman you like. Ming, you said it. Hee, I just want Qin Lan. The 2 chatted for a while longer. When Lu Li returned, dressed in a long, sleeved shirt and long pants, the 3 of them set off together. They walked towards the island from the other side of the service hall. Han Yang activated the elemental vision ability of the female zombie. Through the glass, he confirmed that the three had gone far. He and Nan found an unlocked window and climbed in. Judging from what they said, there was another person named Lu Bin here, who should be locked up. Let's look around and find out about the situation on the island, Han Yang said to Nan. Subsequently, the two split up and started searching in different offices. This service hall, apart from the central reception hall in the middle, had quite a few offices on both sides. Just now, Mingo and the other two were in one of the offices. Besides, in the southeast of the service hall, a building that resembled a cafeteria and dormitory could be seen. The two searched room by room and didn't encounter any zombies. Presumably, they had all been cleared out, and large patches of splattered blood could be seen on the ground. It was conceivable that there had been quite a commotion when the virus first broke out. Eventually, the two found a man in a room that seemed to be a storeroom. This room had no windows and was pitch black inside. After opening it, there was a strange smell, like the smell of a person excreting in it for a long time. The man was extremely excited when he saw the two, especially when he saw Han Yang, and was almost in tears. Chapter 47 Intelligence. Han Yang helped the man out and walked into the sunlight before he could see his appearance clearly. As if he hadn't seen the sun for many days, his face was somewhat pale. He wasn't very old, looking like he had just graduated from university not long ago. His hair was messy, his face was haggard, and his decent suit was dirty and wrinkled, exuding an unpleasant odor. Facing Han Yang at this moment, he said with snot and tears, "Comrade, I've finally been waiting for you to come to the rescue. Have those three villains outside been arrested? This is illegal imprisonment. They've confined me for a full 5 days. Interrupt for a moment." Nan asked with some curiosity, "I see you don't have a watch, and it's pitch black inside. How do you know 5 days have passed?" The man, whose emotions were interrupted, couldn't react immediately. Finally, he weakly replied, "Miss, it might also be 6 days. But that's not the point. The point is that I've been illegally imprisoned. Why do you always call us comrade? It's rather awkward." Nan interrupted again, "Aren't you the police?" At this moment, the man also realized that although the two in front of him were wearing bullet-proof vests, they didn't have police numbers. Their every move didn't resemble that of the staff in the police station either. Especially this girl, who was incredibly young, beautiful, full of youth, vivacious and gorgeous. She looked more like a college student than a comrade. "We're not," Nan replied. "Lu Bin, right?" At this time, Han Yang couldn't stand it any longer. If these two fools continued chatting, it was unknown when they would get to the point. "Yes, how do you know my name?" Lu Bin was becoming more and more confused. "That's not important. Now just listen to me. When the two of us came here, we saw 3 people heading towards Jinsha Island. As they left, we vaguely heard them say that they could clear the zombies on the bridge today. When they subdue Yi Xiaokuei, they'll have food, drinks, and entertainment." "Who is this Yi Xiaokuei? Really? Did they really say that?" Lu Bin became excited all of a sudden, struggling to stand up and wanting to run towards the direction of the island. Nan grabbed him. "Do not restrain me. I must intercept them," Lu Bin exclaimed, straining against his captors with all his might, yet he remained immobile. Turning his head, he confirmed that it was the seemingly delicate girl who held him fast. Unconvinced, he exerted himself once more in an effort to break free, but to no avail. How can she possess such strength? Or perhaps I am simply too feeble. How amusing that I cannot even escape using a fraction of my strength, and yet I aspire to thwart them. Nan curled her lip in disdain. I have not eaten sufficiently for many days, hence my lack of strength." Lu Bin attempted to justify himself. "Moreover, why do you restrain me and prevent my departure?" "It seems you have yet to grasp the gravity of your situation," Han Yang chuckled lightly. "You are now our captive, and it would be prudent for you to answer our inquiries. Otherwise," he pressed the barrel of his spear against Lu Bin's shoulder, causing him to stagger. "Why is it so heavy?" Lu Bin gasped in astonishment, but he quickly shifted to a look of elation as he regarded Han Yang and Nan. "My dear sister, at last, I am saved. Brother Han, is this person perhaps daft?" Nan observed Lu Bin's expression shift like a chameleon, pursing her lips in skepticism. "Whether he is foolish or not is uncertain, but he appears gravely ill." The two comrades, "No, wait." Lu Bin's expression contorted as he seemed unsure of how to address them. "Two friends, you are endowed with abilities, are you not? I implore you, save my sister." "Who is your sister? Why should we come to her aid? And how do you know of our abilities?" Han Yang queried in rapid succession. Nan, too, was intrigued. This individual did not strike her as one with abilities, and had he not been imprisoned for several days? How could he possess such knowledge? "My elder sister is Yi Xiaokuei, who is right on Jinsha Island. She is extremely beautiful. If you come to her rescue like a hero, perhaps she could become your girlfriend. Sensing Nan Nan's fierce glare, Lubin quickly corrected himself. Well, there is a magnificent mansion on the island, equipped with water, electricity, and an abundance of food. Moreover, the environment is idyllic. My sister is the island's mistress now. If you save her, she will surely agree to give you a villa. Just think, in this apocalypse, places with water and electricity are scarce, aren't they? Where else could you find such a wonderful place? The crucial point is that there are not many zombies around, making it quite safe. As he spoke, Lubin became rather complacent. After this analysis, he too realized how wonderful his family's island was. In this doomsday, it was simply a haven of peace. Indeed, quite good. Han Yang nodded, and Nan Nan, upon hearing this, was eager to act. Exactly as Lubin had expected of their reactions. We've agreed, but you've been imprisoned here for so many days and seem to know a great deal. Hee. Luli secretly told me all this. She said that there are zombies everywhere outside, that it's the end of the world and such. She told me to compare it with the scenes in Resident Evil and The Walking Dead. Sir, is it really like that outside? Even worse. In those, one doesn't have to constantly worry about people around them suddenly turning into zombies due to a virus. Alas, is it all true? Lubin immediately deflated like a punctured balloon. So, the matter about the ability users was also told to you by Luli. Are there ability users among them? Han Yang was somewhat astonished. In his previous life, it was rare to encounter even one ability user among a dozen or so people. How come? In just a few short days, everyone he had met had awakened their abilities? Nan Nan and Ching Ching were like this, and now there seemed to be another one. Luli remarked, I'm not quite convinced. Later, that Zhu Haoming, who wanted to recruit her to deal with the people on the island, demonstrated his ability to her. Zhu Haoming was probably the so-called Mingo. Han Yang guessed that it was he who had awakened his ability. While eavesdropping, Han Yang was also puzzled. This Mingo showed no fear of zombies at all. It turned out he had an ability, thus being full of confidence. What kind of ability? Han Yang inquired. He would surely have to deal with him later, and it was beneficial to know more about the enemy. His skin was extremely tough, resembling cowhide. So tough that even a knife couldn't scratch it. Was it a defensive type superpower? No wonder. Ordinary zombies mainly attacked with their claws and teeth. If his entire body skin was like cowhide, naturally he wouldn't fear ordinary zombies. It would be like being tickled. As long as he didn't encounter a large-scale zombie siege or mutated zombies, his ability was almost invincible in the early stage. However, Han Yang glanced at the long spear in his hand and the pistol at his waist, then chuckled. Wasn't this a coincidence? His two weapons could deal with that cowhide, like skin without much effort. He then thought, could it be that the Jinsha Entertainment City in the later generations was established by this person? Even if not, there must be some connection. Didn't you say the island owner is your sister? Then why do they want to recruit you to deal with your sister? Nanan was a bit curious. They don't know. They think I'm really just a security guard beside my sister. I knew it. How could security personnel be so inept? Nan wore an expression of knowing as much. Chapter 48, Confrontation. Lubin found himself at a loss for words. The fact that he had been appointed as a security personnel beside his cousin was not due to his own capabilities, but rather through connections. Otherwise, with his mediocre academic background from a second-rate institution, he would not have even secured a position within the company. It took considerable effort for him to persuade his cousin to allow him to accompany her, to learn and accumulate experience. Thus, how could he ever betray his own sister? Luli, however, seemed to have learned of his relationship with his cousin from some source. Whenever they met, she was exceedingly cordial. Lubin was well aware of Luli's intentions and felt no particular aversion. Throughout his life, after it became known that he had such connections, he had encountered many individuals of this sort. It is human nature to seek to climb the social ladder, and he had done the same. Yet, he could not have anticipated that in the aftermath of the apocalypse, former power and wealth had turned to mere smoke. Luli continued to regard him with such familiarity, even going so far as to sneak him food and news despite being imprisoned. Without her assistance, the meager rations provided by Brother Ming would barely sustain him, leaving him devoid of the strength to even move. Regrettably, Luli was just an ordinary woman. Having witnessed Brother Ming's capabilities, she found herself unable to resist. With this thought, Lubin continued, Are your abilities sufficient to contend with Zhu Haoming? You need not worry about that. Han Yang replied, lowering the rifle braced against him. Let's go, lead the way. Lubin felt a wave of relief wash over him, astonished by the weight of the rifle. I still don't know how to address you. Han Yang. Chen Nan Nan. Brother Han, Sister Nan Nan. Nan Nan shot him a sideways glance. Ah, not quite. Sister Nan. This way. With Lubin leading the way, the trio swiftly exited the service hall through the east gate. Before them lay the boundless expanse of the ocean. Not far off, a bridge spanned the water, connecting to a distant island. Constructing such a bridge must have been quite an investment, I imagine. The three soon arrived at the bridge's entrance. It was not particularly wide, merely accommodating 2 lanes, making it difficult for larger vehicles to pass each other. Han Yang noticed some sightseeing electric carts in the parking lot, presumably for tourists to transfer here. There weren't many, though, as the bridge was primarily built due to the deeper water levels near the island. On the landward side, the ground could be seen during low tide. As they walked, they engaged in casual conversation, unwittingly revealing a wealth of valuable information. For instance, the reason behind Lu Bin's unwavering certainty that the two would assist him stemmed from his impression of Sister Nan. He believed that such a beautiful girl could not possibly harbor ill intentions. Did his mother never teach him that the more alluring a woman appears, the more deceitful she might be? Furthermore, on the island, apart from his sister Yishakie, there were 3 other survivors, including a woman named Qin Lan, whom Zhong Xiaofei had mentioned. Originally, there were meant to be more survivors, including Yi Xiaokui's actual bodyguard, a retired female special forces soldier. Unfortunately, she had been bitten by a zombie the following day, which ultimately compelled Lu Bin to seek help. Originally, the island was staffed with numerous individuals, including cleaners who maintained its pristine condition, gardeners, electricians responsible for power and other equipment, logistical support, chefs, kitchen assistants, and trainees among the service staff, totaling around 20 to 30 personnel. Following the outbreak of the virus, the majority succumbed to becoming zombies, while a small fraction of survivors unfortunately fell victim to bites amidst the chaos. After evading the initial turmoil, the few remaining individuals congregated at the hotel. Ultimately, the sole man, Lu Bin, was dispatched to seek rescue. Driving an SUV, he boldly broke through the chaos, creating a considerable commotion that drew most of the zombies onto the bridge. However, while exiting was relatively straightforward, returning posed a formidable challenge due to the multitude of zombies present on the bridge. The bridge spans approximately 3 kilometers, and as Han Yang and his companions traversed it, they frequently encountered the bodies of zombies sprawled on either side. Many of these were striking women clad in attire reminiscent of flight attendants, now tragically transformed into grotesque zombies. Some had their necks severed or skulls punctured, carelessly discarded on the sidelines. It was evident that these were the handiwork of Zhu Haoming and Zhong Xiaofei. The distribution of the zombie corpses suggested that the two had employed a strategy akin to that of Han Yang and his group, gradually luring zombies away and systematically eliminating them. This was not an endeavor accomplished in a single day. Closer to the shoreline, numerous corpses had begun to decompose, whereas those nearer to Jinsando remained relatively fresh. Han Yang and his companions chose to momentarily disregard the cores within the zombies' bodies. The trio hastened their pace and soon reached the end of the bridge, arriving at Jinsando. Lu Bin exerted all his strength to keep pace, arriving on the island breathless and drenched in sweat. Noticing the absence of their companions, he wondered if they had already entered the hotel. Lu Bin wore a worried expression. "We must not delay. Let us depart first, and you should rest here for a while." With great effort, Lu Bin managed to shuffle a couple of steps but soon found himself unable to continue, reluctantly nodding in agreement. Han Yang observed the island's dense foliage, the shade abundant, which provided them with a convenient cover. He exchanged a glance with Nan Nan, and together they melted into the shadows, vanishing from sight. Lu Bin's eyes widened in astonishment. Huh? Where did they go? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, yet the two remained elusive. Hiss. Invisibility? Han Yang paid little heed to the amazement his abilities evoked in Lu Bin. He and Nan Nan swiftly arrived at the hotel entrance, where they indeed spotted Zhu Haoming and his companions. At that moment, the trio was engaged in a standoff with 4 women inside the hotel. Both parties brandished weapons. Zhu Haoming wielded a machete, while Zhong Xiaofei held a crowbar. Lu Li stood nervously beside them, clutching another crowbar. Judging by her demeanor, she seemed devoid of any combat prowess, merely serving to enhance their numbers and bolster their intimidation. Conversely, the 4 women within the hotel, separated by glass, also brandished weapons, various kitchen knives. Notably, both factions bore weapons stained with crimson, the unmistakable hue of blood. Miss Yi, the world outside has descended into chaos. Everyone has turned into zombies, and the survivors are few. The concepts of law and morality have vanished. Might makes right. Therefore, it would be wise for you to heed my counsel and not provoke me to resort to force. Han Yang and his companions arrived too late, unaware of Zhu Haoming's proposition. However, as soon as he finished speaking, a cold female voice emerged, clearly rejecting him. While I appreciate Mr. Zhu for clearing the zombies outside, I cannot acquiesce to your demands. As a token of gratitude, you may take some supplies from the island, but I hope Mr. Zhu will release Lu Bin. This must be Yi Xiaokuei, right? Han Yang scrutinized the figure inside. Due to the sunlight's reflection, he could not discern her features clearly, only vaguely noting her silhouette. Her figure is quite remarkable. Chapter 49, Brother-in-law, save me. Damn it, what I desire is this island, not merely those supplies. Since you choose to spurn my goodwill, do not blame me for being impolite. Now that you are in dire straits, you still dare to think of that lad. He cannot possibly be your lover, can he? Once I finish dealing with you, I shall return and eliminate that boy. Minggu, that would not be satisfying. Why not take the opportunity to deal with Yu Xiaokuei right in front of Lu Bin? Zhang Xiaofei chuckled, his eyes sparkling with mischief. Minggu glanced at him with an enigmatic expression. Ever since this fellow tried his hand at there must be a teacher for every student with Lu Li. He seems to have awakened some peculiar proclivities. He patted Zhang Xiaofei on the shoulder. My brother, that suggestion is quite intriguing. What say you, Miss Yi? The woman in the hotel maintained a calm demeanor, unfazed by their taunts. Mr. Zhu does not need to employ such petty tricks to provoke me. I reiterate, this island belongs to me. I am genuinely grateful to Mr. Zhu for assisting us in clearing the zombies. Mr. Zhu may take what he requires, as a gesture of our gratitude. However, should Mr. Zhu be unsatisfied and resort to force, rest assured, our blades are not for show. Although we may be frail women, unable to match Mr. Zhu and his companion in strength, together we can certainly inflict some harm upon you. Is that not so? You are utterly oblivious to my capabilities. I am most eager to witness how you intend to harm me. Minggu grinned menacingly, his expression darkening as he prepared to act. His patience had worn thin. Since the four women inside refused to yield, he might as well eliminate them. Just then, the woman's demeanor in the hotel shifted abruptly, revealing a rare flicker of anxiety. Quickly masked again, Minggu felt a stir of intrigue and glanced behind him, only to see Lu Bin finally arriving, stumbling forward. What the hell? How did you get out? Lu Li? Was it you who released him? Minggu seized Lu Li, yanking her closer, the force tearing her clothing. Startled, Lu Li caught sight of Lu Bin and exclaimed in a panic, Minggu, it wasn't me. Who else could it be? Damn it. Minggu pushed her aside. Xiao Fei, keep an eye on her. I will deal with her later. Just in time, this pretty boy has arrived. Hee. Miss Yi wouldn't abandon him in his hour of need, would she? As he spoke, he lunged to grab Lu Bin. Lu Bin, seemingly oblivious to them, instead scanned his surroundings as if searching for something. Upon noticing Minggu approaching with a knife, he shouted in desperation, Hangu, brother-in-law, help. Inside the hotel, Yi Xiaokuei's brows furrowed. She genuinely did not wish to involve herself with this foolish cousin. Yet, what unfolded next left her in astonishment. Emerging from the shade by the hotel entrance were two figures. They just appeared there so suddenly, without any sign. Clearly, there had been no one there before. Were they ability users? Were they invisible? Were there two of them? Subconsciously, she turned to look at Qin Lan beside her. The reason she dared to confront Zhu Haoming so directly and didn't want to be his woman or his plaything was one aspect. More importantly, her good sister, Qin Lan, had awakened a miraculous ability. This was her greatest trump card. Where did Binzi find these two ability users? You fellow, what are you shouting about? We were enjoying the show so much. You've completely interrupted us. Nanan said huffily, clearly using this as an excuse. Who asked him to shout brother-in-law randomly? Sister Nanan. Lu Bin gave a sheepish smile and hid behind Han Yang and the others. Brother Ming also stopped in his tracks. Invisible? But then he was attracted by the two's attire and weapons. Black bulletproof vests, tactical belts, pistols. The full set of police equipment made him feel a sense of unease. Clearly, these two were not from the police department. Firstly, their demeanor didn't match. Secondly, there were no such young and beautiful ladies in the police department. However, the fact that they had this equipment indicated that they had been in the police department. With zombies everywhere outside, even on Binhai Road, not to mention the more densely populated urban area. To dare to wander around in such a situation might be relying on the suspected invisibility ability, but it also showed that these two were very brave, especially since both of them were carrying cold weapons. The 2-meter, long fine, steel spear in the man's hand emitted a terrifying cold light under the sunlight. Although the Tang Dao in the woman's hand was not revealed, it was presumably an extremely sharp weapon. They couldn't be confronted head-on. However, one might attempt to win them over. Ming Ji's thoughts flashed momentarily. When did the two of you arrive? A little later than you. Han Yang smiled faintly. Oh. Then you must be aware that this is an internal matter of our Golden Sand Island, since you have been spectators for quite some time. I hope you will continue to remain on the sidelines. Once it concludes, I shall reward you handsomely. Ming Ji's mind raced, deciding to temporarily keep them at bay. If they agreed, he would find a way to deal with them later. Speaking of this young lady, she is no less charming than Yi Xiaokuei. With the advantage of youth, eventually. Who says this is merely an internal affair of your Golden Sand Island? Did I not just hear this fellow refer to me as brother-in-law? The woman inside, Yi Xiaokuei, is mine. Shouldn't I intervene? Mingge felt a surge of both anger and frustration. He was vexed to discover that Lu Bin was unexpectedly connected to Yi Xiaokuei. Had he known earlier, he could have used this young man as leverage to compel Yi Xiaokuei to submit. Frustration welled within him, for this individual was clearly seeking trouble. He found it hard to believe this line of reasoning. Could it be that they too had set their sights on Golden Sand Island? This brother must be jesting. I have never heard of the illustrious young lady Yi from Xinxiang Group having a boyfriend. Well, now it appears that she does, doesn't it, little brother-in-law? Han Yang patted Lu Bin's shoulder. Indeed, he is my brother-in-law. He possesses a firearm. It would be wise for you to leave swiftly. Do you truly believe your prowess could withstand a bullet? Lu Bin, with his hands on his hips, exuded arrogance, prompting Han Yang to fight the urge to slap him. Damn. Ming Gu deeply regretted, fearing that this young man might inadvertently reveal his capabilities. If the opponent were to utilize their invisibility ability and fire a sneak shot at him, he would be completely helpless. He thought that since the two hadn't launched such a sneak attack just now, perhaps he could try to entice them with benefits and seek cooperation. Since that's the case, let's go. We'll meet again someday. Mingge gave Zhang Xiaofei a meaningful glance. Zhang Xiaofei grabbed Lu Li, and while keeping an eye on the others, they slowly retreated on the other side. Lu Li struggled hard but couldn't break free from Zhang Xiaofei's grasp. With tearful eyes, she looked at Lu Bin. Bin Gu. Just now, Mingge had torn Lu Li's clothes. With this new struggle, her loose outer coat was ripped open, and her upper body was suddenly exposed. Coupled with her pitiful appearance, being dragged around forcefully, it was as if they had entered a scene from some melodramatic plot. Hey? Lu Li is from Arjinsha Island. She doesn't want to go with you. Let her go? Lu Bin didn't think much. He just felt that this woman had taken good care of him when he was locked up. He couldn't just ignore her. Chapter 50. Yi Xiaokuei Mingge squinted his eyes and stared at Lu Bin for a while. Lu Bin felt a bit, but upon seeing Han Yang next to him, he immediately straightened his back. What are you looking at? Release her at once. Let her go? Mingge's face was gloomy as he ordered Zhang Xiaofei. Mingge. Zhang Xiaofei reluctantly let go of Lu Li. Lu Li immediately staggered and ran to Lu Bin's side, tightly grasping his hand. Lu Bin's arm sank completely into Lu Li's chest. Han Yang subconsciously took a glance, thinking back to the brief glimpse he had caught from afar through the telescope when they first arrived. It couldn't be wrong. It was definitely it. Nan caught a glimpse of it too. Remembering the scene she saw in the morning, a faint blush tinted her cheeks. Noticing Han Yang's gaze fixed there as well. When no one was paying attention, she gave him a kick. Hiss. Han Yang's expression remained unchanged, yet he gasped inwardly. Humph. Serves you right for looking around. Nan pouted. Seeing Ming Gu and Zhong Xiaoya walking further and further away, Han Yang didn't make a move. Lu Bin, on the other hand, dragged Lu Li and cheerfully ran to the hotel entrance. Cousin, open the door. I've found 2 powerful reinforcements, and I'd like to introduce them to you. Do we still need introductions? Haven't I already become his woman? Yu Xiaokuei's face was expressionless and she remained unmoved. Ah, Kiki. Well, this was just a temporary measure. Lu Bin smiled awkwardly. Fine. It's indeed time to get to know them properly. Yu Xiaokuei didn't blame Lu Bin. After all, it was these two who helped drive Zhu Haoming away. But with the jackal gone, who's to say a tiger won't come? Yu Xiaokuei knew it all too well. The other party clearly had the ability to get rid of Zhu Haoming and his men, yet they first watched the show deliberately and then let them go on purpose. What the other party desired was obviously no less than what Zhu Haoming wanted. However, perhaps they wouldn't target the few of them women like Zhu Haoming did. After all, one of them was a woman, breathtakingly beautiful, no less stunning than her. And it was obvious that the two of them had an extraordinary relationship. For now, let it be. If the outside world was really as Zhu Haoming said, the end of the world had arrived. Then the few of them weak women definitely couldn't hold on to this island. Sooner or later, they'd have to let others in. Yu Xiaokuei thought a lot. But in the outside world, Only a fleeting moment had passed. She addressed the girl beside her. Jia, please open the door. All right, Sister Xiaoqian. Han Yang and Nanan ascended the stairs. The facade of this opulent hotel was adorned with enormous glass doors and windows that stretched from top to bottom. The main entrance featured a revolving door, which had been blocked from within, rendering it immobile. Beside the revolving door stood 2 large gates, which were also locked from the inside at that moment. It was here that Zhu Haoming had confronted Yi Xiaokuei and her companions. As they drew nearer, Han Yang was able to discern the distinct appearances of the 4 women inside. It must be said, all 4 were uniquely captivating beauties. They donned matching attire, reminiscent of the apparel worn by the deceased female zombies Han Yang had seen by the bridge, similar to that of flight attendants. The upper garments consisted of stylish white short-sleeved blouses, while the lower halves were black mid-waist pencil skirts, complemented by black stockings and low-heeled leather shoes. The only distinction was the absence of scarves around their necks. Despite their uniformity, the overall effect varied greatly among them, particularly between the leader, Yi Xiaoqian, and a woman to her right, whose expression was one of cool indifference. The hotel doors swung open. Lu Bin and Lu Li were the first to step inside. Unexpectedly, Lu Bin slipped, nearly losing his balance. Fortunately, Lu Li had maintained her grip on his arm, preventing him from falling. Sis, are you all cleaning? Why is there water everywhere? I nearly slipped. Lu Bin lamented as he observed the damp floor. Lu Li, somewhat anxious, greeted Yi Xiaoqian. Hello, Director Yi. Yi Xiaoqian nodded in acknowledgement to Lu Li, disregarding her foolish cousin, and instead fixed her gaze thoughtfully on the arm ensconced within Lu Li's embrace. Subsequently, he turned to the 2 individuals who had just entered, wearing a smile and extending his hand. Hello, Yi Xiaoqian. Hello, Han Yang. Han Yang grasped Yi Xiaoqian's delicate, fair hand, only to part moments later. This is not the place for conversation. Please, step inside. Yi Xiaoqian gestured invitingly, her movements, tone, and expression exuding sincerity that was simply impeccable. Han Yang glanced down, noticing the accumulation of water on the floor. Not far away, he observed a mop and a basin for rinsing it. Pondering this, he followed her into the hotel lobby, keenly observing as he walked. From the outside, the establishment appeared to be a modest 7-story luxury hotel. However, upon entering, he discovered a surprisingly spacious interior, particularly in the lobby, which boasted a ceiling height of at least 4 meters, imparting an impression of openness and grandeur. The decor was opulent yet devoid of any ostentation. Perhaps this is what is termed understated luxury? Within the lobby, aside from the reception desk, there was a lounge area furnished with various sofas and coffee tables. Yi Xiaoqian led the way toward this section. As Han Yang watched her retreating figure, he found himself astonished. At first glance, her appearance did not rival that of Nan Nan in beauty. Moreover, she was slightly shorter than Nan Nan. However, her proportions were impeccable, her legs particularly long, creating an illusion of height. Her shoulders were narrow, and her legs were slender and straight. The top she wore was well-fitted, accentuating her bosom, which appeared to strain against the fabric, though it was not particularly ample, far less than Lu Li's. As for any comparison with Nan Nan, he would need to unravel the mystery to ascertain the truth. Her waist was remarkably slender, accentuating the exquisite and exaggerated curves of her hips. Reminiscent of a butterfly gracefully unfurling its wings, utterly enchanting. Not only was it pert, but also delightfully rounded. The black-fitted skirt perfectly showcased her captivating silhouette. Moreover, with each step she took, it seemed as though she had meticulously measured the distance. Her figure swayed elegantly, exuding poise. Han Yang felt that her attire somewhat constrained her. A high-slit dress, evening gown, or even a qipao would undoubtedly evoke envy and admiration from every woman present. Soon, Yi Xiaokuei led the 2 to a cozy seating area with 4 chairs, inviting them to sit. She and another stunning woman took their seats opposite them, while the 2 other ladies stood behind. Lu Bin, lingering behind, instinctively positioned himself behind Han Yang and the others, creating a tableau of 4 seated in front and 4 standing behind them. Yi Xiaokuei cast a casual glance at Lu Bin, her fair oval face breaking into a composed smile as she spoke first. Is this one named Nan Nan? Truly a beauty. Mr. Han is fortunate indeed. Your sister is quite lovely as well. Nan Nan, undaunted, responded with a sweet smile, resembling the girl next door. And the sister across from me, along with the 2 sisters behind, are all stunning beauties. I wonder how to address you. Qin Lan, the alluring woman finally spoke. Han Yang couldn't help but glance at Qin Lan, for her voice contrasted sharply with her appearance. exuding an aura of coldness and aloofness. Instead, it was soft and melodious, as if laced with sugar, instantly evoking a sense of sweetness, creating a striking contrast. Wow, Sister Lan's voice is truly enchanting. I had anticipated it to be rather frigid and difficult to engage with. Nan speaks her mind without a hint of pretense. No, it is indeed Sister Nan's voice that captivates. Qinlan, unaccustomed to such flattery, responds modestly. You know Qinlan, the person beside me is Zhao Jia. Yi Xiaokuei interjects. Han Yang recalls her. She was the one who opened the door moments ago. Hello, everyone. Zhao Jia greets them, a touch of nervousness evident in her demeanor. The individual beside her is Sun Wanyu, who nods in acknowledgement to the others. Once everyone is acquainted, you Shakuei resumes, now that we are all familiar with one another. Let us return to the matter at hand. First and foremost, I extend my heartfelt gratitude to Mr. Han Yang for his assistance. Without your help today, my 3 sisters and I may not have fared so well. I understand that Mr. Han Yang must have some expectations in return. May I inquire what they are? Han Yang smiles gently. You may simply call me Han Yang. I am but a common man, and titles such as Mr. seem rather awkward to me. As for my request, I find this island's environment splendid and would like to consider it as a potential residence in the future. Might that be permissible? That is certainly not an issue. In addition to this hotel, there are 10 luxurious villas on the island. You may choose any one of them as our token of gratitude. Oh, Brother Han, weren't you initially planning to claim this island for yourself? Nan inquires innocently, gazing at Han Yang. Indeed, thus Miss Yi may have misunderstood my intentions. I merely meant to express my admiration for this island. Han Yang concurs. Upon hearing this, Yu Shakuei's face showed little change, remaining quite composed. This not only disappointed Han Yang, but also earned her some admiration. Truly worthy of being the eldest daughter of Xinjiang Group. It seems you, Han Yang, came here with a purpose. I wonder what about this island has attracted you. Yi Xiaokuei said indifferently. She neither gave permission nor refused. Many aspects. After confirming that the world had entered the apocalypse and that order could no longer be restored in a short time, the first thing that came to my mind was to find a place where one could live long, term, and comfortably. This place also needed to be relatively safe, with fewer zombies. Han Yang was quite sincere. So you thought of this place immediately? Exactly. I've seen your promotional materials through certain channels. After obtaining the right to use the island in the name of environmental protection and development, you indeed took corresponding environmental protection measures. For example, the whole island uses clean energy, generating electricity from wind and solar power. Isn't the outside of this building covered with solar panels? Now the urban area has completely stopped power supply, but you have enough electricity to supply the whole island here. Just this aspect alone, we can't ignore. Moreover, the environment here is beautiful and the location is extremely safe. Yu Shakuei secretly sighed in her heart. This was exactly what she was afraid of. If it were just an ordinary island, not many people would covet it. But if the whole world was dark at night and only this place was lit, like a lamp in the dark night, it would attract countless moths to flock forward. With just a few weak women like them, they definitely couldn't deal with the increasing number of coveters in the future. Although I acknowledge that your capabilities are formidable and eminently suitable for survival in the apocalypse. Yet can the two of you alone hold sway over this island? Yu Shakuei maintained an impassive expression on her face. Aren't there still you guys? Us? Yes. I merely said to take possession of this island, not drive you away. Moreover, who said there are only 2 of us? After Han Yang finished speaking, a scene transmitted back by the female zombie emerged in his mind, precisely that of Zhu Haoming and the other retreating. The hunt has begun. Brother Ming, are we really leaving like this? Zhang Xiaofei trailed behind Zhu Haoming as they swiftly made their way out of the island without a moment's pause. Otherwise, what do you expect? Can the 2 of us defeat those people? Those women were overly tough in their attitude, as if they had some backing. I suspect that some of them have also awakened special abilities. That's why we initially adopted a conciliatory approach instead of taking direct action. If it were just those women, even if there were ability users among them, they wouldn't be a cause for concern. After all, they are women who haven't engaged much in fighting and killing. They'd probably struggle to kill a zombie. With my ability, we might still have a fighting chance. But that man and woman who came later are no ordinary beings. That ability to disappear and reappear without a trace, coupled with the guns in their hands. We 2 brothers wouldn't even have a chance to resist, and would be killed. After Zhu Haoming finished speaking, he even looked back, fearing that the 2 might stealthily follow. He dared not relax in the slightest. Zhang Xiaofei thought it over carefully and broke out in a cold sweat. He didn't possess any special abilities. Zhu Haoming might be able to withstand a bullet with his ability, but if he were hit, he'd surely die. Then let's go quickly. After Zhong Xiaofei finished speaking, he quickened his pace a bit and overtook Zhu Haoming. He returned to the service hall first, loaded the remaining supplies, and then headed to Fisherman's Wharf. Sooner or later, I'll get even for this. Fisherman's Wharf? Is Yonggu still alive? Who knows? Let's go over and take a look. There must be some survivors. As they were talking, they reached the bridgehead by the shore. Just as they were about to step onto the land, suddenly a figure sprang up from the ground and lunged fiercely towards the two of them. Ugh! Roar came the terrifying cry of the zombie. Damn it! After all, they were awakened people, and all aspects of their bodies had been enhanced. Zhu Haoming reacted first, seeing that there was no way to avoid it. He suddenly yanked Zhang Xiaofei and made him stand in front. Ah! A shrill scream rang out. The zombie bit Zhang Xiaofei's shoulder tightly. A flash of saber light. Zhu Haoming, who had narrowly escaped, swung his saber at the zombie, not caring whether he would hit Zhang Xiaofei. After all, once bitten by a zombie, there was no hope of survival. But in the next instant, Zhu Haoming was shocked. Clearly, his saber was aimed at the zombie's neck, and he was sure it couldn't avoid it. But the zombie's head strangely bent for a moment, just dodging the blade. The sharp machete sank into Zhang Xiaofei's shoulder. Damn it! Zhang Xiaofei's eyes were wide with anger. Originally, a zombie bite wasn't too serious. The terrifying thing was the infection of zombie venom, which would soon turn one into a zombie. But this saber strike from Zhu Haoming was different. It almost severed his entire arm. The intense pain nearly made him pass out. Chapter 52. Really becoming the brother-in-law? After dodging Zhu Haoming's saber strike, the zombie's neck immediately returned to its original state. The body catapulted out along the handle of a knife. Zhu Haoming saw such a strange zombie for the first time. Its body was as supple as if boneless, capable of performing all kinds of inconceivable movements, much like a snake. What's crucial was that it was incredibly fast. As the zombie approached, helplessly, he released the handle of the knife, quickly retreated, and started running at full speed, soon disappearing into the distance. The zombie was agile in close range maneuvers, but its long, distance-chasing speed was far from satisfactory. After chasing a couple of steps and realizing it couldn't catch up, it turned around and returned to Zhang Xiaofei's side. This zombie was naturally the mutated female zombie controlled by Han Yang. However, due to the long distance, Han Yang could no longer conduct precise control. He could only issue commands to feign collapse and attack passers-by. Now that the commands had been completed, the female zombie, with some of her instincts restored after the removal of restrictions, upon seeing the living person in front of her, immediately had her craving for flesh and blood ignited. Zhang Xiaofei was still wailing miserably, his body already dyed red with blood. How he wished he could pass out, yet he couldn't. Although the pain was intense, he could still endure it. As the zombie approached step by step, his eyes were filled with fear. He let out a roar, remembering that Zhu Haoming had once patted him on the shoulder and said, "Women are like clothes, while men are like hands and feet. Now there are only the two of us brothers left. We should take care of each other and never abandon each other." Thinking of how he had been yanked back by Zhu Haoming just now and put in front of him to block the zombie's bite, and the machete still stuck in his bone. Then his eyes went dark, and he completely lost consciousness. On Jinsha Island, inside the luxurious hotel. "Do you have anyone else?" Yi Xiaokuei's expression finally lost its calmness. If there were only the two of them, even if the demand to occupy Jinsha Island were put forward, she was confident of taking the initiative. However, if the number of people exceeded theirs and they were highly capable, then the situation would be uncertain. "Exactly. So, Miss Yi, do you agree to my occupation of Jinsha Island? Rest assured, you won't be expelled. Instead, the conditions will be the same as what you just proposed to us. I permit you to select a luxurious mansion as your residence and enjoy the island's public resources, such as water and electricity, free of charge." The two sat facing each other, and Han Yang leaned in a bit, demonstrating oppression for the first time. "Do I have the option to refuse?" Yi Xiaokuei quickly regained her composure. She said expressionlessly, "You deliberately let Zhu Haoming go, wasn't it for this moment?" "Who said I let Zhu Haoming go?" Han Yang smiled faintly. "I see." Yi Xiaokuei suddenly understood. "You've set up an ambush outside." She had figured everything out. On the surface, Han Yang let Zhu Haoming go, winning their partial trust while also applying some pressure on them. This made them feel grateful and at the same time eager to keep Han Yang around to prevent potential trouble from Zhu Haoming. Secretly, Han Yang and his people had set up an ambush to completely deal with Zhu Haoming. In the end, regardless of the negotiation result, the initiative was already in the hands of Han Yang, who had entered the hotel. They were both powerful and well-manned. It would be impossible for those few weak women to resist. What a deep-laid plan. Naturally, Han Yang had no idea that Yi Xiaokuei had made up so much in her mind. His thoughts were simple. Yi Xiaokuei and the others were familiar with everything on the island, unlike him and Nan Nan, who were completely in the dark. Moreover, they were all women, which made them relatively safe and easy to control. Keeping them around would facilitate his future familiarity and management of the island. Releasing Zhu Haoming was indeed intentional, aimed at instilling a sense of crisis in them, thereby enabling a better acceptance of these outsiders. As for letting the zombies attack Zhu Haoming, it was merely a spontaneous decision. Success brought joy, while failure was inconsequential. Once he fully migrated to this island, he would undoubtedly find ways to secure it. One might even say he is human. Miss Yi, have you agreed to this? Han Yang did not elaborate. We have several conditions. Please, do tell. We acknowledge your claim over this place, recognizing you as the island's sovereign, and we shall regard you as our leader. However, the stipulation is, I wish to become your girlfriend. Yu Shakie suddenly smiled, uttering words that left everyone astonished. Lu Bin, standing behind Han Yang, raised an eyebrow, his face lighting up with delight. Could this mean he has truly become the brother-in-law? Han Yang found himself perplexed by Yi Xiaokuei's intentions. Yet, he understood what Nan Nan was implying. Her small hand rested on his waist. Should his response be unsatisfactory, it would likely result in a decisive blow. Did you genuinely take my little brother-in-law's words to heart? Ah, no. Wait, what little brother-in-law? Lu Bin was merely jesting. You needn't take it seriously. Han Yang forced a smile, a slight twitch at the corner of his mouth. Brother Han, I am not joking. I genuinely believe you two are quite incompatible. Lu Bin, initially elated, quickly altered his words upon noticing Nan Nan's fierce glare. Observing this scene, Yi Xiaokuei felt a sense of relief. Her greatest concern was that Han Yang might covet the few women around her. As a leader and a sister who has shared life and death with them, she is determined to take responsibility for the other 3 women. Although Han Yang doesn't seem to be a lecherous person like Zhu Haoming, it's hard to fathom one's true nature just from appearance. On the contrary, Nan Nan is much more understanding. That's why she took the opportunity to test. I think it can be taken seriously. After careful consideration, I find Binzi's proposal quite appealing. You're good, looking and presumably have great strength. I consider myself fairly presentable. Do you think I'm unworthy of you? Yu Shaokie gently bit her lips and gave him a seductive glance. Han Yang couldn't help but swallow hard. She was not just presentable. She was stunning, indeed. But feeling the small hand around his waist tightening, Han Yang chuckled. Miss Yi, what are you saying? It's just that I already have a girlfriend. Han Yang put his arm around Nanan's shoulder. Humph. Nanan glared at Yi Xiaokuei indignantly. Yi Xiaokuei seemed to have just realized something and exclaimed in surprise. So you too. I'm sorry. I was being presumptuous. Well then, let me talk about other requirements. Han Yang, seeing the barely concealed smile at the corner of Yi Xiaokuei's eyes, suddenly had a thought. Could this woman be testing me? Well, forget it. First, let's hear what the conditions are. Anyway, there will be ample time in the future. I'll surely get even with her eventually. First, you can't forcefully interfere in our lives and make us do things we don't want to do. Naturally, although it's the end of the world now, we still need to abide by basic laws and moral bottom lines. No one can force you, and neither can I. If there's really something, I'll discuss it with you in advance and respect your opinions. Han Yang replied solemnly. Secondly, if anyone else joins in the future, I hope you can inform us. If this person is not to our liking, we have the power of veto. Well, Han Yang pondered for a moment. Chapter 53, A smart woman were mainly worried about someone like Zhu Haoming coming to the island. Yi Xiaokuei added when she saw Han Yang's silence. If that's what you're worried about, then I can assure you that no man will be allowed to join this island casually in the future. Even if someone wants to join, it will have to go through your approval first. In that case, then have a pleasant cooperation. Yi Xiaokuei heaved a sigh of relief, and the smile on her face became a bit brighter. She extended her hand to Han Yang. However, instead of shaking it, Han Yang's expression became even more solemn. You've finished stating your demands. Now it's my turn. Yi Xiaokuei's smile froze. Do you have cups? Han Yang asked. Yes. Lu Li responded promptly. She let go of Lu Bin, rushed to the service counter, and brought back a stack of paper cups, placing them on the table. Han Yang arranged the paper cups one by one, precisely 6 in front of him. Then he picked up the mineral water prepared for tourists beside him, unscrewed it, and gurgled it into the 6 cups. Subsequently, he took out a knife and cut his finger. Blood dripped into the cups, 1 drop in each. Everyone watched his actions. At first, they were puzzled, but soon they guessed what he intended to do. My request is simple. You just need to drink this cup of water. Is this a blood oath? Lubin behind said with great interest. But Yu Shakuei felt there was more to it. What would happen if one doesn't drink? That would be quite regrettable. Those who don't drink cannot remain on the island. Yu Shakuei pondered. Do all the people on the island have to drink? Including your people? Precisely. Han Yang nodded in confirmation. All right then, we'll drink. Yi Shaokuei was straightforward and promptly picked up the cup, downing its contents in one go. Subsequently, Qin Lan and the other two women also unhesitatingly took their cups and drank. Looking at the two remaining cups on the table, everyone cast their eyes towards Lu Bin and Lu Li. Do we also need to drink? I don't think you need to. Anyway, we don't plan to keep you on the island. Yi Shaokuei said indifferently. Sis, you're being too heartless. Brother-in-law. What your sister said is right. Han Yang chimed in. The service area outside the island also needs someone to guard it. I think you're quite suitable. You can't possibly ask a few defenseless women to do the guarding, can you? Lu Bin glanced at the weapon beside Nan Nan. Then thought of the kitchen knives in the hands of his sister and the other three women earlier, and finally thought of himself, empty-handed, truly defenseless. He drank with a forlorn expression. Lu Li was quite happy. This indirectly meant that this group of people had accepted her. Although the process might have been a bit unpleasant, the result was good. Welcome to join my big family. Han Yang extended his hand and shook hands with Yi Shaokuei. Since we're family now, isn't it time to reveal what mystery you've been keeping? Or perhaps, your ability? Yi Shaokuei gracefully withdrew her hand. A faint smile on her face. What a perceptive woman. Han Yang exclaimed. Likewise, did you not also conceal your abilities? Han Yang picked up a bottle of water and handed it to Nan Nan. Here, for you, the chilled beverage you adore most. Wow, how remarkable. Nan Nan was astonished to discover that the water, previously at room temperature, had developed a layer of frost in the brief moment it took to reach her hands, even beginning to freeze. How is this possible? The usually stoic Qin Lan rarely displayed such surprise. Ability replication? Yi Shaokuei was equally astonished, suddenly enlightened. Upon witnessing Han Yang and Nan Nan dispel their invisibility, she had harbored a doubt. How could it be that two individuals awakened the same ability simultaneously? She had speculated that perhaps the invisibility bearer could render their companions invisible as well. Now, reflecting on it, Han Yang's ability to replicate others' powers elucidated everything. Thus, the blood earlier was some form of medium? A contract? Enabling you to replicate our abilities? Very astute. A keen observer. Just a single detail can unravel so much. Han Yang increasingly admired Yi Shaokuei's perceptiveness. I believe that even without our assistance, you could contend with Zhu Haoming and his group, couldn't you? So the water accumulated at the entrance. Nan Nan realized at that moment. They had deliberately placed so much water there. Nan Nan suddenly grasped it. If they could instantly freeze the water, they would undoubtedly catch their enemies off guard. Furthermore, if they could immobilize their foes, would they not become living targets? Freezing such a vast expanse of water was still quite taxing for Qin Lan. Moreover, it remains uncertain whether these measures will prove effective against Zhu Haoming and his companions. They are merely desperate means. Therefore, I extend my heartfelt gratitude for your assistance. Thanks to you, we have emerged unscathed. Yu Shaokuei does not perceive this as something to boast about, should matters escalate to that point. It would signify a desperate struggle for survival, a scenario no one wishes to witness. They have prepared themselves for the ultimate sacrifice, yet who does not yearn for life? At that moment, Han Yang received further footage transmitted by the mutated female zombie. Due to the considerable distance, real-time visuals were no longer accessible, and the frequency of the returned images had significantly diminished. Soon after, Han Yang saw in the footage that Zhong Xiaofei had been bitten, while Zhu Haoming was seen fleeing in disarray. Alas, Zhu Haoming managed to escape. Retaining even one would have been commendable. However, allowing an ability user to escape poses a lingering threat. Upon hearing this, Yi Shaokuei mistakenly assumed the conversation pertained to Zhu Haoming's escape, and she could not help but internally scoff. Was it not you who let him go? Han Yang offered no explanation, with the facts laid bare. His taut nerves began to relax. Having contracted 6 individuals and tested Qin Lan's freezing ability had taken a considerable toll on his mental and physical stamina, especially since they had not slept throughout the night. As he relaxed, fatigue washed over him. Han Yang felt a throbbing pain in his head and turned to Yi Shaokuei, inquiring, "Are there any vacant rooms available? We have not rested all night and now require a moment to recuperate." Let us address any matters once we have regained our strength. The seed of consciousness had already been sown, and the mental suggestion took effect. Han Yang no longer harbored concerns about this group posing a threat to him. Subsequently, he and Nan Nan needed to rest well, for there were still numerous matters to attend to. Yu Shaoqiu, observing Han Yang, who suddenly showed signs of fatigue, though a bit puzzled, refrained from saying anything further. Instead, she had Sun Wanyu lead the two to a nearby guest room. On the way, Han Yang could distinctly see some bloodstains not thoroughly cleaned and the marks of corpses being dragged. Evidently, there had been quite a number of zombies here back then. Were all the zombies here cleared by you? Sun Wanyu nodded. Sister Xiaokuei utilized obstacles and Sister Lan's ability to trap the zombies, and then we killed them, thus cleaning up bit by bit. Han Yang could roughly figure out their approach. No wonder the weapons in the hands of those women were blood-stained. Women who could confront zombies were no less capable than men. Han Yang couldn't help but look at these four women with renewed admiration, especially Yu Shaoqiu, who was intelligent, perceptive, and courageous. What's more, they were all beautiful. It was truly like finding a treasure. Chapter 54. Who could resist this? The three of them soon arrived outside a guest room. Sun Wanyu opened the door, turned on the light casually, and invited the two to enter. This is a standard room in our hotel. There is hot water for a bath and the air conditioner is also available. Okay, thank you. Han Yang replied politely. Then you two have a good rest. After a brief introduction, Sun Wanyu exited the room and closed the door properly. At this moment, Nan Nan couldn't hold back her excited exclamations. Wow, there's an air conditioner and hot water. This is... She hopped and skipped towards the bathroom, turned on the faucet, and water gushed out. There's also a bathtub inside. I'm going to take a bath. I haven't had a bath in ages. Nan Nan cheerfully spoke. Yet as she reflected on the frugality of recent days, she felt an overwhelming urge to weep, her emotions threatening to spill over. What once seemed an ordinary circumstance before the apocalypse now appeared an extravagant luxury. Han Yang activated the air conditioning, casually surveying the room. Although labeled a standard room, its dimensions were quite generous. A separate small living area was furnished with a sofa, coffee table, and television, providing all essential comforts. Adjacent to this was a spacious bedroom, featuring a large double bed that invited carefree rolling. Beside the bed stood a substantial wardrobe, capable of accommodating a considerable amount of clothing. Apart from the absence of a kitchen and dining area, the setting bore a striking resemblance to a typical household. Would they believe that Nan Nan and I are merely a conventional couple? Han Yang pondered, reluctant to seek out additional accommodations, lest it reveal that his relationship with Nan Nan had not yet reached that stage. One room sufficed. The bed was ample enough to comfortably accommodate two individuals. He then entered the bathroom, where Nan Nan had already begun filling the bathtub with water. The bathroom was comparably spacious, allowing for a shower that could easily cater to two. At the far end lay the bathtub, with the shower just beyond it. And further out was a sliding door that ensured a separation of wet and dry areas. Beyond the door was a toilet that appeared rather sophisticated, resembling a smart toilet that eliminated the need for toilet paper and offered heated cleansing. Just outside was a wash basin accompanied by a vanity mirror. Han Yang, you should step out. I'm going to take a shower, Nan Nan declared, opting first for a quick rinse before indulging in a leisurely soak. Noticing Han Yang's distracted gaze, she promptly urged him to leave. The bathtub is quite spacious. I believe two people could bathe together, thus saving time. Han Yang chuckled. Go find your woman, Yi Xiaokuei, to wash with. He teased, earning a significant eye roll from Nan Nan, who placed her hands on her hips. Hey, that was just a joke. You're the only one I consider my girlfriend, Han Yang insisted, appreciating his own cleverness. I don't care, anyway. Today's girlfriend benefits are off the table. Nan Nan pouted adorably, wrinkling her nose in discontent before pushing Han Yang out of the bathroom. Han Yang stared at the closed door, rubbed his nose, and turned to open his backpack, retrieving a change of clothes. He removed his soiled windbreaker and denim jeans. Donning the shorts and t-shirt that Nan Nan had chosen for him, he settled on the edge of the bed, preparing to rest. At that moment, a hazy silhouette from the bathroom captured his attention. Perhaps it was due to the fact that their room was a double, typically occupied by couples or newlyweds. That the bathroom featured frosted glass. It was not entirely transparent, yet it allowed for a clear outline of the figure within. As Han Yang sat on the bed, he observed Nan Nan slowly shedding her garments. Heat surged within him. Who could possibly withstand this? Han Yang mused, appreciating the thoughtful design of the hotel. Nan Nan, do you need me to help scrub your back? It's quite challenging to clean one's rear alone. He couldn't help but remark. Nan Nan hummed a cheerful tune as she rinsed her body with minimal effort. Hearing his suggestion, she let out a dismissive hum, clearly enunciating her refusal, before reclining into the bathtub filled with water. The slightly warm water enveloped her body, concealing boundless beauty beneath its surface. Nan Nan let out a satisfied sound, exclaiming, "How delightful! I could linger here forever." Outside, Han Yang felt an irresistible itch in his heart, yet he found himself powerless to act. At that moment, Nan Nan lay in the bathtub, her elegant figure hidden from view, causing the fire within him to gradually subside. A profound weariness washed over him, and before long, he succumbed to sleep on the bed. After some time in the bath, as the water temperature began to cool, Nan Nan reluctantly emerged. After drying her hair and tidying herself up, she donned the couple's outfit from the previous day and stepped out of the bathroom, thinking Brother Han must be anxiously waiting. To her surprise, she found him sprawled on the bed, already snoring softly. Oh, is there only one bed? At that moment, Nan Nan realized the room contained but a single bed. She wandered around, her expression filled with conflict, before finally standing by the sofa. Sleeping on the sofa is an option, but the bed is so much more comfortable. Yet, Brother Han had already claimed the bed. Should she wake him? No. Today had been exhausting. She needed to rest well. After all, the bed is spacious. I only need a little bit of space. Thus, she made her decision with a sense of joy. After a brief inner struggle, Nan Nan was ultimately drawn back to the soft, inviting bed, where she lay on the side farthest from Han Yang. Ah, indeed, the bed is wonderfully comfortable, she mused, unable to stifle a yawn, and soon she drifted off to sleep. Han Yang found himself dreaming. In his dream, he had finally gained entry into the bathroom. As he contemplated his next actions, a woman in the bathroom lifted her leg and delivered a swift kick to him. It was then that Han Yang awoke, startled. He lay there, staring blankly at the ceiling, taking some time to regain his senses. Turning his head, he noticed Nan Nan's fair, pearl-like foot resting on him. It was that very foot that had jolted Han Yang awake. Upon further inspection, he saw Nan Nan reclining diagonally on the bed, occupying 3/4 of the space. Had that kick not landed on Han Yang, she likely would have claimed the entire bed for herself. This girl, her sleeping posture is far too domineering. As Han Yang became increasingly alert, he felt invigorated. Glancing at the time, he realized it was nearly 6 in the evening. He had slept for over 8 hours. The air conditioning in the room made waking up far more pleasant than the past few mornings had been. Nevertheless, Han Yang struggled to rise, feeling an overwhelming urge to relieve himself. In the bathroom, he indulged in the comforts of a high-tech toilet before taking a quick rinse in the shower. Instantly, he felt revitalized. Upon returning to the bedroom, he found Nan still sound asleep. Unbeknownst to him, she had shifted her sleeping position. Her oversized t-shirt had ridden up slightly, revealing her flat abdomen. Han Yang felt a stir of desire. Surely, it must be smooth. Speaking of which, he had yet to redeem today's girlfriend benefits. Rubbing his hands together, he took a few steps closer. Suddenly, through the gap in Nan Nan's t-shirt, Han Yang caught a glimpse of her lingerie. Yet, it was clearly not the style she favored. It seemed vaguely familiar. Before long, his eyes brightened with recognition. Just yesterday, at the clothing store, Han Yang had jokingly pointed out a rather sheer set of lingerie and suggested that Nan Nan try it on. He was strongly rebuffed by her. But now, she was actually wearing that very outfit. When did this little girl secretly put it on? A surge of emotion welled up in Han Yang's heart. And why did she put it on? Did she really want him to see? Han Yang gazed at Nan Nan's adorable, sleeping face and could no longer contain himself. He kissed her gently, like a dragonfly skimming the water. Nan Nan's brows furrowed slightly, then she pouted. Han Yang also lay down on the bed and gently embraced her. Gradually, Nan Nan woke up. "Brother Han," she murmured, as if still half asleep, looking so innocent and charming. "Brother Han, can I have you today?" When Han Yang and Nan Nan reappeared in front of Yu Xiaoqiye, she noticed that Han Yang had a radiant complexion, as if he had encountered something that made him extremely happy. But then she thought, the entire island was nominally his now, so he indeed had reason to be elated. As for Nan Nan, her cheeks were slightly flushed, and her mouth was pouting high. You'd think she was angry, yet she was tightly holding on to Han Yang's arm. If she wasn't angry, that expression clearly showed she didn't want to talk to Han Yang. Yu Xiaoqiye had always thought the two were a couple, so she didn't think much of it, assuming it was just a lover's tiff. It might even be because of her. "Good morning," Han Yang greeted. Yu Xiaoqiye rolled her eyes at him. It was almost evening now. Well, good evening then, Han Yang said cheerfully. Is there anything to eat? We're starving. As he spoke, he subconsciously glanced at Nan Nan. As if they had a telepathic connection, Nan Nan happened to look over at the same time. Then she snorted delicately and didn't want to pay him any attention. Han Yang chuckled, not caring at all. After all, he had already had his way with her. A little complaint is quite understandable. Dinner has long been prepared for you all. Yi Xiaokuei pointed to the dining area aside and led the way. The dining area was on the other side of the rest area, with a sizable space and numerous tables and chairs of various sizes placed there. Qinlan, Zhao Jia, and Sun Luanyu were all present. Only Lu Bin and Lu Li were missing. My brother-in-law, ahem, where are Lu Bin and the other one? Yi Xiaokuei said with a half smile. Didn't we say to send them to the service area by the shore? Oh, right. That place indeed needs someone to keep watch. Han Yang then remembered that he had made such a joke in the morning. He quickly shifted his attention from that matter to the food on the table. Wow, so many pastries. I haven't had them for ages. When Nanan saw the food, she immediately cast aside her shyness. She rushed to the table, unceremoniously picked up a uniquely shaped cake, and started eating. Besides various cakes whose names Han Yang couldn't tell, there were also some steamed buns and dumplings, steaming hot, as if they had just been taken out of the pot not long ago. Han Yang also sat down and said to the girls standing by, "You haven't eaten yet. Have you? Sit down and eat together." "Right. Let's eat together." Even with her mouth full, Nanan didn't forget to invite the others, and said cheerfully, "It's so delicious. Sister Xiaokuei, who made this?" Upon hearing this, the girls then took their seats one after another. Yi Xiaokuei sat next to Han Yang, with Zhao Jia on the other side. Qinlan sat next to Nanan, with Sun Luanyu on the other side. The small round table was just filled. This was made by Qinlan. Yi Xiaokuei smiled gently. Not yet introduced in detail, Qinlan is actually the pastry chef I invited. She once served as the head pastry chef at a Michelin-starred restaurant. Wow, no wonder it tastes so delicious. I'm really fortunate from now on. Nanan affectionately approached Qinlan. "Sister Lan, how's this made? Can I learn? I can only make some pastries. I'm glad you like them." A rare smile tugged at Qinlan's face. "This is made by mixing 3 kinds of flour and then adding." Nanan felt overwhelmed. She didn't expect making pastries to be such profound knowledge. "It sounds so difficult. I'd better just be in charge of eating." Qinlan smiled softly, and the smile on her face became much more natural, making Han Yang couldn't help but take an extra look. Qinlan's appearance is no less charming than Yi Xiaokuei's. Her features are delicate, her skin is fair, and her figure is excellent, with curves in all the right places. However, she always has a poker-faced expression, giving people a cold feeling, as if she's keeping people at a distance and making it hard to get close to her. But with this slight smile, she was truly stunning, like the warmth of spring bringing blooming flowers. "Sister Lan, you look so beautiful when you smile. You should smile more often in the future." Nanan was also momentarily stunned. The love for beauty is human nature, regardless of gender. "Thank you. You're very cute too, sister." Hee. Nanan is naturally lively and has an outgoing personality. She soon got along well with the girls and became familiar with them. Han Yang buried his head in eating, and occasionally looked up at the gorgeous and distinctive girls surrounding him, feeling a sense of being in a trance, as if in a dream. Such beauty is truly appetizing. Han Yang's appetite increased, and he couldn't help but eat a few more mouthfuls of food. Presently, the two of us are about to depart. I have something to discuss with you. After the meal, while the ladies were tidying the dining table, Han Yang took Yi Xiaokuei aside. "You're leaving?" Yi Xiaokuei was rather astonished. "Yes, we too came merely to scout the way. We'll return tonight and come back again tomorrow after fetching our other companions." "Aren't your companions at the riverside service area?" Yi Xiaokuei was surprised. She had been wondering why she hadn't seen his companions arrive. Han Yang realized she had misunderstood and explained, "I forgot to mention that actually, ability replication is my second-order ability, while my first-order ability is to control zombies through a contract." Han Yang briefly expounded on his abilities. Yi Xiaokuei suddenly understood. "So when you said you weren't just 2 people before, it was because there were also the zombies you controlled?" "That's right. Unfortunately, Zhu Haoming was too vigilant and managed to escape, leaving only one other person." Han Yang sounded somewhat regretful. Yi Xiaokuei didn't pay much attention to this, but, through his abilities, began to think further. Everyone who drinks your blood is bound by a contract with you. Since zombies have no self-awareness, they can be controlled by you. Yi Xiaokuei murmured to herself. If any of us were to turn into a zombie, the contract wouldn't become invalid. that person would immediately be under your control and unable to attack others rampantly. In this way, the greatest threat of the virus to the group would be eliminated. How perceptive. You could figure all this out just from a fragmentary description. Han Yang was filled with admiration. Chapter 56. The bottom line is quite lenient, alas. If only you had come a few days earlier. Yi Xiaokuei thought of her female bodyguard. If it hadn't been for her ignorance of the virus mechanism, she wouldn't have been suddenly bitten to death by the reanimated corpse of another survivor. Apologies. I'm not blaming you. It's just a pity. Understood. Han Yang nodded. Your focus is quite peculiar. You neither care about Zhu Haoming who fled, nor are you astonished that my ability is at the second order level. Now this place belongs to you. So naturally, you should worry about the threat from Zhu Haoming. Yi Xiaokuei chuckled softly. As for the second order ability, there's nothing really surprising about it. After knowing that Qin Lan had awakened a miraculous ability, which became more proficient and powerful with use, I guess that there would surely come a day of qualitative change. Han Yang gave a thumbs up, then took out a zombie core. Yi Xiaokuei was immediately attracted to it. This is a kind of crystal formed in the back of a zombie's head. I call it a zombie core. I need you to help me collect some. The zombies killed by you and Zhu Haoming haven't been searched for these. It's not a dangerous task, just a bit disgusting. What's the use of this zombie core? Can humans eat it? No. If humans can't eat it, then zombies can. Yi Xiaokuei nodded. How could you guess that? Han Yang was dumbfounded. It seems that being too smart as a woman isn't entirely good. There's nothing that can be hidden from her. Han Yang really wanted to wipe the non-existent sweat off his forehead. The pressure is overwhelming. What benefits will we get if we collect these zombie cores for you? How about a way to let you awaken your ability? Yi Xiaokuei's expression was one of shock. And then her eyes suddenly lit up. Seeing the change in her expression, Han Yang finally let out a sigh of relief. No matter how intelligent you are, there are certain matters that elude understanding and conjecture. Han Yang, you mentioned yesterday that we are family now. Why must we maintain such distance? It would be better if you divulged the truth to me now. Yi Xiaokuei's tone was gentle, her smile radiant, exuding a unique feminine charm. Isn't it true that women are so capricious? Han Yang mused, observing her seamless transformation, as if he were encountering a new facet of her personality. This woman usually presented herself with an air of calm composure, elegance, and nobility. It was surprising to witness such a more delicate side. Han Yang found it intriguing. Perhaps this was the true essence of Yi Xiaokuei, the persona she wore in public, merely a facade. After all, as the heir to a major corporation and the initiator and leader of the grand project on Golden Sands Island, she had to maintain an air of grace and dignity to command respect. With a playful intent to tease her, he remarked, since we are family, why not call me husband and let me hear it? I am a person of principles, humph. Yi Xiaokuei's smile faltered, and she huffed lightly, casually glancing at the other women, who were engrossed in their tasks and oblivious to their exchange. She continued, do you truly possess a method to awaken one's abilities? Of course, I have no need to deceive you regarding this. After all, we shall be living together in the future. Han Yang chuckled, observing the shifts in her expression. Suddenly, Yi Xiaokuei moved in closer, their faces almost touching, her lips gently biting as she leaned near his ear and whispered, husband, in a voice that was both sultry and enchanting. Han Yang felt a shiver run down his spine, electrifying him from head to toe. Subsequently, fearing to be overheard, especially by Nan Nan, he furtively glanced around, like a thief with a guilty conscience. Honey, there's no need to look around. They're not paying attention here. Can you talk now? Yi Xiaokuei still said in a coquettish voice. Stop. I'll talk, but you regain your normal self first. Although he was enjoying it, Han Yang was truly afraid of Nan Nan overhearing. Just a moment ago, the two were making those soft moans in the room, and then in a blink of an eye, he was flirting with another woman here. If this were seen, he was really scared that Nan Nan would pull out her over 1 meter long saber. She actually had one. Han Yang moved a little further away from Yi Xiaokuei, but before speaking, he couldn't help but ask, aren't you a person with principles? Are your principles so flexible? Yi Xiaokuei regained her composed look. Don't trust the principles of a merchant, especially a female one. Moreover, it was just a bit of coquetry. No one else saw it, and there's no loss. Instead, one can get some benefits for free. A glint of craftiness flashed across her eyes. Han Yang was taken aback, then chuckled. Well, I'm not at a loss either. Anyway, I was going to tell you all about it. Yi Xiaokuei neither affirmed nor denied. She didn't believe in so-called promises. What could be obtained in hand was the most tangible. Han Yang was a bit disappointed to see that her expression remained unchanged. Then he took out the police canteen on the side of his backpack and pointed at the corpse grass inside. Do you see this plant? In fact, Yi Xiaokuei had noticed it in the morning and wondered what they were doing with the grass. Now, looking at it more closely, she immediately discovered the magic of this plant. The appearance of this plant itself was not extraordinary. There were plenty of similar plants by the roadside, and she didn't recognize any of them anyway. The only distinguishing feature was the pale veins on the leaves, seemingly glowing with an ethereal light. It evoked the sensation of witnessing a swarm of fireflies dancing around the plant on a pitch-black night, occasionally disappearing into its foliage. The luminescence rendered this plant remarkably vibrant and extraordinary. Could this plant possess the power to awaken latent abilities? Yi Xiaokuei pondered. Indeed. However, not this particular specimen, but rather this category of plants. Their characteristics are unmistakable, and I believe you could discern them as well. This must be a newly emerged plant post-virus outbreak. Although Yi Xiaokuei framed it as a question, her tone conveyed certainty, as she did not anticipate a response from Han Yang. So, what conditions must this plant meet to make me your woman? This one has already been reserved. Han Yang's reply was ambiguous. Yi Xiaokuei's expression shifted instantly, tinged with a hint of allure as she inquired. May I reserve the next one then? She is a siren. Han Yang felt a slight shiver, but an even greater unease loomed ahead. What next one? Nan approached curiously and asked. Ahem, Xiaokuei asked if she could reserve the next corpse grass. Han Yang coughed abruptly. Oh, I see. Corpse grass is quite rare. We can discuss it further once we find it. Yi Xiaokuei remarked with a half-smile. Gazing at Han Yang feigned ignorance and turned to Nan, saying, I've finished my instructions. Let us prepare for departure. After a hearty meal, Nan's spirits were rejuvenated, and her gait became much more natural. The two returned to their room, changed back into their police stab-proof vests and equipment, picked up their weapons, and then walked out of the hotel again. An electric sightseeing car was already parked at the hotel entrance, and Yi Xiaokuei and the other 3 women were waiting nearby. At present, only these sightseeing cars are available on the island. If you need other vehicles, you can change them at the service area by the shore. That's sufficient. Han Yang nodded. This time, he took the driver's seat. Why not let Nan drive? He was afraid of falling into the sea. Chapter 57. Encountering the loathsome couple again. A woman without a driver's license being keen on driving is quite something. Well, we're off. If everything goes smoothly, we'll be back tomorrow afternoon. Have a pleasant journey. Watch out for safety, the 4 women said one after another. Their tones were sincere. Through their brief interactions, especially getting along with Nan, they had confirmed that the 2 of them were trustworthy people, unlike Xu Haoming, who was driven by lust. Goodbye. Sister Xiaokuei, Sister Lan, Sister Jejia, and Sister Luanyu. Nan waved to them. Han Yang slowly started the vehicle and drove towards the outside of the island. The sky gradually dimmed, and the road could only be barely discerned. However, it didn't affect Han Yang's driving. As they got closer to the shore, the connection between Han Yang and the female mutant zombie became stronger. After confirming Xu Haoming's escape in the morning, Han Yang ordered the female zombie to lie in wait. Otherwise, Lu Bin and Lu Li would have long become food for the zombies. Thinking of the 2, Han Yang also began to receive some information from them through the consciousness seed. Why are their heartbeats so rapid? Could there be danger? Han Yang, worried about the 2, immediately accelerated his pace and soon arrived at the service area by the shore. It was a bit darker by the shore. In a room of the service area, a dim candlelight had already lit up. Come on, let's go say hello to Lu Bin and the others. Han Yang motioned to Nan to follow. The 2 didn't activate the stealth ability. However, they were already accustomed to walking softly and didn't make the slightest sound. As they got closer, they could clearly hear the voices inside, and Han Yang's expression instantly turned strange. No wonder their hearts were pounding so fast. At this moment, Nan also heard a woman's faint moaning sound. Damn couple, Nan muttered, thinking of the scene she saw in the morning. She didn't expect to encounter it again when leaving in the evening. She immediately pulled Han Yang away from there. Humph, let's not bother with them. Let's go. Before leaving, Han Yang took another distant glance and vaguely saw 2 overlapping shadows. He couldn't help but sigh in his heart. This Lu Li was really something. In the apocalypse, for someone like her, even if she couldn't thrive, she could at least ensure food and shelter. Han Yang didn't have strong feelings of like or dislike. In the future, there would be more and more people like her. Lu Li was just more prominent at this stage. But he had subconsciously excluded Lu Li from Jinsha Island. In the future, at most, she could be allowed to stay in the service area by the shore. Right. And Lu Bin? Well, Luli needed someone to accompany her, and he was just the right person. As a candidate for guarding the gate, he could also be trusted. Han Yang and Nan Nan met up with the mutated female zombie and came to the tricycle. Nan Nan sat in the driver's seat and drove her beloved little tricycle again. Unfortunately, just as they reached the main road and hadn't traveled far, the tricycle stopped. It ran out of power. What to do? Nan Nan felt a bit reluctant. Leave it here for now. If you like it, you can drive it back to the island for charging later. Now let's change to another vehicle. Han Yang noticed that Nan Nan was addicted to driving, yet she didn't have a driver's license. A tricycle was okay, but for a four-wheeled vehicle, he really didn't dare to let her drive it, fearing she might drive it into a ditch. How about we ride an electric bike? Suddenly, Nan Nan's eyes lit up as she saw a black electric motorcycle lying on the side of the road. There was a key inserted in the electric motorcycle. Not far from it, there lay a corpse that had been extensively gnawed. Apparently, the owner of the vehicle was very unfortunate, encountering a zombie blocking the way. The owner fell on the road and was then eaten. What was even worse was that the person was eaten so severely that there was no chance of turning into a zombie. Han Yang looked at the mutated female zombie, then at the electric motorcycle, and finally at Nan Nan's expectant eyes. Shrugging his shoulders, he said, "All right. Yippee." Nan Nan happily picked up the electric motorcycle, checked that there was still plenty of electricity, and then excitedly sat on it. "Get on. Sister will take you for a ride." Han Yang slapped his forehead. This girl. But he still cooperatively sat on it, putting one hand around her waist and holding their weapons with the other, while also asking the mutated female zombie to sit behind. With the three of them and their equipment, it was a bit heavy. Nan Nan started with difficulty and drove in a wobbly way. But she grasped the skill quickly and soon drove steadily. Humph. Nan Nan was extremely happy and even hummed a song while riding. "Riding on my beloved little motorcycle. It shall never be ensnared in traffic. As I mount my cherished vehicle, I am soon to arrive home." Time momentarily rewinds to the afternoon when Han Yang and Nan Nan are peacefully slumbering. Far over 30 kilometers away, within the residential complex where Han Yang resides, Songji stealthily observes Chen Fang's abode through binoculars. Since discovering the disappearance of the tricycle downstairs yesterday morning, he has remained vigilant. After 2 days and nights of scrutiny, he is quite certain that the man across the way and Chun Nan Nan have vanished. As for the reasons behind their disappearance, he cares not. His sole focus is the abundance of supplies and a woman residing within the opposite building. Should he manage to infiltrate, he could seize those resources and the woman. Regrettably, although the zombies below have dissipated, he still lacks the courage to venture outside. In his own building, numerous zombies roam both above and below. Yet, he cannot endure this predicament much longer. His provisions and drinking water are nearly depleted. Just as he is consumed by anxiety, a commotion suddenly erupts in the hallway outside. Song Ji promptly crouches by the door, peering through the crack. He observes a middle-aged man wielding a baseball bat, fiercely battling the zombies in the corridor. The man possesses a robust physique, clad in a similar tactical jacket to Han Yang's, with thick cardboard secured to his sleeves by tape. With each swing of the bat, he delivers powerful blows to the zombies' heads, causing blood to splatter. The undead cannot withstand more than 2 strikes before being toppled. Witnessing the middle-aged man vanquishing the zombies outside, the artist's heart stirs, and he promptly opens the door, calling out to the man, "Brother, take me with you. I know where there is food." Observing the mop handle in Song Ji's hands, the middle-aged man paid him no heed. Everyone was aware of where food could be found. Was it necessary for him to state the obvious? The supermarket outside was abundant. Song Ji's intentions were deliberate. He merely wished to trail behind the middle-aged man, allowing him to forge a path. At that moment, the zombies downstairs surged upwards like sharks sensing blood. The middle-aged man faced them head-on, effortlessly dispatching the undead with a commanding presence. All Song Ji needed to do was exclaim 666 while remaining vigilant of the situation above. However, he felt little concern for the upper levels. This building boasted 18 floors, and since this formidable man had descended from above, it was reasonable to assume that the zombies on the upper 6 floors had already been dealt with. Otherwise, he would be cutting off his own retreat. Most of Song Ji's attention remained focused below, watching the middle-aged man confront the zombies. It must be said that this gentleman was indeed impressive. Perhaps he had served in the military in his youth or trained in combat sports. Whatever the case, he dealt with a single zombie with ease, dispatching them with a few swift strikes. When confronted with a larger horde, he would kick the excess zombies away. In more precarious situations, he would use his arm as a shield, leveraging the thick cardboard and tape above as protection. In any event, armed solely with a baseball bat, he relentlessly fought his way from the 12th to the 3rd floor, his clothing stained with dark blood. Chapter 58. Wait for me along the way. 2 more individuals joined their ranks. This pair, a man and a woman, were not related but hailed from different floors. The man, in his early 30s, sported short hair and exuded the aura of a successful professional, likely a manager at a large corporation or the owner of a small business. The woman appeared relatively youthful and had a pleasing appearance. Song-ji had encountered her occasionally in the elevator. However, fear had distorted her features, robbing her of her former grace. Although the newcomers, a man and a woman, wielded weapons as well. If one could consider a screwdriver and a kitchen knife as instruments for dispatching zombies, they, like Song-ji, lacked the courage to approach the undead. Yet, there was a subtle distinction. Song-ji had been vigilantly observing the zombies, for he was searching for someone, the elderly woman from the opposite ground floor. He recalled vividly the morning of the virus outbreak when the elderly lady had transformed into a zombie, pursuing a woman until the commotion in their building had drawn her inside. Providence favored the diligent. Soon, Song-ji spotted her. Despite her hunched back, she exhibited remarkable agility, but ultimately succumbed to a middle-aged man's blows and fell to the ground. Song-ji lingered at the rear, seizing the opportunity to rummage through the elderly woman's pockets. And indeed, he discovered a set of keys, among them, the access key to the opposite unit, which he desperately needed. He tucked the keys away and rejoined the group, gradually positioning himself in the midst of them. Just as he began to feel a sense of triumph at nearing the 1st floor, calamity struck. A few zombies suddenly emerged from above, lunging towards them with ferocity. The woman at the back screamed, the first to detect the oncoming threat from the upper floors. And in her panic, she darted downwards. Song-ji was jostled aside by the frenzied woman, and another man beside her found himself equally flustered, instinctively pushing forward in distress. Damn it! The presence of 3 burdensome companions rendered the middle-aged man less agile in his retreat. The relentless combat from the top floor to the ground had drained their stamina significantly. Were it not for the proximity to the 1st floor, he would have preferred to pause and recuperate. However, the sudden turn of events, particularly the woman unexpectedly darting into his space, disrupted his movements, nearly resulting in a zombie bite. He could not help but utter an expletive. Although the zombies above were still a floor away, the middle-aged man felt utterly fatigued and decided to step aside, allowing the woman to pass. She lunged to the forefront, only to be met by a zombie. "Oh, save me." The zombie, having missed the man, immediately seized the woman and began to gnaw at her relentlessly. Her piercing screams echoed, swiftly attracting another zombie. Recognizing the dire situation, the middle-aged man pivoted and retreated into the 2nd floor corridor, securely shutting the door behind him. Song-ji, quick to react, followed closely behind the man, but nearly collided with the abruptly closed door. "Hey, open the door. I'm not inside yet." There was no response within. In a state of panic, Song-ji turned to survey his surroundings. Zombies loomed ahead and behind him. The only possible escape, the door to the 2nd floor corridor, was firmly shut. Observing the woman being devoured and another man in a state of sheer panic, he felt a surge of determination. Just one more floor. He forcefully pushed the other man forward. The man, losing his balance, tumbled downwards, colliding with another zombie. The zombie, exhilarated by the unexpected offering, eagerly sank its teeth into the man. The man's agonized cry rang out as he struggled violently to free himself from the zombie's grasp, only to be further incapacitated by a boot that nearly deprived him of breath. Seizing the opportunity while the 2 zombies were preoccupied with their prey, Song-ji leapt over them and sprinted frantically down the stairs. The zombies from above were now advancing as well. "If I don't run now, I will meet my fate right here." Fortunately, the zombies at the 1st floor and by the entrance have been lured away. Song-ji sprinted unimpeded to the front of the opposite building. He swiftly retrieved his key and placed it against the access panel of the door. With a beep, the door swung open. Noticing zombies pursuing him from behind, he wasted no time in pushing the door open and darting inside. He then slammed the door shut with a forceful thud. The zombies collided against the door, creating a deafening noise. Song-ji gasped for breath, his heart racing like never before, as if it might leap from his chest. Yet, he felt a sense of relief. He was safe. Leaning against the door, he collapsed onto the floor, resting for half an hour before he regained his strength. The next challenge was persuading that woman to open the door. Rising to his feet, he pondered as he ascended the stairs, soon reaching the 5th floor. He adjusted his appearance, donning a harmless smile before tapping on the door. "Hello. I'm from the building across. We spoke earlier." There was no response, only the sound of something being moved inside. Undeterred, he continued. "I'm a teacher from Jinghai Academy of Arts. I've just escaped a dire situation without anything, and I am starving and thirsty. Could you spare some food and water?" In response, he heard a dull thud, as if something heavy had been placed against the door. The smile on Song Ji's face faltered. He realized that the woman inside had barricaded the entrance. "Please, I really only need a bit of water and food." Silence fell within. Song Ji's expression gradually contorted with distress. "Do not dare to toast without drinking. I know you're the only one inside. Once I enter, you'll face my wrath," Song Ji bellowed. In response, a resounding thud resounded, as something pressed against the door. "Damn it," Song Ji seethed, stepping back 2 paces before delivering a powerful kick to the door. Thud. The security door emitted a thunderous sound, yet remained steadfast. After several attempts, his feet grew numb. Yet the door remained unyielding. "You better wait for me." Frustration consumed Song Ji, leaving him with no recourse but to pace in circles. At that moment, a small dog from the 5th floor, alerted by the commotion, rushed out, baring its teeth and barking incessantly at Song Ji. His irritation intensified upon seeing the dog as defiance. "How dare this much challenge me?" He stepped forward, intending to send the little creature flying, but to his surprise, the agile dog evaded his kick and swiftly sank its teeth into Song Ji's leg. "Ah!" he cried out, shaking his leg vigorously to dislodge the dog. The small dog landed gracefully, still glaring at Song Ji, with a faint trace of red visible on its teeth. "Damn it!" he cursed, hastily rolling up his pants. A gruesome wound marred his calf, bleeding profusely as if a chunk of flesh had been torn away. Song Ji gasped in pain. Though a desire for revenge against the dog flickered in his mind, he could only take a few steps before the sharp pain in his leg halted him. "Just you wait," he muttered fiercely, though regret gnawed at him for having hastily discarded his stick during his escape. "It is imperative to find a weapon, as well as water and sustenance, and to tend to my wounds." Chapter 59. The game grows intriguing. In his mind, Song Ji contemplated this, and then assumed a menacing posture, causing the mutt to retreat a couple of steps. Seizing the opportunity, he evaded the dog and limped into an apartment on the 4th floor, forcefully shutting the door behind him. Outside, the sounds of barking and scratching at the door echoed. Beasts are indeed beasts. Song Ji disregarded the dog and began to survey the room. He recalled that this was the residence of Chun Nan. The layout of the room was simple and straightforward. As he wandered through several rooms, he found nothing to eat, save for a locked spare bedroom. It was cleaner than his own face. No, one could not say there was no food at all. There was a bag of dog food biscuits. He cast a glance at the locked door, placing his hopes there. Turning the doorknob, he pushed the door open, only to be met by a shadowy figure. Is someone there?" Initially startled, Song Ji soon noticed that the figure remained motionless, allowing him to breathe a sigh of relief. At the very least, it was not a zombie. Otherwise, it would have lunged at him by now. He scrutinized the figure, noting that she was clad in an outfit reminiscent of the protagonist from Nier Automata, wielding a slightly curved white longsword. Although her face was obscured, the expanse of her bare, fair skin and her elongated legs led Song Ji to envision her exquisite figure and breathtaking beauty. Such is the self-cultivation of an artist. She seemed to be that Sasha? Song Ji quickly recalled. At that moment, he faintly heard the woman murmuring, "Master, command." Observing her cosplay attire and hearing those words, a wave of melancholy washed over him. TSK, how extravagant. Is this all at the behest of the master? Song Ji stood at the doorway, consumed by envy and resentment. The only man he could envision having intimate encounters with Sha during these days seemed to be the one upstairs. Damn it, why have I not encountered such fortune? He suddenly felt that his previous escapades paled in comparison. However, he quickly found solace in Schadenfreude. After all, with that man gone, everything in this building was now his for the taking. Yet, he began to find the situation increasingly peculiar. Logically, after the loud commotion of kicking the door, rummaging through the place, and now opening the bedroom door to be mere meters away from her, how could Sha remain so utterly unresponsive? "Master, commands." Sha continued to face away from him, murmuring softly. Could she be daft? A gentle smile graced Song Ji's face as he softly called out, "Beauty." Sha's head slightly turned. Noticing her reaction, he adopted an even softer and more magnetic tone. "You are Sha, right?" Sha. I am Sha. With her affirmation, Song Ji pressed on. "I am your schoolteacher. Do you remember me?" Sha Sha did not respond but kept repeating, I am Sha Sha. Is she truly daft? Encouraged by his audacity, Song Ji was about to step further into the room. His movement seemed to trigger some sort of mechanism. Suddenly, Sha Sha whirled around, her expression devoid of emotion. Her blood-red eyes fixated on him. Song Ji felt a chill run down his spine, drenched in cold sweat. This is the gaze of a zombie. There could be no mistaking it. As Song Ji descended the stairs following the middle-aged man, he meticulously scrutinized the zombies in search of the elderly woman on the first floor. The crimson sclera and ashen pupils were standard features of every undead creature. He froze in place, paralyzed by fear. Soon, he realized that Sha Sha had not attacked him, which eased his anxiety somewhat. However, he dared not venture further. He could discern the escalating malice in Sha Sha's blood-red gaze. It was the predatory stare of a hunter, chilling to the bone. While keeping a watchful eye on Sha Sha to prevent any sudden movements, Song Ji cautiously retreated and firmly shut the door behind him. Only then did he exhale a long sigh of relief. What was the deal with Sha Sha? Was she truly a zombie? Yet, she did not exhibit the typical behavior of other zombies that would bite upon sighting a person. Song Ji recalled Sha Sha's incessant repetition of certain phrases. Could it be that the man upstairs had the ability to control zombies? Had he given her some form of command? Reflecting on his earlier experience, everything had seemed normal until he attempted to enter the door, at which point it felt as if he had triggered some sort of mechanism. Regardless, with the door securely shut, she could not escape. He reasoned that it would be best to avoid provoking her, as his objective did not lie in that direction. Thus, Song Ji chose to ignore her and retreated to a distant corner of the secondary bedroom. Although he had not located any food, he did find a barrel of drinking water. He washed his wounds with the clean water and then wrapped them with a tidy towel. Damn it, I must take down that dog. Though the pain from the wound had lessened, it still ached. With no vaccine available, he feared he might contract rabies. A sense of worry crept into Song Ji's mind as he gulped down several large swigs of water to alleviate his gnawing hunger. Yet, he pondered, this would ultimately serve no purpose. The top priority is to find some food. Otherwise, one will become increasingly weak and be even less able to deal with the woman upstairs. Song Ji disassembled a mop in the room, leaving only the pole. Then he walked out of the room and into the corridor. The mongrel was still wandering in the corridor and started barking wildly as soon as it saw him. Song Ji swung the mop pole at it, but the mongrel nimbly dodged. At least it kept its distance from him now. He walked back to the first floor and pushed the doors of each house one by one. Eventually, he found that all the doors were locked except that of Chun Nanin's on the fourth floor. He had the key to the old woman's house on the first floor. After entering, he found it empty, with no food or drink. Evidently, it had been ransacked. He had no choice but to return to Chun Nanin's house. It seemed they had searched the whole building. Now, the only way to get food was from the woman upstairs. Song Ji sat on the sofa, pondering silently. But she had blocked the door. How could he get in? No, apart from the door, there were windows. He only needed to drop a rope from upstairs, break the window, and then he could enter. Song Ji's eyes lit up. However, the door on the sixth floor was also locked, and he had to break it open, which would require quite some strength. To ensure everything went smoothly, he had to replenish his energy first. Climbing down from the window also required a lot of physical strength. As long as he could get into the room, dealing with a woman would be a piece of cake. By then, he would have no shortage of food and drink, and even have a woman to keep him company. Song Ji kept psyching himself up in his mind, then cast his eyes on the dog biscuits beside him. The middle, aged man hiding in the corridor on the second floor was Huang Jianya. He had served in the army before. Later, at the invitation of a fellow villager, he came to Jinghai to help him with some less than legal business. After the virus outbreak, due to the communication breakdown and uncertainty of the situation, he prudently remained huddled in the house. Now, with dwindling supplies of food and water, he had no choice but to venture out. Thanks to his unwavering dedication to exercise over the past years, his physical prowess had not deteriorated significantly. He was more than capable of dealing with a few zombies. Through his encounters, he discovered that zombies were not particularly terrifying. Their movements were stiff, less agile than those of ordinary people. Their attack methods were limited to scratching and biting. As long as one took proper precautions, an ordinary person could handle zombies with ease. However, most ordinary people lack the courage to engage in close combat with zombies. Chapter 60. Covetousness. Huang Jianya naturally had no fear of zombies. He had killed living people before, let alone these half-dead creatures. Nevertheless, as a precaution, he made some preparations. For instance, he used tape to wrap cardboard around his arm to serve as a shield. On the way, when he encountered people joining him, he did not stop them, thinking that they might come in handy as a shield in a critical moment. He was confident in his own abilities, but he never expected a slip up at the last moment. He had no idea where two zombies came from, and they launched a surprise attack from behind. Fortunately, he reacted swiftly and promptly took refuge in the second-floor corridor. Huang Jianye rested for about half an hour and regained some of his strength. Hearing that the commotion outside had subsided, he gently opened the corridor door. To his surprise, two zombies were guarding the door and lunged at him the moment the door opened. "It's you two." Huang Jianye was stunned for a moment. These two zombies were the man and the woman who had been following him. By now, they had been gnawed beyond recognition, their bodies a mass of blood and gore. Unexpectedly, they had still turned into zombies and had been waiting there all along. What a deep-seated hatred this must be. Huang Jianye skillfully utilized the half-open door of the corridor to swiftly eliminate his foes. "Consider this a form of liberation for you," he mused. But what of the other man? As he descended the stairs, he encountered two zombies, the very same that had previously claimed the lives of a man and a woman. Just as he prepared to dispatch them, a sudden resounding thud echoed from across the way. The two zombies immediately bolted from the corridor, racing towards the source of the sound. "What is happening?" Huang Jianye pondered as he approached the entrance of the unit, only to discover that the door to the opposite building was locked, with two zombies already gathered outside. Those zombies seemed vaguely familiar. They appeared to be the same ones that had hastily descended earlier. He had yet to spot the body of the other individual. Had they fled into the adjacent building? Was that noise the sound of a door being kicked? Huang Jianye contemplated this quietly. Glancing outside, he noted that several zombies had been stirred by the commotion. Perhaps 6 or 7 wandering about. Perhaps it is best not to venture out just now, he decided. In confined spaces, he felt relatively secure, but in open areas, he risked being attacked from multiple directions. Prioritizing his safety, he resolved to seek out some sustenance to replenish his strength. Huang Jianye retreated into the corridor and began his ascent back. He remembered there were provisions at his home, though it was a considerable distance away. As he passed by the floor where 3 individuals had been following him, he decided to explore briefly, discovering their living space to be even tidier than his own. Finally, he entered Songji's residence. To his surprise, he found not much beyond a collection of paintings. Strikingly, these artworks depicted women in various poses, all devoid of clothing. Additionally, he stumbled upon several peculiar items: black tape, handcuffs, fetters, whips, candles, a hollow metal ball with holes. Goodness me, one can never judge a book by its cover. "I've really opened my eyes today," Huang Jianye exclaimed in wonder. That seemingly sunny and handsome man turned out to be so perverted. There's also a telescope? At this moment, he noticed a telescope placed on the balcony. Just from the appearance, it was a high-end item. The telescope was aimed at the multi-story building opposite. Could this pervert really have gone to the opposite side? He must have been observing for quite a while, right? What was so attractive over there? Huang Jianye felt a bit curious. He picked up the telescope and looked towards the opposite side. It was indeed a high-end product, providing a crystal clear view. Huang Jianye started from the first floor. He didn't notice anything unusual, nor did he see anyone until he reached the 4th floor. Damn, did he really run to the opposite side? The figure of Songji appeared in the lens. He was sitting on the sofa, eating something. Hell, there really was something to eat? Huang Jianye had thought this pervert was bluffing. He stared for a while longer and didn't notice any further actions from Songji. So he continued looking upwards. Huang Jianye's gaze stopped on the 5th floor. He made a new discovery. He saw a woman. He examined her carefully. This woman was stunning, with delicate features, fair skin, and a perfect figure, although she was simply dressed in just a white t-shirt and casual shorts. The same clothes might look ordinary on other women, but on her, they were exceptionally alluring. Was she the one who attracted that pervert? Indeed, she was a rare beauty. Huang Jianye swallowed hard, feeling a rush of heat in his heart. In normal times, which day would he not seek the company of a couple of women for amusement? However, after the virus outbreak, the woman he brought home turned into a zombie, and he had to kill it and discard it in the corridor. Since then, he had been trapped at home, living frugally, counting it up. He hadn't had any physical contact with a woman for 7 or 8 days. He had long been suppressing a great deal of pent-up desire. Moreover, he had never had the chance to be with a woman as exquisite as her. Those with a similar figure were not as good looking as her, and those with a comparable appearance exuded a sense of vulgarity and had far inferior figures. Huang Jianya was somewhat tempted, but upon reflection, it wasn't worth taking such a huge risk to approach her. Women were everywhere. Once you covered their faces, weren't they all the same? TSK. That pervert just now was trying to kick down her door, right? No wonder there was such a commotion. Huang Jianya saw the woman standing between the living room and the dining room, looking highly vigilant. She seemed to be holding a knife in her hand. Was it a knife? Or a sword? It was not easy to tell just by looking at the scabbard. On the woman's left, at the entrance hall, 2 sofas were jammed together, blocking the door tightly. He couldn't even kick the door open. What a useless fellow. Huang Jianya sneered in disdain. Wait a minute. What was that? Soon, his expression changed from surprise to delight. On the 2 sofas, he discovered a large quantity of food and water. Bags of rice and flour were neatly stacked on the sofas, and there were also boxes of drinks and water. With so many supplies, for just this one woman, it would last at least half a year. And this was just what he could see. What he couldn't see would surely be even more. Damn it. I said that pervert wouldn't take such a big risk just for a woman. A greedy look emerged on Huang Jianya's face. However, how should he get in? He wasn't like that pervert who had a key. Huang Jianya scrutinized the building opposite with care. The windows on the first floor were welded with security grills. Ordinarily, with the use of tools, he could easily pry them open. But at present, there were zombies posing a threat outside, and he had no tools at hand. He couldn't make too much noise. Did he have to climb up to the 3rd floor? There were no security windows there. Huang Jianya pondered to himself. Meanwhile, Chen Fong on the opposite side was unaware that someone was observing her. She even started to have thoughts of her own. All she knew was that she wasn't safe at the moment. There was a scoundrel outside who might break through the window at any time. Earlier, upon hearing a scream coming from the corridor opposite, she merely took a subconscious look. Little did she expect to see a person rush from the opposite side to the building where she was and enter it smoothly. At that moment, she became alert. Han Yang had told her that if anyone intruded into this building, regardless of who they were, she should ignore everything and block the door first. So she immediately pushed the sofa in front of the door, firmly wedging it. Chapter 61. A man doing despicable things. Chen Fong was worried that one sofa wasn't enough. So she pushed another one, and then started placing things on it. Items like boxes of beverages, cases of water, bags of rice and flour were all shoved onto the sofas. During this time, that man indeed came to knock on the door. To her surprise, it was someone she knew of. Nanan had told her about the scoundrel's misdeeds, but not to mention this one-sided acquaintance. Even if it were an acquaintance, she couldn't open the door, unless it was a relative or family member. But here, where could she find her relatives or family members? The only one was lying downstairs. Moreover, when he sought help back then, Han Yang didn't respond, and it's likely that there was a grudge in his heart. Sure enough, the man outside soon revealed his true colors. He started cursing loudly. Chen Fong ignored him and continued to move things on her own. In a fit of rage, the man began to kick the door. Chen Fong felt extremely fortunate. Fortunately, everything had been anticipated by Han Yang in advance. Next, it was the window. There was no immediate solution for this. If there were tools, actually, the window could have been sealed with wooden boards in advance. This was all the experience from Han Yang's previous life, which he told Chen Fong. Now that she had no tools, she could only rely on herself. She opened all the curtains and locked the windows from the inside. Then she stood in the very center of the room, where she could keep an eye on the living room balcony window and the master bedroom window on the same side simultaneously. Turning around, she could also see the windows of the secondary bedroom and the kitchen. If the other party really intended to break through the window, there would surely be a relatively loud noise. This would give her some reaction time. Chen Fong tightly gripped the scabbard in her hand. She could only pray that the other party wouldn't think of this method. Song Ji touched his bulging belly and took a sip of water. He looked at the empty dog food bag beside him and savored it for a moment. Unexpectedly, he thought the taste was not bad. Bah, what was good about it? That was dog food. No, wouldn't saying that be cursing himself too. Damn it, it was all that woman's fault. Song Ji cursed, then stood up. It was time to deal with that woman. Once I capture it, I shall certainly have some fun. He first searched the room for a bed sheet, then removed the curtains, before taking the mop handle and making his way to the corridor. The local dog remained stationed at the entrance, baring its teeth and barking ferociously upon seeing him. For the moment, Songji chose to ignore it, wielding the mop handle to chase it away before ascending to the 6th floor. Entering the woman's residence through the door was no longer a viable option. He could only breach it through the window. Given the advantageous height, it would be most effective to descend from above. Thus, He faced two choices: either enter one of the apartments on the 6th floor and utilize their window to descend, or ascend to the rooftop and then make his way down. Previously, Song-ji meticulously examined the door on the 4th floor. He discovered that the bedroom door opened inward, making it relatively easy to kick it open from the outside. However, the security door swung outward, presenting a challenge. Not only was there a lock to contend with, but the door frame also obstructed any attempt to force it open. Unless one possessed sufficient strength to crush the frame, any effort would be futile. Glancing at his leg, he felt a dull ache from where the dog had bitten him. Perhaps it would be wiser to head to the rooftop instead. There were no stairs leading beyond the 6th floor, but between the two doors, a rudimentary ladder made of rebar had been embedded in the wall. Above the ladder, an opening approximately 80 centimeters wide was covered by a sliding metal lid, designed to prevent rainwater from seeping in. Song-ji first secured the curtains and bed sheet, wrapping one end of the sheet around himself before laboriously climbing the ladder. On one side of the metal lid, a piece of wire was wrapped around the nearest rebar ladder for reinforcement, preventing the lid from being blown open by the wind. Song-ji unfurled the coiled iron wire and gave a forceful push. The iron sheet cover glided open along the pulley track, revealing the clear sky. He scrambled nimbly, quickly scaling up to the roof by stepping on the last section of steel bar. Rip! The sound of his clothes being torn echoed. Song-ji felt something tug at him. He turned around and saw that the iron sheet cover had slid back a short distance along the pulley track. Presumably, the construction workers had deliberately designed it with one end lower for automatic return. This caused the iron wire on the cover to spring back as well, hooking onto his clothes. Coupled with his inattentiveness and the excessive force when emerging from the wellhead, his clothes were torn. Song-ji inspected and found only a small tear less than 1 centimeter long. Fortunately, the bedsheet wrapped around him had deflected the wire, preventing more damage. Paying it no heed, he turned around, grabbed the bedsheet on his body, and hauled up the curtain below. Then he began to search for the location of 601. Soon, he determined the direction by identifying his own building. Having observed for several hours each day, he was all too familiar with it. Subsequently, he made a circuit around and found that only the position of the second bedroom of the building right opposite his, the very building he was standing on, was most suitable. This was because only here was there a suitable fixture for tying. It was a solar water heater belonging to someone unknown, relatively close to the second bedroom. Song-ji tied one end of the bedsheet to the bracket of the solar water heater and tugged vigorously. It was firmly fixed. With the solar water heater remaining motionless, he felt reassured. Once again, he made sure that the bedsheet and the curtain were tightly bound. Song-ji then tied the other end of the curtain around his waist. Thus, even if he were to lose strength or fail to grip securely, he would not plummet. Everything was ready. Song-ji grasped the makeshift rope fashioned from bed sheets and began to retreat slowly. Although he had never engaged in rock climbing or rappelling, he had at least witnessed the motions before. Upon reaching the edge of the eaves, he emulated a technique he had observed in videos. He pressed his feet against the wall, entwined his hands around the sheets, and gradually relaxed, inching downward. Though his progress was painstakingly slow, less than a meter in a minute, his execution was commendably safe and methodical. Huang Janya, observing Song-ji's tortoise-like movements, felt an urge to chuckle. However, upon reflection, he acknowledged that it was quite impressive for an ordinary person to manage such a feat. Moreover, the meticulous nature of this eccentric plan, involving entry through a broken window, was noteworthy. Yet, the woman inside appeared to be no simple adversary. She seemed to have been on guard for some time. Chen Fong, hearing commotion from above, discerned the sounds of shoes scraping against the wall and glass. Quickly identifying their source, Song-ji, too, wished to minimize the noise, but he found himself unable to control his own movements. Time passed slowly. Huang Janya was nearly dozing off by the time Song-ji finally climbed to the 5th floor, standing atop the windowsill. At that moment, Song-ji was drenched in sweat and his arms felt weak. "I've finally made it," he thought, preparing to extract his tools to break the window. However, when he looked down, he was startled to discover a woman inside, arms crossed, silently observing him. Oh no, he panicked momentarily. But soon he reassured himself. It's just a woman. Song-ji quickly regained his composure. If he were a man, he would undoubtedly be filled with trepidations, perhaps even deterred from entertaining the thought of breaking in through the window. Yet for a woman. Chapter 62. Ridiculous. Song-ji produced a small hammer he always carried with him. It was one of the only 2 tools he could take along. He usually used it to secure canvases, the other being a utility knife. Just as he was about to shatter the glass, The woman inside finally stirred. She stepped closer and opened the window from within. Song-ji was momentarily taken aback, but then elation surged within him. "You've shown some sense." However, in the next instant, his smile froze in place. The woman produced a long knife seemingly from thin air. The hilt was crimson, the blade elongated and straight, single-edged, tapering to a point reminiscent of a sword. The knife gleamed with the distinctive luster of metal, clearly a genuine weapon. Yet, it remained uncertain whether the blade was sharpened or dull. A flicker of panic crossed Song-ji's face. He certainly did not wish to test that. Miss, I'm feeling a bit hungry and came over to ask for something to eat or drink. Would that be all right?" Chen Fong regarded him with an expression of incredulity. "Truly. Miss, I also wish to apologize. My earlier behavior was inappropriate, and I should not have shouted or kicked the door." Song-ji donned a sincere smile. A tactic that had always served him well with women. Chen Fong remained silent, instead aiming the sword at him with deliberate precision. Then, with a forceful thrust, Song-ji instinctively sidestepped. Although he successfully evaded Chen Fong's lunge, he momentarily forgot that he was perched on the windowsill, with his feet suspended in midair. He lost his balance, his body beginning to topple backward. Song-ji was shouting in panic, but fortunately, he was firmly grasping the curtain, preventing himself from falling. His body was nearly in a prone position. At that moment, the perspectives of Chen Fong and Song-ji exchanged, with Chen Fong looking down at him. Song-ji noticed Chen Fong gazing intently at the curtain that was suspending him, her eyes seemingly illuminated with a glimmer of thought. A chill crept into his heart. This vile woman, surely she wouldn't tea. Chen Fong responded with action. She brandished a tang knife, directing it towards the curtain, and began to cut. "What the hell? No, fair lady, don't. This is wrong. What you are doing is tantamount to murder, and it is illegal." Chen Fong paid him no heed, resolutely continuing her task. Song-ji was terrified. They were on the 5th floor. If he fell, he would either die or be severely injured. Moreover, there were zombies lurking below. Damn it. Gritting his teeth, Song-ji quickly kicked downwards and lowered his hands to the curtain, swiftly reaching the 4th floor level. Standing on the ledge of the 4th floor, he finally exhaled in relief. "You wretched wench, just wait. I will catch you eventually, and when that time comes, I shall make you pay." After cursing, Song-ji noticed the window on the 4th floor was ajar, and he prepared to kick open the screen to enter. Yet, before he could act, a figure emerged from the shadows within. It was another woman, an enchanting one at that. She was clad in a cosplay outfit resembling the protagonist from Nier Automata, wielding a white long knife, advancing slowly towards him. Her blood-red eyes fixated on Song-ji, brimming with a ravenous thirst for blood. "Master, commands, hunger." Song-ji was stupefied. He had forgotten all about this. In a state of sheer terror, he cried out, "Please, don't come any closer." As Song-ji shouted, he instinctively retreated. This time, he completely lost his footing and plummeted downwards with a sudden thud. The curtain snapped taut, leaving him suspended in midair before he violently collided with the wall. His face struck the surface directly, and due to the force of inertia, he scraped against it, leaving him bloodied and battered. With a pain scream, Song-ji cried out, his tears and mucus mingling with blood, smearing his face in a grotesque manner. But the ordeal was far from over. The force of his fall was so immense that a tearing sound echoed through the air, suggesting something had been torn apart. Song-ji's body descended slightly once more. Above, Chen Fong gazed at the fabric rope with curiosity. How was it possible that the gap she had painstakingly cut moments ago had not opened further? What had caused the tearing sound just now? Unbeknownst to them, on the roof above, at the point where the fabric rope met the eaves, an exceedingly small tear had been created by a piece of wire. As Song-ji gradually descended, this tear had widened. Suddenly, subjected to the weight of his fall, the fabric could no longer bear the strain and tore apart, losing more than 2/3 of its integrity, leaving only a slender remnant. With Song-ji's frantic struggles, this remaining thread began to fray and rip. Face down, his trembling hands gingerly touched his own features. My nose, my face, he thought, only to feel an abrupt loosening around his waist as the constricting grip vanished. He felt weightless as he continued to fall, the ground rushing toward him. A decaying corpse, exuding a foul stench, came into view. Then, with a resounding thud, darkness enveloped him, and he lost all sense of feeling. As Chen Fong listened to the fading cries, she glanced outside. Song-ji lay face down on the ground, blood pooling around him. The commotion attracted the surrounding zombies, who rushed towards him and began to gnaw at his body. Chen Fong exhaled, feeling the danger dissipate. Unable to bear the sight any longer, she drew the curtains. Meanwhile, In the building across, Huang Jianya set down his binoculars, chuckling to himself. It seemed that fortune favored the unprepared. He had just stumbled upon the key. He was certain that the pervert must possess it. If not, it mattered little. He could still climb up. As for the zombies, he dismissed them entirely. However, it was getting late, and by the time he dealt with the zombies, night would have fallen. Huang Jianya cast a glance at the setting sun, deeming today's venture too perilous. Better to wait until tomorrow. Yet, he was taken aback to discover a woman on the 4th floor, and she was rather appealing. Now he had something to look forward to, he thought with a smirk. Chapter 63. Sasha's abilities. Han Yang and Nan Nan pressed on through the night, returning to the Qingbei district in less than 2 hours. After departing from the coastal highway, Nan Nan's small motorcycle became impractical. The frequent use of sidewalks made for a bumpy ride, creating considerable noise that easily attracted zombies. Unable to maintain speed, they ultimately abandoned the motorcycle and resumed on foot. Before long, they arrived at the lingerie shop where they had once taken shelter. Nan Nan glanced at the nearby police station and asked, "Brother Han, should we take a look inside?" "Never mind, we need to hurry," she continued. "Moreover, I'm starting to sense Sasha. If I'm not mistaken, she should have awakened." "Really?" Nan Nan exclaimed with great excitement, although she was still uncertain, merely sensing something. After all, the distance was still quite considerable. Han Yang closed his eyes to focus. They were approximately 7 or 8 kilometers away from Qinfang. At this distance, he could only vaguely sense her condition. To exert effective control, they needed to be within 5 kilometers. "Let us hurry." Nan Nan's enthusiasm surged immediately. The two of them sprinted onward, and after nearly an hour, they arrived at the entrance of Nan Nan's school. "I can sense her." Han Yang suddenly halted. "What do you sense?" "Sha has indeed awakened. I can sense her abilities." They were now less than 2 kilometers from her home, which was also the limit of Han Yang's ability to simulate. When he had entered the 5-kilometer range earlier, he had already detected a change in Sha's physical condition. However, the mutation in zombies was unlike that in humans. Some might not awaken abilities and merely enhance their physical strength, becoming more grotesque. At that time, Han Yang was unable to sense any abilities, thus could not confirm whether she had awakened. But now, it was beyond doubt. "Let me see what her ability is." The two hid in a corner. Han Yang dispelled Nan Nan's shadow and attempted to simulate Sha's abilities. The flow of energy within Sha was different from that of the others. While Nan Nan's energy primarily circulated through her limbs, the female zombies flowed around her eyes and ears. Qing's was the most enigmatic. Centered in the perilous neural pathways of her brain, Qinlan's energy was concentrated around her kidneys. The locations, pathways, and methods of their energy utilization seemed to determine the manifestation of their powers. Han Yang had contemplated whether, by recording the operational patterns of their energy and then replicating them, he could acquire their extraordinary abilities. He had also made attempts, yet regrettably, he failed. It wasn't that replication was impossible, rather, it was overly intricate. He relied entirely on the automatic simulation of the consciousness seed. When he consciously tried to memorize, he realized how convoluted the paths related to each ability were. Moreover, he lacked the relevant knowledge reserve of human meridians and acupoints. In the end, he could only reluctantly give up. The fool-proof simulation was the most convenient. With merely a thought, the energy within his body would immediately follow Sha's energy and start filling his skin. This ability seemed rather familiar. Han Yang opened his eyes, somewhat pleasantly surprised. "Nan, cut me with a knife." "Ah, are you all right, big brother Han?" Nan touched his head. Could it be that Sha's ability was to make people stupid? "What are you talking about?" "I'm testing an ability. Scratch me with a knife." "Oh, I see." Nan took out the short knife she carried with her. It was taken from Qing at that time. "Then I'll scratch." Nan confirmed again, seeing Han Yang nod. She then scratched his outstretched arm with the knife. Nan felt as if she were scratching cowhide. The sharp blade only left a shallow mark on his skin. "Huh? You're okay. What kind of ability is this?" "It seems I've heard of it somewhere." It was that Zhu Haoming who had fled. He had a similar ability. Han Yang reminded her. Nan suddenly understood. "Big brother Han, you mean the defensive type superpower you mentioned?" "Indeed. It seems that Sha has also awakened a similar ability. Her skin has become extremely resilient, and ordinary swords, blades, as well as the scratches and bites of zombies can't break through her defense." "That's wonderful. However, I'm not sure if Sha has regained her sanity." "Presumably not." Han Yang paused. "After I connected with Sha again, I didn't sense the same resistance as this female zombie." He pointed to the mutated female zombie beside him. "Well, Nanan was a bit disappointed. Anyway, it's a good thing that she can awaken and advance. Maybe if we give Sha more zombie cores and she advances again, there will be a change. Han Yang consoled. Yes, Brother Han, let's hurry up. I can't wait to go back. There's no need to rush. Now that we've confirmed that both Sha and Qin Feng are fine, let's finish the preparatory work first. Han Yang switched back to Nanan's ability. Let's go find Qingqing first and get her ready. Then clear the entrance of the community and find a vehicle. In that case, why don't we split up? I'll go find Sister Qingqing, and you go back to the community. That works. This way, the efficiency will be higher. It's not too late now. We can still sleep tonight and set off earlier tomorrow. The two reached an agreement and separated. Nanan sneaked into the school. Han Yang, on the other hand, led the mutated female zombie and continued walking back, constantly keeping an eye out for nearby vehicles. To load the weapons from Qingqing's house, we can only find a freight car. And for safety reasons, it has to be a van to prevent zombies from hurting the people in the car. There were quite a few freight cars on the road, but none of them were satisfactory. It was either that the vehicle was damaged or there was an excessive amount of goods at the rear. He even saw a truckload of snacks, which made him tempted to drive it away. This actually reminded him that once he returned to Jinsha Island and settled down when collecting supplies, the trucks on the road would also be a good option. As he passed the nearest intersection, a vehicle in front of the bank on the roadside caught his eye. Chapter 64, Slaughtering All-Around Armored Transport Vehicle. Han Yang walked up to the vehicle and found that the car door was wide open, and the driver had disappeared somewhere. The door of the rear box was also open. This must have been when the virus broke out suddenly while transporting banknotes to the ATM. There was only an ATM here, no counter, and Han Yang quickly understood what had happened. He peeked inside the vehicle, and to his delight, the key was still there. He examined the vehicle carefully. The body was over 5 meters in length, nearly 2 meters in width, and about the same in height. Besides the driver's seat in the front row, 2 more people could sit in the passenger seat. And there was another row of seats behind the driver's seat, where 3 people could sit comfortably, and even 4 could squeeze in. There was also a firing port on the glass of the middle door in the second row. Further back was the box made of refined steel. The entire box was an integrated whole, besides the rear door. There was only a small door on the far right of the second row seats through which one could enter. The more Han Yang looked at it, the more he liked it. You're the one. Bullet-proof glass, thickened vehicle body, not to mention zombies. Even bullets couldn't penetrate it. Subsequently, he entered the rear box, placed the long gun inside to test, and found that it couldn't fit either horizontally or vertically, but it fit perfectly diagonally. Not bad, just right. Han Yang nodded with satisfaction. Thus, there was no longer any worry about not being able to accommodate Qingqing's weapons. After all, she didn't have many weapons that exceeded 2 meters in length. If there really wasn't enough space, one could open the small door in the trunk leading to the second row seats. In this way, one end of the weapon could be placed in the trunk while the other end extended to the second row. The long spear was left where it was, and then all the doors were closed. Han Yang took his seat in the driver's position, had the female zombie sit in the passenger seat, and attempted to start the car. Amidst the buzzing sound, the vehicle started successfully. Roar. Upon seeing the light and hearing the sound, the nearby zombies immediately became restless and lunged towards the car at once. Han Yang paid them no heed and instead turned the vehicle around. Bang, bang, bang as he ran over several obstructive zombies. Han Yang drove the vehicle onto the main road. Then, he instantly activated Sha's ability, grabbed 2 short hammers obtained from Qingqing, and got out of the car. The zombies, upon seeing a living being, immediately rushed over with claws and teeth bared. Han Yang showed no sign of fear, not to mention the anti-stab suit and bulletproof vest he was wearing. Just Sha's defensive power type ability ensured that he needn't worry about being scratched. Han Yang brandished the short hammers and smashed them towards the head of the nearest zombie. Bang! Amidst the dull sound, the zombie's head caved in like a rubber ball, and due to the great force, the corpse was smashed aside. Han Yang's other hand was also busy, striking at another zombie. Bang! Bang! Han Yang wielded the short hammers, one in each hand, the combined weight of over 30 odd caddies seemingly non-existent as he swung them with a whistling sound. Every zombie that approached him was struck on the head with a fatal blow. Occasionally, those that managed to slip through couldn't even scratch his anti-stab suit, let alone his strengthened skin. Swiftly, the ground around him was strewn with corpses, and his body was splattered with large patches of soiled, dark blood and white brain matter. Is that all? Damn, this is so exhilarating. Han Yang forcefully brandished the short hammer in his hand, his face beaming with excitement. It really has to be the defensive-type superpower. Just go for it. This wild rampage had allowed him to experience an unprecedented thrill and pleasure. Whether in his past life or this present one, Han Yang had always been rather cautious, feeling somewhat pent up inside. He had always dreamed of one day being able to fight valiantly like a berserker. And now it had come true. However, there was one drawback. Han Yang glanced at his clothes. It gets dirty so easily. And this is only possible for now. In 2 months, there will be more and more mutated zombies on the road, among which there are some with formidable attacks. By then, his meager defense won't be sufficient. He really has to enhance his abilities rapidly. Once I reach the 3rd order, Shasha can then advance to the 2nd order. And her defensive power will increase significantly again. So he still has to keep collecting zombie cores. Seeing that no more zombies were approaching, Han Yang started to crack open the skulls to extract the cores. Huh? Is this a banknote transporter? Soon, he discovered the body of a banknote transporter among the pile of corpses. What a pity, there's no gun. Han Yang rummaged through, but didn't find the gun that the banknote transporter usually carried. Instead, he found the key to the armored vehicle door. Not bad, not bad. Although I could pry it open, having the key makes things much more convenient. Han Yang happily put it away and continued to collect zombie cores. The previous wave consisted of over a dozen zombies, and in the end, they had contributed 4 zombie cores to him. Han Yang maneuvered the obstructive corpse aside to ensure it would not hinder his passage, then re-entered the vehicle, steering it towards the community. The stretch of road leading to the entrance was heavily congested, yet Han Yang adeptly followed his premeditated route, eventually arriving at the sidewalk. Amidst the jolting ride, he successfully reached the entrance of the community. During this brief journey, several zombies trailed behind his car, drawn to it. Upon parking, he exited the vehicle and swiftly eliminated the undead, procuring 2 cores in the process. The next task was to clear the path at the community entrance. Chapter 65. The Master Han Yang entered the community, having previously surveyed the area, and proceeded directly to a vehicle obstructing the entrance. Utilizing his formidable strength, he began to push it backward with ease. The vehicles were primarily compact cars or SUVs, and as long as they were neither braked nor irreparably damaged, they were relatively simple to maneuver. Hey, Han, I saw numerous corpses along the way. Did you dispose of them? At that moment, Nan Nan appeared like a specter, silently emerging from the shadows. Indeed, but why did it take you so long? Had it not been for the mental tether connecting us, allowing me to sense your location, I would have been quite startled. I assisted Sister Qingqing in moving all the weapons to the 1st floor, ensuring a smoother loading process tomorrow. Excellent. You are quite thoughtful. I have finished here as well. Let us return, and I shall show you the vehicle I found. Han Yang grasped Nan Nan's small hand and led her to the car. An armed transport vehicle? Quite impressive. Let us board. There are so many seats inside. It will be perfectly accommodating. Nan Nan counted on her fingers. Han Yang thought to himself, indeed, the mutated female zombies, Qingqing, Shasha, Nan Nan, Chen Fong, combined with himself made 4 humans and 2 zombies, a perfect match. The thought of Chen Fong stirred something within Han Yang. By fulfilling his promise, could he not then act with abandon today? As they drove into the community, they spotted several zombies swaying at the entrance from afar. Why were there so many zombies at the door? Something must have occurred. Han Yang remained unfazed. He could sense that Chen Fong was upstairs and in good condition. Let us leave the car here and proceed to eliminate the zombies. Han Yang parked and locked the vehicle. Then he and Nan Nan hurried downstairs. This time, Han Yang utilized Shasha's abilities, causing the zombies to immediately lunge at him upon hearing the commotion. Be careful, Han Yang cautioned Nan Nan, as he brandished his short hammer and charged into the throng of zombies, delivering a crushing blow to each, their heads flying. Nan Nan watched in astonishment. This was not merely zombie slaying. It resembled smashing watermelons. Once Han Yang finished, Nan Nan managed to take down a lone escapee. Brother Han, you are amazing. I want to do that too. Don't be envious. You are even more formidable. Countless people admire your abilities. But I can't kill zombies as swiftly. Nan Nan pouted. Our roles differ. You are an assassin, while I am a warrior. As Han Yang spoke, he searched for zombie cores, casually piling the useless corpses aside. There lay the remains he had previously accumulated, the very place where Su Zhangping's body had contributed to the growth of the Yin corpse grass. He wondered if any Yin corpse grass would sprout again. Han Yang took a look and didn't find any more Yin corpse grass. Nor did he notice a new corpse lying there. Somewhat regretfully, he and Nan Nan opened the unit door and started walking upstairs. Woof, woof. Before they reached the door, the little mongrel dog ran out cheerfully and began to circle around Nan Nan. "Ah, little Huang." Nan Nan picked up the dog, her face beaming with joy. "Have you been good these 2 days?" "Woof, woof." The little dog barked twice, wriggled to jump down, and ran into the house. What's wrong? Let's go in and have a look." The two entered Nanan's house and saw the little dog circling around a bag. "Did you finish a whole bag of dog food?" "That was your rations for 3 days." Nanan looked completely bewildered. A big foodie had raised a little foodie, and the first thing it did when coming home was to look for food. Han Yang found it rather amusing. I'm not a foodie," Nanan retorted discontentedly. Then she glared at little Huang. "I left you so much, yet you ate it all up. I'm going to starve you for half a day, no, a whole day?" After saying that, Nanan ignored it and turned to check on Sha. Little Huang squatted there, whining innocently twice, and looked at Han Yang. Your owner won't feed you. Looking at me won't help," Han Yang said as he followed Nan towards the second bedroom. The door of the second bedroom opened, and Sha was still standing there quietly. The moment Nan stepped into the bedroom, Sha suddenly turned around. When she saw Han Yang, her tightly closed mouth suddenly opened, and a word came out. "Hungry." "Huh." Nan was stunned for a moment. She turned her head to seek Han Yang's confirmation. Sha just spoke, right? Han Yang was also somewhat bewildered. It seems so. Immediately, Nan's face lit up with excitement as she ran to Sha. Sha, what did you just say? Have you regained your memory? Do you still recognize me?" Sha maintained her expressionless demeanor, glanced at Nan, and spoke again. Sha, hungry. This time. The two heard her clearly. "Hungry? I still have some corpse cores." Nan hurriedly retrieved 2 corpse cores from her pocket and offered one to her. The hard corpse core entered Shasha's mouth, dissolving swiftly like candy. "Sha, do you still recognize me?" Nan looked at her with eager anticipation. However, Sha fell silent, no longer speaking. Hope transformed into disappointment. Nan whispered, "I am Nan. We grew up together." Nan's eyes sparkled with joy as she glanced at Sha and then at Han Yang. "Brother Han, did Sha just call me?" "Indeed." Han Yang exhaled deeply. This was the first time he had encountered such a situation. A zombie could actually speak and even retain memories? "Master." At that moment, Sha turned to Han Yang, uttering words that left both of them stunned. "What did you call him?" Nan thought she must have misheard. Nan. Sha looked at Nan and called her name, then turned her gaze back to Han Yang. "Master." This time, they heard her loud and clear. Nan stared at Han Yang in disbelief. "Brother Han, what have you done to Sha?" I don't know either. I'm just as confused." Han Yang looked innocent. Chapter 66. Commitment before his departure. Han Yang had subtly suggested to Sasha that she should not leave the room. As for earlier, it seemed that the very first time he beheld Sasha in her cosplay attire, he had mused about how delightful it would be if she were not a zombie, allowing them to engage in some beneficial physical activities together. Could it be that certain thoughts had unwittingly been implied back then? This is something he could never admit. Han Yang maintained his composure. Nan cast him a suspicious glance, and upon realizing he genuinely did not know, she attributed it to the possible influence of the contract. "Sasha, he is Han Yang, not Master." Nan corrected Sasha. "Han Yang, Master." Nan attempted several times to amend her words, but grew increasingly frustrated as she found herself unable to do so, her gaze at Han Yang becoming progressively perilous. "Well then, since Sasha seems to be fine and has regained a semblance of her senses, I shall take my leave upstairs." Go ahead." Nan, sensing his irritation and suspecting he might be up to mischief, thought it better that he leave. Han Yang turned and exited the room, feeling a sense of relief wash over him. He had not anticipated that the evolution of zombies following the contract would yield such changes. Not only did they exhibit a semblance of awareness, but they also showed no excessive resistance to his commands. Unlike the wild, mutated zombies, they were far easier to control. As he acquired more cores, he could potentially cultivate a batch of zombies to observe whether this was a common phenomenon or if Sasha was indeed an anomaly. Lost in thought, Han Yang ascended to the 5th floor and retrieved his key to unlock the door. As the door swung open, he was momentarily taken aback by the sight before him, a wall constructed of beverages and water, along with bags of rice and flour, and a sofa. Yet, he quickly regained his composure. Someone had indeed visited. This was the method he had instructed Chen Fong to employ should anyone intrude upon their building. No wonder there were so many zombies downstairs. At that moment, upon hearing the sound of the door, Chen Fong emerged, holding a flashlight. Upon seeing Han Yang, she froze in place, covering her mouth, her face alight with surprise. You're back? I've returned. Chen Fong dashed forward, yearning to embrace Han Yang, but was halted by the sofa blocking her path. I'll tidy up right away. In a flurry, she grasped the beverages, attempting to clear a space for Han Yang to enter. There's no need to rush. Han Yang gently reassured her. I have come back to take you away. If you do not leave, I shall not go anywhere. Chen Fong took a moment to compose herself. Has anyone come by? Han Yang began to move the drinks into the hallway, reasoning that they would be leaving the next day, so it mattered little where they were placed. The scoundrel who had sought help from across the way. I'm fine. He couldn't get in and ultimately fell to his demise outside. Chen Fong recounted the events succinctly, and together they swiftly cleared the entrance. I'm relieved to hear you are safe. Once the door was closed, Han Yang's words were cut short as Chen Fong embraced him, silencing him with her lips. After a prolonged moment, they finally parted. Han Yang gazed at Chen Fong's slightly flushed face, his heart brimming with joy. However, the matter at hand was of utmost importance. He had not forgotten Chen Fong's promise. However, before that, please help me change my clothes. I cannot feel your body through the bulletproof vest. Upon hearing this, Chen Fong adeptly assisted Han Yang in removing his gear piece by piece, the bulletproof vest, the handgun. Are you two robbing the station? Initially, Chen Fong paid little attention, but gradually her astonishment grew. Lacking the night vision capabilities of Han Yang and Nan Nan, she only realized the nature of the items after handling them. We are upholding justice. Han Yang briefly recounted the events at the station. There. I have brought you a gift. Once the gear was removed, Han Yang felt a refreshing coolness envelop him. He turned and retrieved a police water bottle from the side pocket of his backpack to show Chen Fong. Inshirkai. Chen Fong exclaimed in surprise. Is this for me? She looked at Han Yang, her beautiful eyes filled with delight and indescribable affection. Indeed, it is for you. Han Yang handed her the water bottle. It has already sprouted a fourth leaf. As for awakening your abilities, that is no longer a concern. Chen Fong accepted the water bottle, wanting to say something. Yet, the words remained unspoken. Well, no need to say anything. I will go clean myself up first, and then wait for me in the room. On the 10th day of the apocalypse, Chen Fong and Han Yang rose early to engage in physical training. Afterwards, Chen Fong donned her favorite shorts, striding into the kitchen with her slender, fair legs to prepare breakfast. Today, she intended to make enough for several people in anticipation of her possible awakening. Han Yang gazed at her graceful figure, unable to contain his admiration. She excels in both the hall and the kitchen. What more could one desire? If only Nan Nan could be as obedient and cooperative. Though her foundation is solid, she has seldom practiced the dance movements. She must seize the opportunity to try. Some individuals simply do not heed admonitions. As Han Yang thought of Nan Nan, he noticed her darting up the stairs. He opened the door in advance. And as Nan Nan entered, she paid him no mind, heading straight to the kitchen. In contrast, the little dog barked at him twice. Sister Fong, I've missed you dearly. In the kitchen, Nan Nan embraced Chen Fong tightly. Chen Fong set aside her tasks to return the embrace. Do you miss me, or do you miss my cooking? I miss both. Chen Fong smiled warmly. All right, don't disturb me while I cook. It will be ready soon. Okay, I'll wait for you outside. Nan Nan cheerfully exited the kitchen, only to pout upon seeing Han Yang, letting out a huff. What's wrong? Han Yang asked, bewildered. Could it be that Chen Fong's exuberance from yesterday had reached her ears? You must have done something to Sha Sha. Nan Nan retorted indignantly. Last night, she had shared a bed with Sha Sha, trying for ages to correct her, but to no avail. Han Yang wiped the sweat from his forehead, wondering what was amiss. Chapter 67, Chen Fong's Awakening. By the way, do you know what became of that scoundrel across the way? Han Yang shifted the topic. Nan Nan's curiosity was piqued. He then recounted what Chen Fong had said yesterday. He actually tried to bully Sister Fong? Humph. Evil begets evil. He deserves what he gets. I never thought he would have the audacity to venture downstairs. The elevator in their building is out of service, and the stairwell must be teeming with zombies. Moreover, it remains a mystery where the key to the unit's entrance was procured. Perhaps it was obtained from the lifeless body of one of our neighbors who exited the building. Nan Nan's logic is undeniably lucid. This seems to be the only plausible explanation. After a brief conversation, Chen Fong completed the meal. Nan Nan assisted in bringing the dishes to the table. The three did not begin to eat immediately. Instead, they all fixed their gaze upon Chen Fong. In response, she produced a pair of scissors and, emulating Han Yang's earlier actions, severed the ghostly herb from the police-issued water bottle. I shall partake. Eat, indeed. Nan Nan looked on with eager anticipation. Han Yang nodded in agreement. Observing their expressions, Chun Fong placed the entire ghostly herb into her mouth and began to chew slowly. A bitter taste spread across her palate, causing her brow to furrow. Soon, her mouth turned icy, offering her some relief. However, that bitterness swiftly intensified. Chun Fong felt as though she were consuming a concoction of bitter gourd infused with mint. She endured the sensation, forcing herself to swallow. The chill traveled down her esophagus to her stomach, instantly transforming into a blaze. The heat was intense yet not unpleasant, quickly merging with her being to create a warm current that coursed through her body. A profound hunger emanating from her very soul surged forth. Without a second thought, Chun Fong seized her bowl and chopsticks, devouring the food voraciously. What is it like? Have you experienced any changes? Nan Nan inquired eagerly as soon as Chun Fong paused. It is an astonishing sensation. Chun Fong closed her eyes to absorb the experience. An unfamiliar energy resides within me. I sense I can harness this energy for some purpose. Without the need for any prior learning, it feels instinctual, as if innate. Upon finishing her thought, Chun Fong grasped the fruit knife from the table. With a sudden motion, she cut her finger. Blood gushed forth instantaneously. Ah, Fong Jia, what are you doing? The action was so swift that Nan Nan had no time to react. Han Yang, realizing what had transpired, refrained from intervening as he was emulating Chun Fong's ability. Do not worry. Look. Han Yang urged Nan Nan to remain calm, pointing to Chun Fong's wound as he gently wiped it with a tissue. The blood was removed, revealing a pristine surface devoid of any trace of injury. Wow. Is this self-healing? Super regeneration? You've watched too much anime. Han Yang playfully tapped Nan Nan on the head. It's healing. At that moment, Chun Fong finally spoke, suppressing her almost exuberant delight. She explained to Nan Nan, I feel capable of healing some minor injuries, but for more severe ones, I can only alleviate the pain. Yay. That's wonderful. With Fong Jie around, I'll never fear injury again. Nan Nan was even more jubilant than Chun Fong. The feeling of being needed, of not being a burden, was truly delightful. Chun Fong whispered to herself. She then turned her gaze toward the remnants of the shadowy corpse grass. A strong intuition surged within her. This plant was on the brink of death, and she felt as though she might be able to save it. Without hesitation, Chun Fong grasped the watering can containing the shadowy corpse grass, placed her hands upon it, and activated her ability. Energy coursed through her like a flowing stream, rushing towards the remaining branches of the shadowy corpse grass. The cut surface of the plant exuded a white sap, while underground, the roots continued to grow, entwining around the significantly reduced corpse nucleus. The nucleus visibly diminished until it vanished entirely. At the junction of the roots and stems, a tender green sprout strained to break through the soil. Han Yang and Nan Nan exchanged a glance, an unspoken understanding passing between them as they observed Chun Fong's actions. A flicker of surprise danced in their eyes as they attentively watched her. They noticed her face gradually paling, and Nan Nan, filled with concern, contemplated calling a halt but feared it might jeopardize everything they had worked for. At last, Chun Fong lowered her hands, utterly exhausted, leaning back against her chair. Sister Fong, how are you? Nan Nan inquired with genuine concern. I'm fine. Chun Fong replied with a weary smile, her gaze drifting towards the corpse grass. A vibrant green shoot swayed gracefully in the air. We did it. Yet, it was Han Yang who felt the true elation. Upon confirming that the corpse grass had sprouted anew, rising from the dead, he suddenly enveloped Chun Fong in a tight embrace. Fong Fong, you are incredible. I adore you. He peppered her cheeks with kisses. Ah, stop. Nan Nan is still here, she protested, but her words were soon silenced by Han Yang's fervent affection. Chun Fong felt a delightful mix of shyness and an indescribable sense of fulfillment. This emotional gratification was intense and enduring, filling a void within her heart, calming the anxiety that had lingered for so long. In a state of mild inebriation, her peripheral vision caught sight of Nan Nan. The young girl pouted, her expression a curious blend of joy and indignation, both contradictory and amusing. Chun Fong was well aware that Nan Nan was Han Yang's official girlfriend, though the authenticity of that relationship remained uncertain. Moreover, she had hinted at her own connection with Han Yang, yet that did not grant her the liberty to act as she pleased in the presence of the rightful girlfriend. Initially, her own insecurity had driven her to develop such an intimate bond with Han Yang. However, the confidence gained through her abilities had somewhat diminished her possessiveness over his affections. After all, it's just a human-shaped massager. I can do it myself too. At this moment, she cares more about this warm family-like atmosphere. She doesn't want to ruin it. She made a forceful attempt to break free. Han Yang released her, and traces of ecstatic excitement still lingered on his face. Chen Fong gave him a meaningful look and tipped her chin in the direction of Nan Nan. Han Yang realized something was amiss and inwardly groaned. He looked at Nan Nan. Her small face was puffed up, her small mouth was pouting, and she was glaring huffily to one side. He had really gotten carried away. Damn it, anyway. It's already done. In the apocalypse, having a few more women is a perfectly normal thing. Sooner or later, this layer of paper has to be pierced. Look at Chen Fong. She is very sensible. And that Lu Li. She has nothing to do with him. Han Yang, in a fit of desperation, also suddenly hugged Nan Nan tightly. He showered kisses on her puffy face and pouting lips. This is called fair distribution, spreading favor evenly. When everyone is equally embarrassed, they'll feel more balanced in their hearts. Nan Nan struggled a couple of times but couldn't break free. Out of the corner of her eye, she glanced at Chen Fong and saw her smiling and watching the show without a trace of anger. Instead, she felt shy and quickly closed her eyes. Han Yang didn't dare to go too far. After kissing for a while, he let go of Nan Nan and immediately changed the subject. Nan Nan, you can imagine how important Fong Fong's ability is to us, can't you? Nan Nan still wanted to pretend to be angry, but upon hearing this question, she immediately thought carefully and soon became happy. Will we have an endless supply of corpse grass in the future? Can everyone awaken their abilities and even advance to the second order? Yes, this can make us safer and lead a better life in this apocalypse. Han Yang nodded. Now, Fong Fong holds greater significance than I do. I hope you can protect her on the way back to Jinsha Island Road. No problem, Fongjia, you need not worry. I shall ensure your safety on the journey. Nan Nan assured Chen Fong, patting her chest. Yes, I believe in you. Now let us continue our meal. Han Yang interjected with jest, successfully diverting attention from the earlier matter. Chen Fong regarded him with a half-smile, finally feeling a sense of relief, and picked up her chopsticks. After the earlier treatment, she had expended considerable energy and found herself hungry once more. After breakfast, Han Yang retrieved the earliest corpse grass and transferred it to Chen Fong's abilities, discovering that the remnants had completely perished. He excavated it and buried for corpse cores within. Next, he transferred the newly sprouted corpse grass from the police water bottle and applied Chen Fong's healing abilities to ensure its success. The roots of the corpse grass immediately began to absorb the cores, and the new branches and leaves swayed gently, radiating vibrant life. It's all set. Han Yang sighed with relief. Thus, they had acquired a stable source of corpse grass, which would mature in approximately 6 days, allowing one to advance to the second tier. If merely awakening an ability, it would take about 3 days. The only cost incurred was a few corpse cores. Of course, the key player remained Chen Fong. In his previous life, Han Yang had heard of healing abilities, but none were as miraculous as Chen Fong's, particularly one that could heal plants. He found it astonishing, though it could be due to his limited experience or the other's discretion. Never mind, he thought. It was time to pack up. Nan Nan had already returned downstairs. Han Yang specifically instructed to bring along her cosplay costumes. This earned him slightly contemptuous glances from Nan Nan and Chen Fong. Only then did Han Yang realize that those clothes belonged to Sha Sha. Before the apocalypse, Sha Sha was an uphost on Doing. She had fair skin, a beautiful face, and long legs. She was proficient in cosplay and costume, changing, attracting a large number of lecherous people. Since she could become close friends with Nan Nan, whose family owned a large mansion, Sha Sha's family naturally wasn't short of money either. She didn't intend to make money in this way. She simply enjoyed the pleasure of dressing up in various clothes and playing different characters. Nan Nan dressed Sha Sha up as the female protagonist of Nier Automata, hoping to help her regain some memories through cosplay. Last night, Nan Nan told Sha Sha a lot of things from the past. Of course, one talked while the other just listened. Although Sha Sha didn't change much, she merely recognized Nan Nan and didn't say much. However, Nan Nan was very optimistic, always feeling that the day when she would fully recover was not far off. Just as the three of them were packing their things, in Song Ji's house opposite, Huang Jianya had eaten and drunk his fill and made his final preparations. Chapter 68. Old acquaintance. Although not knowing where the zombies outside had gone, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. Huang Jianya had just observed that there were no zombies downstairs. He didn't pay much attention to it. Perhaps something had happened elsewhere last night. After all, the slightest noise could attract the zombies away. He thought this was instead an opportunity, so he immediately got equipped. He also put some small props for women from Song Ji's place into the bag behind him. Maybe they would come in handy when he subdued the two women opposite. Huang Jianye descended to the ground floor without encountering a single zombie. Stealthily, he made his way across to discover the mangled corpse of Song Ji. Suppressing his revulsion, he began to search through the remains. Soon, he unearthed a utility knife and 2 sets of keys. One set undoubtedly belonged to Song Ji's residence, while the other was likely for this building. Huang Jianye collected them and proceeded to the entrance of the unit, methodically testing each key. It wasn't long before he heard a satisfying click as the lock disengaged. He cautiously opened the door, ensuring to close it quietly behind him, minimizing any noise. He ascended the staircase in silence. Based on his observations from the previous day, the woman on the 5th floor was overly vigilant, having barred Song Ji from entering. In contrast, the woman on the 4th floor. Given that Song Ji had spent time on the 4th floor and managed to reach the rooftop safely, the threat she posed seemed minimal. Huang Jianye had only caught a fleeting glimpse yesterday. Zombies were averse to sunlight, typically lingering near the bedroom door where the rays could not reach, rendering them invisible from the outside. Thus, neither Song Ji nor Huang Jianye had noticed her presence. Had it not been for Song Ji's fall yesterday, during which he had seen the woman briefly, Huang Jianye would have remained oblivious to her existence on the 4th floor. This morning, his observations did not reveal Nan Nan or Han Yang, as Nan Nan had already ascended to the 5th floor for a meal. Additionally, Chun Fang's habitual closing of the curtains left little opportunity for observation. Upon reaching the 4th floor, Huang Jianye spotted a woman tidying her clothes. Mistaking her for the woman he had seen the previous day. "Who are you? How did you get in?" Nan Nan inquired. Her vigilance heightened as she scrutinized the unfamiliar figure before her, particularly noting the baseball bat in his hand. The upper part, painted in hues of red, white, and black, bore a thick layer. Having encountered zombies before, she quickly deduced the nature of those colors. Instantly, she grasped the knife at hand. "No need to be alarmed. I reside in the building opposite. I merely wish to inquire if you have any food left. I've exhausted my supplies." Huang Jianye found the woman's vigilance somewhat peculiar. How had that perverted individual managed to munch on biscuits on the 4th floor without a care yesterday? Observing the exquisite craftsmanship of the Tang knife in her hand, he surmised it to be genuine and sought to reassure her. "From the opposite building? Do you know that scoundrel Song Ji?" "Song Ji? Scoundrel? I am not acquainted with him." "Wait, are you referring to that deranged painter?" Huang Jianye seemed to connect the dots and, with a visage full of indignation, exclaimed, "Damn it, we came down together yesterday. I was leading the way, while that pervert lingered behind, shirking responsibility. At the first hint of danger, he shoved me in front of the zombies to take the blow. If it weren't for my luck, I would have been devoured yesterday. Have you encountered him? Did he come to this building? Where is he now? I must slay him." Noticing the tone of Nan Nan's voice, which conveyed a profound disdain for the pervert, Huang Jianye swiftly adapted. "He's dead," Nan Nan replied nonchalantly, though she did not fully believe her own words. Nevertheless, this did clarify how Song Ji had managed to arrive here. "Dead? Truly splendid. Did you do it? That's incredibly satisfying. I must express my gratitude," Huang Jianye exclaimed, taking a couple of eager steps forward. As he approached within 2 or 3 meters of Nan Nan, he suddenly accelerated. As a former soldier, Huang Jianye had never neglected his training. Within this distance, he was confident in his ability to subdue any untrained ordinary person, especially since his opponent was a woman. Indeed, she had no time to react. With a swift motion, he executed a grappling technique, effortlessly seizing her wrist. A simple pull and twist would easily bring her under his control, allowing him to do as he pleased. "Eh?" Huang Jianye suddenly halted. He couldn't pull her? Doubting the situation, he exerted more force. Yet, she remained utterly immovable. How could this be? Huang Jianye felt bewildered, but he quickly regained his composure. If pulling wouldn't work, he would not hesitate to resort to more forceful measures. Swinging a baseball bat, he aimed to strike at the woman. Even the hardest zombie skull would not withstand 2 blows from him. Bang! The woman effortlessly blocked his attack with the sheath of her knife. "How is this possible?" Huang Jianye was utterly astounded. "I had already sensed you were no ordinary foe." Nan Nan let out a soft snort. Though Huang Jianye's movements appeared rapid, from Nan Nan's perspective, they were rather mediocre, easily deflected. As for the wrist he had grasped, Nan Nan twisted her arm, instantly reversing their positions, her fingers tightening around his grip. "It hurts. It hurts." Huang Jianye felt as if his arm were caught in a vice, a sharp pain surging through him. "Spare me. Beautiful. I concede. I, Huang Jianye, have misjudged you." He pleaded for mercy, simultaneously releasing his grip on the baseball bat. With a loud clatter, the bat fell to the ground. His freed hand feigned an attempt to pry Nanan's grip loose, hoping to persuade her to let go. However, as he approached, a sudden flash of the blade pierced towards Nanan's arm. Instinctively, she loosened her hold and stepped back. Huang Jianye promptly picked up the baseball bat from the ground and took 2 steps back. It was then that Nan noticed a utility knife had mysteriously appeared in his hand. How insidious! With no prior experience in combat, Nan was taken aback by this unexpected turn of events. Fortunately, her quick reflexes prevented her from sustaining any injuries. That foul woman possesses considerable strength. Huang Jianye glanced at the 5 indelible, bruised fingerprints on his arm, his lips twitching slightly. Damn, that hurts. Rest assured, I shall show no mercy from this moment forth. Firmly gripping the baseball bat in both hands, he lunged forward, striking downwards towards Nan with all his might. He was convinced that this woman would not withstand such a blow. Indeed, she deftly sidestepped. I was waiting for you to evade. Huang Jianye swiftly transitioned from a vertical to a horizontal swing, his movements fluid and powerful, as if wielding a mighty saber instead of a mere baseball bat. Bang! Nan instinctively blocked the strike with the sheath of her knife. However, the tremendous force caused her to stagger back 2 steps. Just as Huang Jianye was about to press his advantage, Nan appeared ready to retaliate. Suddenly, a voice rang out. I wondered why there was such a commotion downstairs. Isn't that Huang Jianye? Upon hearing this, Nan immediately sheathed her half-drawn knife. Brother Han, who are you? How do you know me? Huang Jianye was taken aback, having not noticed the unfamiliar man who had appeared at the doorway, and recognized him. Nan approached, aware that her lack of combat experience, despite her strength and speed, rendered her ill-equipped to confront him, even against zombies. Brother Han, do you know him? Nan obediently came to Han Yang's side, yet feeling somewhat resentful in her heart. She hadn't even drawn her sword yet. Once she did, she could cut him into pieces in a few strokes. Well, they could be considered acquainted. Han Yang narrowed his eyes and sized up Huang Jianye. This man had once been his friend in his previous life. He was also one of the prime culprits that led to his death in his previous life. Chapter 69, The Past and the Present. In his previous life, Han Yang met Huang Jianye at the suburban settlement. At that time, Huang Jianye was already the leader of a small team. He had several brothers working for him and held a fair amount of resources and information. Han Yang purchased a lot of supplies and news through him. For instance, the body tempering technique of Shengwan Qingqing was learned through the introduction of Huang Jianye. Later, upon learning that they were from the same community, Huang Jianye became much more enthusiastic towards him. They addressed each other as brothers on a daily basis, and Huang Jianye often informed Han Yang of some rumors, whose authenticity was uncertain. Huang Jianye had the intention of recruiting Han Yang into his team, but Han Yang refused. At that time, he was bent on using his abilities to recruit a group of subordinates loyal to himself. Why should he submit to others when he could be the leader himself? Moreover, Han Yang couldn't stand their way of doing things. However, he still maintained a relatively friendly cooperation with Huang Jianye. As the saying goes, you can know a person's face, but not their heart. It was only before his death in his previous life that Han Yang truly saw Huang Jianye's true colors. At that time, he was seeking a spiritual plant that could help him advance to the second-order superpower. This was quite common in the settlement. Everyone who knew the function of the spiritual plants was frantically searching for them. One day, when Han Yang was buying supplies, Huang Jianye secretly revealed to him the location of a linglong grass. Linglong grass. It was a spiritual plant even more potent than the incorpse grass. It is said that a mature exquisite grass can even enable a person to advance to the 3rd rank and 3rd rank superpower users. At that time, the total number of them in the entire Jinghai city was extremely scarce. Each of them was renowned far and wide, controlling an extensive sphere of influence. Possessing an immense amount of resources, countless beauties would flock to them. Power, wealth, fame, and beauties. They had almost reached the zenith, becoming the local despots in the apocalypse. Having the power to decide life and death with a single word, Han Yang's heart was instantly stirred. Not to mention Han Yang in the apocalypse. Anyone who saw the exquisite grass would fight desperately to obtain it. Han Yang knew that this matter surely wouldn't be so straightforward. Otherwise, Huang Jianye wouldn't casually tell him. Sure enough, during the subsequent conversation, Han Yang understood the reason why Huang Jianye was so generous. According to what he said, that exquisite grass was located among a group of corpses in the urban area. Nearby, several mutated zombies and even second Rank zombies were waiting for the exquisite grass to ripen. Several teams had attempted various methods to obtain it, but without exception, all had failed. Even several superpower users had met their end there. Once a superpower user is bitten and killed by a zombie, they will basically turn into a mutated zombie. This has also made the zombie group there grow larger and larger, with more and more mutated zombies, making it increasingly difficult to obtain the exquisite grass. However, for others, the seemingly insurmountable mass of corpses was a piece of cake in Han Yang's eyes. Because he didn't need to enter himself, he could control zombies. He only needed to make rational use of the controlled zombies to safely blend into the mass of corpses and seize the opportunity to obtain that spiritual plant. The prerequisite was to have sufficient visibility. Coincidentally, that spiritual plant was in a small square behind a certain building. From the heights of the building, one could distinctly observe the delicate linglong grass and the surrounding environment. Its visibility rendered it susceptible to discovery. Although Han Yang felt a surge of desire, he deemed the situation too fortuitous to act impulsively. After all, only a handful of individuals, such as Huang Jianye, were privy to his abilities. Was there an ulterior motive behind any potential disclosures? Might he seize the opportunity to exploit Han Yang's success? Such matters were shrouded in uncertainty. In the aftermath of the apocalypse, he had never shied away from contemplating the darkest aspects of human nature. For several days, Han Yang suppressed his impulses, and the atmosphere remained tranquil. Ultimately, however, he succumbed to his greed and dispatched members of his team for reconnaissance. Everything unfolded as Huang Jianye had indicated. Unable to contain his excitement any longer, Han Yang personally surveyed the area, utilizing binoculars to behold the nearly ripe linglong grass. In a state of exhilaration, he began to devise a plan of action. All proceeded smoothly. He concealed himself within the building, observing and directing the zombies to merge with the horde. Amidst the cacophony of shrieks from the mutated undead, he successfully harvested the linglong grass. Through a series of transfers among the controlled zombies, he evaded pursuit. As a precaution, Han Yang refrained from instructing the manipulated zombies to deliver the linglong grass directly to him. Instead, he directed one of them to a predetermined location while he ventured forth to retrieve it himself. Just as he was orchestrating this transfer, a group of ambushers, long concealed, launched an attack. Among them stood Huang Jianye, and leading the assault was a familiar figure, Liu Xiaowei, the foremost subordinate of Liu Tianliang, the notorious Sang Jin Tianliang, who was known as one of the few third-tier abilities users in the western suburbs of Jinghai City. Liu Xiaowei had previously approached Han Yang on multiple occasions on behalf of Liu Tianliang, all of which he had declined. The reason is quite simple. One can discern the modus operandi of this group merely by considering Liu Tianliang's nickname. Liu Xiaowei's fervent recruitment of Han Yang also hints at the underlying motivations. Han Yang could surmise the general rationale, especially given that moral depravity is most infamously associated with the trade in zombie flesh. This flesh is not to be taken literally. Rather, it refers to the exchange of bodily fluids. Who among the sane would dare to engage with a zombie? Who would not fear the risk of infection leading to zombification through such exchanges? Yet, they boldly venture forth. They specifically target the more aesthetically pleasing and well-proportioned female zombies, employing various safety measures to entertain their clientele. This endeavor is undoubtedly novel. Furthermore, in the aftermath of the apocalypse, the absence of legal and moral constraints has given rise to an abundance of perversion. Indeed, there are those who have sought out such experiences, ultimately establishing a reputation. Initially, Han Yang was incredulous until he heard first-hand accounts from those who had experienced it, one of whom was his affordable master, Zhou Laosan. Before encountering Han Yang, Zhou Laosan had frequented the West City and, upon hearing about these escapades, decided to indulge himself, later regaling others with tales of his experiences, extolling the unique flavor of zombies. Thus, when Han Yang received the initial invitation, he suspected that the other party was aware of his abilities and sought to recruit him for this particular line of work. His extraordinary powers seemed perfectly aligned with their business. Slaying zombies is a matter of survival for Han Yang. He bears no moral burden. Even killing for his own safety does not weigh heavily on his conscience. However, to engage in such grotesque manipulation of corpses is something he simply cannot bring himself to do. Therefore, without hesitation, he declined the offer. Yet, the question remains, how did Liu Xiaowei end up entangled with Huang Jianye? Han Yang found himself utterly perplexed. Due to the absence of linglong grass in his possession, Huang Jianye coerced him into surrendering it. Han Yang, under these circumstances, learned the preceding events. Lu Tianliang had been in search of individuals with abilities akin to Han Yang's. And upon first discovering Han Yang's powers, Huang Jianye promptly betrayed him. This was the reason Lu Xiaowei traveled a great distance to recruit him, only to be met with Han Yang's refusal. Consequently, the failed recruitment ignited a murderous intent from the opposing party. Observing this, Huang Jianye deemed it more advantageous to exploit Han Yang, enlisting his assistance in procuring the Linglong grass before ultimately eliminating him. Thus, he convinced Lu Xiaowei and laid a trap for Han Yang. Most of what Huang Jianye conveyed to Han Yang was indeed truthful. However, the Linglong grass had actually been discovered by Huang Jianye's subordinates, and the casualties were also his men. Upon surveying the surroundings, Huang Jianye's immediate thought was of Han Yang's abilities, believing he could secure the item without issue. As anticipated, Han Yang remained exceedingly cautious, and after obtaining the grass, he showed no urgency, not carrying it with him at all. Aware of his impending demise, Han Yang refrained from claiming the Linglong grass, and instead led them through various directions. His ultimate aim was to guide them towards a group of mutated zombies controlled by him. If death was inevitable, he would face it alongside them. Chapter 70. Conclusion. Since they were already acquainted, it truly felt like a flood had swept through the Dragon King's temple. A family does not recognize another family. Huang Jianye feigned a smile. Who says we are family? Nen scoffed. I am well aware of what sort of person you are. There is no need for such insincerity. Han Yang shook his head. As one of his greatest adversaries from a past life, the reason Han Yang had refrained from seeking vengeance these days was primarily due to his insufficient strength. Secondly, there is uncertainty regarding the residence of Huang Jianye. Although he claimed in a previous life that we resided in the same community, who can ascertain if that was merely a ruse or an attempt to foster closeness? Thus, Han Yang did not squander time searching for him. After all, his trajectory was established. There were only a few places in the outskirts of Jinghai City where one could survive. A monk may flee, but the temple remains. It would not be too late to seek vengeance once stability is achieved. However, it was unexpected that Huang Jianye's assertion about the community was indeed truthful. Now that they had crossed paths, he could not let the opportunity slip by. The past led to this moment. Some events are inescapably preordained. Brother, is this truly necessary? Although you are numerous, the outcome of a confrontation remains uncertain. At the very least, I can assure you that the two of you will not emerge unscathed. I acknowledge my initial fault. Allow me to extend my apologies to the lady. I am currently devoid of possessions and have nothing to offer as restitution. Do not take my word for it. See for yourselves. As Huang Jianye spoke, he opened his backpack and spilled forth an array of items: handcuffs, leg irons, a whip, candles. Nan's face flushed red as she exclaimed, "Rogue. My dear lady, this is merely a display of passion. I have not lied, have I? I am genuinely remorseful. There is no need for us to resort to violence. Inflicting harm upon one another would be regrettable, with so few survivors left as fellow humans. Let us allow each other a path to safety. If you permit my departure, I assure you I will not trouble you again." Huang Jianye's expression was one of sincerity. Indeed, you are correct. There is no necessity. Han Yang nodded, then drew his pistol. With a resounding bang, the gun fired. You. Huang Jianye's face was one of shock. This is dishonorable. He looked down at his chest, where a bloodstain began to bloom through his clothing, crimson blood oozing forth. Soon, the dampness soaked through the clothes. You see, this is so convenient. We remain unharmed. Han Yang took a couple of steps forward, observing Huang Jianye's confused and reluctant expression. Only you are hurt. What? Huang Jianye could not comprehend why this unfamiliar individual would so decisively pull the trigger on him. Han Yang offered no explanation. Instead, he leaned closer to his ear. I was contemplating how to capture you, to let you experience the agony of your insides being ravaged by zombies, suffering a painful demise. Your words have enlightened me. I am no longer alone. There is no need for such measures. Thank you, brother. Farewell. I shall not see you off. After all, in a previous life, you had been of considerable assistance to me. Although it was a transaction with mutual benefits, Han Yang granted him a swift end, delivering a bullet to his head. Bang! Huang Jianye collapsed to the ground, utterly devoid of life. Did that frighten you, Nan? Han Yang tucked away his firearm and turned to face Nan. I am not that timid. He truly intended to kill me. Allowing him to die so easily seems too lenient. I should have dismembered him. Nan gestured with the knife in her hand. Indeed, my judgment was not mistaken. Han Yang smiled warmly. Nan was naturally suited for survival in this apocalyptic world, whether through her abilities or her bold disposition. Yet, her experience remained limited, somewhat naive. With more training, she would undoubtedly be capable of forging her own path. Are you finished tidying up? Your sister Fong is quite worried about you upstairs, as is your little mutt. If not for the stubbornness of wanting to follow me down, I would not have encountered this. It is all your fault for insisting on these clothes. Nanan cast a disdainful glance at him. Han Yang gave an awkward smile and picked up Huang Jianya's baseball bat. This thing might still be useful. Maybe someone likes to use it. I'll put it away. And there were these things on the ground. Just as Han Yang bent down, he suddenly felt a cold glint. Brother Han, what are you doing? Nothing. I just think these things are in the way. I'll throw them aside. Han Yang replied, holding a pink toy with a string, looking rather embarrassed. Humph. A man's words are full of lies. Nan continued to tidy up the clothes, her eyes occasionally fixed on him. TSK, why would I lie to you? Do I need these things? Han Yang snorted dismissively. Yesterday was the first time, and I didn't dare to go all out. Next time, I'll let you taste my power. After saying that, he regretfully kicked the pile of things Huang Jianya had taken out into the corner. There won't be a next time. Nanan mumbled and ignored him. Finally, the topic was dropped. The two of them tidied up all the things and then moved them to the entrance of the unit. When they returned to the 5th floor, Chen Fong was relieved to see that both of them were fine. The little native dog kept circling around Nan, its tail wagging like a fan. Nan briefly explained what had happened, learning that it was Song Ji and his gang. Chen Fong was extremely glad that Han Yang and the others had rushed back. Otherwise, relying on herself, she would have been in great danger. The three of them then moved the things on the 5th floor downstairs together. This time, it was mainly some food, a generator, drinks, and water. Finally, Chen Fong took a reluctant look at the room, locked the door, and walked downstairs. Nan, you stay here and protect Fong Fong. I'll go get the car. Just moments ago, 2 gunshots echoed, leaving uncertainty as to whether they had attracted the attention of the undead. Han Yang switched to Shasha's defensive abilities and opened the door. Outside, a few zombies had indeed been lured by the noise. Han Yang wielded his short hammer, dispatching them one by one, before approaching the escort vehicle and opening the door. The mutated female zombie remained inside, a precaution he had taken the previous day. Typically, he stationed her downstairs as a guard. But the sudden change had allowed Huang Jianya to slip inside unnoticed. This incident served as a reminder that in this world, no plan is infallible. One must always be prepared for contingencies. Starting the vehicle, Han Yang maneuvered the escort car to the entrance of the building. He instructed the mutated female zombie to remain vigilant while the three of them swiftly loaded their supplies into the car. Once everything was secured, Han Yang took his place in the driver's seat, with the mutated female zombie and Shasha beside him, while Nan accompanied Chen Fong in the second row. All set. Let us embark. Oh, let us go. Nan responded cheerfully, eliciting a faint smile from Chen Fong. Han Yang skillfully turned the vehicle around and headed towards the community gate, enjoying an unobstructed journey. Unbeknownst to them, countless eyes peered through window panes from above, observing their exit from the community and their venture into an uncertain future. 10 days into the apocalypse, the patience of those waiting for rescue seemed to wane with their actions. Countless individuals, emboldened by their resolve, opened their doors and stepped outside, regardless of the fate that awaited them. In this wretched world, one must confront reality head-on. Chapter 71, Ambushed Virum. The escort vehicle screeched to a halt in front of a residential building. Don't move. Wait for me to deal with the zombies, Han Yang instructed, picking up 2 short-handled hammers from the passenger seat before leaping out of the vehicle. Departing from the residential area, they smoothly navigated the pre-planned route to the school, coming to a halt at Qingqing's doorstep. The only inconvenience was the numerous zombies that had been drawn to them along the way, intermittently trailing behind. Although many had fallen behind, a dozen or so still followed them upon their arrival at the school. He won't be in danger, will he? Chen Fong fretted, pressing her face against the glass to peer outside, but the angle hindered her visibility. Don't worry, Brother Han will be fine, Nan gently reassured her. This was Chen Fong's first venture outside since the outbreak of the virus. Witnessing the desolation outside, devoid of any living souls, overrun by zombies and congested vehicles, she realized how drastically the city had transformed, starkly contrasting with her previous memories. Fortunately, Nanan's presence provided her with comfort, as she continually engaged in conversation, preventing her emotions from spiraling too severely, yet fostering an increasing reliance on her companion. Alone, She truly could not fathom how she would survive. Outside, Han Yang confronted the oncoming horde of zombies, wielding the dual hammers with agility and ferocity, dispatching them effortlessly with each strike. On the second floor, Shangguan Qingqing observed the entire spectacle, her eyes wide with intrigue. It was her first time witnessing Han Yang in action against the undead. Despite his seemingly chaotic and instinctual movements, there was an undeniable brilliance in her focused gaze, a blend of admiration and a burgeoning desire to join in. It seemed as though he had deciphered the zombies' patterns, developing an instinctive understanding that allowed him to evade their attacks and eliminate them with ease. Seemingly fraught with peril, yet actually handled with ease. One wonders if this level can be maintained when engaging in battles with humans. Shangguan Qingqing lightly bit her lips and tightened her grip on the knife. After seeing him completely deal with the zombies, Shangguan Qingqing then shifted her gaze and walked downstairs. Nan, come down and help. Having confirmed there was no danger, Han Yang asked Qin Fang to remain in the vehicle while Nan helped with opening the skulls. Reaping several more zombie cores, Shangguan Qingqing also opened the gate and started moving weapons outside. After cleaning up the corpses and clearing the path, Han Yang and Nan also lent a hand. Soon, all the weapons were loaded. Besides weapons and their matching maintenance tools, Shangguan Qingqing didn't bring many personal items. Are we all set? If so, let's get going. Yes, Shangguan Qingqing replied indifferently and sat in the back seat alongside Nan. Han Yang started the car, and Qin Fang and Shangguan Qingqing introduced themselves. Han Yang didn't return via the original route. There were surely zombies that had chased them before on that way. He took a different road, made a detour, and circled back to the school gate. Oh no. As they were about to reach the school gate, Han Yang's face turned grim. The horde of zombies that had been lured away from the school gate before had returned. What? Nan leaned forward, peering over the seat. Indeed, quite a number of zombies were blocking the school gate again. Perhaps the commotion was too loud when we entered, and it drew them back. Then what should we do? We can't stop here, otherwise, more and more will come. We have to fight. Han Yang's face showed determination as he stomped on the gas pedal, and the engine roared. The armored vehicle accelerated suddenly. The zombies ahead, attracted by the sound, turned their heads in unison and looked towards them. Bang! Bang! Before the zombies could move, the armored vehicle had crashed into the horde of zombies, knocking down several in succession. The horde of zombies immediately became agitated, and the rest of the zombies all rushed towards the armored vehicle frantically. Han Yang concentrated on controlling the steering wheel. Amid the jolts of hitting and crushing the zombies, the armored vehicle successfully rushed out of the school gate and onto the main road. His field of vision suddenly cleared. They had broken through the horde of zombies. Fortunately, there were not many zombies around, only 50 or 60. There were only a few zombies ahead on the road. If given a little more time, he could shake off the zombies chasing after them at a full run. Just then, a figure suddenly darted out from the left, hand road, and slammed into the rear of the armored vehicle. The huge kinetic energy caused the armored vehicle to lose control of its direction and almost overturn. Fortunately, Han Yang remained calm in the face of danger and managed to stabilize the vehicle body with all his might. What was that? Qin Fang exclaimed in surprise. Nan and Qingqing also looked out with serious expressions. Now, due to the previous encounter, the vehicle body had turned sideways, and from the side window, they could clearly see the exact rear. In front of the horde of zombies chasing after them, an extremely robust figure was lying on the ground, shaking its head and staggering to its feet. This figure vaguely resembled a human, but the muscles on its 2 hands and 2 legs bulged exaggeratedly, even thicker than its head, and the clothes on its body were almost torn apart, allowing one to imagine how exaggerated the pectoral muscles beneath must be. Damn it. A zombie that has awakened strength-type abilities. Han Yang took one look and immediately adjusted the direction, and the vehicle accelerated sharply. He finally understood that it was this creature, all brawn and no brains, that had just rammed its body forcefully into his vehicle. The strength-type mutated zombie was the last thing Han Yang wanted to confront. This thing was unlike Sha and the perception-type female mutated zombie. Although their abilities were extremely powerful, their physical strength didn't change much. However, the one just now was different. It possessed incredibly abnormal strength and physical stamina. Its speed was not bad either, and its defensive power was quite strong due to that exaggerated mass of muscles. The only drawback was its abnormally underdeveloped brain. It was far too dangerous to face this thing head-on. Sneak attacks or long-range attacks were the best options. But right now, as he was driving, this was the very thing he feared the most. Sit tight, it might get a bit bumpy ahead, Han Yang said. Then, In the rear view mirror, he saw the mutated zombie accelerate, take 2 steps, and then leap up suddenly, crashing down towards them. Han Yang had just started the car not long ago, and the speed hadn't picked up yet. With the impending impact, Han Yang quickly turned the steering wheel. The armored vehicle swayed from side to side like a drunken man, and luckily managed to dodge. The mutated zombie missed with its strike, and its entire body crashed onto the road, denting the asphalt surface and creating spider-web-like cracks. Han Yang was astounded and felt fortunate to have avoided the impact. He stepped hard on the gas pedal, accelerating with all his might. The mutated zombie behind shook its head, trying to clear the dizziness caused by the recoil, then looked at Han Yang and his companions again, and started chasing after them by picking up its pace. At this moment, Han Yang finally managed to increase the vehicle's speed. The zombie had just gotten a bit closer, but was quickly left behind again, although his speed was quite rapid. In the end, it was no match for the accelerating car, and gradually, the distance between them grew wider. Whoosh! Only then did Han Yang heave a sigh of relief. Chapter 72 Arrival. Was that fellow just now the mutated zombie you mentioned? Shangguan Qingqing inquired, her eyes bright, as if she had discovered some amusing toy. Precisely. Just like humans, the abilities of mutated zombies are also diverse and peculiar. There are several types that are particularly difficult to deal with, and the one just now is one of them. It can only be shot from a distance. Even a power-type ability user may not be able to handle it in close combat. Han Yang glanced back at Shangguan Qingqing. By the way, you said you'd give me a surprise before. What's the surprise? When we reach the destination, if it's as good as you said, come to my room tonight, and I'll show it to you. After Shangguan Qingqing finished speaking, a meaningful smile appeared on her face. What surprise? Can I go and see it too? Nan asked curiously without much thought. Chen Fong, on the other hand, gave Han Yang and Shangguan Qingqing a strange look, then her expression turned placid. Yes, you can, but I'm afraid you won't be able to see it. Shangguan Qingqing smiled faintly. What? It's so mysterious. Nan mumbled. It might not be quite proper for a man and a woman to be alone. Since you're so curious, Nan, you can come and watch. Humph. I'm not curious at all. Having shaken off the mutated zombie, the rest of the journey was rather calm. Occasionally, a few zombies chased after them, but Han Yang paid no heed and drove steadily. Soon, they reached the Binhai Highway. Upon arriving here, the security level was even higher. Eventually, after nearly 2 hours, they finally reached the service area on the shore of Jinsha Island. As they drove into the parking lot, Lu Bin and Lu Li were highly vigilant when they saw strange vehicles approaching. It was not until they saw Han Yang that they came over with beaming smiles to open the door. The bridge leading to Jinsha Island was located behind the service area, surrounded by buildings and fences. To enter the island, one could only pass through a gate specifically for vehicles to enter and exit, or enter the service hall via the parking lot in front of the service area. Go through the procedures, and then transfer to a sightseeing tram to enter the island. Naturally, Han Yang and his group didn't need to transfer and directly drove the escort vehicle in. After the gate was closed properly, Lu Bin came over with a grin. Brother Han, when did you leave last night? Why didn't I see you guys? Han Yang's expression was strange, and he glanced at Lu Li beside him. You were having fun with women. How could you possibly see us? Humph. Do we need to tell you when we leave? Nan was not polite to him. It was already quite decent not to scold a bitch and her lover to their faces. No need. No need. When Lu Bin heard Nan speak, he immediately shrank his neck. Ahem. Don't say that. We'll be a family in the future. Binzi, come to the island with Lu Li this afternoon, and we'll have a meeting together. Han Yang quickly soothed. Okay, Brother Han. All right then, we're going to enter the island first. Brother Han, Sister Nan, take your time. Han Yang continued driving forward and soon reached the bridge. The corpses that were originally strewn about randomly on the bridge had disappeared, leaving only mottled dark red bloodstains. Han Yang nodded imperceptibly. Yu Shaoque and the other women were quite efficient. They disposed of the corpses so quickly. Wow, it's so beautiful. Chen Fong gazed at the boundless sea, and her mood immediately became much more relaxed. It's indeed nice. Shangguan Qingqing nodded. Hee, when you reach the island, you'll discover even better things. Nan said cheerfully. The group chatted and laughed, and soon they arrived at the island. The vehicle stopped in front of a luxurious hotel. Yi Xiaokue and the other 3, who had seen them from afar, were waiting there. Han Yang got out of the car, opened the door, and helped Chen Fong and the others get out. Meanwhile, he introduced everyone to each other. Yi Xiaokue watched as the women and a mongrel dog got out one after another, and the worry in her heart finally dissipated. However, Her expression became even more peculiar. The little mongrel dog started frolicking around as soon as it got out of the car. Chen Fong and Shangwan Qingqing sized up the four women. The four women also observed the two new women, the two corpses, and the dog. In the end, they all involuntarily glanced at Han Yang. Only Nan Nan was oblivious, greeting everyone cheerfully. Then she said to Han Yang, "Brother Han, where shall we stay next? In this hotel, or shall we check out other villas? Are there still zombies on this island?" Han Yang asked Yi Xiaoque. "No, there were only those people here in total. We've already counted the corpses and confirmed that there are no stragglers." Yi Xiaoque turned around, no longer looking at the two zombies, and replied, "In that case, could you show us around this island first?" "Sure, come this way. Let's take the sightseeing vehicle." "Okay." Everyone walked towards a row of parked shuttle sightseeing vehicles nearby and chose the largest one. Yi Xiaoque sat in the driver's seat, while Han Yang took the passenger seat. The others took their seats casually, and Xia also got on. Only the mutated female zombie was ordered by Han Yang to guard the bridge entrance. Yi Xiaoque noticed this and understood that although Xia was a zombie, she held an unusual position. Especially Nan had been unconsciously paying attention to that zombie and would talk to her occasionally. Yi Xiaoque started the sightseeing vehicle and first headed north. Our current location is on the due west of this Jinsha Island. Here, we built this 7-story luxury hotel to receive ordinary customers. As she drove, Yi Xiaoque began to introduce the situation of the island. Tut, your ordinary customers are not what we usually understand by that term, right? Han Yang exclaimed with a clicking of his tongue. Those who can't afford to rent the entire luxury villa are considered ordinary customers in our eyes. Yi Xiaoque said indifferently. All right. Han Yang didn't interrupt anymore, and Yi Xiaoque continued her introduction. There is the only bridge leading out of the island in the due west direction, which I don't need to elaborate on. As the vehicle moved along the tree-lined road, suddenly, Yi Xiaoque pointed ahead. The north side of the island is rather steep and not suitable for tourism. So we built a seawater purification system here to supply fresh water to the whole island. At the same time, it can also produce some by-products such as salt. As soon as her voice faded, an exquisitely shaped building appeared ahead. Judging solely from the exterior, it didn't look like any factory facilities. Both its architectural style and exterior color blended perfectly with the surrounding environment. Incidentally, Engineer Zhao, who was originally in charge of the equipment maintenance on this island, has unfortunately turned into a zombie. If the seawater purification system breaks down, wouldn't the entire island run out of water? Han Yang's brows furrowed slightly, and he felt troubled. He didn't understand this stuff. And it was even less likely that Chen Fong, Nan Nan, or Shangwan Qingqing would. Don't worry, there's still someone among us who knows a bit. Zhao Jia? Sister Xiaoque. Zhao Jia, who was sitting in the back row, responded. Let me introduce everyone again. Zhao Jia is the daughter of Engineer Zhao I mentioned earlier. Old Zhao originally planned to work for a few more years, and then let Zhao Jia take over his position after retirement. So Zhao Jia knows something about all the equipment and facilities on this island. Hello everyone. Zhao Jia greeted the people who looked over, a bit nervously. Han Yang, however, gradually came to his senses. Was Yi Xiaoque showing the value of their group of people in a roundabout way? Chapter 73, Luxury Villa. Qinlan is an ability user and also a pastry chef. Whether as a combatant or a logistical personnel, the more of her the better. And this Zhao Jia is currently the only one among their group who can maintain the island's equipment. Whether it's true or false, since Yi Xiaoque dared to say so, she must have some abilities. She has also become an indispensable person on this island. Needless to say, Yi Xiaoque's appearance, temperament, intelligence, and talent are such that anyone who meets her would be reluctant to let her go. Then there's Sun Wan Yu left. Presumably, she also has some unique features. Even if not, Yi Xiaoque would arrange for her to have them. Contemplating these thoughts, Han Yang donned a warm smile and addressed Zhao Jia, saying, from now on, I will rely on you to maintain the equipment on this island. Of course. Zhao Jia promptly nodded in agreement. As they ventured further, they approached the only dock on the island. The group gazed ahead and first noticed a row of quaint cottages along the shore, followed by an array of luxurious yachts neatly anchored at the pier. Wow, yachts! Nan exclaimed with enthusiasm. We can go out to sea for fun in the future. Han Yang was equally delighted. He surveyed the surroundings, noting the beauty of the women present, each possessing captivating features and alluring figures, each exuding their unique charm. If they all boarded the yachts and changed into swimwear, can you operate a yacht? Yi Xiaoque's question jolted Han Yang from his reverie. Not really. But it shouldn't be too challenging, right? Han Yang replied uncertainly. Indeed, it is not difficult. Yi Xiaokuei affirmed with a nod. So that means Sister Xiaokuei can drive. Nan Nin affectionately leaned closer to Yi Xiaokuei. Exactly, Sister will take you out to sea for fun. Yay. Han Yang smirked, thinking to himself how this woman never missed an opportunity to highlight their value. Aside from the yachts, there were also diving gear, kayaks, surfboards, and other coastal recreational equipment. If you wish to play in the future, I will teach you, Yi Xiaokuei added, pointing towards the interior of the island. The nearest building is this villa. The group focused their attention, and indeed, they discovered a magnificent villa nestled amid lush greenery. Let's go take a look, Nan Nan exclaimed excitedly. And Chen Fong wore a look of anticipation. Yi Xiaokuei had no objection and thus turned the vehicle around, making their way towards the villa. As they drew nearer, the exterior of the luxurious villa came into view. It was a 3-story villa. The first floor was the largest, the second floor slightly smaller, and the third floor even smaller, forming a well-arranged and orderly structure. There were large viewing platforms on the second and third floors, where people could enjoy the breeze, cool themselves down, and admire the surrounding beautiful scenery. The overall appearance of the villa was not ostentatious, but rather plain yet exquisite. It exuded a sense of nature, relaxation, leisure, and simplicity, harmoniously complementing the surrounding environment. When they reached the front of the villa, there was a pavilion corridor extending from the entrance, where the sightseeing vehicle could be parked. Everyone alighted one by one and took a couple of steps forward. In front of the villa, they could see a large swimming pool with the blue water glistening. There was a row of lounge chairs around for people to rest. Wow, what a huge swimming pool. Everyone chattered around the pool, imagining that they could swim and have fun here in the future. Han Yang also looked yearning. This is paradise. Inside the villa, all facilities were complete, including kitchenware, refrigerators, washing machines, air conditioners, TVs. Yi Xiaokuei continued to lead everyone into the interior of the villa. It could ensure that one could move in with just a suitcase, just like coming home. Not bad, not bad. Han Yang looked around both upstairs and downstairs, becoming more and more satisfied. Are the other 9 villas like this? Yes. Except for some slight differences in appearance, the internal configurations are basically the same. Which one is the best? Each has its own characteristics. There is no best one. Yi Xiaokuei paused, and then continued, just like these 2 buildings, one of which is adjacent to the other. They are the closest to the pier, which is convenient for customers who enjoy going out to sea for pleasure. There are 2 buildings on the far east side. The terrain there is relatively high, from where one can enjoy the sunrise and the sea view. All right, ladies, let's move on and have a look at other places. Han Yang beckoned everyone, and they set off again. This time they walked towards the east. And soon they saw the 2 villas that Yi Xiaokuei had mentioned. The terrain on the east side of the island is high, and the coastline is full of reefs. Here, Han Yang saw several towering large-scale wind power generating facilities. Besides, there were several rather perilous platforms, from where one could behold the magnificent scene of the surging waves crashing against the reefs. As they walked further south, the terrain gradually became gentle, and an endless expanse of golden beach emerged along the coast. This must be the origin of the island's name. Exactly. This beach occupies the entire southern coast of the island and is the biggest highlight of this isle. The waters around it are not deep either. The ladies got off the vehicle, cheering as they ran onto the beach, laughing unrestrainedly. The other 6 villas are all near this beach. Do you still need to take a look? No need. Let's take a rest here for a while. Han Yang lay on a beach chair, and Yi Xiaokuei lay beside him. What is Sun Wan you good at? Hearing Han Yang's rather abrupt question, Yi Xiaokuei was not surprised. Looking at the people playing on the beach, she jested, I didn't expect that all your companions are women, and even the zombies you control are female. No wonder you promised me that you would never let other men enter the island without our consent. I can tell that the one named Chen Fong has an extraordinary relationship with you. Could she be your lover? Yi Xiaokuei didn't intend to let Han Yang answer. Although it was a guess, she used an affirmative tone. That Shangwan Qingqing also looked at you in an odd way. Plus the 4 of us. TSK. On this island, there are 7 women and 1 man. Don't tell me you regard us as your exclusive possessions? Family. Caught red-handed. Han Yang wasn't the least bit embarrassed. Instead, he emphasized this. Well, family means the same thing. Do you agree? Han Yang stared intently at Yi Xiaokuei. It depends on your performance. Well, we'll wait and see. Han Yang turned his gaze back and looked at Sun Wan Yu not far away. Returning to the previous topic, what can Sun Wan Yu do? Since we've become your exclusive possessions, does it still matter? Family. Since we're family, there should be a division of labor, and everyone should contribute to this family. I originally wanted to save this for last. Yi Xiaokuei hesitated for a moment, then continued. Luan Yu is a horticulturist. She used to work with her mother, being in charge of the planning and maintenance of the island's greenery. TSK. There seems to be a serious nepotism problem in your company. Humph. We don't reject internal recommendations as long as the person has real talent. Don't look at Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu being young. They both graduated from top, tier 985 universities and have worked in other real estate projects of our company with their parents for 2 or 3 years. Han Yang, who graduated from a second-rate junior college, was instantly speechless. Upon closer inspection, it appears that these women possess a higher level of education than he does. However, in a post-apocalyptic world, academic qualifications hold little value. It is the strength of one's fist that determines leadership. Moreover, these women have all become self-sufficient. With this realization, Han Yang felt a sense of relief. Chapter 74. Linglong Grass. Seeing Han Yang rendered speechless, Yi Xiaokuei continued. Not far from the eastern side of the hotel, we have established a greenhouse. This serves a dual purpose: to cultivate fresh flowers for our esteemed customers and to transplant them to other areas of the island. Additionally, we have planted some organic vegetables and fruits inside, allowing customers to visit with the assurance of fresh produce. I understand. From now on, Sun Wanyu can be responsible for managing this, and we will have fresh vegetables to consume. Precisely. In truth, there was another individual responsible for the cultivation management, but that person had already succumbed to the zombie transformation. Nonetheless, Sun Wanyu had some connection to agriculture. It should be manageable. Yi Xiaokuei nodded to herself, having exerted considerable effort to bolster her side's bargaining power. Much like Zhao Jia, whose main responsibility was electrical maintenance. However, with manuals available, one can learn and apply knowledge from related fields. After all, she had some communication with former colleagues and understood a bit. At the very least, more than Han Yang and his group, who were utterly clueless. These thoughts briefly flitted through Yi Xiaokuei's mind before she returned to the matter that had been troubling her. After a moment's hesitation, she finally spoke. This morning, when Wanyu went to pick vegetables, she discovered a plant in the greenhouse that resembles the one you showed me yesterday, a luminescent plant. What? Han Yang abruptly straightened his posture. Are you certain? I am indeed certain. I personally witnessed it. It is truly a resplendent plant, surrounded by what appears to be fireflies. Yi Xiaokuei provided a brief description of its appearance, and Han Yang felt his heart race. He had seen this plant before. He had even lost his life for it. The linglong grass. Han Yang, unable to contain his excitement, eagerly grasped Yi Xiaokuei's delicate hand and urged her to lead the way. Take me to see it. Wait, what about the others? Yi Xiaokuei stumbled slightly as she was pulled, casting a reproachful glance at him. Yet, she couldn't help but think that this plant must hold great significance, perhaps even more so than the one that could awaken abilities. Yi Xiaokuei contemplated whether to keep this information to herself, but she was uncertain of its function and how to properly utilize it. She feared that consuming it recklessly could lead to dire consequences. It was better to inform Han Yang. If this plant could indeed awaken abilities, given that they already possessed one, it would be rather selfish to hoard it. However, if it proved to be more valuable than the plant they already had, then Han Yang would certainly owe her some form of compensation. Confident in her ability to judge character, Yi Xiaokuei believed Han Yang was not one to be short-sighted. Thus, she took a chance. After all, they would at least have one awakening plant. Yes. And what about the others? Han Yang soon realized he was being overly hasty. He turned to the group of women and announced, "Ladies, we are leaving to explore another location." What location? Nan Nan inquired, running over with bare feet. Xiaokuei mentioned that there are 6 villas nearby, and if we proceed westward, we will encounter a sunlit flower house filled with a plethora of flowers and vegetables. Let us first visit the flower house and then select a villa to move into. Is there really a flower house? We must go, we must go, Nan Nan exclaimed eagerly. The group got back into the car, and Yi Xiaokuei drove them straight to the flower house. Along the way, they passed several villas, and Han Yang noticed that they were not far from the beach, solidifying his decision to choose one from among them. This way, he could conveniently observe the lovely ladies frolicking in their swimsuits on the shore. Soon, under Yi Xiaokuei's guidance, they arrived at a majestic glass house. This flower house, constructed entirely of glass, stood approximately 4 meters tall, stretching over 100 meters in length and 30 meters in width, boasting a considerable area. Upon entering, they were greeted by a stunning array of flora, vibrant, and competing for attention. Additionally, there was a significant expanse of vegetables and fruits, including not only soil-grown varieties, but also high-end, aeroponically cultivated ones suspended in the air. The moment the women stepped inside, they were enchanted by the blossoms. Meanwhile, Han Yang took hold of Yi Xiao Kuei's hand, urging her to lead him to a plant that resembled linglong grass. After only a few steps, before Yi Xiao Kuei could offer a reminder, Han Yang's attention was immediately captivated by a plant no larger than a palm. This plant featured minuscule leaves, smaller than a pinky nail, yet its fleshy, succulent appearance shone in a translucent emerald green, reminiscent of exquisite jade. Despite its diminutive leaves, the plant was abundant, with numerous branches sprouting from its petite form, creating an overall impression akin to a blooming hydrangea, intricate and delicate. Around the delicate leaves, a hazy glow danced, clearly visible even in daylight, resembling the flicker of fireflies, as if it were drawing in some intangible energy. Indeed, it was the exquisite linglong grass. Han Yang forcefully restrained his surging excitement. It was still in its seedling stage, possessing but a single pore. He approached to observe closely. At the heart of the lush foliage, he spotted a tiny aperture. It was said that once matured, the linglong grass would reveal 7 such pores. Reminiscent of a lotus pod nestled within a blooming lotus flower, hence its alternative name, 7-pore linglong grass. Second-tier ability users who consumed it had the chance to advance to the 3rd tier. Even the immature linglong grass, with 4 or more pores, could almost guarantee a first-tier user's advancement to the 2nd tier, unlike the maturing corpse grass, which still held the possibility of failure. Another new spiritual plant. At that moment, Nan Nan also made the discovery, her exclamation drawing the attention of the other girls. Is this the spiritual plant? Shangwan Qingqing, who had only heard of it before, was seeing it for the first time today, her face reflecting her astonishment. Is this indeed called a spiritual plant? As the discoverer, Sun Wanyu was aware of its characteristics but did not know its specific name or function. She had only identified it by chance after listening to Sister Xiaoqia's general description. Now confirmed, she felt a surge of curiosity about this plant's true capabilities. Indeed, this grass is exquisitely delicate. Let us name it linglong grass. Han Yang declared decisively. Fong Fong, go fetch a flower pot. All right. Chen Fong understood Han Yang's intention. She searched for an unoccupied flower pot nearby, and, taking advantage of the moment when no one was watching, buried a corpse core within it. These cores had been entrusted to her by Han Yang, as her unique abilities could prevent the corpse grass from suffering accidental damage or demise. After adding a bit more soil to the pot, Chen Fong carefully carried it over. At that moment, Han Yang had already begun to excavate the linglong grass. He used a dagger to extract a portion of the soil surrounding the grass and placed it into the pot brought by Chen Fong. All right. You hold on to this linglong grass for now, and be sure to keep it alive, Han Yang said, his expression solemn. Chen Fong nodded in agreement. Rest assured, I will keep a vigilant eye on it. Han Yang then turned his gaze toward Yi Xiao Kuei. Thank you for providing this linglong grass. I shall not take it without offering something in return. I will give you another one shortly. A look of delight spread across Yi Xiao Kuei's face. Chapter 75. Choosing a room now, let us proceed to select our accommodations. The group filed out and returned to the sightseeing vehicle, heading back to the 6 villas they had just passed. After inspecting several, each villa displayed its unique charm, rendering the choice quite difficult. Ultimately, Han Yang made a decision, opting for the one nestled in the center. His reasoning was straightforward. In addition to its proximity to the beach, it boasted an indoor swimming pool. On the 3rd floor, there was an infinity pool, encased in transparent glass on 3 sides, offering a breathtaking view from within, as though suspended in midair. However, from the outside, nothing could be seen. He envisioned moments of joy and playfulness in the pool with Chun Fong and Nan Nan. Brother Han, which room will you be staying in? With the villa chosen, the group began to select their rooms. Nan Nan first turned to Han Yang. The eyes of all the ladies were fixed on him. Han Yang touched his nose and chuckled. I don't need to choose for now. You ladies can make your choices first. Let Sister Fong choose first. Nan Nan then took Chen Fong and started wandering around several rooms. This villa had 2 bedrooms on the 1st floor, 4 on the 2nd floor, and 1 on the 3rd floor, all with independent bathrooms, and some even had dressing rooms. They were all dazzled by what they saw. Eventually, Chen Fong selected a room on the east side of the 2nd floor. Shangwan Qingqing chose a room on the west side of the 2nd floor. The 2 middle positions on the 2nd floor were left for Nan Nan and Han Yang. However, What Han Yang was thinking was that he didn't need a separate room. Sleeping with Chen Fong or Nan Nan would be quite nice. While they were choosing rooms, Yi Xiaokuei stood beside Han Yang with a half-smile on her face. Tut, tut, will you be in a dilemma tonight, wondering which room to sleep in? There are still 4 empty rooms here. If the 4 of you also move in, I won't have to struggle. 1 room a day. Different rooms for a whole week. Han Yang shrugged. Yi Xiaokuei was defeated by Han Yang's thick skinness and stopped paying attention to him. Instead, she said to the 3 ladies behind her, since they've chosen the villa, let's choose the one next to it. It'll be easier to look out for each other. Okay, Sister Xiaokuei, we'll pack our luggage and come over soon. The 3 ladies replied. After the rooms were chosen, Yi Xiaokuei led everyone back to the hotel entrance. Han Yang drove the escort vehicle back to the villa. Yi Xiaokuei, along with Qin Lan, Zhao Jia, and Sun Wanyu, started packing their luggage, preparing to move next to Han Yang and the others. In fact, the 4 of them didn't have much to pack. During the outbreak of the virus, Yi Xiaokuei had initially brought Qin Lan to observe the prospective work environment and conduct a brief inspection, without any luggage. This explains why both of them were dressed in the hotel reception attire. Their original clothing had become soiled and went unchanged, and fortunately, the hotel had numerous spare uniforms, leaving them no choice but to wear these. Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu, on the other hand, had a few changes of clothes, albeit limited. The 4 women tidied up briefly before driving back to the villa area. After placing their belongings, they proceeded to assist Han Yang and the others. At that moment, Han Yang and his team had finished moving their luggage and were in the process of transporting supplies and weapons. Why are there so many weapons? Are they real? Yi Xiaokuei was taken aback. Indeed, they are real. Once we finish moving everything, you may choose a weapon you fancy. Then let us help you. The 4 women could not lift anything too heavy, so they assisted by carrying rice, flour, oil, and water among other supplies. All provisions were placed in the kitchen and an adjacent vacant room. The weapons were temporarily relocated to the basement, arranged neatly in a row. With many hands at work, the task was completed swiftly, and soon they had emptied everything. Finally, we can rest, Nan Nan exclaimed joyfully, collapsing onto the plush sofa. I shall prepare lunch. It is already noon, Chen Fong declared, stepping into the kitchen with a lively gait. I'll help you. Qin Lan, who had been silent until now, spoke up. Great. Thank you very much. Sun Wanyu and Zhao Jia hurried over as well. Oh, I also wish to assist, but I lack the skills, Nan Nan lamented, casting a regretful glance towards the kitchen. Everyone has something they are good at, and I'm no exception, Yi Xiaokuei consoled. That's true, Nan Nan said, and immediately lay down. Just now, let's have a small meeting in advance. When Lu Bin and Lu Li come in the afternoon, we'll hold a formal one. Han Yang looked at Yi Xiaokuei and Shangwan Qingqing. All right, what do you want to order? Yi Xiaokuei said indifferently. Now that we have a place to live, we've finally settled down. So, we need to make long-term plans. First of all, it's the safety issue of the island. The only way to the outside world here is that bridge, and there are few zombies nearby. What other safety issues could there be? Shangwan Qingqing was puzzled. I'm not worried about zombies. I'm mainly worried about people. Han Yang told the story of Zhu Haoming. As the saying goes, a gentleman takes revenge. And 10 years is not too late. A villain takes revenge from dawn till dusk. So, we have to be on guard against Zhu Haoming. That makes sense. But the key is how to guard against him. Yi Xiaokuei joined the discussion. If I use my ability, it's actually quite simple. I can still contract 9 zombies now. If I spread these zombies around places like the bridgehead, the dock, and the beach, which are prone to be invaded by people, it can achieve effective alerting, a certain degree of scaring and blocking the enemies. However, doing so is equivalent to tying me to the island. I've tested before that if the distance between the zombies and me exceeds 5 kilometers, I can't control them effectively and they may attack the people on the island. Isn't it good to stay on the island? You have so many beautiful ladies like us to accompany you. Yi Xiaokuei teased. Please do not test my weaknesses. Han Yang shot her a glare, pursing his lips. Now let us discuss the second point. Resource collection. How long can the supplies on the island sustain us? If it were only the 4 of us, with ample vegetables and minimal consumption of staple foods, we could manage for about a month. However, with the addition of you all, Yi Xiaokuei paused, her implication clear. Therefore, we must make early preparations. Currently, there are not many brave enough to venture outside. We should seize this opportunity to gather as many resources as possible. Whether for personal use or for trade with others, an abundance of supplies is preferable to scarcity. Among our group, Only Nan Nan and I can venture out while ensuring our own safety. As for the rest of you, it is not that I look down on you, but you are simply too weak." Upon hearing this, Shangguan Qingqing's eyes narrowed instantly, yet she refrained from speaking out immediately. With outsiders present, she maintained her composure, recognizing the need to give this man some respect. "So what is your plan?" Yi Xiaokuei understood that this man, given his assertions, must have a strategy in mind. The best course of action would be to swiftly enhance your capabilities, instead of merely guarding against thieves. It would be far more effective for each of you to be capable of defeating them, thus alleviating any concerns. But how can we rapidly strengthen our abilities? Yi Xiaokuei's mind raced, recalling her earlier discovery while transporting weapons, her heart brimming with anticipation. "Surely you have noticed that Nan Nan and I possess extraordinary strength." "Indeed. There is more to this than meets the eye." Yi Xiaokuei nodded inwardly. Chapter 76. I was shallow. Indeed, I was just about to inquire on behalf of Qinlan. As fellow awakened beings, how is it that you and Nan Nan possess such immense power? Qinlan is merely slightly stronger than us, perhaps not even as formidable as a laborer. When Yi Xiaokuei and the others were transporting weapons, they encountered an enormous Xianhua axe. Curiosity piqued. They wondered if it was real, and if so, how much it must weigh. They attempted to lift it, but it did not budge an inch. Upon witnessing this, Nan Nan cheerfully lifted it with ease, leaving them utterly astonished. It became clear that not only did Nan Nan's awakened abilities defy the norm, but her physical prowess was equally extraordinary. What stunned them further was Nan Nan's claim that Brother Han could effortlessly lift it with one hand and play with it. Yi Xiaokuei immediately suspected that Han Yang and his companions had discovered some method to enhance their strength. She gazed at Han Yang with eager anticipation. Those who have awakened their abilities experience a significant boost in physical condition, far surpassing that of ordinary individuals. However, such transformation does not occur instantaneously. It requires a gradual accumulation of time. Moreover, it can only be achieved through targeted training. Han Yang briefly elucidated the changes that follow awakening. While these concepts are commonplace in my previous life, they remain unknown in the present. Therefore, do you possess any targeted training methods? In an instant, Yi Xiaokuei grasped the situation. "Yes, I shall reintroduce you." Han Yang pointed to Shangguan Qingqing. Not only is Qingqing an awakened being, but she is also a martial arts instructor, possessing a unique regimen capable of rapidly enhancing the strength of awakened individuals. My intention is for her to oversee the training of all of you. Regardless of whether one has awakened or not, it is imperative to quickly master the body tempering technique. Simultaneously, I wish for Qingqing to be responsible for the security and defense of the island. Han Yang paused momentarily, retrieving a handgun from his person and placing it upon the coffee table, sliding it towards Qingqing. "I believe this firearm will render it exceedingly difficult for anyone to cause you harm," he stated. Han Yang did not inquire whether she knew how to use it. He was well aware of Shangguan Qingqing's capabilities. Her extraordinary mental acuity allowed her to be intimately familiar with her physical condition. In terms of control and utilization of her body's muscles and bones, no one could surpass her. As for the handgun, its demands of speed, accuracy, and stability were trivial for her. Shangguan Qingqing picked up the gun, deftly toying with it. As a martial arts enthusiast, she did not shy away from modern weaponry. On the contrary, her understanding of such arms surpassed that of Han Yang. However, she refrained from amassing them, for otherwise, her arsenal would extend beyond mere cold weapons. "Do you both have any opinions?" Yi Xiaokuei observed Shangguan Qingqing with curiosity, knowing full well she would have no objections. In fact, she welcomed the arrangement. "Certainly. I have already noted that there are surveillance cameras at every intersection on the island, as well as speakers playing music. If it is merely for precautionary measures, this will suffice. We need only assign someone to monitor the situation, and should any unfamiliar individuals enter, they must immediately alert everyone to conceal themselves. I will handle the matter personally." Shangguan Qingqing's voice was cool, calm, and confident, instilling no trace of doubt in Yi Xiaokuei. She was a woman of action, capable of fulfilling her promises. The surveillance was located on the first floor of the hotel, equipped with a dedicated monitoring room, and the loudspeakers were situated there as well. Typically, someone would be stationed there to oversee the feats. Yi Xiaokuei affirmed the practicality of Shangguan Qingqing's plan. "Very well. The security matters of the island shall be addressed thus. As for the coastal service area, let Lu Bin and his companion remain vigilant in case of an emergency. They should retreat to the island without hesitation." Having confirmed an arrangement, Han Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Regarding the second point, as I mentioned just now. Nan and I will go out to gather supplies tomorrow. You all should enhance your strength as quickly as possible on the island. Where are you going to gather supplies? Have you made a choice? Yu Xiaoqian inquired. I'm not quite familiar with this vicinity. Do you have any suggestions? I actually know a rather decent place. Yi Xiaokuei chuckled softly. Walk 3 or 4 kilometers westward from the shore service area here, and there's a large comprehensive shopping mall. Underground, there's a large supermarket. On the first floor, there are mobile phones, electrical appliances, jewelry, and cosmetics. On the second floor, there's a children's playground, children's clothing. Yu Xiaoqian listed everything in great detail and soon expounded on the product layout inside. Do you live there? You seem quite familiar with it. Han Yang had thought that a young lady like her wouldn't patronize such a commoner's supermarket. My family doesn't live there. But the real estate of that shopping mall belongs to our company. I was shallow. Generally, the mall opens after 9 o'clock, so when the zombie virus broke out, there should have been no customers inside, only staff members. Han Yang pondered for a moment. For such a large supermarket, there would be around 100 or so staff members. Not too many, quite easy to deal with. And it's close by? That's the place. Having arranged another matter. Han Yang's expression became even more relaxed. How many zombie cores did you collect as I asked you to do yesterday? 5. Yi Xiaokuei took out a bag from her carry-on bag, in which were 5 glittering crystals. Han Yang took them without hesitation. He didn't even have this many in his possession now. Bean corpse grass and linglong grass are substantial consumers. Sasha and the mutated female zombie require a dose every few days. It seems I must specifically procure some corpse cores. Han Yang pondered to himself. One cannot take without giving. He retrieved the Een corpse grass. In 3 days, it would grow 4 leaves, ready for use. And you all shall decide on the candidates then. Yi Xiaokuei's eyes sparkled as she fixed her gaze on the Een corpse grass, realizing it was not the one she had seen yesterday. This one had just sprouted its second leaf, and the first was yet to fully develop. She wondered where they had procured this specimen. Despite her thoughts, Yi Xiaokuei replied earnestly, "All right. This is a token of compensation for your contribution of linglong grass. The 5 corpse cores just now could also be exchanged for a Een corpse grass, but that can wait until later." A delightful surprise. Yi Xiaokuei had initially thought he would take it for free. Most of those corpse cores were obtained from the zombies killed by Zhu Haoming and his companions. They were serendipitous finds. However, upon Han Yang's remark, she quickly grasped the value of the corpse cores. This could not merely be for the zombies' consumption, could it? Moreover, judging by his confident demeanor, it was certain that they would acquire more Een corpse grass in the future. Could it be that he had mastered the art of cultivation? Han Yang could never have anticipated that with but a single phrase, Yi Xiaokuei would come so close to the truth. We shall keep this Een corpse grass for now and present it to you in 3 days. Han Yang returned the Een corpse grass to its original place. Subsequently, the 3 engaged in further discussions regarding personnel arrangements, while Nan remained an onlooker, waiting for lunch to be finally prepared. Everyone gathered in the dining hall. When this villa was decorated, the situation of having many people was taken into consideration. Inside, there are 2 dining tables, one large and one small. The small square dining table can seat 4 people and can also be used for working, resting, and having tea. The large one is a rectangular dining table, which can easily seat 10 people. At this moment, the dishes were being served one after another, more sumptuous than ever before. In Chapter 77, one trick after another, 10 days into the apocalypse. Among the vegetables Han Yang and the others had before, except for potatoes, all the others had been consumed. Usually, they mainly had canned meat, dried vegetables like mushrooms, fungus, and yuba. There were also pickled mustard greens, sausages, etc. And they didn't eat the same thing every meal, but alternated. Otherwise, no matter how much there was, it wouldn't be enough to squander. But now, on the table, there were green pepper and cured meat, tomato and egg, fried 3 vegetables, shredded eggs, and cured meat, etc. Although these dishes might seem humble, without any fancy meat dishes and all being home-cooked meals, they were still the most sumptuous food the group had seen in recent days. Besides rice, the staple foods also included flatbread and fried dumplings made by Qin Lan, as well as some pastries made before. The only drawback might be that they were too vegetarian. This reminded Han Yang that eggs and milk could still be found and were within the expiration date, but meat was a different story. They could only eat canned sausages and cured meat. Fresh meat was unobtainable. It seemed that in the future, they should specifically find some poultry and livestock to raise. Nanan's eyes were already shining with excitement. As soon as everyone was seated, She was the first to pick up her chopsticks unceremoniously. Finally, it's time for dinner. I'm starving. Everyone, don't be polite. We're all family. Seeing her impatient look, everyone couldn't help but smile, and the atmosphere immediately became relaxed and lively. Sister Fong's dishes are still so delicious. Sister Lan did a great job. Nan Nan's praises came in an endless stream, and she was quite generous. The lunch was quickly finished, and all the ladies were quite satisfied. After the meal, Yi Xiaokuei, Nan Nan, and Qing Qing took the initiative to help clean up the dishes. Chen Fong, Qin Lan, and the other two had some free time. Through the communication during cooking at noon, Chen Fong and Qin Lan, as well as Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu, had become quite familiar, especially Chen Fong and Qin Lan. During the meal, the two were discussing the methods of making pastries. Qin Lan also shed her usual coldness and chatted and laughed with Chen Fong from time to time, which made Han Yang look over frequently. Look, doesn't Lan Lan look charming when she smiles? Yi Xiaokuei walked up to him and teased. I'll let you in on a little secret. Lan Lan has never had a boyfriend. Are you interested? Han Yang gave her a sidelong glance. This woman. She even sells out her best friend. What's she up to? I'm most interested in you right now. I heard you've never had a boyfriend either? Han Yang suddenly gasped. You two beautiful ladies are not young. It's quite abnormal not to have had boyfriends. Could you two be a lesbian couple? Hearing this, Yi Xiaokuei was not annoyed. Instead, she wore a charming smile. Aren't I already yours? Then I'll go to your room tonight. We can't just talk without taking action. All right. As long as you promise me one thing. What? Han Yang seemed eager, but was actually muttering to himself. Sure enough, when this woman stirs up trouble, there must be something up. Aren't you going to that mall tomorrow? There's a commercial building next to the mall. Could you go inside and help me find someone? Is it a family member of yours? Not bad. This woman really had a well-laid plan. She must have had ulterior motives when she heard that I was going to gather supplies. Han Yang was silent for a moment. In fact, you didn't need to go to such lengths. Regarding the matter of looking for your family, if you had told me directly, I wouldn't have refused. Yi Xiaokuei, upon hearing this, restrained a coquettishness on her face and revealed a sincere smile. Thank you. There's no need to thank me. Just now you said I could come to your place tonight. Does that still hold? Yi Xiaokuei rolled her eyes. I had a bit of a good impression of you just now. It holds. Come to my room tonight when you return safely. Yi Xiaokuei snorted inwardly. By then, I'll sleep with Lan Lan, and there won't be anyone in the room. Let's see what you'll do. Yi Xiaokuei showed Han Yang the specific location and the photo of the person she needed to find. As he had expected, it was Yi Xiaokuei's father, the chairman of Xingqiang Group. It's better not to have too high hopes. Han Yang offered a word of advice. The office building is a place where death is almost certain. It's densely populated with a large number of zombies. Even if someone manages to survive by a fluke, there isn't much food and drink. People who can escape from it either have an incredibly tough fate or are unbelievably lucky. I know, but I still want to confirm it. Han Yang didn't say anything more. At this moment, Lu Bin and Lu Li finally arrived. Yi Xiaokuei had left a message at the hotel entrance telling them that everyone was here. When Lu Bin and the others entered, Han Yang clapped his hands, attracting everyone's attention. Now that everyone is here, let's have an official meeting. First, let's get to know each other. Second, I'll announce the future plans and personnel arrangements. Han Yang introduced Chen Fong and Shangwan Qingqing to Lu Bin and Lu Li. Having learned from Nanan's lesson, Lu Bin was extremely humble and addressed each of them as elder sister one by one. After everyone got acquainted, Han Yang announced the matter discussed with Yi Xiaokuei and Shangwan Qingqing at noon and clearly assigned tasks to everyone. Han Yang and Nan Nan formed a group and were temporarily in charge of going out to collect supplies, with Sha Sha and the mutated female zombie following them. Zhao Jia was responsible for maintaining the facilities on the island, and Sun Wanyu was in charge of the cultivation and maintenance of vegetable ingredients. Chen Fong served as a part-time doctor and was responsible for cooking for everyone, with Qin Lan assisting her. Only then did everyone know that Chen Fong's awakened ability was healing, especially when they saw her demonstrate in public that a wound could be restored to its original state without a single scar. The women were overjoyed. Among them, Zhao Jia and Sun Wanyu even pulled Chen Fong aside to secretly confirm something. Han Yang vaguely heard something about having been injured before, having scars, and whether they could be restored. Scars surely couldn't be restored, only by creating new wounds. TSK, for the sake of beauty, women are really willing to endure any hardship. Even Shangwan Qingqing was somewhat tempted. Han Yang shook his head. In fact, he deliberately showcased Chen Fong's ability and classified her as a logistics staff. This could ensure her safety to the greatest extent. Her ability to heal spiritual plants was truly crucial, and Qin Lan's ability was highly suitable for combat. Therefore, Han Yang intended to cultivate her into a reserve combatant. Let Shangwan Qingqing pay special attention to her, help her grow rapidly, and then personally guide her for a period of time. For now, he let her focus on training and assist with cooking. Shangwan Qingqing was responsible for the island's defense work and training everyone. Yi Xiaokui is responsible for the overall management of supplies. While Han Yang is away, she collaborates with Shangwan Qingqing to oversee all matters on the island. Lu Bin and Lu Li are tasked with the defense vigilance work at the service area on the shore, managing their own food. There is also a cafeteria on the shore, which will allocate some supplies to the two of them in due course. As neither of them possesses special abilities, and there are currently not many personnel available, their primary focus is on vigilance. Should any unusual situation arise, they can promptly retreat to the island. That is basically all. If anyone has further suggestions, please feel free to share. No? Then it's time to learn the body enhancement techniques to strengthen our powers. Isn't it? Let us hurry up. I can hardly wait. Yi Xiaokui cracked her knuckles. The matters Han Yang just mentioned have been thoroughly discussed. She is now eager to proceed to the next step. Well then, Qingqing will take charge from here. Han Yang smacked his lips, reluctantly stepping back. Chapter 78. Not quite like this. Shangwan Qingqing first led everyone to the basement, where an array of weapons was displayed on the ground. She said, "Each of you may choose a weapon. While we learn the body enhancement techniques, I will also teach you how to use these weapons." So many weapons. Lu Bin exclaimed in surprise, quickly realizing where Han Yang and Nan had obtained their weapons. Can we choose freely? Yes, select whatever interests you. Practice with it for a while, and if it doesn't suit you, feel free to switch. Thus, everyone eagerly approached, picking up the weapons they favored. Unexpectedly, Qin Lan was the first to make her selection, a broadsword. The broadsword, also known as the Pao Dao, emerged during the Song dynasty. Han Yang often encounters weapons in water margin or other martial arts novels, predominantly wielded by individuals from the Jianghu, rivers and lakes. The short-handled knife that Qin Lan possesses measures approximately 1.5 meters in total length, with the blade itself extending around 70 centimeters. In terms of length, it does not qualify as a long weapon, yet it surpasses the average short weapon. Visually, it bears a striking resemblance to a saber, but in comparison, the blade's proportion is considerably larger. It occupies a space between a saber and a single-edged sword, necessitating the use of both hands to grip the handle. The technique resembles that of employing a saber, leveraging the weight of the blade to cleave through adversaries. Upon witnessing this, Shangwan Qingqing nodded in approval. The swordsmanship is relatively easy to master and particularly well-suited for dispatching zombies, proving to be more appropriate than the Tang sword chosen by Nan. Lu Bin quickly made a selection as well. He opted for a long spear, distinct from Han Yang's fully metallic version, as this one features a white waxwood shaft. Soon, the others also finalized their choices. Although there are more than 18 types of weaponry, only a limited number are truly applicable. Certain weapons, such as the meteor hammer, are ill-suited for combating zombies. Mishandling it could lead to severe self-injury. Other options included whips, staffs, and the like. Ultimately, Yi Xiaokui selected an 8-sided Han sword, while Zhao Jia chose a large cleaver, reminiscent of those seen in film and television used for butchering. Sun Luanyu also picked a blade, specifically a cavalry sword. Lu Li opted for a steel fork, which could complement Lu Bin's approach, one to ensnare, the other to impale. After the weapons were chosen, Shangwan Qingqing guided everyone to the asphalt road outside the villa. The island is adorned with lush trees and dense foliage, providing ample shade, thus mitigating the heat. The sea breeze wafts gently, imparting a refreshing sensation. Nan, please demonstrate. Everyone, pay close attention. Shangwan Qingqing instructed everyone to form 2 lines and stand in an orderly fashion. Subsequently, she asked Nan to step forward and begin the practice, with each move demonstrated. The others followed suit, while she highlighted key points and corrected any mistakes, including those made by Nan. Han Yang and Chen Fang were equally eager to amend their errors. Throughout the afternoon, they managed to complete a set of movements, albeit with some difficulty. Among them, Yi Xiaokui, Qin Lan, and Lu Li exhibited the swiftest and most proficient learning. Particularly, Qin Lan felt a noticeable increase in her physical strength and energy. Zhao Jia and Sun Luanyu performed at an average level and required further practice to become familiar with the movements. Lu Bin, however, progressed the slowest, barely grasping the routine with numerous errors. Nevertheless, Luli confidently assured him that she would guide him in enhancing his training upon their return. With the day still bright, the two made their way back to the shore, eager for a well-deserved rest. How about a swim? After dinner, Nan, feeling content and stretching her waist, proposed the idea. Han Yang's eyes lit up at the suggestion. But we have no swimsuits, let's forget it. Yu Shakie lamented. Han Yang was even more disappointed than the others. How can we not have swimsuits? No, the first thing we must gather tomorrow is swimwear. Alright then. Fang Jia, Qingqing Jia, you both have swimsuits, right? Let's go upstairs for a swim. I'll pass. I didn't bring mine, Shangwan Qingqing declined. I'll accompany you. Chen Fang, unable to bear Nanan's dejected expression, took her hand. Yay. Then we shall return to rest first. The four girls, seeing the situation, bid farewell and returned to their villa. As the living room emptied, Han Yang prepared to head upstairs. Having two swimsuits is not a bad idea. Do not miss it. Moreover, both of them are well acquainted with Han Yang. Perhaps something might occur in the swimming pool? Wait, I have something to tell you. Shangwan Qingqing suddenly called out to him. What is it? Oh, right. You said you would give me a surprise before. Han Yang suddenly remembered. Are you going to give it now? If it's not urgent, we can wait a little. It's not about that. Shangwan Qingqing said expressionlessly. Then what is it? Han Yang was puzzled. At noon, you said we were both too weak. But I can't agree with that. Oh, this matter. I said it thoughtlessly. You don't need to pay attention to it. Han Yang shook his head. We've wasted quite a bit of time. We have to hurry upstairs. I care a great deal. You really don't need to care? Han Yang said and was about to leave, but was stopped by Shangwan Qingqing. Although I admit that you're very strong, I don't think I'm weak. Only after a comparison can we tell who is stronger. Sister, is this really necessary? If you don't satisfy me, you won't be able to go upstairs. This statement seems rather ambiguous. But Han Yang, seeing Shangwan Qingqing's serious expression and eyes that were brighter than ever, knew she wasn't joking. What I practice are all skills to kill zombies. There's no comparison between us. Are you afraid of hurting me? Shangwan Qingqing felt she was being looked down upon. Her expression turned even colder. I didn't mean that. You just want to go upstairs to see them in swimsuits and take liberties, don't you? If you win in a competition against me, you can look as much as you like. No, it's not that extreme. Han Yang was shocked. Do you agree? Don't you not have a swimsuit? Aren't you even more excited without wearing a swimsuit? Shangwan Qingqing's face was expressionless. I think appropriate sparring is beneficial to each other's progress. Where shall we go? It's not spacious enough to display our skills here. Even Shangwan Qingqing, such a calm person, couldn't help rolling her eyes at him upon hearing this. Let's go to the beach outside. That's a good idea, but let's make it clear first. No weapons are allowed. I'm afraid I might accidentally hurt you. Han Yang's expression became much more serious this time. He wasn't joking. When he used weapons, he either stabbed or swung them towards the zombies' heads. When fighting against people, it didn't matter if they were enemies. But if he didn't hold back with his own people, there would be no room for regret. Alright, then let's compete with fists and kicks. But without weapons. It's even more impossible for you to beat me with fists and kicks. Shangwan Qingqing nodded in agreement. Why does it seem like you're actually hoping that I'll win? Han Yang muttered. The two of them walked towards the beach. At the edge of the beach, there was a row of solar street lamps, faintly illuminating the surrounding environment. The two didn't get too close to the sea. It was too dark there and not convenient for them to display their skills. Isn't that brother Han and sister Qingqing? Where are they going? On the third floor of the villa, in the infinity pool, two snow, white, and delicate bodies, like mermaids, were swimming freely in the water. Chapter 79. Unscrupulous Behavior. On the third floor of the villa, in the infinity pool, Nan was wearing a white floral one-piece swimsuit. The upper part of the swimsuit was a suspender style, and the lower part was a skirt that just covered her thighs. Her two straight and slender legs were happily paddling in the pool. Chen Fang donned a fairy-like pink one-piece swimsuit, which featured a skirted lower half. In contrast, the upper half was adorned with two crisscrossed cups at the chest, as if two pieces of fabric were tied together behind her back. Delicate ribbons flowed gracefully from her shoulders, imparting an ethereal charm to her appearance. At that moment, she resembled a mermaid gliding effortlessly through the water. Upon hearing Nan's words, she turned her gaze towards the beach and indeed spotted two figures, Han Yang and Shangwan Qingqing. They stood facing each other beside a solar-powered streetlight. The atmosphere tense with confrontation. Surely, they won't resort to fighting? Chen Fang expressed her concern. Oh, but it's quite possible. Nan replied with a mischievous grin, recalling the peculiar glint in Qingqing's eyes whenever she looked at Han Yang. It was a gaze that spoke of recognition, rivalry, and a thrill of the hunt. Sister Qingqing had always been enamored with martial arts, insisting that any potential partner must be capable of sparring with her. Before Nan could finish her thought, the two adversaries on the beach sprang into action. The slender Shangwan Qingqing was the first to strike, leveraging her long legs to launch a series of high and mid-level kicks. Han Yang hastily retreated 2 steps to evade her assault. It was only when she aimed a third kick that he instinctively raised his hand to block it, then countered with a swift retaliatory kick, which Qingqing adeptly intercepted. However, Han Yang's strength was formidable, and Qingqing found her defense quite challenging. Seizing the opportunity, Han Yang swung his left arm, aiming a powerful blow at her head. Unfazed, Qingqing reacted swiftly, employing a right-hand upper block while her retracted left hand surged forward to strike Han Yang's abdomen, simultaneously unleashing a right-hand straight punch that connected squarely with his face, leaving him momentarily dazed. As Shangwan Qingqing halted her movements, her left hand launched a powerful mid-level jab, striking Han Yang's abdomen with ferocity, while her right arm swung forward, delivering a sharp elbow to his face. The fluidity and swiftness of her actions were astonishing, leaving Han Yang momentarily stunned. By the time he regained his composure, his right hand had already been seized by Shangwan Qingqing, who executed a shoulder throw, lifting him off the ground. His body soared through the air, flipped over, and crashed back to the earth. In his panic, Han Yang instinctively grasped at anything within reach, his fingers catching onto Shangwan Qingqing's clothing. The sound of fabric tearing and the thud of Han Yang hitting the ground resonated simultaneously. This desperate grasp finally brought Shangwan Qingqing's assault to a halt. She instinctively covered her chest and refrained from further pursuing him. Once on the ground, Han Yang quickly rolled to his feet and retreated a few steps, inwardly relieved. Fortunately, he had preemptively switched to Sasha's defensive abilities, enhancing his resilience against blows. Otherwise, after just those few strikes, an ordinary person would have already succumbed and collapsed, unable to rise. Shangwan Qingqing possessed considerable strength, especially with that jab and elbow strike, both landing squarely on his face. Han Yang could feel the blood trickling from his nose. He was utterly outmatched. He let out a sigh. Yet soon, he found himself captivated by Shangwan Qingqing's movements. His earlier grasp had fortuitously caught the collar of her shirt. As he fell, his tremendous force tore the collar of her t-shirt, ripping the fabric wide open, with only a small section still clinging to the hem. It was this unexpected event that caused Shangwan Qingqing to pause her subsequent actions, instinctively covering her chest. However, she quickly let go and removed the now tattered t-shirt, leaving herself exposed. At this moment, she was only wearing a beige undergarment on her upper body, revealing her fit and muscular physique. Han Yang was also aware for the first time that beneath her loose clothes lay such an imposing figure. He immediately wiped away his nosebleed and regained his spirits. I can still fight. The first confrontation between the two seemed to last a long time, but in fact, it was completed in just an instant. In Shenfang's eyes, it was as if Qingqing suddenly rushed forward, kicked Han Yang several times, and he dodged. Han Yang counterattacked, but was instead dealt with by Qingqing's consecutive punches, and then was thrown to the ground with a shoulder throw. For Han Yang, it was by no means the case. Shangwan Qingqing's movements were coherent and her moves fierce. It was completely different from the feeling the zombies had given him before. Just in terms of close, range combat, he was no match for her at all. No, I have to think of a way to give play to my advantages. However, before Han Yang could think much, Shangwan Qingqing took off her clothes and immediately charged over again. Damn it, this is just too fierce. Han Yang was distracted by her figure and only came to his senses after being kicked twice. Shangwan Qingqing was tall with long, straight legs, moving quickly and powerfully. Han Yang parried left and right on the defensive. Shangwan Qingqing's skin was not as fair as Nanin's and Shenfang's, but it was shiny, firm, and full of elasticity. Coupled with the muscles that tensed from time to time, she had an unusual kind of healthy and beautiful charm. No, this is not the time to look at these things. I have to think of a way to win. If I win, there will be plenty of time to look. Another punch to his head made Han Yang a bit more sober. I have to limit her fists and feet so that she can't give full play to her fighting skills. Only then will I have a chance to win. Thoughts whirled in his mind, and in an instant, Han Yang came up with an idea. As the saying goes, a flurry of wild punches can kill an old master. Although I might not possess any refined martial arts skills, I am not without my own methods. In essence, it boils down to one approach: relentless pestering. My strength surpasses hers. Thus, all I need to do is seize hold of her hands and feet. Acting on this impulse, after a few rounds of skirmishes, Han Yang Having endured a series of blows, gradually became acquainted with some of Qingqing's moves. Seizing an opportune moment, as Qingqing launched another upper section straight punch. Completely forsaking her defense, Han Yang took the hit, then abruptly grabbed her wrist firmly. With one hand caught, Qingqing resorted to a hook punch with her other hand to break free. Han Yang, relying on his remarkable resilience to blows, withstood this attack. His other hand, which had been lying in wait, promptly grasped the wrist of her attacking hand. With both hands restrained, Qingqing remained unperturbed and swiftly lifted her knee for a powerful strike. Han Yang, gripping her hands, pushed them down to block, leaving her attempt fruitless. Qingqing tried to yank her hands free, yet it was as if they were clamped by a pair of vice, like pincers. Noticing a faint smirk of triumph on Han Yang's face, she snorted in disdain. Suddenly, she lunged forward, aiming her head directly at his nose. A sharp pang shot through Han Yang's nose, and tears welled up uncontrollably. You lack sportsmanship. He desperately wanted to utter these words, but before he could, his foot was abruptly tripped. His body lurched backwards, completely out of control. At this moment, had he released his hold on Qingqing's hands, he might have had a chance to regain his balance or brace himself upon landing. However, Han Yang chose otherwise. He was well aware that if he let go, a vigilant Qingqing would never allow him to gain the upper hand again. If I'm going down, you're coming with me. Han Yang dared not loosen his grip in the slightest. As his body began to topple, he exerted a sudden, forceful tug, pulling Qingqing down with him. Shangwan Qingqing attempted to steady herself, but Han Yang's strength far exceeded hers, and ultimately, she was dragged down, landing on top of him. In the instant they landed, Han Yang ensnared Qingqing's lower body with his legs, firmly locking her in place to prevent any possibility of movement. He feared she might employ ground grappling techniques such as the rear naked choke, triangle choke, or cross armbars. Thus he took the initiative. Engaged in close-quarters combat, he had never feared anyone before. Chun Fong and Nan Nan could attest to that. Chapter 80. Rapid growth. Shangwan Qingqing swung her arms, attempting to strike Han Yang with her elbows, desperate to escape his grasp. Simultaneously, she kicked her legs and rolled her body chaotically. Yet no matter how fiercely she struggled, Han Yang remained silent, clinging to her like an octopus. You scoundrel! Shangwan Qingqing exclaimed in frustration. As long as I can win. Han Yang chuckled. Though he was in considerable pain, the two were entangled, their skin pressed together, experiencing a mixture of suffering and joy. Their positions were exceedingly intimate, and an onlooker might mistakenly assume they were engaged in something inappropriate for children. Are they all right? In a nearby villa, Nan Nan and Chun Fong continued to observe the duel. Upon seeing them fall to the ground without rising, Chun Fong felt a twinge of concern. Nan Nan scoffed. What could possibly happen to them? Their clothes are already off. She muttered dismissively. Let's not watch them anymore. Let's continue swimming. On the beach, Han Yang noticed Qingqing had ceased her struggles, her chest heaving with intense breaths, and he couldn't help but steal a glance. Up close, her figure was truly impressive, not inferior to Chun Fong, slightly less than Nan Nan. Due to her tall stature and typically loose, casual attire, he had never truly realized it. Surely, she must be a C-cup. Have you seen enough? Qingqing calmed her emotions and stated softly, I can never get enough of this. A single phrase left her momentarily speechless. Let go of me. That's not an option. The outcome of our contest is yet to be determined. Does that even matter? Of course it does. It pertains to our agreement. Han Yang asserted with conviction. You have already seen and touched. You've done far more than what was agreed upon. Qingqing retorted, her annoyance evident. That's different. The agreement was to view in swimwear or without. You are clearly wearing it. Han Yang responded. Just then, he heard the sound of grinding teeth. When he looked at Qingqing again, he noticed her pearly white teeth flash as she suddenly bit down on his shoulder. Ah, this is an act of domestic violence. Uft, uft. Qingqing's bite felt as though she were gnawing on leather, accompanied by a mouthful of sand, making her teeth ache. Why is your skin so tough? No wonder you didn't react to being hit for so long. She realized with sudden clarity. But it was never said that you couldn't use your abilities. Indeed, it was never stated. If you had won through genuine skill, I wouldn't have minded considering you as my partner. What? Han Yang was taken aback. Humph. Do you really think your thoughts remain a mystery to others? Just take a look at your team, especially on the island. Out of 8 members, 7 are women. Even the controlled zombies are female. It's evident that Chun Fong and Nan share a close bond with you. That Yu Xiaoqiye also has ambiguous relations with you. Not to mention how others perceive me. Your schemes are so transparent that even Lu Bin outside the island can hear them. Which woman here isn't aware of your intentions? Even Nan could discern a thing or two. However, clarity aside, if you wish for my willing submission, you must first triumph over me. Really? I harbor no disdain for you. Otherwise, do you truly believe you could entwine yourself around me so effortlessly? Am I truly incapable of breaking free? Chivalry may transgress boundaries. Yet martial prowess is a lethal skill. Just as you would not dare wield a weapon against me, I too cannot engage in earnest combat with you. Of course, there are factors pertaining to you as well. Your physique is remarkably robust, particularly your strength and resilience to impact, rendering my ordinary offensive techniques ineffective. I maintain that genuine combat is never so genteel. Striking the eyes, digging into the nose, seizing the peach, and executing bear choke holds and crucifix holds. Only by employing every conceivable tactic can one achieve true effectiveness. So, might I be released now? Han Yang pondered for a moment before loosening his grip. Teacher Qingqing, please impart your martial arts knowledge to me. Han Yang's countenance was earnest. What scheme is brewing now? I simply wish to enhance myself. Upon uttering this, he could not resist a glance at her long legs. The sensation during their entanglement had been profound. Those long legs would be quite invigorating draped over my shoulders. TSK, to learn from me and then defeat me, subsequently compelling me to become your woman. What a calculation you have. Should I commend you with a 666? Shangwan Qingqing chuckled lightly. Do you agree then? Han Yang was quite aware that his trivial thoughts could not elude Qingqing's perception. I concur, but I was rather displeased just now. I must first unleash my frustrations upon you. Qingqing flicked her wrist, her hands somewhat stiff from his grasp. How about we employ an alternative method of combat? I assure you it will be most pleasurable. Han Yang rubbed his nose, still feeling a lingering pain. Upon hearing this, Qingqing recalled their previous mental clash and shivered slightly. This was one reason she did not entirely reject Han Yang. The imprint in her mind was too profound, and she harbored an inexplicable fondness for him. However, she held firmly to her principles and would not easily allow him to prevail. Humph. If you wish to win against me, you must earn it. When I mentioned striking you, it was not with the intention of seeking revenge. You possess an exceptional instinct for combat. I believe traditional methods may not suffice in teaching you. Your growth will accelerate through real combat. Han Yang found this reasoning surprisingly valid. All right then, what should we do? A smile involuntarily graced Qingqing's lips. It's quite simple. I will attack while you defend. Given your formidable defense, I can confidently employ certain techniques. After several rounds, I will explain the nuances of my movements. Han Yang took a deep breath. Very well. Let us begin. He assumed a defensive stance. At that moment, the glint in Shangwan Qingqing's eyes shifted, becoming even more piercing than during their initial sparring session. She did not afford Han Yang much preparation time. She launched two high kicks aimed directly at his face, swiftly followed by a spinning kick targeting his head. Unlike their earlier encounter, where the strikes were merely aimed at the torso, Han Yang felt the mounting pressure. He struggled to fend off the onslaught, blocking a maneuver reminiscent of a monkey stealing peaches. Unable to contain himself, he exclaimed, "Don't hit there. What if you break something? Less chatter. If something breaks, let Chen Fong handle it." Damn it. Han Yang began to regret his decision, just as he became distracted, with a swift and powerful strike. Shangwan Qingqing executed a formidable Iron Mountain blow, sending Han Yang soaring through the air. Bang! He landed heavily on the ground, feeling as though his entire body had shattered, with his internal organs seemingly displaced. Were it not for Shasha's defensive abilities mitigating the impact, that blow might have sent him directly to meet the Buddha himself. Hiss. He inhaled sharply, struggling to rise. Now, allow me to elucidate the technique that you just encountered. Qingqing approached him, beginning to explain the nuances of her recent attack in detail. She occasionally demonstrated the movements, breaking down the countermeasures. This fresh perspective invigorated Han Yang, broadening his horizons. Certain instinctive movements he had previously made began to align with the principles she described, the shoulder aligning with the hip, the elbow with the knee, the hand with the foot. If he could master these fundamentals. As he listened, Han Yang's spirits soared, his confidence rekindled, and he eagerly plunged into a second round of sparring, only to be thoroughly bested once more. They continued this rigorous practice until the night deepened, at which point Qingqing, still unsatisfied, decided to pause. Throughout the course of the night's combat, Han Yang experienced rapid growth. From his initial frantic responses, he had evolved into a more measured fighter, occasionally employing his newfound skills to counterattack, much to Qingqing's surprise. Unlike Han Yang, she lacked his formidable defensive prowess. He was convinced that with a few more days of such training, he would be able to engage Qingqing in a more balanced exchange, with victory merely a matter of time. Chapter 81. A little flattery that will suffice for today. I am quite satisfied. Let us strive for further progress tomorrow. I am eagerly awaiting the day you surpass me. Qingqing offered him words of encouragement and anticipation as they walked back side by side. Training in martial arts would also prove beneficial in your battles against the undead. Weapons are merely extensions of one's limbs. Historically, all martial arts were practiced for the purpose of wielding weapons. Thus, the more adept one becomes in hand-to-hand combat, the more proficiently one can handle weapons. As they conversed, the two returned to the villa, where most of the lights were dimmed. Chen Fong and Nan had already retired for the night, and Han Yang felt a twinge of regret for having missed their display in swimwear. His gaze shifted to Qingqing, whose half-naked torso was smeared with sand, obscuring her skin and concealing her exquisite curves. Han Yang felt an even greater sense of loss. With all that sand, you look quite dirty. Shall I assist you in washing it off? Qingqing rolled her eyes, ignoring him as she retreated to her room. How delightful it would be not to have to do it myself. Han Yang murmured to himself. He then pondered where he would sleep, recalling that his luggage was situated in the first room on the left on the second floor. However, he found the prospect of sleeping alone rather unappealing. Yet, upon glancing at his own soiled attire, he decided to return to his room for a quick wash. Once in the bathroom, he gazed into the mirror and was taken aback by the extent of his injuries. His face, hands, legs, and body were mottled with bruises. With Sasha's defensive capabilities aiding him, it was evident that Qingqing had struck with considerable ferocity. Nevertheless, he felt that every bruise was worth it. He believed he had not only gained combat experience but had also improved his physical condition, despite not having practiced any body refinement techniques. Overall, it was a positive development. After a brief cleaning, Han Yang changed into fresh clothes and stepped out of his room. He first approached the room furthest to the west and turned the doorknob. But it would not budge. Why has Fong locked the door? Such a habit is rather unbecoming. Helplessly, he returned to the adjacent room. This time, he entered smoothly. The air conditioner was on in the room. Nan was lying quietly on the bed, already asleep, with her sleeping posture still domineering. Han Yang gently pushed her leg inwards, then got onto the bed and embraced her. Her smooth and cool skin felt extremely comfortable when held in his arms. Nan woke up. In a daze, seeing it was Han Yang, she couldn't help but pout. Big turnip. What did that mean? Weren't you with Sister Qingqing? I even saw you two taking off your clothes and rolling on the beach. We were having a martial arts competition. Look at how she beat me. Han Yang pointed to the blue, purple bruises on his face. Humph. Serves you right. Nan said as she poked his face with her finger. Ouch. Does it hurt? It wasn't very painful originally, but it hurts now that you've poked it. Han Yang remained silent, pretending to be pitiful. Then I'll blow on it for you. Nan's rosy little mouth got close to his face and gently blew. The warm air, carrying a sweet fragrance, brushed across his cheek, making it itchy. How is it? Does it feel better? Nan asked. Much better, but this place also hurts. Han Yang pointed to another spot. Only then did Nan notice that there were blue, purple marks all over his body. Oh, Sister Qingqing hit you so hard. I clearly told her to go easy. Realizing she had said something wrong, Nan averted her eyes. It's just that Qingqing said she wanted to find an opportunity to have a bout with you. I advised her to be gentle. I didn't expect that while you were fighting, it turned into rolling on the beach. As the conversation went on, Nan became more assertive. Han Yang felt rather and more or less understood what was going on. Look, she beat me up so badly. You have to compensate me. Then I'll blow on it for you again. Blow here. Han Yang pointed to his mouth. Look, it's all swollen from the beating. Nan examined it carefully. Indeed, it was a bit swollen and there was also a tiny wound. In fact, Han Yang had bitten it when he fell. All right then. Nan leaned close to his mouth and gently blew on it. Han Yang closed his eyes and enjoyed it for a moment, then finally couldn't resist getting closer. On the 11th day of the apocalypse, early in the morning, after a beneficial physical and mental activity, Han Yang and Nan finished washing up and stepped out of the room. Outside, the sky was already brightly lit. In the kitchen, Chen Fong was busily occupied. Qin Lan had come over at some point and was helping her make breakfast. Good morning, Sister Fong, Sister Lan. Good morning. Why are you up so late today? It's not like you, Chen Fong teased. Nan's face turned slightly red, and she subtly tilted her head and cast a sidelong glance at Han Yang. It's all this guy's fault. He made her practice basic dance skills early in the morning. Where are Qingqing and Xiaokuei? Han Yang changed the topic. They went for morning exercise early. Lan Lan wanted to help me cook, so she didn't go. Han Yang felt gratified upon hearing this. He walked out of the villa. Sure enough, from afar, he saw several women practicing body, forging techniques at the place where they trained yesterday. This made Han Yang feel a bit ashamed. Since advancing to the second rank, have I been too negligent in my training? No, I do have morning exercises every day. It's also quite tiring. And at night, I have to be Qingqing's punching bag. Contemplating thus, a sense of shame swiftly enveloped him. He began to observe the fruits of the women's training. Indeed, they were quite impressive, their figures graceful and pleasing to behold. However, their attire was somewhat cumbersome. The day prior, upon learning that Xiaokuei and the others lacked suitable clothing for their exercises, Qingqing had generously offered several of her own practice outfits. Being tall with a robust frame, Qingqing's garments, once donned by the women, immediately concealed their elegant forms. Swimwear and yoga attire must be procured. Yi Xiaokuei and her companions lacked change of clothes, and he needed to find some women's undergarments, loungewear, sanitary supplies. A myriad of necessities flashed through Han Yang's mind, causing him a slight headache. The presence of so many women was indeed a hassle. If they were men, 2 sets of clothing would suffice. In an apocalyptic world, such delicacies were hardly practical. Women, however, were an entirely different matter, especially when they were his own. Breakfast was soon prepared, and the women who were to exercise were called back. Together, they joyfully shared the meal. After a brief respite, Han Yang and Nan Nan prepared to embark on their quest for supplies. All matters on the island were entrusted to Xiaokuei and Shengguan Qingqing. Very well, you may attend to your tasks without worrying about us. We shall return by nightfall if possible. If we do not, fret not, for we will certainly return by tomorrow at the latest. After offering his reassurances, Han Yang bid farewell to the women, taking Sha Sha and the mutated female zombie aboard the transport vehicle, setting off towards the island's outskirts. As they passed a service area, Lu Bin and Lu Li were practicing their body techniques. Upon spotting Han Yang, they hurried over. Brother Han, are you heading out? Indeed. Nan Nan and I are off to gather supplies from a nearby mall. You both take care of the home front. Understood. Please do be cautious. The armored vehicle continued to move forward. There were not many zombies near the service area. Before they arrived yesterday, Yi Xiaokuei had led the women and Lu Bin and the others to clear the area. Han Yang drove the vehicle smoothly all the way to the Binhai Highway, where they finally saw some zombies. From here to the supermarket, they needed to clear the way little by little, which would facilitate the transportation of supplies back later. Brother Han, how about I drive? Chapter 82. Only want women. Han Yang hesitated for a moment. Then he thought that in the future, they would surely need to drive back and forth to transport supplies. If each of them drove a vehicle, the efficiency would be higher. Moreover, they could drive freely and crash into things on the road now, which was just suitable for learning to drive. All right. Han Yang parked the vehicle by the roadside. First, he taught Nan Nan to recognize the accelerator, clutch, and brake, and then demonstrated how to operate the gears. When she had practiced enough, he started the vehicle and began to drive slowly in first gear. Nan Nan had a talent for driving and picked it up quickly. The two of them drove about 1 kilometer south and reached an intersection. Xiaokuei said that going west from here for 3 or 4 kilometers would lead to that shopping mall, and there should be quite a few zombies on the way. Once we attract the zombies, you stay in the vehicle, and I'll get out to clear them up. Then you get out to help me keep watch. Okay. Having just learned to drive, Nan Nan was still very excited and eager to drive for a while longer, so she didn't object. Sure enough, as soon as they turned into the intersection, more than a dozen zombies nearby were immediately attracted. Han Yang asked Nan Nan to stop the vehicle, then opened the door and took out his metal spear. When the zombies saw Han Yang, they became even more excited and immediately rushed towards him. With a sudden thrust of the long spear, the head of the leading zombie was immediately pierced, and it fell to the ground. Han Yang didn't even glance at the fallen zombie after the thrust. Instead, he promptly retracted the spear and charged towards other zombies once more. Thanks to his formidable regenerative ability, the bruises from last night had long since healed. However, the night of fighting was not in vain. He coordinated the shoulders with the hips, the elbows with the knees, and the hands with the feet. Following Qingqing's instructions, he adjusted his movements and instantly felt more at ease in wielding the long spear, especially when thrusting the spear, subconsciously following what Qingqing had taught him last night. He utilized the force, exerting technique of a move called Daluo Shou in Baji Quan. Without much effort, the spear, like a swimming dragon, pierced through the zombie in front of him. Could it be done like this? It was as if he had found a novel toy. Han Yang was tirelessly experimenting with the moves. Soon, over a dozen zombies were completely wiped out by him. Han Yang looked around. No new zombies were attracted. So he asked Nan Nan to keep watch while he started to open the zombie heads one by one. Fortunately, he actually found 4 zombie cores. Han Yang carefully put away the zombie cores and happily got into the car. Nan Nan, let's go. Okay. Nan Nan started the vehicle, and the two continued their journey. This road was not as spacious as the Binhai Highway. There were crashed cars everywhere, blocked vehicles, and corpses that were brutally eaten and mangled. The two moved forward intermittently. While killing the attracted zombies, they also moved aside the obstructive vehicles. After a whole morning, they had traveled less than half the distance. Brother Han, I always feel like someone is watching us, Nan Nan said to Han Yang while keeping watch as Han Yang was retrieving the zombie corpse. Han Yang raised his gaze to survey the surroundings. Along both sides of the road stood numerous storefronts, behind which lay 2 residential complexes. The buildings facing the street within these complexes towered high, offering an unobstructed view in their direction. We have spent the entire morning here clearing out zombies. It is possible that someone in the neighboring complexes has taken notice of us. Let us not concern ourselves with that. We shall rest for a while, indulge in some food, and then continue our journey. All right. The two returned to their vehicle and opened a foam box containing provisions prepared by Chun Fong and Qin Lan. Inside were pastries, buns, and side dishes. Despite having passed a morning of exertion, the food still retained a hint of warmth. Nan Nan picked up a small piece of cake and savored it, her eyes squinting in delight. Sister Lan's cake is truly delectable. Indeed, it is. Han Yang also took a piece, indulging in several bites. After a few morsels, Nan Nan felt a thirst and retrieved a bottle of cold drink from another foam box. This is refreshing. She sighed contentedly after taking a generous sip. At that moment, a commotion erupted outside the vehicle. A young man, seemingly in his 20s, emerged unexpectedly, dashing towards their car. His disheveled appearance suggested he had not ventured out in quite some time. He appeared to be vigilantly surveying his surroundings as he cautiously approached the front of Han Yang's vehicle, lightly tapping on the door. Han Yang chose not to open it, but instead regarded him silently. Excuse me, I just saw you fighting zombies. You were incredible. May I join you? The man's eyes conveyed a mix of tension, anxiety, and a glimmer of hope. What abilities do you possess? Ability? The man was taken aback upon hearing this. Does playing games count? Sorry, buddy, we don't accept men without abilities. Women are acceptable. And they have to be pretty. Big brother. I'm really good at killing zombies in games. Well then, if you can produce 5 of these things, I might consider having you tag along with me. Han Yang took out a zombie core and showed it to him through the glass. Some zombies have this thing at the back of their heads. Han Yang added, if this guy can really come up with 5 zombie cores, it means he's killed at least a dozen zombies. No matter how he did it. Being able to kill so many indicates that he's already stepped onto the threshold of survival in the apocalypse. It might be appropriate to take him in. After all, Lu Bin and the other guy are rather short-handed when it comes to guarding the service area. Can zombies even drop items? The man seemed to have caught on. Ability? Could it be like in games, having superpowers? No wonder you guys are so strong, he said with excitement. Big brother, would you be so kind as to tell me how to acquire abilities? Not convenient. Han Yang could tell that this guy was a gaming geek. Presumably, he lived alone and thus managed to survive until now without being attacked by other zombies. Roar. Just then, a zombie's roar came from not far away. The man was startled and said nervously, then, when I've gathered 5 of these, where should I look for you? In the coming days. We'll probably pass by here quite often. If you really do gather them, stop our vehicle then. Okay. With that, the man immediately scurried off, fearing that zombies nearby might notice him. Such timidity, can one truly eliminate a dozen zombies and gather their cores? Nan Nan curled her lip in disdain. Regardless, if she managed to collect any, she would simply hand them over to that brat Lu Bin. All right, let us continue our journey. After a brief interlude, the duo pressed on. As they ventured westward, the number of zombies increased, and Han Yang began to find the task increasingly arduous. However, they could now see the shopping mall in the distance. It was an imposing 8-story edifice, adorned with large brand advertisements, strategically positioned at the corner of an intersection, facing south and west. Diagonally across from it stood a commercial office building, the very location of Yu Xiaokui's father's workplace. Once they cleared another wave of zombies, Han Yang hopped into the vehicle and realized they were quite close to the parking lot entrance. He turned to Nan Nan and said, "Let us make a right turn and head into the auxiliary road. There is no need to proceed to the mall's entrance. The intersection is teeming with zombies. We can enter through the parking lot entrance just a bit further ahead." "All right, Brother Han, hold on tight." Chapter 83, Entering the Mall. Nan Nan adjusted the direction and drove into the auxiliary road. After traveling a few meters, they indeed spotted a parking lot sign indicating the way. At that moment, 2 zombies appeared ahead. Nan Nan paid them no heed and plowed straight through. Bang, bang. The sound echoed as the zombies were crushed beneath the wheels. Then, with a swift turn of the steering wheel, Nan Nan veered into the parking lot entrance. Impressive, she was becoming increasingly adept. Han Yang applauded her maneuver. "Humph, I am a genius." Bang. The parking barrier was also knocked down as she surged forward. Due to the surrounding commercial district, a vast congregation of zombies had amassed at the intersection ahead. The cacophony stirred them into a frenzy, their guttural roars echoing as they surged towards the source of the disturbance. This was indeed a predicament. Nan Nan furrowed her brow at the sight of the densely packed horde, which at first glance appeared to number at least in the hundreds. Indeed, the sheer volume was rather alarming. Han Yang also frowned slightly. Despite his formidable strength, his stamina was limited. Particularly with Shasha's defensive capabilities engaged, the exertion was considerable. Should they find themselves encircled, especially with the potential presence of mutated zombies lurking within, their situation could turn perilous. "Let us head inside." Xiaokuei mentioned that area is a loading zone. Upon entering the parking lot, a leftward turn would lead them to the mall's entrance. Under normal circumstances, one would prefer to be as close to the entrance as possible for shopping. However, the main entrance was now perilously close to the intersection, and the influx of zombies from that direction was increasing alarmingly. The front entrance was unequivocally off-limits. Instead, if they drove directly into the parking lot, a narrow alley could be found leading to the rear of the mall, where the loading dock resided. This area was adjacent to the warehouse, allowing access into the mall itself. All right then. Nan Nan revved the engine, propelling them forward swiftly into the loading zone, arriving at the warehouse entrance. Han Yang, Nan Nan, and Shasha exited the vehicle, leaving the mutated female zombie inside. After all, it was a zombie. The others would not perceive it as a threat. It could keep an eye on the vehicle while remaining vigilant of the surroundings. "Oh no, there is an electronic lock. What do we do? Can you handle it?" Brother Han. At that moment, the distant sound of the zombies' frantic approach was growing louder, the vibrations of their rush unmistakable. There were certainly a significant number of them. Even the fastest dozen or so zombies had rushed into the alley. "Let me take a look." Han Yang remained unperturbed. There was indeed an electronic lock on the warehouse door. One needed to enter the correct password to gain access. Han Yang heaved a sigh of relief. Fortunately, it wasn't a fingerprint lock. Otherwise, they would have had to break the door down. He calmly picked up a handful of dirt from the ground and sprinkled it on the password keypad. Then, with a gentle blow, he immediately identified 4 frequently pressed numbers. Next, it was a matter of trying different permutations and combinations. However, there were still too many combinations of the 4 numbers, and if the password was entered incorrectly more than a certain number of times, the lock would be disabled. So, he didn't act immediately, but continued to observe. Soon, he noticed that one of the 4 numbers was significantly more prominent than the other 3. When people first enter a password, not knowing how much force is appropriate, they often apply relatively more force. For the subsequent 3 numbers, due to gaining some experience, the force applied is relatively less, so the marks are relatively lighter. Now he only needed to arrange the last 3 digits. Without further hesitation, Han Yang started entering the password. After the first attempt, the prompt indicated an error. By this time, the nearest zombie was less than 10 meters away from them. Nan Nan was already prepared for a fight. Try again. Han Yang entered the password for the second time, and it was still incorrect. As the zombies were getting closer and closer, Han Yang composed himself and made a third attempt. Suddenly, there was a ding sound. The electronic lock lit up with a green light. The lock was successfully opened. "Nan Nan, we can retreat." Han Yang turned the doorknob and opened the door. Nan Nan and Shasha entered one after another. Han Yang followed closely behind and immediately locked the door. Bang, bang. The zombies crashed into the door one after another, growling menacingly. However, they were all isolated by the iron gate. Finally, they managed to enter. Nan Nan let out a sigh of relief. "Who are you?" Suddenly, a beam from a flashlight illuminated the 2 of them. The warehouse of the mall was devoid of electric lighting, with only a faint glimmer filtering through the small windows, casting an air of dimness within. Yet, This did not impede their ability to see. Han Yang and Nan Nan squinted uncomfortably as the flashlight shone upon them. As their eyes adjusted to the abrupt brightness, they noticed 4 individuals staring back at them. The quartet consisted of 2 men and 2 women, each brandishing a weapon. "Who are you? How did you know the password?" queried a middle-aged man with a receding hairline, his physique slightly plump and his hair slicked back. His demeanor exuded the arrogance of a minor manager seasoned by the trials of life. "We are survivors, here to gather some supplies," Han Yang replied calmly. He paid little heed to the hostility emanating from the group, instead scrutinizing them closely. Beside the middle-aged man stood a tall, muscular figure, wielding a steel rod stained with dark crimson blood, clearly not to be trifled with. Behind him, a woman cowered, clutching a weapon, though her evident timidity rendered her a negligible threat. It was the other woman, positioned next to the middle-aged man, who caught Han Yang's eye. She possessed a striking uniqueness. Not very tall, her youthful visage bore a doll-like quality, yet the dimensions she displayed were truly remarkable, even more pronounced than Nan Nan's, at least a D cup, if not an E. Yet her figure did not appear corpulent. The areas that ought to be slender remained so. Although her legs lacked the delicate elegance of Nan Nan's, they possessed a pleasing fullness. Additionally, she wielded a long-handled fire axe, its blade smeared with dark crimson stains. Yin Tong, endowed with ample bosom, petite stature, and frail physique, brandished the formidable fire axe. The juxtaposition of these elements created an unsettling yet oddly harmonious illusion. Unlike the robust middle-aged man beside her, the woman, Yin Tong, kept her distance, evidently reluctant to engage with him. Intriguing. Han Yang was uncertain of the circumstances surrounding them or whether they possessed any abilities. He refrained from acting impulsively and decided to probe the situation first. Survivors? The middle-aged man furrowed his brow upon hearing this. 11 days had passed since the outbreak of the zombie virus. They were no longer in the initial state of panic and had begun to comprehend certain realities. For instance, a larger group was not necessarily advantageous. In the early days, they were not the only 4 survivors. Several others, staff members from the supermarket, had fortuitously evaded the assaults of their companions. Gradually, they gathered under his leadership, clearing a safe zone. This area boasted ample supplies, alleviating concerns of hunger and thirst, leading them to believe they could simply wait for rescue. However, unexpectedly, one of the survivors transformed into a zombie and bit several others. Fortunately, he had been sleeping in his office at the time, escaping that calamity. Consequently, only the 4 of them remained. Learning from this misfortune, they resolved to sleep separately. And thus far, they had coexisted without incident. Unexpectedly, the warehouse door swung open today. Upon witnessing the overwhelming horde of corpses outside, the middle-aged man nearly lost his composure. Fortunately, they managed to close the door just in time after entering. Now, merely hearing the roars emanating from beyond the door, he estimated that there were no fewer than 100 zombies. Should they carelessly allow any in, their fate would be sealed. Thus, under these pressing circumstances, the middle-aged man instinctively resisted their presence. "I am the manager here. My word is law. You 3. Initially, he intended to refuse. But a glance at the trio, particularly at Nan Nan and Sha Sha, caused him to hesitate. Goodness, these 2 women are exceedingly beautiful. Chapter 84. Collusion in Distress. Goodness. These 2 women are exceedingly beautiful. Especially the one in cosplay. She certainly knows how to play the game. Just imagining the thrill of engaging with her in that attire is intoxicating. Moreover, the other woman is stunning as well, more beautiful than many a star. Her legs are slender and long. Before their departure, Nan Nan had gifted Sha Sha a pair of cosmetic contact lenses, making it difficult at first glance to discern her as a zombie. Furthermore, Sha Sha was clad in a cosplay outfit of the protagonist from Nier Automata, making her utterly captivating. In an instant, the middle-aged man's resolve shifted. "If you 3 wish to stay, it is not impossible, but you must adhere to my instructions." The middle-aged man, with his protruding belly and tilted head, spoke with an air of authority. "Having entered from the outside, you surely comprehend the current situation. Resources are exceedingly precious. Therefore, here, one cannot simply partake without contributing. Your value must be evident. In short, we do not harbor idlers." Nanan regarded this man as if he were a fool. In the apocalypse, who would care about someone being a manager or not? The one with the strongest fist was the boss. Nanan was eager to give this man a couple of kicks to bring him to his senses. However, Han Yang, who noticed this, tugged at her. Nanan, puzzled, looked towards Han Yang. Han Yang whispered to her. Let's observe the situation first. Only then did Nan calm down. Seeing the two exchange glances and whisper a few words without objecting, the middle, aged man assumed they had agreed to his newly set rules. A satisfied smile involuntarily spread across his face. Since you two have no objections, you're one of us. Obey the arrangements in the future, and I guarantee you a life of comfort, with plenty to eat and drink and no worries about food and clothing. Now, let me introduce myself. I'm Zhao Xian, the purchasing manager here. Subsequently, Zhao Xian, the middle, aged man, pointed at the burly man beside him. This is Shin Song, our security guard. He's quite remarkable. He used to be the boxing champion in our district and is also very capable of fighting zombies. He led the clean up of those zombies in the vicinity. Zhao Xian emphasized Shin Song's introduction, and his intention was crystal clear. He was warning Han Yang and the others to behave themselves, or else Shin Song would deal with them. This is Lin Sujin, the supermarket stock clerk. Zhao Xian pointed at the middle, aged woman next to Shin Song and briefly introduced her. Then he looked at the girl on the other side. This is also one of our employees, Meng Xian, a university management trainee. Although she hasn't graduated yet, she has strong working capabilities. When introducing Meng Xian, a trace of lascivious thought involuntarily emerged in Zhao Xian's eyes. Her bust, in contrast to her figure, was simply too striking. Zhao Xian had been fixated on her for quite some time. He had even subtly suggested that he possessed the means to expedite her internship and facilitate a swift ascent to the management level. Regrettably, the girl appeared rather oblivious, failing to grasp the overt hints he had dropped. Despite the clarity of his insinuations, she remained unresponsive. Following the outbreak of the virus, after a week of waiting in vain for assistance, Zhao gradually came to the realization that the end of the world might be upon them. Thus, he began to entertain new thoughts. In recent days, under the guise of leadership, he had been assigning tasks to the trio. Initially, he directed Meng Xian to undertake laborious manual tasks, insinuating that should she acquiesce to his desires, her burdensome labor could be alleviated. To his surprise, the girl possessed considerable strength, easily lifting heavy objects without any apparent effort, and remained indifferent to his implications. Starting yesterday, he had her working alongside Shin Song, cleaning out zombies in the perilous passageways leading to the supermarket and mall, deliberately instructing Shin not to assist her and even sabotaging her efforts. He attempted to be more forthright with his suggestions this time, yet she continued to feign ignorance. Were it not for the sudden appearance of Han Yang and his companions, he would have contemplated resorting to force today. However, their presence only solidified his resolve. 11 days had passed since the apocalypse began. For the survivors outside, food and water must now be of paramount importance. If they could barter their bodies for sustenance, surely some would acquiesce. Moreover, he had not merely food and water at his disposal. He possessed an entire mall brimming with an abundance of supplies. Zhao Xian resolved to take a step back with Meng Xian, considering her to be one of his own, someone who was relatively obedient to his directives. Instead, he intended to exploit the two newcomers, leveraging his authority and resources for his own gratification. As for the other man, if he obediently complies, an additional laborer would be rather useful. To gain control of the entire mall, numerous zombies within need to be eliminated. However, if he dares to resist, then let Shin Song deal with him. After Han Yang and the others also introduced themselves, Zhao Xian instructed Meng Xian, Xiao Xian, you first lead these three to find a place to rest. Follow the rules. Yes, manager. Meng Xian nodded, then made an inviting gesture to Han Yang and the others. You three, come with me. Nan and Han Yang exchanged a glance and then stepped forward to follow. After they walked far away, Zhao Xian said to Lin Sujin, you go back now and prepare a day's worth of food and water for them. After Meng Xian has settled them in, ask Meng Xian to deliver it to them. Remember, don't give too much. Oh. Lin Sujin nodded timidly and then walked back cautiously. After everyone had left, only Zhao Xian and Shin Song remained in front of the warehouse gate. Zhao Xian took out a box of cigarettes and offered one to Shin Song. Shin Song, being observant, accepted it and lit a cigarette for Zhao Xian. Song, I remember I arranged this job for you back then, right? Yes. I've always remembered Brother Zhao's kindness. Shin Song took a deep puff of the cigarette, exhaled slowly, and replied with a smile. You've done an excellent job these years. I've seen it all. My arrangement wasn't in vain. Alas, originally I intended to recommend you as the security captain, but unexpectedly, this damned occurred. Brother Zhao has good intentions. It's all in the past. Let's not talk about the past. let's talk about the present. Zhao Xian exhaled a smoke ring. Incident change, as you can see. The outside world is in utter chaos right now. Zombies are everywhere. There's no mobile phone signal, and both water and electricity supplies have been cut off. I reckon the entire world has descended into turmoil. Otherwise, there wouldn't be no sign of rescue even after such a long time. Fortunately, our place is well stocked with supplies. With what we have here, while we can't guarantee to survive for 4 or 5 years, 1 or 2 years is definitely achievable. However, we need to establish some rules. We can't just offer help to anyone who comes asking. If we do that, no matter how much we have, it won't be enough for everyone, right? Zhao Xian stared intently at Shinsong. Shinsong, being an old hand. A knowing look appeared on his face. He smiled at Zhao Xian and said, "You're absolutely right, Brother Zhao. If you have any ideas, feel free to say. I'll definitely support you. You're a sensible guy, brother. As long as you work with me, I won't treat you badly. Here's what I think. In the future, if anyone comes, for men, we'll make them do hard labor. For women, well, we can have some fun with them. What do you think?" After Zhao Xian finished speaking, a lewd and malicious smile formed on his chubby face. What a brilliant idea. A lewd smile also appeared on Shinsong's face as he clicked his tongue in admiration. Chapter 85. A spectacular sight, but soon he furrowed his brows. However, Brother Zhao, what if someone doesn't obey? Zhao Xian's expression turned solemn, and a fierce look appeared on his face. If anyone dares to disobey, you just beat them to death. In this day and age, no one will care if you kill someone. Shinsong's face showed hesitation. He dared to kill zombies, but killing a living person. What? Are you scared? Who said I'm scared? With just a little goading from Zhao Xian, Shinsong's face immediately flushed. If I can kill zombies, I'm even less afraid of killing people. Good brother, I have faith in you. Zhao Xian exclaimed, patting his shoulder. Shinsong took a deep drag from his cigarette, casually discarding the smoldering but on the ground and crushing it beneath his foot. At that moment, he began to grasp the situation. Zhao Gu, you can't possibly be enamored with those two newcomers, can you? TSK, surely not. One's into cosplay, full of allure. The other possesses legs that could entice for an entire year. Zhao Xian's mind conjured vivid imagery, especially at the thought of the two women together, causing a warmth to rise within him. Shinsong, unable to suppress his own desire, swallowed hard. However, Zhao Xian had already set his sights on the two women, making it inappropriate for him to entertain such thoughts. Suddenly, he recalled Meng Xian. This isn't bad either, especially her assets. Zhao Gu, you can have the cosplay and the long-legged beauty. How about letting me have a taste of Meng Xian? Meng Xian had long been regarded by Zhao Xian as his personal treasure. How could he allow this fellow to covet her? Aren't you already entangled with Lin Suzhen? I've seen you two getting cozy at the stockroom. Lin Suzhen, she's nearly 40. She lacks security, and I provide her with that. It's merely a game. Shinsong, noticing Zhao Xian's reluctance to part with Meng Xian, felt a surge of irritation. So all the beauties are yours, but I'm meant to settle for the older women? That is not how this works. His tone grew increasingly heated. I have but one demand. Meng Xian belongs to me. Otherwise, I'm out. Do as you please. Upon hearing this, Zhao Xian felt a pang of anxiety. He relied on Shinsong for many matters, especially when it came to clearing out zombies and intimidating others. His tone softened involuntarily. Alas, Song, what words are these? Did Brother Zhao not assure you that you would not be wronged? Women, after all, are but garments. It is our brotherhood that constitutes true kinship. As long as we stand united, the decisions lie within our grasp. Do they not? Those women, even if we engage with them interchangeably, what difference does it make? Would you not agree? Zhao Xian wrapped his arm around Shinsong's shoulder, raising an eyebrow and revealing a mischievous grin. Ah, it is indeed Brother Zhao who knows how to enjoy himself. I relish this. Ha ha ha, then it is settled. The two conspired together, reaching a mutual understanding. Shinsong promptly began to devise a plan. Brother Zhao, I observe that the one named Han Yang wields a bloodied spear. He may prove to be formidable. Hiss. Now that you mention it, those two women seem to be armed as well. Zhao Xian pondered for a moment, his expression darkening. Indeed. Thus we must prepare for the unforeseen. What do you propose? Shinsong smiled smugly. If they were zombies, my strategy would be of little use. But when it comes to dealing with people, do not keep me in suspense. Speak quickly. Hiki. Shinsong whispered a few words to Zhao Xian, who immediately brightened with delight. Indeed, you have a knack for this. I entrust this task to you. Very well, just watch. If that fellow dares to resist, we can toy with those two women right before his eyes. Han Yang and Nan followed Meng Xian. walking a few meters into the warehouse, where they encountered two enormous cargo elevators. Due to a power outage, the elevators were currently inoperative. This way, at this moment, Meng Xian suddenly spoke up and pointed to the passageway beside them. The two followed and entered, only to find an elongated storage room. The storage room didn't seem very large and was partitioned by rows of shelves. One end of each shelf abutted against one side of the wall, while the other end left a gap of 3 to 4 meters from the opposite wall, serving as a passage. And on this wall, there were several double, opened iron gates. Could those iron gates lead to the mall? Exactly. You needn't worry. The iron gates are already locked, and the zombies in the mall won't get in. No wonder. Han Yang glanced at the identification signs on the shelves, most of which were for large electrical appliances. And it was large electrical appliances that were sold on the first floor of the mall. This was precisely the storage room of the first floor sales area. Soon, Meng Xian led the two to a certain shelf. You can stay here for the time being. You can randomly choose 3 shelves. Huh, why are these shelves blocked? Nan Nan asked curiously. It turned out that in the place where Meng Xian led them, the space between 2 shelves was blocked by numerous cardboard boxes, enclosing the area between the 2 shelves into a small, room-like enclosed space. Only the one in front of them had a gap about the width of one person left. Don't you know? Meng Xian looked rather puzzled. Survivors might also turn into zombies, so we blocked the shelves to make one small room after another. In this way, each person has one room. When sleeping, just block the door, and there's no need to worry that someone might suddenly turn into a zombie and bite others. So that's how it is. Nan Nan suddenly realized. There are 3 of you, so you need 3 rooms. I'll clear the doors of the other 2 rooms for you. After Meng Xian finished speaking, she walked over to the nearby shelves and moved down a row of obstructing boxes. Soon, she had arranged 2 livable rooms. All right, I will go fetch the camping tents and food. Please wait a moment. Thank you, Sister Meng Xian. Do you need our help to get them? No. Those items are in the storage room of the supermarket on the first floor. Manager Zhao won't allow you to enter, Meng Xian remarked, seemingly casually, before turning to leave. Han Yang pondered for a moment. Brother Han, I feel that Zhao Xian has ulterior motives. Nan Nan murmured. I can see that. In fact, he doesn't concern me at all, but rather, Han Yang gestured towards the departing Meng Xian. Humph, a fickle heart. Unable to resist the allure of beautiful women. She's merely a bit older than I am, and not even taller. Han Yang listened, dumbfounded, and couldn't help but tap Nan Nan on the head. What is going through your mind? Aren't you envious of her being both big and young? Am I really that kind of person? Nan Nan contemplated for a moment. It seems like you are. Han Yang's forehead twitched, and he decided to drop the subject. Go and move those boxes that Meng Xian just relocated. Is there anything special about these boxes? They seem like ordinary cardboard boxes, just a bit large. Nan Nan circled the boxes and then, gripping the straps on top, lifted one. They have some weight, but this is a piece of cake for me. They must be heavy. Didn't you see that it says air conditioning outdoor unit on top? Do you truly have no idea how heavy an air conditioning unit is? Nan Nan stuck out her tongue, revealing her genuine ignorance. Typically, these outdoor units weigh around 70 to 80 pounds, with some potentially exceeding 100. And then, Meng Xian effortlessly lifted one. I can do it just as easily. Look. Nan Nan, still unconvinced, demonstrated by lifting and lowering one unit repeatedly with both hands. Jealousy can distort one's perception. Where has your cleverness gone? Chapter 86. Coercion. You are an awakened one, having practiced body enhancement techniques to bolster your strength. Oh, right? Nan Nan suddenly comprehended. Could it be that Meng Xian is also an awakened one? Initially, I was uncertain. When I first saw her wielding a fire axe, I was perplexed. Fire axes are not light, and even the burly Shinsong refrained from using one, yet she did. At that moment, I suspected she might be an awakened one, which is why I advised you against acting rashly. So, it turns out I misjudged you. But wait. Can you honestly claim that looking at her ample bosom and youthful face didn't stir any thoughts? Surely it did. Yet, who would admit it? On to serious matters. I have discerned that Meng Xian and Zhao Xian are likely not aligned. When we faced off, she maintained a considerable distance from Zhao Xian. Additionally, as she departed, she subtly indicated that Zhao Xian and his group have monopolized the most crucial supermarket warehouse area. Thus, we can strive to win Meng Xian over. As long as she refrains from intervening, the remaining 3 pose no significant threat. Your wit has returned. Kudos to Han Yang. Soon, you should engage her in conversation. Yes, sir. Soon, Meng Xian came running back, carrying a bunch of things. As she ran, Her chest swayed with quite an impressive amplitude. It could be described in 4 words: tempestuous waves, truly a magnificent sight. Even Nan felt inferior. Hanyang, Nan, Sha, these are your tents. Meng Xian handed over 3 packages. Hanyang took a look and saw that they were 3 unopened camping tents, truly worthy of a big supermarket, having everything one could want. And this is your food. Meng Xian somewhat sheepishly handed over a plastic bag again. Nan took a look and found that there were only 3 bottles of mineral water and 3 packs of biscuits inside. Hanyang was stunned into silence. Although in the apocalypse, this was already good food, but this was in a big supermarket. It really felt like they were being treated like beggars. Although unhappy in her heart, Nan knew it wasn't Meng Xian's fault, so she didn't show a sour face but took the food. If you're not used to it. Seeing Nan's displeasure, Meng Xian took out a sandwich from her carry-on bag and stuffed it to her. I still have some sandwiches saved from before. You can take this to eat first. Nan was instantly touched. Her impression of this lowly improved a few points. Thank you. Meng, sister. Despite being moved, Nan felt a sense of disharmony when calling her sister as she looked even younger than herself. You're welcome. Then I'll go back first. You guys have a good rest. Sister, don't leave yet. I have so many questions I want to consult you about. Nan grabbed her and affectionately took her arm. You have time now, right? Have time. Sister, where do you live? Alas, it was my oversight. I'm in the office right by the warehouse gate. Next door is the manager's office. If you have anything, you can come find me there. Actually, I originally lived in this warehouse too. It's a little further in the cosmetics area. The two sat on the boxes, chatting animatedly. It was not until Hanyang finished setting up the tent that the two stopped reluctantly. If there are no other issues, then I'll be leaving. Meng Xian smacked her lips, feeling a bit parched from all the talking. All right, goodbye, sister. Meng Xian waved her hand and skipped away. When her figure was out of sight, Nan then said to Hanyang, I think Miss Meng Xian is a very nice person. If we take action, she probably won't side with others. I can tell that she really dislikes that man with a receding hairline. Hanyang curled his lips. So easily swayed. But he didn't object either. Nan's intuition has always been accurate. Moreover, he had roughly overheard the conversation just now. Meng Xian is still a student at Jinghai University, approaching graduation, and she applied for an internship as a management trainee at this mall. College students, after all, generally have more innocent minds. Not as shrewd as those seasoned professionals in the workplace. All right, then let's get prepared and deal with the other 3. On the other side. As soon as Meng Xian returned to the door of the office, she encountered Shinsong. Little Xian, come with me for a moment. There are some things I want to discuss with you. Shinsong had a smug smile on his face, brazenly sizing up Meng Xian's chest. His gaze was like that of a hunter eyeing his prey. What is it, Brother Shin? As Meng Xian beheld his insidious gaze, a sense of wariness instinctively enveloped her. Before we delve into conversation, could you assist me in bringing some items upstairs? Shinsong gestured towards the staircase leading to the basement. Upon descending to the lower level, Meng Xian discovered a versatile outdoor power source, boasting a formidable capacity of 2048 Wh and weighing nearly 50 pounds. With a single hand, she hoisted it up and briskly returned to the first floor. At that moment, Shinsong appeared, having procured a pump from an unknown source, awaiting her by the elevator. What does Brother Shin need the pump for? Meng Xian pondered, intrigued. For an experiment. Shinsong directed her to place the battery down. As she bent to set it down, the pull of gravity exaggerated her curves. Shinsong, observing this, could not suppress a gulp. How strikingly ample. Moreover, her figure was quite alluring. The thought of what was to come stirred a palpable excitement within him. His hand instinctively reached towards Meng Xian. However, ever vigilant, she noticed his movement and swiftly sidestepped, evading his grasp. Maintaining an air of nonchalance, she inquired, Brother Shun, should I connect the power source for the pump? Please do. Shinsong's hand flailed in the air, tinged with regret. He failed to perceive that Meng Xian had deliberately evaded him, mistakenly believing her movement was merely a result of her intent to plug in the power source. Nevertheless, his internal exhilaration remained undiminished, for soon he would have the chance to explore her thoroughly. Shinsong affixed the nail gun to the pump's hose and tightened the connection, then activated the pump, its motor humming to life. He aimed the nail gun at the wall and pulled the trigger. Bang! Bang! 2 huge nails were successively hammered into the wall, sinking deep into it. Shinsong nodded with satisfaction, then looked at Meng Xian, who was completely puzzled, with a smile on his face. Xiaoxian, after these days, you probably know what the outside has become like. Today, there are outsiders, so Manager Zhao and I have discussed it. There may be more and more outsiders in the future, and we can't support idle people here. Otherwise, no matter how much stuff there is, it won't be enough to eat, right? Each of us should exert our maximum value. You're no exception. Do you understand what I mean? As Shinsong spoke, his eyes kept lingering on the most prominent part of Meng Xian's body. Meng Xian felt that his gaze was like a venomous and cold snake crawling all over her body, extremely disgusting. She immediately had a bad premonition in her heart. But she still forced a smile and pretended to be full of enthusiasm, saying, "Brother Shin, don't worry. I will work hard. If there is any moving work, just leave it to me. I'm very strong. There is food and drink here, sufficient supplies, and not many zombies. There is no place more suitable for survival than this." If she had a choice, she wouldn't want to compromise here either. Shinsong twitched the corners of his mouth. This woman is really strong. Chapter 87. All efforts in vain, just in terms of strength alone. He himself is inferior to her. Wonder what she ate to grow up like this. Could there be a connection between her large breasts and this? Shinsong stared at Meng Xian's chest and couldn't help licking his lips. It seems you don't understand what I mean. You should bring into play your greatest advantage. Where's your greatest part? The evil thoughts in his eyes were completely unhidden. Meng Xian was shocked upon hearing this. Brother Shen, this joke of yours has gone a bit too far. Who's joking with you? The expression on Shinsong's face turned cold. Look how sensible Sister Lin is. I hope you'll also be smart. Shinsong took 2 steps forward and reached out to grab her. Meng Xian quickly stepped back to dodge. At the same time, she suddenly understood in her heart. No wonder Lin Suzhen had been nagging in front of her these days, saying that Manager Zhao is handsome, capable of leading, brave, and resourceful. If she were 10 years younger, she would definitely be with Manager Zhao. Between the lines, she was persuading her to get together with Manager Zhao. So she had already colluded with Shinsong and the others. Thinking of Zhao Xian's bald hairstyle and greasy chubby face. Handsome indeed. Bah. How could she even say that? But thinking of Manager Zhao. If you do this, Manager Zhao won't let you off lightly when he finds out. She started to bluff. Guess whether he knows or not. Shinsong smiled complacently. 2 new girls have come, and Brother Zhao's heart has already flown to them. As for you, Brother Zhao has already agreed to give you to me. As Shinsong spoke, he tried to grab her again. Meng Xian continued to retreat. But there wasn't much space left behind, and she directly pressed against the wall. What does this mean? Am I a commodity? To be given around by them? Have they even asked me? Meng Xian felt a chill in her heart. You're breaking the law. TSK, do you think the law still works now? Seeing that Meng Xian was cornered, Shinsong became even more smug. In this world now, you women are just goods, only having the qualification to be used. He shook the nail gun in his hand. You have just witnessed the formidable power of this nail gun. If you behave obediently, I might treat you well, otherwise. I shall first pin your hands and feet before having my way with you. Meng Xian gazed at the nail gun pointed at her. Recalling the 2 nails embedded deep within the wall, her body trembling in sheer terror, her eyes filled with despair. Now, you will serve me diligently. As Shinsong spoke, he unbuckled his belt. His trousers slipped down, revealing his hairy thighs. What should I do? Meng Xian looked around in confusion. Outside, hordes of zombies roamed. While she found herself in a confined space, the adversary was armed. What options did she have? Where could she escape? Was she truly destined to become their plaything? No, I would rather die. A flicker of resolve and defiance crossed Meng Xian's eyes. She had accepted her fate. Yet, witnessing Shinsong's triumphant demeanor ignited a fire of rage within her. Why should I perish while this person revels in life? If I die, you shall not fare any better. A surge of warmth coursed through her veins, fueled by her anger. What are you waiting for? Come here and remove your clothes. Let me have a good look at your chest. Meng Xian approached him with an impassive expression as he prepared to shed his boxers. That's right, obediently. Take off your clothes and squat down. However, before he could finish his command, Meng Xian's right leg swept through the air, delivering a powerful kick between his legs. It was as if something had shattered. Simultaneously, a dull thud resonated. A nail grazed Meng Xian's body, striking the wall behind her before bouncing to the ground. Then, a shrill, piercing scream echoed throughout the entire mall, reminiscent of a rooster's crowing. Oh, it resonated only once, swiftly diminishing like a firecracker that had lost its spark. At this moment, upon observing Shinsong, one could see him wedged at the knees, his posterior raised. Torso bent forward, hands clasped tightly between his legs, resembling a large shrimp, his features contorted as he spun in place. The once robust physique now appeared as if it belonged to a delicate maiden. The nail gun he had clutched was already discarded on the ground, the previous shot having been fired instinctively in response to excruciating pain. What transpired? Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen emerged as if from thin air. Xiao Song, what has happened to you? Lin Suzhen hurried forward to assist Shen Song. Zhao Xian, upon witnessing Shen Song's bizarre posture, felt a chill grip his heart, especially as he noticed a stream of foul yellow liquid trickling down his legs, emanating an unpleasant odor of urine, sending shivers through him. He turned to Meng Xian and, with a voice laced with indignation, exclaimed, Meng Xian, what is the meaning of this? How could you inflict such harm upon a colleague? Indeed, look at how much pain Xiao Song is in. Lin Suzhen chimed in. I merely used my foot. Meng Xian replied, her expression devoid of emotion. Yet her heart surged with a sense of satisfaction. Using my foot is even worse. Is there not a matter that can be discussed? Xiao Song has been such a good boy, caring for you these past days. The two exchanged heated words. He was forcing me. Yes, his coercion was unjust. Yet, you could have informed me. I would have intervened on your behalf. How could you resort to violence? Look at the state he is in now. What if he is seriously injured? Suzhen, please, check on him. Zhao Xian adopted a demeanor of righteous authority. Lin Suzhen had already helped Shen Song to sit down. Upon hearing this, she withdrew Shen Song's hands, pulling aside the edges of his shorts to take a glance inside. A shiver coursed through Lin Suzhen as she cast a regretful glance at Zhao Xian. The sight was grotesque, a horrific mass of flesh that had decayed beyond recognition. Zhao Xian was momentarily taken aback. Suddenly, a stifled laugh broke the tension. Who? Zhao Xian scanned his surroundings, despite the dim environment. There was nowhere for anyone to hide. The area was utterly barren. He then turned to Meng Xian, whose expression remained calm, clearly indicating she was not the source of the laughter. Was it merely an illusion? At that moment, Shen Song, stirred by Lin Suzhen's words, regained a fragment of his composure. His eyes blazed with fury as he fixated on Meng Xian, resembling a ravenous wolf. I will make you pay with your life. His voice dripped with venomous coldness, imbued with boundless resentment. Then, seemingly fueled by an unseen strength, he lunged to the ground, retrieving the discarded nail gun, aiming it directly at Meng Xian's head. His swift motion caught everyone off guard, leaving them momentarily paralyzed. Meng Xian, overwhelmed with terror, shut her eyes tightly. A resounding bang echoed. Pain did not arrive as anticipated. She opened her eyes to find an unexpected figure had appeared on the scene. Han Yang. Her gaze quickly shifted to his hand, which was gripping the nail gun, a nail protruding through his palm, stained with blood. The others present stood in shock. Just moments ago, no one had been there. How had he emerged in the blink of an eye? And audaciously to intercept the nail gun. Did it not hurt? TSK, engrossed in the unfolding drama, they had let their guard down. Han Yang muttered. Shen Song, momentarily stunned, soon erupted in rage. Who do you think you are, blocking my way? I swear, I'll take you down along with him. With a resounding thud, Han Yang kicked him, sending Shen Song flying across the ground, crashing against the wall before coming to a halt. Overwhelmed by new injuries atop his existing pain, he fainted instantly. Chapter 88. A Fool Who Fails to Recognize the Mighty Ah. Lin Suzhen gasped in shock, instinctively retreating to Zhao Xian's side, disregarding Shen Song. How could you act like this? Who gave you the right to strike? Zhao Xian, both astonished and furious, confronted Han Yang, who, however, chose to ignore him and turned his gaze towards Meng Xian. At that moment, Nan Nan appeared beside Meng Xian, grasping her hand reassuringly. Sister Meng, do not be afraid. We will protect you from now on. No one will harm you again. She pulled Meng Xian closer to Han Yang. Meng Xian's attention was fixated on Han Yang's hand, where blood dripped steadily from a nail onto the floor. Your hand. Oh, Han Yang suddenly realized, lifting his hand to remove the nail and discarding it. It's nothing, just a minor wound. My oversight. Upon hearing Shen Song's cries, Han Yang and Nan Nan rushed over. However, they were at a distance, and by the time they arrived, Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen were already present. Not understanding the situation, they chose to remain hidden, utilizing Nan Nan's abilities to blend into the shadows and observe the unfolding drama. They soon grasped the general circumstances, realizing Shen Song's sudden actions had caught everyone off guard. Who would have anticipated that he would still react so swiftly despite his grievous injuries? Han Yang was momentarily taken aback, but fortunately, he was close enough to block the blow with his hand. The only regret is that there was no time to switch Sas's abilities. Otherwise, this minor injury could have been avoided. Are you even listening to me? I am the leader here. Do you not regard me at all? Witnessing that several individuals were ignoring him, Zhao Xian's anger surged. He brandished an electric nail gun, directing it menacingly towards Han Yang and his companions. You have crossed the line. This was an implement Zhao Xian had retrieved from the hardware section of the warehouse, following Shinsong's suggestion. Given that Han Yang and his group possessed cold weapons, the most effective means to counter them was undoubtedly a ranged lethal weapon. Shinsong immediately thought of the nail gun. Although it was ineffective against zombies, it posed a significant threat to humans. Thus, he rummaged through the repair department to find a pneumatic nail gun. This device was powerful but lacked agility, constrained by the air pump's range. Hence, he sent Zhao Xian to the hardware section to search for an electric nail gun, which he indeed found. The sight of the nail gun instantly penetrated Han Yang's hand. Its power was immense. Zhao Xian brimmed with confidence, emboldened. A gun. It seems I have one as well. Han Yang chuckled as he produced a revolver. He had given away his previous 54 model to Qingqing. How could one ascertain the authenticity of your weapon? Zhao Xian's expression shifted. Now that the mask of civility had been torn away, he could only feign calmness. Try it, and you will find out. Without hesitation, Han Yang pulled the trigger aimed at him. The gunshot echoed with a resounding bang, startling the onlookers. This sound was entirely different from that of the nail gun. It was unmistakably a genuine firearm. Regrettably, it missed, the bullet grazing past Zhao Xian. Nevertheless, this was enough to terrify Zhao Xian, causing his hand, which held the electric nail gun, to tremble uncontrollably. Apologies, I have recently acquired a new firearm and am still becoming accustomed to its handling. I assure you that my next shot will find its mark. Han Yang once again steadies his aim. You all, remain still. At that moment, a voice reminiscent of a duck's quack suddenly pierced the air. The crowd turned to see Shinsong, who had previously fainted, unexpectedly roused. Leaning against the wall and seated on the ground, he trembled as he brandished a nail gun, directing it at Nan Nan. Should you make any sudden movements, I shall end her life. Zhao Xian across from him immediately displayed a gleam of satisfaction, audaciously retorting, What of your firearms? We possess even more. Lin Suzhen, where is yours? Oh. Lin Suzhen, in a fluster, hastily retrieved an electric nail gun from her bag. 3 nail guns now aimed at Han Yang and his companions. If you wish to spare your comrade's life, I demand that you all relinquish your weapons. Zhao's hands, no longer trembling, straightened his posture with newfound confidence. Especially you 2 ladies, remove all your clothing. I must inspect for concealed arms. Han Yang disregarded Zhao's bluster, shifting a couple of steps to shield Meng Xin behind him, and fired once more. Bang! Ah! Zhao Xian let out a wretched scream. This time, Han Yang's marksmanship proved commendable, striking Zhao on the arm, causing the electric nail gun to clatter to the ground. Fire! Fire! Eliminate them! Zhao Xian, in pain and fury, shouted while evading. Meanwhile, Lin Suzhen, upon hearing his command, was so terrified that she repeatedly pressed the trigger of her nail gun. Puff! Puff! Several steel nails hurtled forth, striking Han Yang's chest and shoulder. One steel nail even made direct contact with his face. Lin Suzhen observed clearly as the nail indented Han Yang's cheek, though it quickly rebounded and fell to the ground. Do not speak of penetration. Not even a single wound has been left behind. How can you be so thick-skinned? You are not human. You are a monster. Lin Suzhen, utterly terrified, abandoned the electric nail gun and hastily followed Zhao Xian as he fled. Han Yang briefly aimed his pistol but reconsidered, opting to conserve his ammunition. After all, they were disarmed and could be easily dispatched. Ah! A piercing scream echoed through the air. It was Nan Nan, who had stepped on Shinsong's leg, breaking it with a sickening crunch, exposing the bone beneath. Moments earlier, at Zhao Xian's shout, Shinsong, sitting on the ground, had frantically pulled the trigger of his nail gun. Click, click. The gun fired several times, yet no nails emerged. Shinsong's expression turned to one of bewilderment. What is happening? Having witnessed the nail gun's potential, did he truly believe they would not take precautions? Upon hearing this, Shinsong turned to the air pump, only to discover that the hose had been severed long before he realized it. After speaking, Nan Nan huffed angrily and advanced, lifting her leg to kick his. This is for bullying Sister Meng. Nan Nan's strength had grown exponentially. With a single kick, she shattered his leg, prompting a cry of agony from Shinsong. Enough of this. Let us swiftly resolve this matter. Han Yang stepped forward, seizing Shin Song by the neck and twisting forcefully. Crack! The world fell into utter silence. Meng Xian, observing from the side, was rendered speechless. Just moments ago, she had feared for Han Yang's safety, concerned he might be struck by the nail gun. Yet now he appeared unscathed as he snapped Shin Song's neck. But he still bore wounds from the nail gun. Sister Ming, are you all right? You weren't too frightened, were you? Not, she instinctively replied. There were still two individuals, likely having retreated to the entrance of the warehouse. There was no other place to escape. Let us proceed. After speaking, Han Yang followed the trail of blood forward. Indeed, before the warehouse's grand entrance, he spotted two figures trembling in fear. Zhao Xian and Lin Suzhen had nowhere to flee. Upon seeing Han Yang approach, they immediately pleaded for mercy. Han Yang, I was wrong earlier. I failed to recognize your greatness. Please, in your magnanimity, treat me as inconsequential and spare me. Very well. If you step outside now, I shall consider this incident as though it never occurred, Han Yang replied indifferently. The outside is swarming with zombies. Could we not wait until there are fewer of them? Do you believe that to be feasible? Realizing that Han Yang's path was unyielding, Zhao Xian quickly turned to Meng Xian beside him. Xiao Xian, it was Shin Song who coerced you. I had no part in this alongside Suzhen. And I have treated you well during this time, have I not? Please, intercede on my behalf. Indeed, Xiao Xian. Considering the bond we have forged over these past few days, grant us mercy. Lin Suzhen also implored. You, filled with cowardice, merely hide behind and issue commands. I have shouldered the most arduous tasks. It was I and Shin Song who dealt with the zombies. I fail to see how you have treated me well. Meng Xian retorted with a cold laugh. And do not think for a moment that I am unaware. It was you who sold me to Shin Song. As for you, Sister Lin, do you dare claim there was no collusion between you and them to force my submission? I did not. Lin Suzhen vehemently denied. Subsequently, a fleeting glance at Zhao Xian sparked an idea within me. I have been kept in the dark all along. I had no inkling that the two of them were plotting against you. That scoundrel Shin Song, despite my presence, audaciously set his sights on you. He deserves to be utterly destroyed. And you, Zhao Xian, you wretched old fool, what kind of offspring are you producing? Have you not taken a moment to examine your own appearance? With your rotund visage and balding head, how dare you covet the affections of Xiao Xian? She is a celestial beauty. How could she ever be interested in you? I wouldn't even cast a glance in your direction. Do you understand why I prefer to associate with Shin Song rather than seek your company? Shin Song is robust and fearless, willing to confront the undead, while you merely cower in the shadows, far outshone by a mere young girl like Xiao Xian. Lin Suzhen's tongue lashed out like a machine gun, leaving Zhao Xian utterly flabbergasted. Once he regained his composure, fury engulfed him. What makes you think you're any better? Who was it that volunteered to help subdue Meng Xian? And in just a few short days, Shin Song has already had his way with you? Lin Suzhen was taken aback. She had not anticipated that such private matters would be divulged by Shin Song, and to be broadcasted so publicly was mortifying. Her complexion turned as red as if she had stepped into a dye house. She immediately erupted in a furious scream. You're talking nonsense. I'll tear your mouth apart. Like a shrew, Lin Suzhen lunged at Zhao Xian, clawing and biting at him. Han Yang and the others stood by, watching the spectacle unfold. Suddenly, a blood-curdling scream escaped Lin Suzhen's lips, for Zhao Xian had plunged a knife into her abdomen. Zhao Xian himself appeared rather disheveled. A few strands of his scant hair had been torn out by Lin Suzhen. His head, face, and neck were marred with scratches, stained with the crimson traces of their struggle. Damn it! How dare you? You bitch! Act so arrogantly towards me. I'll kill you. With that, he pulled out a knife and stabbed several times. Lin Suzhen feebly scratched Zhao Xian a few times, then fell to the ground. Zhao Xian pulled out the knife, his hands covered in blood. He turned to look at Han Yang and the others with a desperate expression. Brother, give me a way out. Otherwise, I'll open the door and we'll all die together. Han Yang made an inviting gesture. Be my guest. Zhao Xian was stunned. I opened the door and let the zombies in, and we're all doomed. He thought Han Yang didn't understand and repeated it. Oh my God, are you stupid? Didn't we say from the beginning to let you open the door and go out? Nan Nan looked at him like he was an idiot. Meng Xian was a bit worried, not knowing why the two of them were so confident. But she also got herself mentally prepared. If the zombies really burst in, she would definitely rush to the front to buy time for the two to escape. Zhao Xian was completely bewildered. He didn't know what Han Yang and the others were thinking. Why were they daring to let him open the door and let the zombies in? Weren't they afraid of death? No, No one is not afraid of death. Then could it be that there are no zombies outside? Were they really planning to give him a chance to live? Zhao Xian was suspicious and uncertain. He hesitantly put his hand on the door. I'm really going to open it. Han Yang ignored him and said to Nan Nan and Meng Xian, "You two step back a bit. I need to stretch my muscles. Nan Nan, be on the lookout for any stragglers." "Okay, Brother Han." Seeing their nonchalant looks, Zhao Xian gritted his teeth and suddenly opened the door. The sunlight shone into the warehouse, blinding Zhao Xian's eyes for a moment. As he gazed outside, he was momentarily taken aback. A dozen zombies turned in unison to fix their stare upon him. In that instant, he felt as though he had plunged into a frigid abyss, a chill penetrating to his very core. The zombies, devoid of hesitation, lunged towards him. Zhao Xian's legs felt as if they had been replaced with lead, rendering him immobile. He mumbled to himself, "Aren't they afraid of the zombies? Madmen, they are all utterly insane." Ha, ha ha, ha ha ha. Soon after, the horde of zombies engulfed his form. A dozen zombies. I must act swiftly, lest I attract more. Han Yang shook his long spear and charged into the fray of advancing zombies. His confidence in allowing Zhao Xian to open the door was well-founded. He had discerned from the sporadic footage transmitted back by the mutated female zombie in the vehicle outside that the horde beyond had been drawn away by some unknown allure, leaving only a handful still lingering in the vicinity. A dozen zombies presented no challenge for Han Yang. They were trivial, merely requiring him to ensure Meng Xian remained unharmed. He held no concerns regarding Nan Nan's words. The dimly lit environment of the warehouse was perfectly suited to her abilities. If she truly wished to hide, no one could find her. Meng Xian, eager to assist, was restrained by Nan Nan. "Brother Han can handle these zombies. Your presence would only hinder him." Indeed, this was the case. Meng Xian watched as Han Yang wielded his spear. Every zombie he encountered fell without exception, and soon, the dozen were vanquished. So powerful, Meng Xian couldn't help but exclaim in admiration. Indeed, it was as if he were praising himself, with Nan Nan basking in the glory. Han Yang approached the door, unceremoniously kicking aside Zhao Xian, who had been so mangled by bites that he was unrecognizable, and joined the equally gruesome Lin Suzhen, also a victim of the zombies. He then closed the door, to prevent the two from turning into the undead. Han Yang decisively destroyed their brains before turning his attention to the nearby corpses of the zombies. "Sister Ming, are you afraid of corpses?" "Not at all. The bodies we cleared from the mall were all moved by me." Seeing Han Yang idle, Meng Xian beamed with joy, showcasing her strong arms. "I am quite powerful." "That is wonderful. Could you assist me in cleaning up the bodies?" After saying this, Nan Nan stepped forward, drawing a short knife to begin the process of opening a skull. "Oh, are you searching for something within their brains?" Meng Xian exclaimed in surprise. "Indeed. How did you know, Sister Ming?" Meng Xian did not respond immediately. Instead, she rummaged through her pocket, producing 6 translucent crystals. "Is this what you were looking for?" "Wow. So many corpse cores. Where did you get them, Sister Ming?" Nan Nan exclaimed, bouncing with excitement. Han Yang also paused his work. "Is this called a corpse core? When I was hacking at the zombies, I struck 2 forcefully, splitting their heads in 2, and this fell out." Meng Xian scratched her head, somewhat embarrassed. "I thought they looked quite beautiful, so I kept them. Later, when they asked me to help move the bodies, I split open all the heads in search of more, and only found 6. Sister Ming, you are truly impressive." "Oh, I am not as formidable as you. I only dare to fight zombies. I wouldn't dream of laying a hand on a person." Meng Xian felt a twinge of embarrassment, coupled with a hint of regret. If only she could be as resolute as they were, she would not have had to endure such indignities in recent days. Ultimately, driven to desperation, she had kicked Shin Song with a resigned determination. "You are truly remarkable. Many men do not even dare to confront a zombie, just like Zhao Xian, who only hides behind others, fearful of confrontation." Han Yang generously praised. "It is not as commendable as you all suggest. During the outbreak, I witnessed a colleague being devoured by a zombie right before my eyes. In that moment of terror, I instinctively grabbed something and struck down the zombie. After that, I lost my fear of them. Everyone undergoes a gradual transformation." He continued, "If anyone dares to bully you again, do not hesitate, retaliate." Meng Xian nodded. The trio quickly dispatched the zombies, collecting 4 cores. Han Yang gathered them up. Thus far, he had amassed 40 cores, some of which were consumed in cultivating corpse grass and linglong grass, as well as feeding Sha Sha and the mutated female zombie. Presently, he held 23 cores, 5 in Nan Nan's possession, serving as Shasha's sustenance, for with Fong Fong for the care of spirit plants. And the remaining 14 were in his own hands. If one were to include the 6 cores Meng Xian possessed, he would have a total of 20 cores. As they prepared to clear the shopping mall, it seemed feasible to capture some zombies for control and cultivation. If all were to mutate, who could say what intriguing abilities might awaken? Han Yang mused, his gaze drifting toward Meng Xian, who stood before him, a living testament to potential. She discovered that he was secretly watching her as well. Their eyes met, and Meng Xian immediately felt a wave of shyness wash over her, diverting her gaze. Sensing Han Yang's confusion, Meng Xian summoned her courage to meet his gaze. Han Yang, is your hand all right? Han Yang was taken aback. So, that was what she was concerned about. He extended his injured hand, revealing a wound at the center of his palm caused by a nail. It was not large, but quite deep, having punctured through. Thanks to Han Yang's robust physique, the wound had already begun to clot and scab over. However, due to the recent skirmish with zombies, it had reopened. Does it hurt? Meng Xian asked cautiously as she gently grasped his hand, scrutinizing the injury. I'll go fetch some ointment to bandage it. No need, he replied. This minor injury is really nothing serious. If Chen Fong were here, she could heal it in the blink of an eye. Even relying on my own resilience, it would be mostly healed by tomorrow. Yet, noticing her worried expression, he decided to tease her a little. I've heard that saliva can disinfect and sterilize. If you lick it, it'll be fine. I think I've heard that too. Is that true? Meng Xian looked up at him, her clear eyes reflecting a hint of naivety. Han Yang couldn't help but chuckle. Absolutely. Then, shall I give it a try? He was just pulling your leg. Meng Jia really believes him. Nan Nan couldn't hold her tongue any longer. There is indeed some scientific basis for the disinfecting properties of saliva, Han Yang emphasized, before turning back to reassure Meng Xian. This small wound is truly inconsequential. You needn't worry. By the way, Meng Xian, have you awakened your abilities? Awakened abilities? Meng Xian, her youthful face slightly tilted in confusion, pondered the question. Since the outbreak of the virus, how have you changed? Upon hearing this, Meng Xian lowered her gaze to her chest. She realized she could no longer see her feet, and walking had become a cautious endeavor to avoid stepping on anything. Now, she had grown considerably, rendering her undergarments ill-fitting. Did this count? Perhaps it did not. Although her size had increased significantly, it no longer felt like a burden as it once had. Her strength had also surged considerably. Have I become much stronger? She said with a hint of hesitation. How much stronger? I haven't compared it, but it feels like I possess an endless supply of strength. I can lift anything. Han Yang raised an eyebrow, intrigued. You can lift anything? What about a car? I haven't tried, but I can give it a shot. Excellent. I was just about to clear some zombies at the entrance for easier access later. Just a moment, Han Yang replied, then returned to the warehouse door and opened it. Outside, a few scattered zombies lingered, unaware of the earlier commotion due to the car obstructing their view. Han Yang strode out confidently, upon noticing him. Several zombies immediately let out a roar and charged towards him. With a swift motion of his spear, he dispatched them, piercing their skulls and sending them crashing to the ground. Seeing that there were no more zombies outside, Nan Nan and Meng Xian also emerged. Han Yang pointed towards the escort vehicle. Can you lift it? I believe I can, Meng Xian asserted confidently. Just as she prepared to step forward, she suddenly gasped. There's still a zombie inside. Fear not, for those are the zombies under my control. This is the manifestation of my awakened ability. I shall elaborate further in due course. For now, let us see if you can move it. Meng Xian's face was a portrait of astonishment, yet she obediently approached the rear of the vehicle, grasping the lower edge of the cargo compartment with both hands, exerting all her strength. The vehicle swayed gently, but remained grounded. Let me try once more, Meng Xian declared, closing her eyes and taking a deep breath. A warm current coursed through her limbs, enveloping her in a sense of warmth, as if an inexhaustible reservoir of strength resided within her. With renewed vigor, she made another attempt. Creak. Amidst the mournful wail of metal, the cargo compartment of the transport vehicle began to ascend. Truly, it is lifting. Nan Nan's expression mirrored pure astonishment. Do you recall the mutated zombie we encountered at the entrance of your school? Han Yang, however, remained unfazed. He had harbored some suspicions prior. After all, if one were merely a first-tier awakener without any practice in body enhancement techniques, it was implausible that their strength could manifest so dramatically in such a brief time since the outbreak. The sheer force required to cleave a human skull in twain Could it be that Meng Xian is an awakener of strength? Indeed, Han Yang affirmed with a nod. The weight of the transport vehicle approached 8,000 pounds. While lifting the rear did not necessitate such immense strength, it was evident how extraordinarily powerful Meng Xian must be when fully exerting herself. Han Yang himself was only capable of moving a compact car, and the transport vehicle's weight was thrice that of a standard sedan. Observing Meng Xian still straining, her face flushed crimson, with the rear tires nearly lifting off the ground. Han Yang promptly interjected, "Meng Xian, that will suffice." Only then did Meng Xian gently lower the car. But at the very moment when the vehicle descended, snap, something broke. Han Yang and Nan, who were on the side of the car body, saw that Meng Xian's chest seemed to break free from its restraint, bounce suddenly, and increase in size considerably. Even larger.